If you were to transmigrate to another world one day and gain the ability to form contracts with almost all living creatures, what would you do with that power? Would you contract with adorable familiars and spoil them rotten? Or would you contract with ferocious beasts to guard you? Or perhaps you'd contract with a group of girls and embark on a harem adventure in the other world? Unfortunately, reality differs from imagination, and reaching another world isn't so easy. The unlucky young man Zhang Ping proved this with his experience of being utterly reviled. The moment he appeared, he was engulfed by a barrage of remarks from skepticism to mockery. And it was very dangerous. All of this plunged Zhang Ping's heart into doubt, wondering why those people acted as if nothing had happened. He roared frantically in his mind, questioning life itself. Am I the only one in the entire city who sees them? Doesn't Mingzhu City have defensive deployments? Everything here is just their livestock. I've been in another world for so long, and my harem adventure is about to end before it even began. But the yearning deep within Zhang Ping wouldn't allow him to give up so easily. If no creature was willing, he would forge an unprecedented path. He gathered his thoughts and popped the gem into his mouth. Zhang Ping decided to take a risky gamble, form a contract with himself and become his own summoned beast. Full of fighting spirit, he replanned the world order and devised a plan for his own life. This time, whether it was mutated beasts or mountains of living corpses, Zhang Ping wouldn't let any creature that intended to harm this world off the hook. In his previous life, Zhang Ping, as a member of a rescue team, passed away due to an accident. After death, he arrived in a peculiar world where phantasmagorical beasts and awakened ones coexisted. And in this life, he also awakened an ability to expend physical and mental energy to condense a contract gem. Once a target willingly accepted the gem, their soul and consciousness would be controlled by the summoner. This should have been a powerful ability, but it had a very obvious flaw. While he was still hesitating, a clear voice sounded in his ear. Zhang Ping, what are you doing? He immediately turned around and tried to ingratiate himself with the beauty. Nothing. Su Jingzhao, do you want some candy? She frowned, displaying a look of disdain right away, yet lost. Who wants to be controlled by you? Zhang Ping knew that a creature had to be completely willing to form a contract. Otherwise, even if they ate the gem, nothing would happen. So he immediately lay down on the ground and began to explain. It was just a joke. At this moment, he took the opportunity to sort through the jumbled thoughts in his mind. The original owner nearly died of anger because this ability was so useless. Fortunately, I'm a transmigrator. Only by relying on my previous life's mental fortitude can I overcome these difficulties. Jingzhao suddenly grabbed the hair of the person next to her and shouted, Don't give up so soon, the world is so big, there must be creatures willing to let you control them. Zhang Ping endured the pain to protest. It's easy to say, but besides myself, who else would be willing? As he spoke, a flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. Wait, myself, he muttered to himself unconsciously, as if possessed. That's right, why didn't I think of it before? Zhang Ping, amidst Jingzhao's panic, stuffed the gem into his mouth. Hey, what are you doing? Immediately after, he was enveloped in a layer of green light. Zhang Ping just stared blankly. Jingzhao anxiously rushed over to ask, Are you all right? He replied mechanically with a hint of awkwardness. And no, I'm fine. She breathed a sigh of relief, then hinted, Don't do that again, you scared me to death. Jingzhao quickly walked down the steps. It's getting late, time to head back to the dorm. Before leaving, she turned back to remind him, I'm reporting to the patrol team tomorrow morning, you don't have to wait for me. Zhang Ping couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Are you really graduating? Jingzhao candidly expressed her ambition. Yes, I've already mastered the knowledge from textbooks. Next, I can only advance further through practical combat, Zhang Ping had to admit. Indeed, joining the patrol team to protect their home had always been her dream, and now she finally had the chance to realize it. Jingzhao suddenly tilted her head, giving him a shot of encouragement. Don't be discouraged. When you become stronger someday, maybe we can even work together. Zhang Ping, who had been assigned the farmer profession by the school due to his useless ability, could only scratch his head and laugh awkwardly after hearing this, saying, Forget it, I guess I'll just go back to farming in the countryside. On the surface he was cheerful, but his heart was bleeding. Saying such words meant they would likely rarely meet again. Although she was the original owner's childhood friend, separating like this still left him with some reluctance. Zhang Ping was busy with self-suggestion, but he didn't notice that his body had already detached from his soul's control. I really want to hug her. Sure enough, in just a second of carelessness, he brazenly acted on that wish. Zhang Ping's heart leaped to his throat, his soul roaring incessantly. Why did my body suddenly move? Jingzhao quickly snapped back to reality and pushed him away. That, I'm leaving now. Zhang Ping hadn't fully recovered, only managing to respond dryly twice, Goodbye. She ran quite a distance, then suddenly turned back and shouted, Be careful. After seeing Jingzhao off, he stared intently at his palm, remembering how his body had proactively stepped forward to embrace her, unconsciously issuing a command to himself. A big question mark involuntarily popped up in Zhang Ping's mind. Was it a coincidence? I need to determine the extent of control. He immediately issued a high-difficulty command, Fly. The result was tumbling to the ground. Zhang Ping then tried the Iron Mountain Lean. Of course, his bones protested with a cracking sound. Little Zhang Ping, you've been fretting over it. You're exhausted. Just accept your fate. No, I can't. Zhang Ping recalled those foolish tests, organizing the results in his mind. Now he could be certain that he could make his body perform most actions, provided they didn't go beyond the scope of an ordinary person, such as flying or transforming into another creature. Furthermore, some actions he had never practiced before could also be executed based on memory. So, theoretically, as long as his physical strength met the requirements, he could learn almost all types of martial arts. Thinking this, Zhang Ping leapt to his feet. As long as he found a way to increase his physical strength, he could become stronger. There was still one more question to verify. The next day, when he wearily opened his eyes, he already had the answer in his heart. This is the cafeteria. But before that, Zhang Ping had to deal with another issue. My legs are so numb. Oh right, I ordered myself to go for a run this morning before I went to sleep. Did my body run while I was sleeping? Although his body was temporarily semi-paralyzed, Zhang Ping was ecstatic. Great, my assumption yesterday was indeed correct. Even if my brain loses consciousness, my body can still execute commands. He glanced around like a thief, then secretly muttered. No one noticed me. But just then the entire cafeteria suddenly erupted. Luo Shiyu is here, it's Luo Shiyu. Good morning, Luo Shiyu. It's the goddess Luo Shiyu. Surrounded by a crowd of fans, she calmly raised her hand and said, good morning. But Zhang Ping's brain nearly crashed when his gaze fell upon the beauty. Luo Shiyu, I remember she's the campus belle. Is she usually up this early? What's going on? He was drenched in sweat, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what is that? What met Zhang Ping's eyes was not the campus belle Shiyu at all, but a hideous Tenkang fox. His face was pale, but his heart pounded like a drum. Don't others see it? This isn't Luo Shiyu at all. Sure enough, what he feared most had come to pass. Luo Shiyu didn't realize she had been exposed and continued to maintain her friendly and benevolent demeanor, slowly approaching and asking, Zhang Ping, you don't look well, are you sick? At this moment he was trembling all over and could only secretly comfort himself. Calm down. I must stay calm. Zhang Ping's face was ashen and he kept shaking his head, denying that he had seen through the hidden truth. No, I'm fine, I just had a nightmare last night and didn't sleep well. With that he quickly got up, making an excuse to leave. Oh right, I have class, gotta go. Luo Shiyu seemed not to realize she had been exposed, showing a slight bewilderment. Was the scent of fear just my imagination? It wasn't until he escaped the imminent danger that he dared to think about the reason. Why are there mutated beasts in the school? Did no one discover them? Is there something wrong with my eyes? Finally, he had a wise thought. I must report this to a teacher as soon as possible. Suddenly, Zhang Ping's face darkened, his eyes trembling as if he had just seen something horrifying. Before him, the Tenkang fox was relishing the taste of its unlucky prey. He didn't even hesitate for a second, immediately running off without looking back as if he'd seen nothing at all. On the vast rooftop, Zhang Ping roared helplessly as if pouring all his nightmares into the endless void. He was in such pain he couldn't even cry. Something is wrong, very wrong. Is this a living hell? Damn it! Suddenly, an intuition revealed the deeper reason to him. Is it because I ate this thing that I can see the mutated beasts? He then decided to gamble his life again, to somehow revert to normal. As soon as the absorption was complete, a mysterious energy surged through Zhang Ping's entire body. He muttered to himself in confusion, what's going on? Just as he keenly used his appraisal skill, the success prompt for appraisal rang out and that horrifying image reappeared. He gasped repeatedly in panic. Did I awaken the appraisal skill? Zhang Ping tried to observe his body's appraised status but could only feebly answer the question. So contract gems actually have levels? What does activated effect refer to? The system immediately updated the information, stating that the summoner has absolute command and complete obedience over the summoned beast. He stared blankly at the achievement he had created. Could this novel talent be related to him consuming an additional gem? After a long time, Zhang Ping's mood still hadn't improved due to the worries plaguing his mind. Analyzing the current situation. First, he was both the summoned beast and his own contractor. Second, he was only controlled by his contractor, i.e. himself. Neither his body nor mind would be externally interfered with. Because of the second point, no illusionary magic would work on him, which was why he could see through the true forms of the mutated beasts. He cautiously reassessed his strategy. These mutated beasts were all Tenkang foxes, and they were high level. He was only level 1 and no match for them at all, relying on this cognitive distortion skill. Even if a Tenkang fox openly devoured someone, in the eyes of others it would just appear as two ordinary students chatting, which was why no one else noticed anything unusual. He suddenly thought of someone and unconsciously managed a strained smile. If it's a mental control ability, I remember Su Jingzhao's ability is also psychic, maybe she'd have a solution. The last moment of class also ended. Outside, the sky had at some point been painted with the dreamy pale pink of dusk, but contrary to this tranquil scene, Zhang Ping's face grew increasingly haggard. I didn't expect them to be outside the school too, he tried to act nonchalant. He moved like an unseen shadow through the bustling crowd, looking up at the mutated beasts rampaging through the streets. He could only shake his head slightly, muttering to himself about their specific numbers. Shaking off these worries, Zhang Ping hurried straight to the patrol headquarters to find someone. As soon as he entered the lobby, he saw the enthusiastic receptionist. Hello, how can I help you? An uneasy feeling suddenly arose in his heart, but he still tried to appear normal on the surface. I'm looking for someone, Su Jingzhao. She should be reporting for duty today. She responded calmly, unaware that the other party already knew she had been devoured by a mutated beast. All right, please wait a moment. Zhang Ping couldn't help but wonder with a headache. There are 10 Kang Foxes even in the patrol team. Can't even high-level awakened ones see through their illusions? While he was deep in thought, he was awakened by a familiar voice. Zhangping, what are you doing here? He flinched slightly and immediately turned to look. Ah, he stood up a little embarrassed and explained. I was just a bit worried you wouldn't adapt, so I came to check on you. Jingzhao happily took the initiative to introduce him around. It's all right, let me introduce you. These are my teammates, they all take good care of me. But Zhangping's gaze at this moment became unusually intense. Really, that's great? She still seemed unaware of Zhangping's unusual expression, enthusiastically declaring, from now on I need to work hard to become stronger. In the future I'll go out to hunt mutated beasts and avenge my parents. Meanwhile Zhangping helplessly hung his head towards the ground. She playfully tried to tempt him. Oh right, our team is still short on members, do you want me to recommend you to the patrol team? As soon as Zhangping heard this, he immediately shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. No, my ability isn't helpful. I'm more suited for farming. Jingzhao pouted, showing a look of regret. What a shame. On the other hand, Zhangping quickly made an excuse to slip away. Seeing that you're adapting well, I won't bother you anymore. The smile on his lips seemed to be choked off, gradually fading as he realized the cruel truth. He gritted his teeth in disappointment, ultimately able only to turn and leave, abandoning those who had been devoured by the 10 Kang Foxes. Goodbye, Su Jingzhao. He cursed furiously in his mind. What kind of joke is this? Didn't they say the patrol team was the strongest in Mingzhu City? How could they be completely wiped out? Zhangping painfully clenched his hands into fists. Su Jingzhao had only just arrived today, yet in the bustling city center his solitary steps suddenly halted. As if tethered by an unseen sorrow, he stood there motionless, like a lone bass note in a lively symphony. It seemed the 10 Kang Foxes had not only infiltrated the school but the entire city. Everyone in Mingzhu City was merely livestock being raised by them. Zhangping carefully reassessed everything. I investigated some things through appraisal. Most 10 Kang Foxes are usually of mid to high tier. You clearly remembered every piece of information. Levels 1 to 9 are primary, 10 to 19 are intermediate, 20 to 29 are advanced, and 30 to 39 are top tier. But reality ruthlessly contradicted this. The patrol team had many advanced awakened ones, yet they were no match for them. The 10 Kang Fox that killed Luo Shiyu was very strong, my intuition told me. The grim situation forced him to constantly remind himself that using the appraisal skill would lock his position, so it's probably top tier or even king level. Other 10 Kang Foxes being able to defeat awakened ones as mere first tiers must also be its doing. Zhangping quietly observed the actions of the surrounding residents. Unlike ordinary mutated beasts, 10 Kang Foxes possess high intelligence and are skilled at disguise, seemingly coexisting harmoniously with humans. His rationality was more steadfast than ever. But this was only on the surface. Their primary targets were mostly those seeking to enhance their strength or individuals with high social status. He felt heartbroken by this cruel reality. The remaining people were merely their captive reserve food. His mood involuntarily darkened as he thought of the only solution. Fighting the 10 Kang Foxes head-on was tantamount to suicide, but I couldn't just stand by and watch innocent people die. If only I could become stronger. Although more than a week had passed, the night sky outside was still shrouded in a thick layer of clouds, leaving only the full moon like a solitary lamp. Zhangping, still groggy, secretly lamented that he was waking up earlier and earlier lately, indicating a significant increase in physical strength and shorter rest times for his body. He trained diligently, so much so that his appearance gradually changed. For the past few days I've been consistently exercising, and my physical strength has increased by 1 level. He suddenly remembered the moment he discovered the truth that day. Besides exercising, I also tried my best to create and consume gems every day, hoping to gain abilities or talents like the previous 2 times. However, the effect of this attempt was not ideal, but since I awakened, the gems I created have had no color, and eating them had no effect. Suddenly Zhangping encountered another strange phenomenon, like a last glimmer of hope. Today they had color again. He closed his eyes and directly put the gem into his mouth to absorb it, but this color didn't look appetizing at all. I hope this works. Suddenly a powerful force erupted throughout his body. This feeling, just as he finished speaking, the attribute panel immediately popped up as if on cue. A level 2 contract gem brought new awakened talents, absolute command and appraisal ability, having excellent stealth and movement abilities at night. Zhangping cheered excitedly. A new talent has indeed awakened. Now I can go out and investigate at night. The system continued to list a series of characteristics. Level 2 contract gem helps activate new talents with each awakening and at the same time gives the primary Nightwalker superior vision and stealth capabilities in the dark. This sudden event also surprised him slightly, and the contract gem also leveled up. Is it related to my level? A unique idea suddenly flashed in his mind. Can I awaken a new talent every time I level up? Wouldn't that be invincible? Zhangping immediately enthusiastically got to work. This matter should not be delayed. It's time to practice now, and by the way, test the effect of the new talent. A notification sound also followed. Nightwalker activated. Although he had trained for a while, there was no sign of fatigue. It seemed his vision was even better than 3 days ago. Suddenly he saw a strange item scattered by the roadside and involuntarily stopped his steps. Ha, Zhang guessed secretly. Puzzled, he quickly used his ability to check appraisal failed, appraisal successful, assassin's ring. When worn, all creatures will unconsciously ignore the wearer. Advanced awakened ones can be immune. The moment the appraisal succeeded, that phenomenon began again. The scene reappeared. Zhang sighed heavily. It's the Tenkang Fox, Luo Shiyu again, and that person. He carefully investigated the identity of the other party. Is he the owner of the ring? He focused on the intense confrontation, trying to unravel the mystery, but Luo Shiyu must be human in his eyes. Is he Luo Shiyu's enemy? This thought was immediately dismissed by Zhang himself, as he remembered an important detail. No, absolutely impossible, he stated definitively. Luo Shiyu is an orphan. Moreover, she had never made enemies with anyone. He finally concluded, then there's only one possibility. Besides me, there are others in Mingzu City silently fighting these monsters. Suddenly a harsh, unpleasant voice loudly shouted, "Who's there?" He was busy checking the assassin's ring and was startled, jumping up. Not good. The Tenkang Fox, unable to find the advanced item, became increasingly frantic. The ring is gone. Someone must have been here. It sniffed around continuously, trying to find traces of the perpetrator. There's no scent at all. How could they evade me? It must be an awakened one of intermediate level or higher. Zhang, hiding behind the wall, suddenly understood the problem. So that's it. Did they intentionally leave the ring here? Meanwhile, the Tenkang Fox was rapidly returning to report the news. Must inform His Highness the Prince as soon as possible. He fiddled with the assassin's ring in his hand for a long time, then made a final decision. It's even more suspicious now. I can only keep it for now. As the golden pupils gradually touched 5:36 a.m., the sky was dyed with a soft pink, ushering in a rare moment of tranquility. Zhang was still intently studying in his room at this time. Earlier, because it was not yet light, the Nightwalker and Assassin's Ring completely concealed my presence. It seems my strength is not limited to myself. I can also rely on equipment. Suddenly, bursts of roaring sounds came from outside the room, so fierce they seemed ready to pounce on prey at any moment. Just then, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. Zhang. He was startled by the sudden situation and could only keep asking loudly, who's speaking, and Jingzhao kept reminding him. Run, she whispered softly in his ear. They've arrived. Her voice gradually grew weaker. By the time the Tenkang Fox entered the room, it was already there. Bursts of fierce wind swept through the window, continuously howling as if foreshadowing the approaching darkness. The Tenkang Fox pack immediately surrounded Zhang room, seemingly unwilling to let any creature escape alive. It revealed a strange smile and asked, "Is it him?" With that, it decisively summoned power and pounced directly on the person lying on the bed. Die! The sleeping Zhang was suddenly scratched across the cheek by Shiyu's sharp claws. As sharp claws raked across Zhang face, she secretly assessed her prey. There wasn't a single fluctuation. If this waste was an escaped fish, it would surely leap up desperately. I can't sense the ring's aura either. Then she quietly turned and left. Her subordinate, seeing this, asked puzzled, "Your Highness, why didn't you kill him? This person runs every morning always, but today he didn't." "This is a bit suspicious," Shiyu immediately denied. "It's not him." She bared her fangs, her red eyes gleaming. "He's just a piece of useless food." Shiyu waved her claws commandingly, flames burning in her eyes, emphasizing resolutely, "Do not waste food." Her two subordinates immediately prostrated themselves, bowing their heads in obedience. Yes. A moment later, Zhang suddenly woke up, his face filled with unease and worry. He immediately spat the ring out of his mouth, then said fearfully, "Too dangerous, scared me to death." He immediately thought worriedly, "I forgot I run every morning." Zhang placed the ring in his palm, a sigh of relief in his heart. "Fortunately, I commanded my body to go into deep sleep just now, so I didn't reveal any flaws." Jingzhao's blurry figure suddenly appeared in his mind. "I seemed to hear Su Jingzhao's voice just now. Was it an illusion?" Zhang secretly told himself, "Why am I being so sentimental? I should strive to become stronger and avenge her. In any case, to prevent the Tenkang Foxes from suspecting anything, I must first pretend to live as usual." Then he went to school as usual. Suddenly, the murmuring voices of the teachers around him began to rise. "Hey, did you hear? Today the patrol team next to our school discovered a corpse that had been cut in half." She then continued in an extremely surprised tone, "And that corpse was Black Zixing, the notorious #1 killer of Mingzu City. The city lord was injured by him before, and eventually his old wounds relapsed and he passed away peacefully." Zhang listened and made a deduction in his mind. Cut in half, could it be that man in white? He mused secretly, his face filled with confusion and tension. Even the #1 killer was easily killed. Luo Shiyu's strength is indeed unfathomable. Is this public display of the corpse meant to warn forces hostile to the Tenkang Foxes? Zhang began to contemplate how to protect himself. They will surely be more vigilant from now on. I need to quickly find some new defensive equipment. I'll go browse the blacksmith shop after class. In the blink of an eye it was dismissal time, and the campus was backed with students leaving school. Zhang quickly walked to the blacksmith shop, but the system kept popping up notifications. Appraisal failed, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. He mused secretly. It seems the blacksmiths in the city have all been taken over by Tenkang Foxes. Zhang suddenly widened his eyes, surprised to find that the system actually displayed appraisal successful. Primary appraisal skill has been upgraded to intermediate appraisal skill, and the efficacy of this skill has also increased by 1 level. After upgrading, it can appraise the target's growth value. Zhang Ping immediately used the appraisal skill on the Ten King Fox in front of him. Mutated Beast Intermediate. Talent. Cognitive distortion can change the target's cognition, forcing the target to be unable to detect abnormalities. The Ten King Fox then eagerly invited, "Young man, come in and take a look." He hastily waved his hand in refusal, then coldly turned and left. "No need, thank you," he secretly calculated. "The most important thing now is to find a place not yet occupied." Next, Zhang Ping passed by the Iron Soul blacksmith shop and heard Beoguo's energetic voice. "My stuff is the best, look at this structure, look at this luster." He brandished the sword, trying his best to persuade, "It's not easy for me either. If you buy it, I'll reluctantly give you the lowest price." However, these words were just background noise to Tifeng. What did you say?" He puffed a mouthful of smoke at Beoguo and continued. "Did you say my daughter is waiting for me to eat?" Beoguo frowned and shouted loudly. "Old man," he slammed the table angrily, not hesitating to insult, "are you deaf?" Just then, Zhang Ping walked into the shop and unexpectedly picked up the sword on Beoguo's table. Beoguo's eyes immediately widened and he roared, "Who's there?" But Zhang Ping continued to admire the sword intoxicatedly, a calm expression on his face. "Appraise." Beoguo then bared his teeth, flames in his eyes, and immediately rushed over to snatch the sword. "Brat, how dare you steal my stuff?" The information Zhang Ping appraised immediately displayed common quality. "This weapon looks powerful, but it's unusable and has been broken before." "Broken?" He suddenly opened his mouth wide and shouted in panic, "Wait, this sword." However, before he could finish, half the sword had fallen into Beoguo's hand. "It'll break." Beoguo immediately burst into a furious rage, faint electric sparks flickering around him. "Damn it, how dare you ruin my business?" he roared, and electric sparks immediately erupted, kicking up the surrounding dirt and rocks. "Do you know who I am?" Beoguo's body suddenly tensed, even his clothes ripped, and then he reported his name in a threatening tone. "I am the direct disciple of Master Ma from the Xingyi Martial Arts Academy." He immediately struck a pose and charged fiercely towards Zhang Ping. "Take this!" Suddenly, beams of light shot down and the earth trembled violently. Beoguo moved like an unpredictable phantom, attacking from all directions. However, Zhang Ping's expression was unusually calm. He sharply swung his hand, directly striking his face. As he fell to the ground in a sorry state, defeated in just one move, Zhang Ping spoke. "Is that all you've got?" Beoguo weakly opened his mouth. "Brat, no martial ethics." Zhang Ping then used the appraisal skill on Beoguo. Appraisal talent. Overbearing primordial chi, earth-shattering, invincible under heaven. Any move used will inherently come with fierce special effects, but only the user themselves can see them. Excessive use can cause the user to become immersed in their own world, unable to extricate themselves. Beoguo pointed a finger at Zhang Ping's face and loudly declared, "From now on, when you go out, fend for yourself." Zhang Ping dismissively waved his hand as if to say, "Is this person here to perform a comedy?" Beoguo immediately rushed from behind, letting out a triumphant laugh. "Good opportunity, sneak attack." Zhang Ping immediately threw another punch. He immediately fell to the ground, covered in injuries. "Still trying to ambush me? Who's lacking martial ethics now?" Meanwhile, Tifeng calmly observed the fight, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Liu suddenly walked up to Beoguo's pathetic form and said, "How long have I been out? The shop has become so lively." Her threatening tone sounded unusually terrifying. "Are you leaving on your own, or shall I make you leave?" Zhang Ping walked out of the shop, thinking to himself, "I'll go check out other shops." Meanwhile, Beoguo humbly fled. "So sorry." Liu slammed her hand down, cornering Zhang Ping against the wall, then gestured with a hint of violence. "You stay." Her expression suddenly became very serious. "We need to have a serious talk." Zhang Ping shifted his gaze elsewhere, then hesitantly asked, "Talk about what?" Liu's eagerly pressed him against the wall, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upwards with a hint of temptation. "I'm a delicate girl bustling around for a living every day and also taking care of my uncle who's been dazed since his daughter went missing. I think you're pretty good and your character isn't bad. How about—" Zhang Ping's cheeks immediately flushed, looking somewhat flustered. "Are you referring to—" Liu suddenly grabbed his neck and continued with a smile. "Stay and be a blacksmith, take care of that old man Lu Tifeng and help look after the shop. Of course, board and lodging are included and you'll get a salary." This offer immediately made Zhang Ping fall into deep thought. If he could learn forging skills, he could save a lot of money on equipment later, and this shop didn't seem to be controlled by Ten King Foxes. He immediately put on a determined look, his face full of resolve. "Good, I want to become the king of blacksmiths." Liu spurted a nosebleed in excitement upon hearing this. "Excellent, truly the person I've set my sights on." Zhang Ping lay motionless on the ground, his heart roaring continuously. "First, I have to survive her." A few days later, under Lu's strict guidance, Zhang Ping began his apprenticeship at the blacksmith shop. "Harder." Zhang Ping gasped for breath, his muscles taut. "Sister Juice, is what we're doing really okay?" Liu gently encouraged him. "It's fine, no one will come." She silently put her hand to her lips, exclaiming, "Very good. Not bad. It turns out she was teaching you how to knead raw materials. This is our unique technique. The dough forging method, kneading like dough to fully integrate all materials." Liu suddenly turned to leave, instructing, "Wait here. I'll go to the warehouse to get the mold." Before leaving, she meticulously reminded him, "The fuel is in the barrel next to you. The fire must never go out." Zhang Ping obediently replied, "Understood." He awkwardly looked around at the wooden barrels, then said in a panic, "Are those all fuel?" "Oh no, the fire's almost out." He clumsily put the materials from the barrel into the furnace, appearing very awkward. "Never mind, just put it all in." Zhang Ping muttered to himself as he quickly tossed a piece of coal into the furnace, then threw it into the fire below to continue heating. However, as soon as he put it in, the furnace immediately caught fire and smoke filled the entire room. The smoke grew thicker and thicker, and Zhang Ping's body gradually stiffened from suffocation. "I'm dead." The rolling smoke suddenly gathered and merged into his trembling heart. His eyes suddenly sparkled, his hands clutching his chest tightly, roaring in intense pain. The flames instantly dissipated and Zhang Ping opened his eyes in surprise. He kept coughing, asking in confusion, "How did the fire go out?" At this moment his heart felt faintly warm, as if a ball of fire was spreading throughout his body. Zhang Ping immediately clutched his chest, his face contorted in pain. "So hot a praise." The system immediately displayed the attribute panel. Growth value 4 stars, infinite mental power. This value made Zhang Ping gasp in surprise. His growth value had increased again, combined with the situation just now. "If I'm not mistaken," he then continued to appraise the materials he had previously crafted. The item was made by expending physical and mental energy. Once the target willingly consumes the gem, their life, soul, and consciousness will be controlled by the summoner and a bonus effect is activated. As a result, Zhang Ping's various skill values also gradually increased. Primary Nightwalker ascended 1 star, gaining night vision. Furthermore, his presence at night was greatly reduced and his movement speed greatly increased. When enveloped by darkness, he would become completely invisible. Zhang Ping secretly speculated. Awakening new talents increases growth value, while upgrading old talents such as appraisal consumes growth value. He then immediately checked his appraisal skill. Intermediate appraisal skill decreased by 1 star. The success rate of appraisal is related to the strength gap between the two parties. From this he concluded that as long as he continued to awaken new talents, his growth value would become infinite. A new skill suddenly appeared in his attributes. Primary Materializationist ascended 1 star. Able to convert swallowed flames into fire elemental energy stored within the body, and can release this energy at any time until the fire elemental energy storage is depleted. This left his expression unusually confused. "But I remember everyone else's growth value has a cap. Am I the only one who can awaken so many talents?" Zhang Ping focused intently on the information on his attribute panel, his expression one of astonishment. The Materializationist skill had just absorbed the flames. He closed his eyes and calmly pondered. "Speaking of which, I already leveled up to 3 this morning, after eating the level 3 gem. Why did the gem's effect only activate in the evening? Does it need a specific timing?" Just then, Lius returned to the room and asked in confusion, "What happened? What happened to the room?" She immediately rushed over and grabbed his wrist, asking worriedly, "Wait, you didn't throw the red smelting serpent gall into the furnace, did you? That would explode." "I forgot to tell you." Zhang Ping anxiously and guiltily replied. "Sisters say the cost of the damage to the house." Lius placed the mold on the table and asked curiously, "What? It's fine as long as you're okay. How did you put out the fire?" "The fire from the red refined snake gall isn't easy to extinguish," Zhang Ping replied with a confused look. "It's a long story." Lius looked at the material Zhang Ping had just forged, her eyes filled with surprise. It's fused so well. This requires a very high temperature to achieve such an effect." She slowly placed the material into the mold and continued, "Indeed, you're very talented. The school really misjudged you. With your current performance, you're good enough to join the 3 major organizations." Zhang Ping curiously asked. "Sisters say everyone always calls the patrol team and the investigation team the 3 major organizations. So what's the 3rd organization called?" Meanwhile, Lius remained focused on shaping her item. Holding the forged dagger in her hand, she answered his question. "Indeed, there is a 3rd organization in Mingzhu City, but no one knows what it's called or what it does." She then handed the dagger to Zhang Ping, gesturing. "By the way, Zhang Ping, weren't you looking for equipment earlier? If you don't mind, take this one." He picked up the gleaming dagger and examined it intently, saying, "Such a fine dagger. It must be expensive." The appraisal skill allowed him to understand the dagger's information. Beauty's tier, excellent quality, made of cold iron, it can easily damage intermediate mutated beasts. Luz's frank answer made his eyes widen in astonishment. Based on the market price of the materials, it's probably worth 100,000 yen." Zhang Ping's face immediately paled, panicking. "Holy crap, can someone with a monthly salary of 3,000 like me even accept this?" Lius happily laughed. "Consider it a reward for your progress." She then quickly turned to leave, waving goodbye. "I still have a mission. I'm leaving now. Is it okay if you don't go to school?" Zhang Ping gently replied. "Don't worry, I've already completed my graduation procedures." Lius then carefully instructed, "Okay, take good care of that old man. He's a bit muddled, don't let him open for business." After Lius left, Zhang Ping's face showed unease and worry. Although this blacksmith shop hadn't been targeted by the 10 King Foxes because it wasn't open, such a commotion just now would inevitably attract their attention. "I should use my Nightwalker skill to patrol the surroundings while it's dark." In the blink of an eye, night fell, and Zhang Ping went on a patrol around the area, inadvertently seeing a little girl engrossed in playing on a swing. He then used his appraisal skill to discover the little girl's true identity. Mutated Beast, 10 King Fox, Level 3, Primary Mutated Beast Talent. Cognitive Distortion can alter the target creature's cognition, forcing the target to be unable to detect abnormalities. Zhang Ping thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen such a low-level Tenkang fox. He immediately took out his dagger, secretly calculating, a level 3 like me. With equipment assistance I should be able to defeat it. Although the city's patrol team had been completely wiped out, the patrol team outside the city should be unaffected. He pondered over the moves advantageous to him. As long as I hand over the Tenkang fox's corpse to them, I might gain the attention of the higher-ups. Suddenly, a massive block of ice appeared behind him, accompanied by chilling whispers. Are you going to harm a child? She continued to threaten. Stand still or I'll kill you. Sissy then bound Zhang Ping's body with ice and issued a warning. Abandon any thought of acting. Zhang Ping worriedly thought, this girl's level is probably much higher than mine. My Nightwalker talent and Assassin's Ring were both discovered by her. Sissy suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, if you don't want to die, find me at the Orphanage Martial Arts School. Zhang Ping secretly wondered, Orphanage Martial Arts School? He watched her suddenly disappear, his eyes filled with astonishment. She disappeared. He secretly guessed with keen intuition, it seems she's not with the Tenkang foxes. Otherwise I would have said goodbye forever. Zhang Ping stood silently, many confusions and questions swirling in his mind. I grew up in an orphanage. When I was a child I practiced turtle boxing in the nearby park. So I named that park the Orphanage Martial Arts School. That girl knows me, how would she know my secret? He walked along the path into a small grove, his mind still incessantly pondering the girl he had just encountered. Not only that, she was also monitoring me, which is why she stopped me just as I was about to make a move. She brought me here, so she must have a purpose. Suddenly a poisonous-tailed rat appeared before him, its claws incredibly sharp. Zhang Ping couldn't help but be surprised at the sight. There's a mutated beast in the forest, he began to appraise it. All information about the poisonous-tailed rat immediately displayed. Mutated beast, steel-armored poison-tailed rat, primary mutated beast, poison tail. It has a poison sac inside its body and can release potent venom through its tailbone spurs. Zhang Ping's eyes suddenly widened, his expression extremely tense. This poisonous-tailed rat is 2 levels higher than me, but it's cautious. Maybe I can escape by slowly retreating. Should I go back? He tightly gripped his dagger, hesitating. No, I can't. If I don't deal with it now, Zhang Ping thought of the young children, as if it gave him motivation. Tomorrow those orphans might be killed if they come to play in the park. It's just a primary mutated beast. He then appraised the dagger in his hand. Beauty's tear, excellent quality, made of cold iron. It can easily damage intermediate mutated beasts. He then quickly encouraged himself with Sister Sei's equipment. Zhang Ping then rushed forward without hesitation, his eyes filled with determination. I will win. He sprinted with lightning speed, thinking, in my previous life I read many fantasy novels where protagonists became exceptionally skilled in combat upon awakening. This doesn't make sense. Although I have no combat experience, I can command my summoned beast Zhang Ping to fight. However, the poisonous-tailed rat suddenly transformed its body into a rapidly spinning wheel, making Zhang Ping's eyes widen. It has that move. He immediately spread his legs, raised his weapon with both hands ready to fully engage the charging poisonous-tailed rat. Full defense. The moment the blade collided with the hard spinning wheel, he gritted his teeth, his expression extremely tense. Its shell is too hard, Beauty's tear can't cut through it. I must use that method. He then forcefully swung it, throwing it towards a large rock above. The sharp claws on its paws suddenly emitted a poisonous magical energy. It immediately shot this energy towards Zhang Ping. However, his agile movements helped him dodge these attacks as if playing a game, controlling himself. Up, up, down, down, retreat, retreat, and roll. After landing, Zhang Ping quickly found the poisonous-tailed rat's weakness. Its eyes are its weakness. Only there is not covered by armor, but it's a bit difficult when it curls into a defensive ball. I must find a way to break its defense. He then converted the fire energy in his body to his palm and began to appraise. Able to convert swallowed flames into fire elemental energy stored within the body, and can release this energy at any time until the fire elemental energy storage is depleted. A look of immense joy appeared on his face. I've got it. Zhang Ping then took a step back, assumed a stance, and secretly thought. First, issue a command, Pearl City Fist Rat, repel. His face glowed with an incredibly resolute expression. I never thought the Pearl City Fist described in history books would have such an effect. This move relied on body size to crush smaller enemies. While the poisonous-tailed rat continuously released toxins towards him, Zhang Ping with agile movements skillfully dodged all attacks and gradually approached it. He then wielded his dagger, twirling it, thinking I must lure it first. Although the poisonous-tailed rat had transformed into a rolling ball for defense, Zhang Ping still decisively rushed forward, stabbing the dagger straight in, and flames instantly erupted all over its body. You idiot! He immediately channeled the flames into his palm, then grinned triumphantly. Keep burning, he then said with a mocking tone. Don't be mad at me. Zhang Ping quickly stepped back for support, then twirled the fiery dagger in his hand, using the momentum to increase its power. He immediately swung his hand backward, preparing to attack. Finally, taking advantage of its momentary release of defense, he swiftly rushed forward and decisively stabbed its eye. The force was so immense that even dirt and rocks were shattered, directly hitting the weak point. A massive explosion immediately occurred there, shaking the ground violently. After burning the poisonous-tailed rat to ashes and thoroughly defeating it, the system displayed a notification. Level upgraded from 3 to 4. Zhang Ping happily thought, indeed practical combat is much faster for leveling up than training. As soon as he turned to stand up, black magical energy suddenly and silently attacked from behind him. He then continued, "The appearance of this poisonous-tailed rat is a bit strange. Are there no other mutated beasts in the city besides the 10 king foxes?" The magical energy then enveloped him, causing his body to gradually sink into the ground. "What is this?" He then suddenly plummeted into a void shrouded in darkness. Sissy C quickly thrust out her hands, and water vortices immediately wrapped around his body. She then said, "I'll give you 5 minutes." Zhang Ping's expression instantly turned to panic. The voice belonged to the girl from earlier. Sissy C decisively pointed the tip of her sword at him, challenging him to prove he was human. Zhang Ping was completely immobilized, unable to move even a single finger to prove his humanity. He immediately rolled his eyes, pouted, and wore a disgruntled expression. "I am human already. Why do I need to prove it?" Seeing Sissy C carefully press the sword's edge closer to him, Zhang Ping frantically guessed to himself, "To prove I'm human? Does she also know there are mutated beasts hiding in the city but doesn't know how to tell them apart, which is why she's asking me to prove myself? She probably suspected me when I was about to deal with that 10 king fox." He forced a smile and said, "Can you give me a hint?" Then he muttered to himself, "Was that poisonous-tailed rat her way of testing me?" Sissy's voice remained stern. 4 minutes left. Zhang Ping immediately used his appraisal skill on her, but it was nullified every time with 8 appraisal failures. Another 20 appraisal failures. Her countdown continued to ring heavily. 2 minutes left. After thousands of failures, Zhang Ping's appraisal skill unexpectedly leveled up. Appraisal failed 999 times. Intermediate appraisal skill has been upgraded to advanced appraisal skill. The advanced appraisal skill can appraise the target's faction. The attribute panel immediately displayed all of Sissy's information. Faction, Scavenger Squad, growth value 5 stars, level 28, Hydromancer, can store water elemental energy by drinking water, and can freely control the water elemental energy around and within her body. Zhang Ping couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "So strong, she's level 28, no wonder she was so difficult to appraise," and even Nightwalker and Assassin's Ring had no effect on her. His dark eyes closed slightly, a hint of unease and worry on his face. "The Scavenger Squad, I've never heard of this faction. Could it be the third major organization besides the patrol team and the investigation team?" Meanwhile, Sissy continued to count down. 1 minute left. Zhang Ping immediately panicked. "Wait," he asked softly. "You call this small park the martial arts school, so you're also from the orphanage, just like me, right?" He still couldn't stop wondering, but in his memories of the orphanage there was no one named Lu Sissy. If she was from there, she must have changed her name. Zhang Ping rattled off a string of names. "Are you Lu Toran, Lu Yishou, Lu Shuizheng, Lu Xingyu?" The last name he blurted out made Sissy's expression suddenly turn to astonishment. "Lu Sissy." Then the tip of her sword unexpectedly grazed his neck, drawing blood. She continued to hold the sword against his neck. Drawing closer, she warned sternly, "That doesn't prove you're human." Zhang Ping immediately opened his eyes wide and deduced, given her reaction just now, it seems she is Lu Sissy. She's 3 years older than me. By the time I entered Mingzhu Academy, Lu Sissy had already graduated and joined the patrol team. If only she and I know this. He recalled his childhood memories at the orphanage where Sissy enthusiastically taught him martial arts every day. "This move is the heaven-shattering Sis Invincible Punch. You must learn it well." Back then, Zhang Ping was still a clumsy little boy. "Why, yes, he stammered with a smile which immediately made Sissy blush. "First stance, second stance, third stance, heaven-shattering Sis Invincible Punch," Zhang Ping excitedly said. "Are you really Sister Sissy?" Then, before he could finish, Sissy quickly interrupted him. "Second question," she said, pointing at his face, and continued to press for details. "According to the Academy's records, your ability is the contract gem, which was rated as useless because it couldn't meet the activation conditions. So what have you been up to all this time?" Zhang Ping answered honestly, his expression highly credible. 2 weeks ago I consumed a contract gem and became my own summoned beast, controlled only by myself. Therefore I'm immune to the illusions of mutated beasts and can see through their disguises. According to my recent research," he immediately told her what he knew. "Currently a large number of 10 king foxes are lurking in the city. I suspect a tribe has invaded Mingzhu City," Zhang Ping continued. "Their racial talent is cognitive distortion." Sissy quickly ran over and grabbed his collar, her face filled with panic. "Is what you're saying true?" Zhang Ping quickly listed a series of specific arguments and evidence. Lue Street, the proprietress of Wancheng Breakfast Shop, the proprietress of Jian Furniture Store, Longzhu Road, the 3 blacksmiths of Longchong Weapon Shop. He looked directly into Sissy's eyes and stated emphatically, "And that 10 king fox you stopped me from attacking. These are all low-level 10 king foxes, you can verify it." Sissy quickly turned and walked away, saying, "Stay here, I'll be right back." She immediately contacted Jin Po to verify the accuracy of the information Zhang Ping provided. "Jin Po, is this information reliable?" Jin Po on the other end immediately confirmed, "Firstly, it's certain that no mutated beast called 10 king fox has ever been found around Mingzhu City. But this cognitive distortion ability has indeed appeared before and matches Zhang Ping's description." He said in a very serious tone, "I've already sent people to secretly apprehend the 2 closest individuals to us. They should be back soon." Suddenly, Wansheng descended from the sky and charged towards him. Jin Po swung her fist, shouting powerfully, "Seeking death? he immediately punched her in the stomach, turning her face purple. Seeing her collapse instantly, bleeding profusely from her stomach, Jinpo exclaimed angrily, "You're asking for it." A gloomy magical energy suddenly rose from Wanchang's corpse, and in an instant the body revealed the true form of a Tenkang fox. Jinpo immediately made a judgment. "It seems the information is true. We finally know who the enemy is." He decisively ordered his subordinates, "Notify the other teams to eliminate the targets directly." The subordinates responded in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, at Mingzhu Academy, Shiyu was lying enjoying the air with her servant standing by looking relaxed. She suddenly woke up, her eyes wide as if realizing something. Her subordinate immediately cried out in panic, "Your Highness!" Shiyu hastily flew away, feeling a slight loss. Another person had died on Lue Street. She suddenly widened her eyes, her expression unusually terrifying. To be able to kill so quickly and then immediately conceal their presence, avoiding my detection. Her eyes suddenly gleamed with anger. The true form of the Tenkang fox following closely. "Who exactly is it?" After seeing Sissy finish her call with Jinpo, Zhang Ping asked. "Has it been verified?" Sissy still replied with lingering doubt. But we can't be sure. Your sudden acquisition of the ability to see through Tenkang fox illusions, could it be a trap deliberately set by them?" She then retracted the water currents binding Zhang Ping and continued, "So you can only be used as a guide. I will covertly protect you from now on. If you discover anything new, you can contact me." Zhang Ping stretched out his hands, rubbing his shoulders that were stiff from being controlled for so long. "Protection and surveillance. All right, as long as the Tenkang foxes can be dealt with, anything is fine." Sissy quickly threw a piece of cold jade to him, then coldly turned away. "Here, take this." This jade came in a pair. One was called cold jade, the other warm jade. She meticulously instructed him, "When you encounter danger, you just need to wrap the cold jade in fire. The warm jade in my hand will then heat up. At that time, I'll know you're in danger and can come to your rescue immediately." Her tone sounded very strict. "But I still require you to enhance your strength. No one can guarantee your safety 100%. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was still focused on following her instructions, wrapping the cold jade in fire. Warming up, he scratched his head and said shyly, "I was also planning to find a martial arts school to learn boxing, but I don't have money for tuition." Sissy then turned to leave, waving her hand and saying, "I'll apply for funding from the organization. Take some time to see which martial arts school is suitable." Zhang Ping's face lit up with a brilliant smile as he replied, "That's great, thank you, Sister Sissy." The next morning, as he walked quickly down the road, he pondered that the number of Tenkang foxes had significantly decreased these past few days, which must be due to the scavenger squad eliminating them. Sissy didn't tell me her identity. It seems she still doesn't trust me enough. If my appraisal skill hadn't leveled up, allowing me to appraise the target's faction, I wouldn't have known she was from the scavenger squad. Then he suddenly stopped, lowered his head and closed his eyes in thought. But how did they know that Mingzhu City was invaded by mutated beasts in the first place? Never mind, as long as I can assist in dealing with the Tenkang foxes, it's fine. He stretched his limbs and then began to look for martial arts schools, thinking and to offer 100,000 Mingzhu coins right off the bat. How generous. Just then, he inadvertently saw Jie Min distributing flyers to people around her, but they were all refused. "Want to learn boxing? Does anyone want to learn Beast King Fist?" Zhang Ping quickly stepped forward and held out his hand asking, "Let me see." Jie Min replied excitedly and happily, "Okay." Zhang Ping read the information on the flyer, hesitating, and said, "The fee is indeed high and I don't know if it's suitable for me." Jie Min's cheeks immediately flushed and her voice rang out with a brilliant smile, "It's definitely worth it. Our Beast King Fist martial art is very famous in Mingzhu City." Seeing Zhang Ping's hesitation, she approached and offered a suggestion. "If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it for you." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately struck a pose while also introducing him to some basic information. The first three stances of the Beast King Fist are Ape King Stance, Crocodile King Stance, and Phoenix Claw Stance. Zhang Ping observed intently, secretly thinking, learning this set of Beast King Fist, both the footwork and the moves are much more advanced than Ming Fist. Jie Min then began the first stance, swinging her hands, her fists decisive and powerful. Immediately after, she spread her legs, stabilized her horse stance, and then quickly swung her hands flexibly. Zhang Ping secretly admired this upon seeing it. This is truly a good martial art. Immediately after, Jie Min leapt up and performed the third stance, delivering a powerful heavy punch, then said, "The Ape King Stance has varied and non-fixed movements." Zhang Ping still concentrated on observing and analyzing her every move, but when Jie Min landed flat on her back, Zhang Ping concluded that she was clearly not proficient enough to fully demonstrate the power of the Beast King Fist. Bear 2 and Bear 1 suddenly appeared, tall and burly, their tone threatening as they said, "Who gave the Beast King Fist gym permission to hand out flyers here?" Zhang Ping helped Jie Min up, asking softly, "Are you all right?" She scratched her head, laughing awkwardly, "And no, I'm fine. I didn't know I couldn't hand out flyers here." Beoguo suddenly appeared, standing between the two muscular men, and insulted, "What's there to learn about such a weak martial art as Beast King Fist? I advise you to come to our Xingyi Martial Arts Academy instead." Zhang Ping pointed at him, seemingly recognizing an acquaintance. "Lightning 5 consecutive falls." Beoguo immediately became furious. "It's lightning 5 consecutive strikes and you're the one who fell." He frowned and shouted loudly, "I haven't settled the score with you for what happened at the blacksmith shop last time, and today's a good day. Bear 1, Bear 2, go." Jie-min quickly blocked Zhang Ping, saying decisively, I won't let you bully him. Bear 1 and Bear 2 immediately roared, their eyes flashing with fury, and the atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Zhang Ping couldn't help but be astonished, quickly using his appraisal skill. Appraisal, instantly, both of their attribute panels appeared. Faction, Xingyi Martial Arts Academy, growth value 1 star, level 4, talent, body enhancement, can enhance physical abilities to a certain extent. Eoguo proudly warned, little sister, stand back, otherwise we'll deal with you too. Zhang Ping's face couldn't help but turn pale with horror. Intelligence exchange for body enhancement. He looked at Bear 1 and Bear 2, gritting his teeth in anger, then said with some reservation, are you sure that's a talent? Afterward he used the appraisal skill on Jie-min. Faction, Beast King Fist Academy, level 3, talent. Diligence makes up for deficiency, learning ability reduced by 90, any skill can be acquired through training. Persistence daily increases growth speed of similar training by 10, up to 1000. His gaze immediately became astonished. Such a high growth value, I didn't expect it to be Wang Jie-min in the end. Zhang Ping then quickly covered his face, looking helpless. But trying to stand up for me with her current strength, isn't she just asking for trouble? He quickly threw a stack of flyers to Jie-min, then pushed her aside, smiling. This is my business, let me handle it myself. Jie-min said anxiously, there are 3 of them, you'll be at a great disadvantage trying to handle them alone. Zhang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up, a playful smile on his lips, his tone very smug. It's alright, didn't you just demonstrate the Beast King Fist? It's perfect for practicing on them. Bear 2 immediately leaped into the air, charging straight at him, shouting angrily, you brat, wishful thinking. Zhang Ping immediately transformed into a flash of lightning, fiercely chopping at Bear 2's neck with suffocating force. First stance, then he immediately glanced at Bear 1's charging movement. He struck Bear 1's stomach with his palm, sending the burly body flying backward. Second stance. Beoguo charged forward furiously, enveloped in lightning. Lightning 5 consecutive. Zhang Ping quickly leapt into the air, striking a pose ready to deliver a fatal blow. He then rushed forward, delivering a lightning kick to his sensitive area, a triumphant smile on his face. Third stance. Beoguo immediately fell to the ground, clutching his vital area tightly. Zhang Ping then spoke triumphantly, too bad, you still need to bring 2 more people. Your proud lightning 5 consecutive strikes has already been defeated. He then quickly turned and left, saying to Jie-min, let's go, take me to the Beast King Fist Gym to sign up. Jie-min asked in surprise, are you really going to sign up? Zhang Ping's tone was light and serious. Yes, Jie-min immediately praised happily. You're amazing, you learned the Ape King stance just by watching it once. Could you teach me any moves I don't understand in the future? Zhang Ping replied with a smile, no problem. Jie-min's face lit up with excitement. That's great, with your help I'll definitely become strong quickly. Zhang Ping secretly speculated in his heart. Her potential is immense, she'll be at least an advanced awakened one in the future. He looked at her, smiling slightly with a hint of admiration. She might even become a top-tier awakened one. Perhaps I'll need her help someday. Early in the morning, the Beast King Fist Gym was in utter chaos. Someone spotted the coach at the end of the street. What, the coach is back? Everyone was in a mess like an autonomous region. Oh no, didn't the coach say he'd be back in 2 days? What do we do now? I haven't even finished half of the Ape King stance yet. You lazy bums, just wait to be punished, wake up. Zhang Ping couldn't adapt to the local customs for a moment. It seems everyone is very afraid of the coach. Jie-min deeply understood their feelings. Our coach Bati is notoriously strict. Anyone who fails to complete their tasks will be severely punished. Zhang Ping suddenly asked her curiously, have you ever been punished? Unexpectedly, her reaction was surprisingly positive. I've been punished the most for over a month. I didn't even meet the basic boxing standards. Zhang Ping even began to wonder what there was to be proud of. Why? Just then, the door creaked open like a switch being flipped. Everyone shouted in unison, good morning, coach. Jie-min hastily whispered a reminder, coach is here, quickly stand straight. Bite appeared with an imposing aura. Everyone stand straight, incorrect posture, 50 laps of punishment. Everyone responded in unison, yes, not daring to defy. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping's ability also successfully appraised. He was a level 25 awakened one with the multi-transformation talent, and now possessed both wolf form and berserker lion form. After reading, Zhang Ping could only swallow and exclaim, so strong, his level is almost comparable to Sister Sississy's. Finally, his gaze swept over to them. Bide quickly recognized him. You're the kid who helped the Xingyi Martial Arts Academy yesterday. Zhang Ping remained unfazed and composed. So what if I am? Unexpectedly, he didn't follow the usual course of action. Kid, take this. Zhang Ping was almost bewildered, not understanding what was happening, but his body subconsciously dodged the incoming danger. Wait a minute, he tried hard to persuade while showcasing his flexibility. You're going too far, attacking a newcomer without a word. Bide showed a surprised expression but didn't hold back. A newcomer. In fact, the fighting spirit within him burned even more fiercely. I heard you learned the Ape King stance just by watching one demonstration, kid. The earth-shattering punch struck fiercely, and Zhang Ping could only mutter in his mind, damn it, I can't dodge it. As a result, he only received an unexpectedly light blow. Bide laughed heartily because he had discovered a rough gem. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. Your comprehension, kid, is impressive. At the same time, he didn't forget to scold his most troublesome disciple. It's a shame the person who demonstrated the Ape King stance for you was a rookie. Several steps were ridiculously wrong. Bide was very willing to guide him. I'll correct you later. Zhang Ping also wisely bowed in thanks. "Thank you, coach." Only then did he turn around and scold those trembling individuals. "Next, it's time to check if you've been slacking off." At this moment his face became very serious, completely different from his earlier relaxed demeanor. "Everyone line up, spar with me one by one. Those who don't meet the standard do 500 push-ups and run 10 kilometers. Zhang Ping secretly lit a candle for them. As expected of a body enhancement awakened one, the training was simple and brutal. Just then a finger suddenly poked Zhang Ping's back. He immediately turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" Jaemin stammered and hesitated a little. "Well," she plucked up the courage to ask for a favor. "The coach isn't willing to teach me much, so he'll correct you later. Could you teach me privately?" Zhang Ping quickly agreed without hesitation. "No problem. After class, come with me to the blacksmith shop and I'll help you practice." Her thirst for knowledge reached its peak. "Really? I was worried you'd refuse." But Zhang Ping suddenly remembered Jie Min's unique talent. No, diligence makes up for deficiency. Learning ability is reduced by 90. He couldn't help but worry about his future. Is her talent skill meant to torture the person teaching her? Meanwhile, she had already sincerely bowed. "Please teach me a lot in the future." Zhang Ping found it difficult to say more as the die was cast. No wonder Coach Bide wasn't willing to teach her much. A few days later, the two continued to train hard in the gym. "Wrong move, do it again." "I'm sorry." He could only repeat it like a machine. "Wrong again, do it again." After countless ineffective attempts by Jie Min, Zhang Ping improved his teaching method. I divided the Ape King stance into small movements, letting her practice them individually, which barely had any effect. In addition, he also gained something. This Beast King fist indeed has some merit. After practicing for a few days, I vaguely feel signs of my level increasing. Suddenly, Luz's crisp voice rang out. "Zhang Ping, I'm back." Zhang Ping motioned to Jiemin's sister Sei is back. She tried hard to continue practicing. "I'll go see." She nodded eagerly, passing temporarily. He had just entered the room when he heard her complaining, "Damn it, this time it was almost over. I don't know what the hell happened, but the wild beasts and mutated beasts outside have decreased a lot." Luz proactively recounted her journey. "We had to go deep into the northern mountains and encountered a pack of wolves. They were all storm wolves." Zhang Ping could hardly believe it when he heard this news. "Ah," he hastily asked in alarm. "Sister Sei, are you all right?" Her expression remained calm. "Fortunately, we used an underground tunnel to hide and the wolves couldn't find prey, so they went to attack the wild people nearby." Then Luz brought up what she really wanted to say. "I took the opportunity to reap the benefits and got some good things from those wolves. Come on, hold out your hand. Even genuine articles of this kind are rare." The item in her hand was indeed the extremely rare wind gem, which could store wind elemental energy and release it to form wind blades, storms, and other attacks. Zhang Ping also recognized it with his appraisal ability. "This is a wind gem." She wasn't too surprised. "You're knowledgeable. Even in a child's hand, this thing can unleash various spells like aerial wind blades and storms." The moment they touched, he suddenly heard many unfamiliar voices. "Brother, it's broad daylight. That's not good." Zhang Ping couldn't help but wonder what this voice was, but it continued to ring. "Fan family blade. First stance, blade chi rages. Birds in the trees fly in pairs. Green mountains and water smile. U12 is dead. Humans must die. Today I'll eat 2 more. Then the system popped up a notification. Contract gem level 4. Additional effect level 4 activated. Awakened talent wind speaker. Primary wind speaker. Talent holder will randomly hear loud thoughts within a 10-mile radius, unable to actively control. Zhang Ping unexpectedly gained an unforeseen bonus. As expected, it's a new talent. Just like the pyromancer last time, the contract gem's effect was delayed. Suddenly, a clear, eerie voice sounded in his ear. "Besides Wang Jiemin, there's another man in this shop. That man seems to be the one who made your highness scold us at the academy dormitory." Zhang Ping immediately turned his head in that direction. Is this the voice of a Tenkang fox? Their evil voices revealed their covetous nature. "Looks delicious. Let's eat them for lunch today." "I'll eat the kid and Wang Jiemin is for you." Unintentionally, he discovered a huge conspiracy. We're being followed. Meanwhile, Sissy had just finished showering when she saw the warm jade glowing red. She immediately understood the situation there. Oh no, Zhang Ping is in danger. Zhang Ping was on edge. It's been so long, why hasn't Sister Sissy arrived yet? He felt that the 2 Tenkang foxes were losing patience and could pounce at any moment. Lius also noticed his abnormal expression. "What's wrong with you? Are you all right?" But Zhang Ping was highly vigilant and had no time to respond. Both of them were intermediate Tenkang foxes. Even with Sister Sei, they had no chance of winning. So he decided to subtly divert her attention. "Oh right, Sister Sei, you haven't visited Uncle Lu since you came back, have you? Why don't you go up and see him first? I'll buy some groceries to cook for everyone." As expected, Lius quickly became interested. "Sounds good. It's been a long time since I've eaten your cooking. I'll take the wind gem with me." Zhang Ping could only comply. No one knew he had already planned a safe escape route for them. Now is the time to take Wang Jiemin and leave here, to avoid harming Sister Sei and Uncle Lu. She still didn't know the calm before the storm. "Don't make us wait too long." Afterward, he went alone to the blacksmith shop's backyard where Jiemin was still working hard. "Zhang Ping, does this movement look right?" He didn't explain much but quickly grabbed her hand. "Don't make a sound, follow me." She couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong?" Unfortunately, their movements were a step slower than the Tenkang foxes. "Where are you two going?" Zhang Ping subconsciously gasped. "Damn it. However, Jie Min remained innocent. "Mom and Dad, why are you here?" He had to immediately stop her. "Don't go over there," she softly reassured him. "Zhangping, they're my parents, it's okay." Only he could see that beneath the human skin were two level 15 Tenkang Fox mutated beasts. They possessed the talent of cognitive distortion, which could alter the target's cognition and force them not to detect abnormalities. On the surface, they were still playing the role of worried parents. "Min, who is this person next to you? Why does he seem so scared of Mom and Dad?" Jie Min truthfully introduced them. "He's my friend from the martial arts gym." Coincidentally, their plan aligned with Zhangping's intention. "This dark room is perfect." She, however, was in a panic, completely unaware. "Ah, what is this?" The Tenkang Foxes were equally perceptive. "Oh no, they're trying to escape." Jie Min still seemed caught in their illusion. "Mom and Dad." Zhangping could only speak to awaken her. "Ignore them." At the same time, he dodged attacks while tightly protecting her. "Hold on to me." Zhangping desperately tried to escape, but he still couldn't match their speed. "Oh no, they're catching up." A Tenkang Fox took the opportunity to strike him with a heart-piercing claw, making Jie Min's face pale. Zhangping, after the dust cleared, they still stood like two pillars guarding their prey. She was also somewhat affected, but more worried about him. "Zhangping, are you all right?" He lightly wiped away the blood, quickly adopting a fighting stance. "I'm fine." Even now, Jie Min was still very confused by the situation. "Dad, why?" Zhangping had no choice but to reveal the truth to fully awaken her. "Don't go over. They're mutated beasts." The Tenkang Fox gradually became interested. "Oh, you can actually see through our disguise. It seems your resolve and killing intent are immediately off the chart, so we can't let you live." Its decisive move was enough to make Zhangping recognize his own strength. "Too fast, I can't dodge it at all." "Is this the level gap?" Meanwhile, the other one also cooperated with its companion. Min, my dear daughter." Zhangping suddenly realized he had missed an important detail. "Oh no, the other one is targeting Wang Jie Min." Jie Min's thoughts seemed to be controlled by the Tenkang Fox. "Mom," Zhangping could only helplessly watch everything unfold. I can't hold on much longer either." Just then, Sississy's cold voice rang out like a life-saving charm. "Zhangping, move aside." She appeared for only a few seconds before swiftly dealing with the two Tenkang Foxes. Zhangping hadn't even reacted. "Sister Sissy," and she was still immersed in the illusion they had woven. No, however, Sissy's moves came like a storm, unstoppable. After the battle, she still remained very calm. "Is everyone all right?" But Jie Min was already in despair. "No," she couldn't accept the cruel truth before her. Why did you kill my parents?" Zhangping compassionately revealed the truth to her. "Wang Jie Min, they aren't your parents. They're just Tenkang Foxes disguised as your parents." However, she could no longer control her rationality. "Impossible, you're lying to me. They are clearly my parents." He temporarily stopped persuading and instead asked about the situation. "Why don't the Tenkang Foxes reveal their true forms?" Jie Min muttered to herself, as if distraught. "You're lying to me." And Sissy disseminated the information. There should be king-level Tenkang Foxes in the city, strengthening the illusion talent of the entire tribe, which is why low-level ones can evade advanced awakened ones. The ones that were killed before only revealed their true forms outside the city. Zhangping suddenly had an idea. Since that's the case, perhaps he decided to use his ability. Only he could expose their disguise, then candidly reveal the bloody truth and help her regain clarity. "Wang Jie Min, these two mutated beasts have already murdered your parents and then impersonated them." Behind those loving, intimate gestures lay a malicious conspiracy that had been brewing for a long time. Finally, Zhangping made that thin layer of illusion completely disappear. "This is the truth." Jie Min's worldview completely collapsed at this moment. How could this be? Night fell. The moon hung high, but the forest below was not as peaceful as the scenery. Hooves and carriage wheels moved rapidly. Shiyu sat leisurely in the carriage, one leg crossed over the other. 9 of her kin had died this week. She stretched out her long legs. It seemed humans had found a way to break through their illusions. Jie Min's mother crossed her arms and asked, "Your Highness, why don't we just kill them all and take over the city once and for all?" The fat man immediately retorted, "Then what will we eat later? Grass?" Suddenly, Shiyu let out a roar, silencing everyone. Explain to these ignorant subordinates that killing all humans is impractical and a waste of food. What needs to be done is to root out those hiding in the shadows and eliminate them one by one." Shiyu turned to the person next to her and asked, "Does the Vice City Lord have any countermeasures?" He bowed respectfully. "Your Highness, we can introduce other races to stir up trouble in Mingzhu City, then concentrate our forces to eliminate the human powerhouses one by one." Shiyu's gaze deepened. "How do you know they are still in the city?" Then he clenched his fists. "I believe that besides the patrol team and the investigation team, there's another organization among the 3 major ones. The City Lord was severely wounded by your Highness before and fled after being injured. I suspect he's hiding in that organization. I know he won't leave this city. He must be waiting for us to expose a weakness." At this moment, a subordinate also spoke. "Your Highness, I think the idea of introducing other races is good," the fat man said while chewing. Yes, I was just thinking of a change of taste." Shiyu slowly stepped down from the carriage and at the same time her head transformed into a monster. Although the king is still asleep, Shiyu didn't forget to threaten Huang Mingze. "Although you helped my tribe, if you dare make any small moves, we'll kill you too." Finally, she revealed her true form. "I hope you understand your place." Huang Mingze immediately knelt down. "Your subordinate wouldn't dare. Your subordinate dedicates his life to Mingzhu City." But unfortunately the city lord is incompetent, and Mingzu City has been slow to develop. Your subordinate only hopes that Mingzu City," Huang Ming's eyes glinted wickedly, "can be taken over by a stronger leader." In another place, Jiamin trembled as she walked to the syrup pool. Tears dripping onto her hands, she wept profusely, sobbing sadly, crying her heart out. I'm sorry, if only I had found out earlier." But Sissy poured cold water on her without mercy. "Even if you had found out earlier, what could you have done?" Seeing this, Zhang Ping quickly intervened. "All right, sister, take your time." Jiamin cried out in pain. "Enough, it's all my fault, I'm too weak. Someone like me can't even learn the simplest boxing moves. Why did this happen to my parents? You don't know what to say, you can only listen silently. Why wasn't it me who died?" So Zhang Ping decided to hug her. He gently comforted her. "Listen, this isn't your fault." Zhang Ping hugged her tighter. "I'm just like you. I also had someone very important to me, but she was killed by a Tenkang fox from the patrol team. I always wonder if I had stopped her from joining the patrol team that day, would the tragedy have been avoided?" This seemed to work, and Jiamin stopped crying. "But I know even if time rewound, the outcome wouldn't change. Joining the patrol team was her dream, and no one could stop her. You healed her wounds little by little. No one can change fate, so what happened to your family isn't your fault, but you can change the future, become stronger, and protect other important people." This successfully touched Jiamin's fragile heart. "I believe your parents in heaven will be proud of you." Jiamin closed her eyes, letting the last few tears fall. "Thank you, Zhang Ping." Then you helped her stand up, and as you spoke, she spit out syrup. "As for the monsters in the city, believe me, I will eliminate them all." Jiamin screamed in horror. Zhang Ping, he suddenly suffered such a severe injury. Before passing out, Zhang Ping still said regretfully, "Just now I commanded my body to hold on as much as possible, but I didn't expect it to only last this long." Subsequently, two blurry figures appeared before Zhang Ping's eyes. He adjusted his vision, and it turned out to be Jiamin and Sissy who were smiling. She saw Zhang Ping sit up and quickly advised, "Don't move around carelessly or your wound might reopen." He held his still dizzy head. How long have I been asleep?" Jiamin suddenly grabbed his hand and earnestly said, "Zhang Ping, I've decided. I must become stronger." She held up two fingers and said firmly, "Then, together with everyone, we will eliminate the Tenkang foxes." You smiled encouragingly. I believe you can do it." Seeing this, Sissy also suggested, "Miss Wang, your home is no longer safe. Why don't you stay here with the two of you together? I will guarantee your safety." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Zhang Ping's mind. "The king is still asleep. Know your place, Huang Mingze. Your subordinate wouldn't dare." Based on this voice, it wasn't hard for you to guess that it was Luo Shiyu's voice. Zhang Ping immediately glanced at Sissy and told her in shock, "Sister Sissy, the Tenkang foxes have changed," she exclaimed in surprise. "What did you say?" After a while, Zhang Ping told her everything. "Huang Mingze, he's the vice city lord of Mingzu City, and appeared in the conversation with the Tenkang foxes. It's highly likely he has betrayed us. As for the king, who can strengthen the illusion talent of the entire tribe, making even top-tier awakened ones unable to detect it, that is of course the king among the Tenkang foxes." She immediately formulated a plan. "If our king is asleep, now is a good opportunity for us to fight back. Zhang Ping, we need your cooperation to identify the Tenkang foxes." You solemnly replied, "No problem." Meanwhile, Tifeng was puffing on his pipe and complaining, "I'm hungry." And Lius was losing patience. "Wait a moment, Zhang Ping should be back with food soon." In the scavenger squad's base, Manny's voice carried a hint of displeasure. "First you asked me to open the secret room, and now you're asking me to open the sky curtain," she grumbled as she walked. "Sissy is so bossy." The door ahead gradually opened. Shu Jia then spoke, "Manny, would you like some coffee? This might take a while." She gave a thumbs up. "No, I just had some." Then the three began to cast their abilities. First was Shu Jia, solar energy replenishment completed. Next was Manny, black curtain completed. Finally was Luo Wei, light and shadow transformation completed. The illusionary sky curtain began to envelop the entire city. After some time working together, the scavenger squad was finally willing to reveal some information to Zhang Ping. The scavenger squad is the most secretive organization in Mingzu City. Their duty is to step forward when Mingzu City is about to face disaster, while also cleansing all the filth in Mingzu City. They are the ace of Mingzu City. The scavenger squad often has to conduct secret operations, and the team assisting them is a special organization, the Barrier Group. According to Sissy, the Barrier Group mainly has 3 members. The leader, Manny, whose ability is Black Curtain, the dark room you entered many times before, was created by her personally. Shu Jia's ability is Solar Energy Charging, providing energy to teammates by absorbing light to maintain combat effectiveness. Isn't that just a power bank? And Chen Luoi's ability is Light and Shadow Transformation, gaining invisibility by changing the light and color on the surface of objects. The 3 of them can jointly activate the illusionary sky curtain, which can pull creatures below king level within the curtain into a dark room. The world inside can also be freely adjusted to confuse opponents. This is the Barrier Group's strongest method. If the Tenkang foxes quietly kill people by distorting cognition, then they will use their own methods against them. On the bustling streets outside, Moon 2 and Moon 1 looked around, drooling. She tried hard to restrain her desire. "Moon 2, why don't we pick a few people here and take them back?" A barrier reflected their figures. Moon 2 was a little uneasy. "The city hasn't been safe lately." but Moon One still didn't care. What's wrong? Are you already scared? She turned her head, her eyes filled with confusion. She looked up at the sky, feeling something wasn't right. She put her hands on her hips and said coldly, "What's wrong? I think you're being overly suspicious." Suddenly, Moon One's eyes widened. Furthermore, the surrounding silence made her nervous. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, a fist appeared, silently rushing towards their backs. An earth-shattering explosion occurred, and the person who threw that punch emerged vaguely from the dust. "Too bad I couldn't take out 2 people with 1 punch," Moon One shouted angrily. "Damn it, you're the one who's been killing our kin in Mingzu City lately." Disdain filled her face. "How dare you openly attack us? Aren't you afraid we'll call for reinforcements?" The person who appeared was the level 32 Jinpo. "Why don't you try calling?" Although she said this, her heart was still uneasy. According to Zhang Ping's intelligence, these 2 are around level 25. "I should be able to handle it." With that, Moon One rushed forward, attacking frantically. She reached out to grab Jinpo's arm, but he was wounded in the abdomen. Then Moon Two also rushed up, little piece of food. When she saw the inexplicable wound on Jinpo's arm, she had clearly blocked it herself. Then a fierce blow struck him. Moon One laughed maniacally. "Is that all you've got? I really don't understand how those kin were killed." As soon as she finished speaking, she was punched beyond recognition. Jinpo threw Moon One far away. "Now you know," Moon Two shouted worriedly. "Moon One?" She angrily brandished her claws and leapt up. "Damn it, I'll take your life." At this moment, he merely watched Moon Two's arm approaching coldly. "So that's how it is." Jinpo no longer blocked her hand but instead grabbed the monster's arm. He immediately reversed it. This ability is indeed strong for sneak attacks, but useless for direct confrontation. She struggled painfully, screaming continuously, "Moon One, save me!" Jinpo easily noticed someone charging over. "Hello!" Then he threw Moon Two towards Moon One. Next, Jinpo leapt up, blocking their rushing direction, and he raised his foot high once again. So Jinpo fiercely kicked both of them to the ground. "Goodbye." Moon Two was still dying. "Why can't we feel our companions?" Only at the last moment did Moon One suddenly realize, "We've fallen into a trap." Finally, he gave them another powerful heavy punch. Before selling salt, the 2 also said their last words, "I hate you." Jinpo ended the battle. Zhang Ping and Sissy looked at the huge explosion and exclaimed, "So strong." Her voice was filled with pride. "After all, Jinpo is also the leader of our combat team." But you couldn't stop smiling. "But that pose makes it hard not to think of a Super Saiyan." Sissy was a little curious about it. What's that? In contrast, in the outside world, people still lived as usual, as if nothing had happened. Just then, Shi-Bai called her. "Lu Sisahan, this is Shi-Bai. The mutated beasts outside the city have started gathering for no reason, causing disturbances. If they enter the city now, I'm afraid it will increase the burden on the illusionary sky curtain. Go outside the city and investigate the situation." Sissy hesitated a little, but he seemed to understand her concerns. "If you're worried about Zhang Ping, you can take him with you. It'll be good practice for his combat skills." Sissy's voice was noticeably lighter. "Understood." In addition, Shi-Bai added, "We've already recorded the Tenkang foxes you pointed out earlier. I'll arrange for the combat team to deal with them." She acknowledged. "Understood." Zhang Ping could only think to himself, could the pack of storm wolves Sister Say encountered before be related to this? Sissy immediately turned and left. "Let's go, Zhang Ping. I'm going outside the city. I'll send someone to protect the blacksmith shop." You followed and asked who was that important person just now. She honestly replied, "He's our leader. After the mission, I wish you a smooth meeting." Zhang Ping readily answered, "Okay, intelligence from the Intelligence Research Institute, primary stage from level 1 to level 10. Zhang Ping's current level is primary. Next is intermediate, from level 11 to level 20. Most Tenkang foxes are intermediate, then comes advanced. From level 21 to level 30. Lu Sisahan has already reached level 28. A few elite Tenkang foxes are also advanced. Then comes top tier from level 31 to level 40. The human limit is level 40. Jin Po is level 32. Prince Moon might be top tier. Finally, there's king level from level 40 and above. This is the level of mutated beasts. There's no upper limit. King level Tenkang foxes exist in the Tenkang fox tribe. So Zhang Ping and Sissy left the city together. You looked around curiously. "This is my first time leaving the city since I grew up. These are plants." Zhang Ping's foot subconsciously tried to step on a clump of sour grass, but she quickly pulled him back. "Don't go over there." Suddenly, it sprayed out a green ball. Then it flew high into the sky and exploded, splattering green liquid everywhere. Sissy seemed accustomed to it. These plants are called sour grass. They are rich in highly corrosive acid and their mature fruits explode like fireworks. Not only that, she also warned, sour grass propagates this way, so be careful. Sissy looked at the bouncing rabbit in the grass. "There's also another mutated beast that eats sour grass, and that's your first opponent. I need to investigate the mutated beast riot. Don't wander far from here." Zhang Ping immediately used his appraisal skill on it, and the results showed. Mutated beast, corrosive water bullet rabbit race. Mutated rabbit, potential 3 stars, primary mutated beast level 9 talent. Can spray highly corrosive water from hidden sweat glands in its ears. Just then you brandished the beauty's tear dagger. This rabbit looks like a harmless animal, but its level was even higher than that of the poison-tailed rat. Before it noticed him, Zhang Ping seized the opportunity to rush towards the bouncing rabbit, launching a surprise attack. To his surprise, it was agile and managed to dodge. He blocked the bouncing rabbit's path and attacked with Mingzu fist. but the bouncing rabbit, enraged, retaliated by spraying acid from its ears. He hastily used his hands to defend himself, not expecting the acid to spray so far. Next, the bouncing rabbit jumped onto a sour grass patch and the sour grass fruits began to spray continuously. Oh no, the sour grass is agitated by it. Subsequently, the sour grass fruits exploded, forcing Zhang Ping to employ dodging maneuvers to avoid the acid. His body then automatically analyzed the situation. First, he quickly traversed the dangerous area where the acid fell. This rabbit's perception is very keen and its reactions are very agile. My surprise attack didn't succeed. Next, Zhang Ping deduced from the bouncing rabbit's habits that it possessed long-range attack skills and was immune to sour grass. The last point was that it was extremely cunning, first spraying acid to prevent him from approaching, then deliberately luring him into the area of ripe fruits. His gaze fell upon where the bouncing rabbit stood, affirming that its movements were both agile and cunning. The bouncing rabbit is indeed not easy to deal with. Afterward, Zhang Ping curiously looked at his still unharmed hands. Why didn't this acid corrode me? I clearly used my hands to block the acid projectile fired by that rabbit. He immediately summoned the fire from before, then realized with a jolt. Could it be because of the fire? Unexpectedly, the bouncing rabbit continued to spray acid, letting out sounds of "eat my acid," but Zhang Ping only needed to wave his hand, flaring fire to neutralize its attack. The acid instantly dissipated upon contact with fire. Now that he had grasped the bouncing rabbit's weakness, he had the right to be arrogant. Indeed, this acid fears fire and evaporated instantly. No wonder Sister Sissy could confidently let me fight such a higher-level opponent. Suddenly it became even fiercer. Damn it, all my acid is wasted, it roared while charging towards Zhang Ping, attacking. Why aren't you corroded yet? He immediately used his hands to shield his body. This familiar feeling. Do even minions have 2 levels? Although his hands constantly retaliated, they were still injured, bleeding profusely. Its claw attacks also had corrosive effects. The scratches on his hands made him curse in pain. You bastard! Even though he saw that it was also injured, Zhang Ping showed no mercy. It knows that long-range attacks are useless against me, so it wants to go head-to-head. So he unleashed his full firepower. Materializationist Fire Reserve 43,100. To avoid being corroded, I must envelop my entire body in flames. Zhang Ping burned like a torch, but this method would rapidly consume fire, so he had to finish the battle quickly. He secretly plotted, I'll use fire to surround it. Then Zhang Ping quickly rushed forward to attack. Little rabbit, you can set traps. But you're not the only one. Thus, one person chased and fought one rabbit. He brandished Beauty's tear, intending to strike the bouncing rabbit. Now you have nowhere to run, do you? Die. At this moment, Materializationist Fire Reserve was only 3,100. Finally, the Materializationist Fire Reserve was depleted. Zhang Ping looked back at its fleeing figure. It dodged. He then grinned triumphantly again. But that's exactly what I want. Zhang Ping immediately activated Materializationist to absorb fire. Materializationist Fire Reserve increased from 4 to 13,100. He aggressively brandished Beauty's tear. Let's see where you'll escape in the air. The bouncing rabbit was burned to ashes, practically a roasted rabbit. That was really exhausting. Zhang Ping sighed deeply. My attributes didn't increase. That rabbit must still be alive. I'll have to kill a few more. After everything was done, he put away his weapon. Upon receiving the notification, Zhang Ping kept exclaiming, as expected of a level 9 mutated beast, killing one can increase all attributes by 2 points, but unfortunately his level still hadn't increased. Despite this, the explanation was that the higher the level, the harder it was to level up, because the experience gained through training and monster hunting only increased attribute levels, and not one's own level, which was very common. Absorbing fire. Total energy reached 1,000. Primary Materializationist has been upgraded to Intermediate Materializationist. Reserve capacity increased to 300. The flames on his sword became stronger, and the Materializationist also leveled up. He had gained a lot, and he was overjoyed. Suddenly, an anomaly made Zhang Ping turn his head. This time, the gift he received was a group of bouncing rabbits. Die, all of you! At this moment, Zhang Ping involuntarily commanded himself, letting out a cry of die. Round 14. Zhang Ping checked his Materializationist Fire Reserve 3,300. He broke into a cold sweat. I'm finished. That previous attack had already used up his reserve. He turned to look at the group of bouncing rabbits, unable to help but sigh. And there are too many rabbits. The leading one roared ferociously. Zhang Ping suddenly remembered something and fumbled in his pocket. Right, he only had time to pull out the cold jade before hastily fleeing. Even with such a small reserve, I can still activate the jade pendant. Of the 36 stratagems, the best is to run away. Zhang Ping ran, screaming pitifully, Sister Sissy, help me! Unexpectedly, a group jumped out and blocked his path. Zhang Ping looked back, sweating profusely with worry. No way, they even know flanking tactics, so he was surrounded on all sides. This is trouble. At this moment, Zhang Ping could only weakly cover his head, first using his clothes to block the first wave of attacks. Suddenly a massive block of ice appeared behind him, blocking the acid rain. Zhang Ping curiously glanced at it. This familiar water element, he thought, jumping with joy. It's Sister Sissy indeed. She walked over and commanded. Stand back. Sissy shot streams of water from her hands. Have the bouncing rabbits also run wild? she used her ability to create a giant wave rushing towards the group of bouncing rabbits. They had no time to escape and were scattered by the surge. The group of bouncing rabbits struggled continuously in the water, their faces filled with fear. Then Sissy simply snapped her fingers, transforming the water waves into ice. Zhang Ping watched intently. So powerful, I had to exert all my strength just to deal with one. She turned her head and questioned, "How long have I been gone? Why are there suddenly so many?" He also put on an innocent expression. "I don't know either." Sissy turned to look at the group of bouncing rabbits. Endless. Then she confidently summoned an ice sword, no matter how many there are. Unexpectedly, they bypassed Sissy and charged towards the largest block of ice, startling Sissy. Are they not attacking here because of the leading one, but it should be dead already? She had already sensed that something was amiss among them. They completely ignored what was happening around them, as if drawn by something. So Sissy wielded her sword, striking down the group of bouncing rabbits one by one. "Since that's the case, I won't hold back." She swung for a while, and it was time to finish. The last one. Sissy focused her attention on the leading rabbit. If I'm not mistaken, the answer lies within that leading rabbit's body. With that, she placed her hand on the ice block, and the ice began to melt rapidly. After only a moment, it exploded and shattered into pieces. Sissy continuously turned over every stone, searching. After a while, she exclaimed, "Found it." She held up a mysterious blue spherical bead. "This is actually a soul-guiding ring." At this moment, Zhang Ping curiously rushed over to observe. "A soul-guiding ring? What is this? It smells so good." Sissy solemnly explained that this item was created by a certain organization and was used to control mutated beasts. Not only that, she added. "Has the zoo family beast taming already appeared?" She heard that the soul-guiding ring emits a special fragrance that only low-level mutated beasts can smell. Sissy immediately threw the pill into the bouncing rabbit crowd. "This fragrance will induce mutated beasts to eat it, which is different from your contract gem." She watched the leading rabbit roar furiously, thinking to herself, "After a mutated beast eats a soul-guiding ring, it will lose its mind and eventually be forcibly tamed. But how the zoo family controls those tamed mutated beasts we still don't know." Sissy gripped the soul-guiding ring tightly. "This thing won't be digested. If left unchecked, mutated beasts will surely be controlled." With that, she crushed it into powder. "In any case, the mutated beast riot is definitely related to the soul-guiding ring. I will report this to headquarters." Sissy turned around and commanded, "As for whether the zoo family is responsible, we'll wait until the investigation is clear. You will train diligently with me outside the city." Zhang Ping quickly raised his hand and replied, "Yes." Unexpectedly, she shot the ice sword at a nearby tree. Zhang Ping looked bewildered. "What's going on?" The ice sword split the tree trunk in two, but there was nothing unusual. Sissy retracted her hand. "It's nothing," she thought. "Was I being overly suspicious?" A week later, a subordinate respectfully bowed to Luo Shiyu. "Your Highness, all 10 king foxes living on Elephant Street have been summoned here." Outside the city, strange winds continuously blew. She frowned in displeasure. "The mutated beast riots are becoming more frequent. Is Huang Ziming instigating this behind the scenes?" Luo Shiyu immediately stood up. "Forget it. I can't entirely rely on that person. I must also begin to act." An eerie red light emanated from Luo Shiyu's body. "As you almost already know, humans have recently found a way to clear mental interference, causing heavy casualties among our kind. In the past week, I found that the slain kin were mainly distributed on Elephant Street. Those of you living near Elephant Street are likely to become the next targets. I want you all to create some commotion, making the enemy think you've discovered some clues," she sternly ordered. "Attempt to escape, thereby prompting them to act sooner." They hesitated a little. Luo Shiyu squinted at her sharp-clawed hands. "I want to see who this opponent truly is," they replied in unison. Understood. In another tranquil part of the forest, the bouncing rabbits were leisurely foraging for food. Suddenly, Zhang Ping raised Beauty's tear and attacked. With one strike, Nightwalker's effect was disabled. Zhang Ping continuously sent bouncing rabbits to their demise. After a week of rabbit hunting, he had simultaneously leveled up to level 6. Not only that, he also nonchalantly watched them spray acid attacks. Having completely mastered their weaknesses and attack methods, Zhang Ping enveloped his body in flames first, to neutralize their long-range attacks and provoke them. He then charged forward to counterattack. Once provoked, they would coat themselves in acid, getting close to entangle him. Then Zhang Ping struck it with his blade. Acid can be ignited, but it burns for a very short time and won't be life-threatening. Not only that, he also threw something at the bouncing rabbit. If red refined snake gall is used as fuel, as expected, the flames continued to burn. Zhang Ping intended to give it a nice name. He called it Materializationist Samadhi True Fire. However, the next second he changed his mind. "Forget it, never mind." He walked away arrogantly, leaving behind a fireball incinerating the group of bouncing rabbits. Zhang Ping took one last glance. The snake scales collected during this period are all used up this time. He watched them burn in the flames, confidently thinking, "I've defeated so many monsters in one go this time, I'm definitely going to level up." Upon seeing the appraised values, Zhang Ping was overjoyed. "Indeed, I leveled up. Besides, there's another value that concerns me. Wait, the contract gem also leveled up." He watched it turn blue, ecstatic. "Before, I thought the contract gem's level was synchronized with my own level. But when I leveled up twice to level 6, the gem's level was still level 4. Is the contract gem harder to level up?" Zhang Ping immediately put it into his mouth. I wonder what ability I'll awaken after eating this time, he pondered single-mindedly, not noticing that the bouncing rabbit was being eroded by a black mist. I hope it's combat-related. Suddenly, it was automatically awakened after being suppressed. The bouncing rabbit continuously absorbed the black mist into its body. Zhang Ping turned around and stared blankly. This one isn't dead yet. He excitedly used materializationist, flames entwined. A few more times will be the same. I'm not who I used to be. Both charged furiously towards each other. Zhang Ping excitedly wielded his sword, charging straight forward. Unexpectedly, the sword passed through empty air. Zhang Ping was a little surprised and switched the sword to his other hand. What is this? Is it because I killed too many rabbits so vengeful spirits appeared? He tightly gripped Beauty's tear. Vengeful spirits or ghosts, whatever. Then Zhang Ping sliced through its body with a clean stroke. Die. The result was that the bouncing rabbit met its end for the second time. He observed for a while, unable to help but wonder, when did the bouncing rabbit acquire this skill? Zhang Ping immediately probed with his sword. Was it also controlled by the soul guiding ring? After a while he found something in his hand, but it didn't seem to be the soul guiding ring. Without further delay, Zhang Ping immediately appraised it, but the report showed 5 appraisal failures. He held it up and examined it carefully. I haven't encountered an item so difficult to appraise in a long time, Zhang Ping suddenly remembered. Zhang Ping's system continuously popped up notifications. Appraisal failed. After a while, the system finally displayed appraisal successful. Mingwu essence, quality unknown, essence energy stored in the testicles of the Mingwu black mountain goat. Immediately after, the system played a scene. At this time, the Mingwu mountain goat charged forward to attack the pig. The Mingwu mountain goat quickly spread out just as the pig charged forward, crossing through and counterattacking the Mingwu mountain goat. The Mingwu mountain goat quickly burrowed into the pig's nostrils, causing it to let out an earth-shattering roar. Zhang Ping intently observed the system screen. They died together, I have a hunch. This bead is definitely a rare item, like the wind gem, but how can I activate its effect? Direct contact has no effect. Unlike the previous awakening, do I really have to swallow this thing? He looked at the problem with fascination. This is from that black mountain goat. It's a bit disgusting. Zhang Ping recalled the fierce battle with the Mingwu mountain goat. Die. Just then he gritted his teeth, supporting himself with all his might. I'm finished. I can't hold on much longer. At that time, the group of Mingwu mountain goats let out mocking laughter. Goodbye, Su Jingjiao. Zhang Ping gazed intently at the power in his hands, a hint of surprise on his face. Are you weaker than an ant? Do you have the right to be picky? Suddenly a wave of discomfort surged through Zhang Ping, his eyes widening and turning bloodshot, looking incredibly frightening. Just then, Zhang Ping clutched his head and screamed. He knelt on the ground in terror, and Su Jingjiao's image suddenly flashed in his mind. Her pitiful figure reappeared. Zhang Ping, promise me no matter what failures you encounter. Jingjiao, tears streaming down her face, softly urged Zhang Ping. You must live. Zhang Ping lay painfully on the ground, his lips trembling. Su Jingjiao, rest assured, I will never die before I kill those foxes. The system promptly popped up. Appraisal successful. Primary mist body. Can convert the fear of living beings into mist for control. With each drop of mist consumed, it can reach up to 1000 effectiveness. After a while, Zhang Ping sat up and focused on the power in his hands. This talent was combat-oriented with both offense and defense, and its power seemed related to the amount of mist consumed. He focused on the data in the system. His growth value had instantly increased by 3 stars. Is the mist body that strong? At this he hung his head and cried, damn it. Zhang Ping clenched his hands, a look of self-reproach on his face. Why am I showing this expression? He just sat by the fire, crying, unwilling, joyful, nervous, uncomfortable, who knows? In any case, he would soon avenge Su Jingjiao. Just then a group of people approached, asking Zhang Ping a few questions. Brother, are you alright? We still have to hurry, don't meddle. Yeah, while there are no mutated beasts around, let's quickly enter the city. Zhang Ping said nothing, slowly standing up while the group continued to press him. Brother. He turned his head, a sharp gaze in his eyes. Me? Seeing this, the group immediately clutched their heads and scurried away. Ghost, a ghost. Zhang Ping was stunned. It's nothing. Zhang Ping looked at the power in his hand, somewhat surprised, lost in thought. Can I absorb others' fear and convert it into mist? This mist doesn't feel like real mist, not even energy. His palm was somewhat changed at this time, but the form of the mist could change according to his will. Zhang Ping watched the power in his hands change, but he didn't know how powerful it was. He controlled the power in his hands with all his might, attempting the lowest level of damage. A single strike brought down the tree in front of him. It was so strong with just a little mist reserve. Immediately after, the system popped up a series of notifications. With just one strike, the mist shattered the tree trunk. Zhang Ping couldn't help but exclaim with joy, interesting, it can cut and block attacks. This mist has considerable utility if used properly. He lifted his head, an extremely smug expression on his face. The mist body will be my trump card against advanced mutated beasts. Next, I'll continue to assist the scavenger squad farm monsters and grow stronger first. Just then, Sissy C rushed over from behind Zhang Ping in a panic, running directly to his side. Sissy C asked in a serious whisper, did you encounter a mist mutated beast? Where is it? Zhang Ping's face showed an embarrassed and somewhat frightened expression. This familiar scene reminded me of Sister Say. Sister Sissy C, it's like this. After listening, Sissy C cried out in surprise. What, you ate the mist essence? Seeing that he had done such a big thing, Sissy C couldn't help but get angry. Zhang Ping, are you tired of living? How dare you eat things of unknown origin? Do you know you almost died? After being scolded, Zhang Ping smiled and followed behind her. It shouldn't be that serious, right? I used appraisal. He smiled as he tried to argue. It's fine. If there's really a problem, I can command myself to spit it out. Sissy C, after hearing this, angrily asked directly, "What makes you think you can spit it out?" Holding a piece of jade in her hand, she asked bluntly, "Did you ever consider it might be a parasite?" Zhang Ping was a little stunned. "Sister Sissy C, do you mean what I ate was actually very dangerous?" She frowned and explained softly, "Mist-mutated beasts are creatures of unknown origin. They have no specific form and usually parasitize other creatures. The black mountain goat and bouncing rabbit you mentioned were likely puppets of the mist-mutated beast. After the host dies, it will burrow into the host's various organs, waiting for a new host." After explaining these key factors, Sissy C summarized one point. The key is that mist-mutated beasts can control infected targets. Hearing this, Zhang Ping was shocked beyond belief. "Doesn't that mean the mist and I formed a contract?" Afterwards he fell into deep thought. "When I ate the mist essence just now, the intense pain was because the mist was trying to seize control of my body?" After some thought, he hesitantly wondered if he was okay because the parasitism failed. Sissy C shook her head and replied frankly, "I don't know, you're very special. Maybe there's also a monster residing inside you, so it eliminated the mist-mutated beast, or maybe it's because you can completely control yourself, so even if you were parasitized, it had no effect." Sissy C walked up to Zhang Ping, a threatening expression on her face, and reminded him, "In any case, if I find anything strange about you, I'll have no choice but to eliminate you." Hearing this, Zhang Ping's face turned pale with fright. I was wrong." Suddenly a cute spider appeared. Isn't that surprising? When she saw the spider, Sissy C was suddenly stunned. She screamed in fear. "A spider?" Sissy C furiously attacked it. There was a very big spider. Later, out of extreme fear, Sissy C rushed over recklessly and hugged Zhang Ping tightly. Quick, get rid of it quickly." He just gently stroked her head and said with a smile, "Still afraid of bugs just like before?" Just like when they were kids, time suddenly rewound. Back then, Zhang Ping ran over excitedly. "Sister Sissy C, look what I caught." Sissy C was sitting under a tree reading a book then. "What is it? Let me see." Zhang Ping came over with the bug and Sissy C, seeing it, waved her hand in fear, chasing it away. "Quickly take it away." The bug quickly flew away. Zhang Ping looked on regretfully. "My new friend that I just caught was chased away by you like that." She stroked his head and gently comforted him. "Silly, there are so many people in the orphanage. They can all be your friends. Why would you catch bugs to be friends with?" Zhang Ping was a little dejected. "But they'll all leave the orphanage someday. What will I do then?" She hugged him and gently comforted him. "Sister Sissy C promises you, even if anything happens in the future, I will still be your friend." Zhang Ping innocently asked, "Really? You can't lie to me?" She nodded firmly in affirmation. "Let's pinky promise." Now Zhang Ping hugged Sissy C, gently comforting her. After a while she pushed him away in a panic. "Why are you hugging so tight?" Sissy C scolded him coldly and seriously. "Zhang Ping, in the wild, any item of unknown origin contains unknown dangers. There's no free lunch in this world. Although you were lucky this time, you must never lower your guard when facing such items in the future." Sissy C tidied her hair and reminded him again, "You must engrave this matter firmly in your mind." Zhang Ping nodded. He gazed intently at Sissy C, utterly captivated. "I always thought that ever since Sister Sissy C joined the scavenger squad, her personality had become cold, and she kept her distance from me. Now it seems she hasn't changed at all. She still cares about me as much as before, she just doesn't want to show it." Just then a piece of jade glowed, and Sissy C picked it up in confusion. "How can this be?" "All right, I understand." So she turned to leave, and before leaving she reminded Zhang Ping a few things. "My investigation mission and your special training end here. We must return to Mingzhu City." A look of confusion appeared on his face. "What happened?" Sissy C frankly explained. "Squad leader Jin Po was seriously wounded by a Tenking fox. We must return to the city immediately to support him." Zhang Ping quickly followed behind her. Even he paused. "Why don't we seek assistance from the investigation team outside the city or other cities?" Sissy C directly retorted. "That would alert the enemy, and the world outside the city is very complex. I'll explain it to you on the way." On the way, Sissy C and Zhang Ping discussed the situation outside the city. At some unknown point, mutated beasts had begun to run rampant. To survive, humans had to build a barrier to protect themselves. Due to disrupted transportation, the city could only rely on the investigation team and awakened ones to explore the map. Currently, according to intelligence from the investigation team, there are fewer mutated beasts in the villages and wildling areas than around Mingzhu City. While further out on the coastline, due to the presence of top-tier mutated beasts in the sea, further investigation is temporarily impossible. I wonder if other cities exist, or what lies beyond the sea. Zhang Ping and Sissy C walked out of the city and inquired about the situation. "How is the situation in the city now?" Jin Po replied frankly. "These past few days, with the help of the illusionary sky curtain, we have completely controlled the situation in Mingzhu City. No abnormalities were found among the Tenking foxes. Until last night, an entire pack of intermediate Tenking foxes appeared on Artisan Street. We went to engage them, but it turned out to be a trap. The enemy leader was also there. Squad leader Jin Po was seriously wounded protecting our retreat. Now the captain hopes you will temporarily take over squad leader Jin Po's position and lead the Mingzhu City security guard." Sissy C nodded as she listened. "I understand." Zhang Ping, carefree in the back, asked, "Do you need my help?" Sissy C shook her head and refused. "No, you go back to Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop. I'll come find you when I have time." Zhang Ping didn't ask further, nodding in agreement. Okay, he stood behind, looking at Sissy and Jinpo's retreating figures, hoping that both brother Jinpo and sister Sissy would be safe. Zhang Ping stretched and yawned. Anyway, I can finally relax. These past few days of running around outside have been tiring enough. He walked alone, aimlessly. I wonder how long Jie Min's Beast King fist training is going. A person walked nearby. I want this. As soon as he heard the voice, Zhang Ping hastily stopped, as if sensing something unusual. He noticed a few people nearby. The person stood excitedly in front of the stall and asked, "Why aren't these people moving?" Suddenly, someone blocked Zhang Ping's path. "Brother," he asked softly in fear. "Who?" "Appraisal." The system then popped up a successful appraisal notification. Seeing these words, he also found it strange. "What is this attribute?" That person was Shibai. He blocked your path and then spoke. "You can't tell, can you? You still want to probe my ability, but I still have to praise you. Even an awakened one with advanced appraisal can only use appraisal less than 10 times a day. Yet you can use it infinitely." Hearing this, Zhang Ping felt a little annoyed. "I commanded myself to force appraisal, so of course it's infinite." "Wait, how did he know?" he angrily asked directly. "Old man, what do you want with me?" Zhang Ping cautiously retreated. Although this old man looked ordinary, the aura he emitted was chilling. Shibai calmly demanded, "Play with me." He was very vigilant. The visitor meant trouble. Seeing that Zhang Ping didn't respond, he provoked him a few more times. "What? Still not moving?" You decisively refused. "I have no reason to act against you," Shibai asked mockingly. "Do you need a reason to get stronger?" Zhang Ping, hearing this, charged forward to attack. Shibai still stood there provocatively. "So your talk about avenging Su Jingzhao was just talk?" He rushed forward, softly retorting, "Say that again." Before he could do anything, a rift suddenly appeared in front of him. A space-time rift. Zhang Ping was then flung far away. No, it was a space-time traversal skill to his own back. Zhang Ping did not give up because of this, but used all his strength to attack again. Shibai easily blocked. "Your speed still needs to improve." He stopped, subconsciously asking him, "Really?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ping summoned the power in both his hands. He aimed at Shibai, unleashing the materializer, flames entwined, and just as he was attacking vigorously, Zhang Ping suddenly realized something seemed off. Shibai began to summon power. "I've been attacking for so long, it's my turn now." Zhang Ping fearfully countered his power, and it was a doppelganger. This time it was a water element. He was helpless and could only dodge and flee. Damn it, how many skills does he have? He's a monster. In a tense situation, the system popped up a notification, "Missed energy 18,100. Zhang Ping was helpless and could only fight back desperately. "I can only try that move." Water currents rushed directly towards Zhang Ping, but they were all blocked by his shield. Zhang Ping calmly thought about his strategy. First, attack to create an opening. Immediately after, he used all his strength to attack Shibai. He quickly dodged, and Zhang Ping also closely followed Shibai's footsteps. Then he took the opportunity to use Nightwalker for a sneak attack. Seeing his new strategy, he also exclaimed in praise, "That's quite clever. Too bad your strength is still insufficient." Zhang Ping's eyes widened, not understanding Shibai's meaning. Just then a dazzling light flashed, flinging Zhang Ping far away. He screamed in alarm at the sudden attack. Shibai still calmly said, "However, for your current level to have such strength is rare." Zhang Ping lay painfully on the ground, unable to move. "He has psychokinesis too? That's too much," Shibai still calmly demanded. "Talk to me." He slowly sat up, unconsciously feeling that he could move again. Zhang Ping stared blankly at Shibai, feeling utterly astonished, and meticulously checked himself. His strength far surpassed even Jin Po and Sissy, and he was also a master of invisibility. In the city, he was likely none other than the leader of the scavenger squad. After a while, he walked over and politely asked, "How should I address you?" Shibai sat on the chair, calmly replying, "What tricks are you playing? A name is just a name. You can call me anything you like. Do you really not know who this old man is? It seems the scavenger squad already has all my information. But what is Situ Shibai's purpose in meeting me this way?" Zhang Ping sat cautiously on the chair and politely began. "Old Mr. Situ, your visit this time is about..." He didn't reply, but instead instructed directly, "Zhang Ping, before you can block others' mind-reading abilities, you'd best not think too much." He thought for a moment, then continued to explain. "After me, Mingzhu City hasn't seen an infinite-level ability user in 200 years. Do you think I wouldn't come to see for myself?" Zhang Ping retorted in astonishment. "You mean I'm infinite level? What is infinite level? Isn't the highest talent and level for humans top tier?" Shibai didn't immediately refute, but patiently explained, "Even if an ability is powerful, an awakened one can only gain one talent in their lifetime. But infinite level is different. It removes the restriction on the number of talents and allows one to continuously awaken new talents." His gaze was unusually serious. "There's something I'm very curious about. I wonder if your infinite-level talent in the path of the extraordinary can replicate your contract gem's infinite-level talent." Shibai continued to patiently explain, "Of course I wouldn't do something futile. Regardless of the outcome, I will give you a gift. Furthermore, I will answer all your questions." Zhang Ping also frankly replied, "Can I refuse then?" He took out a golden bracelet and placed it before him. "Of course, but why don't you look at my gift first?" Shibai continued to explain the item. "This bracelet is called the Golden Treasure, and it was equipment I often used in my youth. It stores a reserve skill. You probably know what that means, right?" Seeing the bracelet on the table, Zhang Ping couldn't help but be overjoyed. "Old Mr. Situ, you are truly too generous. Reserve space was exactly what he needed. He extended his hand, gesturing, "Give me your hand." Zhang Ping obediently complied. Shi Bai began to inject a stream of power into his hand. After a while he suddenly fell silent, as if focused on whispering something. After another moment Shi Bai released his hand, let out a soft sigh, and remained silent. Zhang Ping looked on blankly. "That's it," Shi Bai nodded in confirmation. "It's over. I couldn't replicate your ability, and even the derived talent failed to replicate. It seems you are very special." He reached out and pulled the box back. "All right then, from now on it's yours," Zhang Ping politely replied. "Thank you, old Mr. Situ." He gripped the golden bracelet tightly and began to use it. The system promptly chimed with a notification. "Appraisal successful. Replaying scene." A horrifying scene appeared before his eyes. "Is this the manufacturing process of this bracelet?" Zhang Ping meticulously observed every detail. "Are all these special pieces of equipment forged with human lives? This act is too cruel." After watching, he glared at Shi Bai, pressing him. "Old Mr. Situ, are all special equipment manufacturing processes so cruel?" He pondered for a moment, then began to tell him. "It was like this 200 years ago. Even though it's explicitly forbidden now, there are still some outlaws who secretly use human sacrifices to forge artifacts. I originally intended to destroy this item, but if you can use it properly to punish evil and promote good, then the spirits within this item can also find peace." The more he listened, the more intensely curious Zhang Ping became. What was Mingzhu City like 200 years ago? Was human life really considered as worthless as grass everywhere? Shi Bai picked up the water cup on the table and nodded in affirmation. "Precisely," Shi Bai recalled, speaking gravely. 200 years ago, the Zhu family beast taming clan ruled Mingzhu City. Everyone in Mingzhu City was a slave to the Zhu family. They had no future, no hope. Men toiled day and night yet could only earn meager food. Women, if they possessed some beauty, would be chosen as handmaidens for the Zhu family, to become playthings for the Zhu family's profligate young masters. Children were all gathered and indoctrinated day and night with the idea of dedicating themselves to the Zhu family." Shi Bai paused, then continued. "And those elders who couldn't work were treated as fodder, fed to the mutated beasts raised by the Zhu family. At that time, if anyone became an awakened one, if they weren't controlled and tormented, they would become materials for crafting equipment." Shi Bai clenched his fists, his eyes filled with rage. It was precisely because the Zhu family beast taming clan committed so many evil deeds that those talented individuals secretly amassed power, and eventually collaborated to overthrow the Zhu family's rule. After listening, Zhang Ping could only exclaim, "So that's how it was." Shi Bai looked at him, calmly asking, "Any other questions?" He poured him tea and pressed him. "Old Mr. Situ, given your immense power, why don't you act to eliminate Prince Moon and liberate this city once more?" The system promptly displayed a notification. "Talent telepathic communication activated." Shi Bai still replied gravely, "It's not that I won't act, but that I cannot. You might mistakenly believe that Mingzhu City's defenses are weak, even unaware of the Ten King Fox invasion. But that understanding is incorrect. In fact, Mingzhu City's defense system is quite robust," he recalled, subtly mentioning the investigation team, then continued to explain. "Outside the city, there's the investigation team conducting research and expulsion of mutated beasts. Around the city gates, the scavenger squad secretly deals with mutated beasts. In addition, within the city, there's a king-level artifact called the Sun Moon Pearl. Within the range of the Sun Moon Pearl, all creatures' levels will be suppressed to below level 40, meaning, even if a king-level mutated beast invades, its level will be reduced to top tier." He stood up and turned to leave. "And I am the strongest among the top tier without a doubt." As he walked, Shi Bai stopped and added, "But now," before he could finish, Zhang Ping hastily stood up. "Old Mr. Situ, are you implying there's an internal mole in the city?" He praised him for his quick understanding. Shi Bai glanced at him and instructed, "After the city lord's disappearance, besides myself, only the remnants of the Zhu family beast taming clan in Mingzhu City know how to craft artifacts." Zhang Ping recalled everything that had happened, saying angrily, "The Zhu family beast taming clan shut down the Sun Moon Pearl, then released the Ten King Foxes into the city. The recent gathering and riot of mutated beasts are also related to them. Why weren't they completely eradicated at the time?" Shi Bai merely let out a soft sigh and replied, "After overthrowing the Zhu family's rule, we continuously tried to clear out the remaining Zhu family forces. But how can one truly eradicate weeds? It's likely because they've existed in Mingzhu City for hundreds of years, deeply rooted and immeasurable." After listening, his mind raced with countless thoughts. Indeed, there were too many suspicious points about this Ten King Fox invasion. What was the Zhu family beast taming clan's objective? Was the city lord alive or dead? What was the cause of the mutated beast riot? What abilities did the king of the Ten King Fox tribe possess? He gazed at Shi Bai's retreating back, silently pondering. These questions had no answers. Situ Shi Bai had to act with extreme caution, for if he were to fall into an enemy trap and fight to the death, Mingzhu City would truly be beyond saving. Just like wars in his previous life, nuclear weapons were merely a threat, not to be deployed recklessly until the critical moment. Even if Prince Moon provoked and killed relentlessly, anyone else could act impulsively. But Situ Shi Bai could not. After a few steps, Shi Bai stopped and added, "Although I cannot replicate your ability, we need you." He turned his head and softly asked, "Brother Zhang Ping, are you willing to join the scavenger squad?" His eyes were filled with sincere expectation. Zhang Ping immediately responded to Shi Bai's outstretched hand, nodded solemnly. I agree. The scene switched to a place called Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop, where Jia-min's questioning voice could be heard. Sister Say, why are you suddenly repairing equipment again? Lius replied while working. I had some free time these past few days, so I did a little. Jia-min sat tiredly on a chair resting. It had been several days and she wondered when Zhang Ping would return. Seeing her gloomy expression, Lius asked, what's wrong missing him? No wonder you've been looking so down these past few days. Jia-min shook her head in denial. No, it's just that no one has been teaching me boxing these past few days. Jia-min sighed, her cheeks unconsciously flushing. I wonder how he's doing outside the city. Has he encountered any danger? Seeing this, Lius walked over and teased Jia-min a few times. Look at you, acting like a little bride and still saying you don't miss him. She shyly shook her head in rebuttal. I didn't. Lius took the newly forged blade to the water bucket nearby. All right, I won't tease you anymore. She dipped the blade into the water, carelessly comforting Jia-min. Actually, the villages outside the city and areas without dangerous mutated beasts have all been marked. As long as Zhang Ping doesn't venture into those areas, he should generally be safe. Jia-min watched Lius intently, then asked casually, are there still villages outside Mingzhu City? She unconsciously smiled and replied, of course. Those villages are usually very closed off, backward and xenophobic. Lius recalled past events, continuing, there are even many mutated beasts that worship deities. If you encounter a village in the wilderness later, it's best to bypass it and continue on your way. Otherwise, if you're caught by them, you're very likely to become a slave or a sacrifice. After hearing this, Jia-min's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. Everyone is human, surely we can communicate, right? Lius walked up to her, putting on a scary expression and threatening, they're basically not considered human. In the wilderness, the most dangerous things aren't mutated beasts, but those wild people. Some of them like to wear strange masks and appear silently behind you. Jia-min inadvertently saw a dark figure appear behind Lius. Sister Say, are you talking about something like that? She unconsciously glanced back, then calmly replied, something like that. Lius turned her head, meticulously examining the appearance of the dark figure. Lius stood calmly in the mist, observing the situation, while Jia-min screamed and ran away in fright. Lius kicked out and the dark figure began to reveal its true form, transforming back into Zhang Ping. Caught off guard, he was kicked in the groin and the pain made him freeze. Just like that, not long after, Zhang Ping trembled in pain, thinking just pretend nothing happened. Then he complained to Lius, Sister Say, that move of yours was too vicious. Lius still remained vigilant. Who are you? Zhang Ping revealed his true form, trembling in pain as he replied. It's me. Lius saw it was Zhang Ping, and both of them breathed a sigh of relief. Lius walked over, grabbing his head and scolding, you brat, you come back without a word and then you play tricks and scare us. Zhang Ping could only laugh awkwardly, softly explaining, didn't I just get back here and hear you two talking about the wild people's villages? I wanted to add a bit of atmosphere, but I didn't expect you to just turn around and kick me. Lius walked over and picked up her jacket. So you finished your training? Zhang Ping nodded with a light laugh. Yes, next I'll consolidate my strength in the city, she replied carelessly as she put on her jacket. Coincidentally, I found another clue related to Shanshan today. Before leaving, Lius added, I'm also planning a trip outside the city, so I'll entrust Uncle Lu to you. Zhang Ping asked blankly, are you leaving so quickly? Lius waved goodbye. Nobody's going to wait for me like a persistent ghost every day like someone I know, so I won't bother you anymore. Jia-min at this moment shyly tried to avoid Zhang Ping. Well, it's getting late, I'm going back to my room to rest too. She reached the doorway, she suddenly stopped. Zhang Ping, he looked blankly at her, retreating back. Jia-min turned back, her face filled with excitement. It's so good that you've returned safely. After hearing this, Zhang Ping let out a soft laugh, thinking, I've been in this world for so long and this is the first time I've felt like I've come home. Just as he was feeling touched, Tifeng suddenly appeared behind him. Everyone else has gone back to their rooms, why are you still standing there smiling like an idiot? He sighed, then patiently instructed, tomorrow morning go tell Lius that Uncle is very ill and that she shouldn't leave the city. Zhang Ping seemed a little disbelieving. Uncle Lu, you. Seeing this, Tifeng directly picked up the cane by his hand and gave him a sharp tap. Don't look at me like that, I'm not stupid nor am I sick, I'm just pretending. Zhang Ping rubbed his head a few times. Then, before he could ask anything, Tifeng explained, Shanshan has been missing for so long, she most likely met with an accident. He walked over to a chair and sat down, then quietly added an explanation about his daughter's strength. I know Sister Say's strength best. Sister Say wants to investigate Shanshan, but I'm worried she might also run into danger, so I can only pretend. So that she won't have time to take risks. Zhang Ping could only rub his head a few times, standing before him. Uncle Lu, Tifeng leisurely puffed on his cigarette, then continued, that girl is deeply loyal and righteous. Once she has worries in her heart, she'll think things through carefully and won't take risks easily. Zhang Ping smiled wryly. Uncle Lu, you've worked hard. Tifeng suddenly said seriously, in the field of forging you have great talent, but Sister Say doesn't really know how to teach it and she's not particularly dedicated to forging, so there are many flaws. For the next few days, Uncle will teach you the true dough forging method. He pointed at Zhang Ping, decisively commanding, although our technique isn't a top secret, it's a unique skill of the Lu family. You must learn it with all your heart and truly comprehend it. Zhang Ping also expressed his determination. Yes, I will not let Uncle Lu down. Suddenly, Su Jingzhao appeared beside him. Zhang Ping, it's me. Su Jingzhao remained by Zhang Ping's side, softly saying, "Keep going, I'll wait for you." Zhang Ping unconsciously whispered, "Su Jingzhao." Afterward, Lius also complied with Uncle Lu's wishes and did not leave the city. Tifeng sat on the chair, leisurely smoking. Uncle Lu also secretly taught Zhang Ping the dough forging method. "I felt the risk of lung cancer," Lius retorted angrily. "Then stop smoking." She used her forging skills to shape the mist. The mist became more precise and, in a way, stronger. Wang Jiemin had already successfully mastered the first 3 stances of the 8 King Fist. At night, Zhang Ping was certain he heard Su Jingzhao's voice. It felt like he had heard it somewhere before. So that night he asked the scavenger squad to look for evidence. Zhang Ping carefully observed at this moment, then reported, "Captain, are there disguised 10 King Foxes near the blacksmith shop?" "I heard it very clearly just now." Upon receiving the message, Shi Bai immediately replied without hesitation, "Zhang Ping, we've long since cleared out the 10 King Foxes from your living area. There couldn't be any 10 King Foxes there. If it wasn't your wind speaker ability that heard it, then what was it?" Zhang Ping had already considered another possibility. What if Su Jingzhao wasn't dead but was alive in another form? For revenge and to find the answer, he had to personally unveil the disguised 10 King Fox Su Jingzhao. Time flew by, and 3 nights later someone secretly pried open a door and walked in. Inside, a woman was sleeping soundly. Xiao Fan was somewhat excited to see the woman sleeping so deeply. "Sleeping like a dead pig, it seems my sedative worked today." He immediately pulled back the covers, grinning triumphantly. "I heard that Miss Su is graceful with delicate skin and a beautiful face." Xiao Fan reached out and gently touched the woman's body. "Today I'm going to have a taste and see if it's really as everyone says." Just then an eerie voice echoed in the space. "Zheng Xiao Fan." He spun around in fear, shouting, "Who's there?" The eerie voice continued to echo in his ear. Zheng Xiao Fan, nicknamed Short-Leg Zheng, 1.5 meters tall, unattractive, and of poor character. Xiao Fan stammered in fear. Who's there?" The eerie voice continued, threatening and questioning. "Xiao Fan, disliked by girls, you gradually became twisted and perverse. You've harmed countless girls in the past 15 years, haven't you?" He trembled all over, unable to speak. "Why you? Who exactly are you?" The mysterious voice softly introduced. "I have been ordered to take your life." Xiao Fan fled in a hurry, terrified. "Everyone in the Su family should have been drugged unconscious by me," he ran, thinking in terror. "What the hell is this thing?" He hadn't run long before something pierced Xiao Fan's calf and he quickly fell to the ground. The system now displayed an increase in fear value, and the mysterious voice still echoed, "Still trying to struggle?" Xiao Fan retreated in terror. "Why you don't come any closer." His face was pale, his body trembling, utterly drained of color. He wet his pants in fear and the mysterious person slowly appeared. "I thought serial killers were heinous villains, but he just fainted like that." It was Zhang Ping appearing to punish Xiao Fan's actions. With this, his first mission after joining the squad was considered complete. Afterward, should he hand him over to others to deal with? Appraisal. Appraisal successful. The system now popped up the attribute panel. After reading this information, Zhang Ping shook his head helplessly. Such a good awakened ability used for evil, truly a depraved individual. The scene replayed, and a sad scene reappeared. A young girl pitifully crawled on the ground crying, "Please let my daughter go. Still not behaving after taking my medicine. Blame your husband then. If he hadn't left so soon, I wouldn't have set my sights on you two, mother and daughter." A petty official from the patrol team, always talking about dying to defend Mingzu City, yet he really died in the end. How laughable. Xiao Fan had also maliciously committed other heinous acts. "But I also have him to thank for leaving you two, mother and daughter, to me," the woman's daughter cried out. "Mommy?" Xiao Fan maliciously grabbed the little girl's hair, teasing, "Don't worry, once I'm done playing I'll send both of you to meet him." He stood there, a crazed, pathological expression on his face. "You are all my playthings." Upon seeing this scene again, Zhang Ping's face darkened and he walked step by step toward Xiao Fan, who lay on the ground. He still tried to vigorously attack Zhang Ping. Not long after, an outburst of rage erupted and Xiao Fan loudly declared, "Where did this brat come from? How dare you ruin my good time? That dosage was enough to knock out large mutated beasts. Once you're asleep I'll torture you thoroughly." He glared, roaring, "Damn it." This left Xiao Fan utterly shocked and terrified. "What? Why isn't it working? Is it because of the rain?" Before he could say anything, Zhang Ping unleashed another move on him. At this moment, heavy rain poured down and thunder roared. Zhang Ping, while summoning power, roared, "This strike is for the mothers who protected their daughters with their lives." His eyes were filled with rage and injustice. This strike, Zhang Ping mercilessly brought down on Xiao Fan, was for the girls who would rather die than submit. He cried out in pain. Zhang Ping, seeing this, still continued the punishment. This strike was to commemorate that hero of the patrol team. He continued to punish him with relentless swings of his blade. His strike was to commemorate the righteous scouts. This strike was to honor the nameless awakened ones. Xiao Fan lay agonizingly on the ground, his voice trembling as he cursed, "Madman, you're a madman." Zhang Ping approached him, radiating murderous intent. "With my current skills, if he's treated in time, he can still be saved. I'll give you one chance. As long as you can walk out that door, I'll spare your life. Zheng Xiao Fan, you brought despair to those people. I will return it to you twofold." Zhang Ping still sternly warned Xiao Fan to remember this was his last chance. After a round of punishment, he was beaten black and blue, crawling painfully on the ground, a new thought of revenge brewing in his mind. "Once I recover, I'll definitely make you pay. I'll chop you into mincemeat." Xiao Fan grinned, baring his teeth. "I can't die here. There are still many beauties in this world I haven't had my fill of yet." He struggled to crawl towards the door in front of him just a little bit more. Xiao Fan strained to reach out his hand. As long as he opened this door, he struggled to reach the doorknob, wanting to open the door as long as he left this place. It was clearly just a little bit more. Seeing that he couldn't reach it, Xiao Fan angrily cursed, "Damn it, damn it, damn it." Zhang Ping calmly walked over and explained, "You'll never open that door in this lifetime. I gave you a chance, but you didn't appreciate it. Zhang Xiao Fan, you failed." Xiao Fan shook his head repeatedly. No, he didn't say anything more, but directly cast a spell to punish Xiao Fan. Scum. After a battle, the system also popped up a notification. Zhang Ping stood in the rain, his gaze heavy and ineffable. "I originally thought killing the 10 king foxes would restore peace to Mingzhu City and save everyone." He looked up at the sky as if asking himself, "But are such people truly worth saving? Save them, my ass. Scum like this deserve to die. There's no need for any saintly compassion." Zhang Ping's eyes suddenly glinted with murderous intent. "Are you sure today is a special day for Hane Academy? Find a chance to take it away." Zhang Ping was quite surprised at this moment. What? Zhang Xiaofan again? He picked up the notification device and then Zhang Ping reported the situation. "Captain, I've completed the rapist mission, and I also heard something near Hane Academy through my wind speaker ability. It sounds like some kind of transfer is being planned." At the scavenger squad headquarters, Shibai glanced at Manny. "Hane Academy." She shook her head and replied, "No, I can't sense anything there. Someone has set up a barrier. If even you can't detect it, it means it's no ordinary person." Shibai immediately notified him. "Zhang Ping, go over first and report the actual situation. I'll contact Lu Sisi right away. Don't act rashly before reinforcements arrive." Zhang Ping immediately complied upon receiving the order. Understood. Under the pouring rain inside a building, 3 people in tightly sealed clothes secretly infiltrated. A handsome guy complained angrily, "Damn it, we've been searching for 15 minutes. Where the hell is Chen Shuili hiding?" Huang followed along, finding it a bit strange. "Boss, bad news, someone has entered the barrier." Huang-san, upon hearing this, was too scared to speak. "What? Has our operation been discovered?" Zi-Yun glared, directly refuting nonsense. "With the dragon-suppressing stone and double protection here, it's impossible for anyone to detect us." With that, he took an oil lamp and carefully investigated every corner. "Since that's the case, if the person who entered the barrier alarms Chen Shuili, it will be troublesome. Even if we've concealed our presence, we won't be able to take the person away in front of him." After observing, the 3 quickly seized the opportunity to slip away. "Hurry, time is running out, we must find her no matter what." Understood. Outside the building, Zhang Ping stood drenched in the rain, looking up. A dragon-suppressing stone appeared beside him. Zhang Ping asked, puzzled, "What is this?" "Appraisal." The system continuously popped up notifications. "Appraisal failed, appraisal failed. Appraisal successful." Dragon-suppressing stone. It's actually an epic-grade item. The system continued to use its function to replay a scene, and a bloody scene appeared before his eyes. Zhang Ping said in horror after seeing it, "Is the dragon-suppressing stone also forged with human sacrifices? But wasn't this kind of thing already prohibited for public use?" He stared at the building in front of him. They didn't seem like people from those 2 organizations either. Could it be remnants of the Zhu family? Zhang Ping drew an analysis chart in his mind. Zhu family beast taming, the source of all evil. What exactly was the Zhu family's purpose in luring the 10 king foxes to gather mutated beasts outside the city? He stood in front of the building, vaguely guessing in his heart that perhaps he could find clues through their current actions. From Zhang Ping's perspective, after some observation, he easily concluded, "It seems something is coming out. I need to hide first." The system now displayed the function Nightwalker effect activated. From the other party's perspective, these 3 members of the Zhu family faction slipped out of the window. One person inadvertently saw the dragon-suppressing stone standing there, a little puzzled. "The person who entered the barrier earlier doesn't seem to be here." Zi-Jun observed the situation. "It should be fine now. The lantern is extinguishing, saving the last bit of energy for emergencies." With that, he turned and left. "I'll go retrieve the dragon-suppressing stone. We can't leave any traces." After Zhang Ping completed the appraisal, he reported to Shibai. "Indeed, the enemy is the Zhu family faction. One person has a level 20 detection skill, one person has a level 17 psychokinesis ability, and another has a level 15 time ability." He quickly and briefly replied, "Received." The system still continuously chimed with notifications. "Appraisal successful." Zhang Ping quickly understood in his heart. "No wonder I didn't see them just now. The Nightingale lantern was originally used to conceal their presence, but it seems its energy is almost depleted." He looked at the attribute panel provided by the system, a wave of questions rising in his heart. Is that girl their kidnapping target? Her growth value is unbelievably high, and her ability is practically an evolved version of the contract gem. Does the Zhu family want to use her to control someone? In any case, this girl is innocent. Zhang Ping secretly observed every move of the 3 Zhu family members, then made a silent resolve. "I must not let the Zhu family succeed." In the blink of an eye, the 3 disappeared into the pouring rain. As soon as he saw them leave, Zhang Ping quickly ran out of the scene. Appraisal interrupted. "They've run, Manny. Where did they go? Can you find them?" Manny, after analyzing at the scavenger squad base, suggested, "I've sensed them. Those people are heading out of the city. At their speed, Sissy probably won't be able to catch them." He hastily took on the task. "I'll go stop them." Shibai immediately spoke up to stop him. "Wait, Zhang Ping, don't be impulsive. You must first ensure your own safety." Zhang Ping continuously observed and continued to report, "The Zhu family is the source of all evil. We absolutely cannot let them escape. Although I can't defeat them, I can trap them with mist to buy time for Sister Sissy C." Meanwhile, the three Zhu family members ran directly into the forest. As they walked, Zijun suddenly stopped as if he had discovered something. Just then, in the pouring rain, a mist-mutated beast appeared. This was Zhang Ping's other form. They were stunned, somewhat vigilant. How could a mist-mutated beast appear in the city? Zhang Ping, in the form of a mist-mutated beast, continuously rushed forward. Fortunately, he had the dough forging method. The mist disguise is good, but I must be careful not to be seen through by that level 20 appraiser. Zijun immediately activated an on-site appraisal. This wolf's eyes look strong. What level is it? Zhang Ping rushed over and roared at Zijun, interrupting the appraisal. Zijun angrily cursed under his breath. Damn it, it was interrupted. He took a running start and continuously charged forward. Zijun was momentarily stunned, completely unaware that Zhang Ping was attacking from behind. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately ordered, "Huang San, quickly hypnotize it." Huang San unhesitatingly spread his arms to block Zhang Ping. He fumbled to summon power, saying in a soft, hazy voice, "Stop." Zhang Ping's eyes flickered, showing slight signs of dizziness. Huang San was very satisfied to see his every move controlled. Great, it worked. Zhang Ping, however, frowned, his eyes firm. "My mental power was born for this, so I am immune to any mental control. I can use this to my advantage." Huang San kept muttering, "Don't move," completely unaware that Zhang Ping was playing along, pretending to be controlled by him to shorten the distance. Huang San persistently stretched out his hand and after getting close, gently comforted. "Don't move." Zhang Ping suddenly rushed forward, letting out a terrifying growl. "Now surprise attack." Huang San was startled. "How is it moving again?" Zhang Ping pounced fiercely, letting out a powerful growl, opening his mouth and biting directly into his neck. Huang San screamed in pain, his voice gradually fading. "Boss, help me. Save me, save me." Zijun could only helplessly call out his companion Huang San's name. Huang who was carrying someone on his back, was the first to regain his senses. He effortlessly condensed spiritual power and then threw it directly at Zhang Ping. Get lost! Although he was thrown far away, this was exactly the path he wanted to take. Success. Now I just need to block these two guys. However, Huang spread his hand and began to activate his psychokinesis supergravity. Zhang Ping, in his mist wolf form, suddenly sniffed danger approaching. Sure enough, the next second his whole body was enveloped by a heavy magnetic field. Zhang Ping secretly cursed in his mind. "Damn it, I can't move." With no more obstacles, Zijun easily succeeded in appraising. Name Zhang Ping, level 9, primary awakened 1, also affiliated with Iron Soul Blacksmith Shop and Scavenger Squad. Ability unknown. He gnashed his teeth, furious. He's actually human, and a level 9 rookie at that, yet he dares to impersonate a hero. Zijun stepped forward and quickly concluded, "If you're Situ Shibai man, I can't let you live." Zhang Ping ignored him as his brain was busy solving the problem. "Situ Shibai used this super gravity move on me last time too. Stay calm, there must be a way to escape." In the pouring rain, streaks of lightning continuously streaked across the sky. Zhang Ping faced the enemy, his mind racing. Although this guy using appraisal had no offensive skills, his special weapon was a bit difficult to deal with, being epic grade. He tried to maintain his mutated beast form while secretly estimating. It seems the Zhu family's strength mainly relies on equipment. Fortunately, even if my body is suppressed, it won't affect the deployment of mist. But when he saw the opponent continuously dodging, Zhang Ping wondered again, why doesn't the guy using psychokinesis counterattack me with psychokinesis? It turned out they were feinting, letting Zijun jump out to act as the primary attacker. He took advantage of Zhang Ping's preoccupation with Huang to shoot a series of heat waves with the bow and arrow in his hand. Zijun attacked like a child, somewhat smug. "I guess your ability consumes energy, right? I'd like to see how long you can resist." Zhang Ping was not at all moved, still immersed in his own thoughts. Perhaps he doesn't want to counterattack, but can't. Seeing him in a daze, Zijun couldn't help but wonder, why are you zoning out? With that, he unleashed an even fiercer attack on the prey before him. Zhang Ping had already roughly figured out the direction and was preparing to unleash his new move. After a few uses, his remaining mist volume was 25-1. The mist transformed into a series of sharp darts shooting directly at Zijun. He jumped, dodging left and right, even appearing somewhat disheveled. Still trying to struggle, but after a moment of chaos, he and Huang were both dumbfounded, not understanding its meaning. Zhang Ping shed his disguise and directly revealed, "You're not counterattacking my attacks because you need to aim at the target to activate psychokinesis." Huang blurted out, "What?" Zijun softly called out to his companion Huang but Zhang Ping had already rushed forward with determination, just as he had expected. "As long as I trap this guy, his psychokinesis will be useless." Facing the imminent danger, he could only secretly sigh. Too fast. Zhang Ping created new weapons with 10 points of mist, stabbing directly into Huang abdomen. Huang was still recovering from his shock, unable to move. He quickly came to his senses and used self-imposed psychokinesis. Zhang Ping couldn't help but praise. He actually used psychokinesis on himself. After escaping the fatal crisis, Huang immediately regained his arrogant demeanor. "You almost got me. Luckily I forcefully controlled my right hand to break free." Zijun enthusiastically chimed in. "This must be your last bit of energy, right?" But he was still immersed in exposing the other party's truth. "Wasting just my hand isn't enough, you still have to waste your entire body." Such an attack is impossible. Before he could finish, Zhang Ping had already given him an additional ultimate move, Materializer. Flames entwined, Huang Er's pupils were filled with burning fire. He frantically pushed away his opponent, not forgetting to curse, "Bastard." Although he had distanced himself, Zhang Ping's heart stirred with a sigh. "Not good," he gently groaned, looking at the burning wound on his chest. Huang Er waved his hand unharmed, scoffing, "You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve." His heart was filled with regret because this scenario was too difficult. "I didn't expect their clothes to be fireproof." Huang Er impatiently released energy, preparing to finish, but it should end here. Facing the two attacks, Zhang Ping still calmly said, "Time is running out." Jun could hardly contain his curiosity. "Do you mean your death is approaching?" He looked directly into their eyes, saying succinctly and powerfully, "Next, the time I release suppressed power to counterattack is the time I hold you off." Huang Er's body was pierced by water currents, and he only had time to utter a "what?" Jun luckily dodged, still unaware of the approaching danger. Still defiant at death's door, Zhang Ping stared intently at the bow and arrow in his hand. As the arrow grazed his shoulder, he also secretly reminded himself, "Dodge to the right." Sissy was already there at some unknown point, holding an ice sword, attacking the Huang brothers from behind. Only then did Jun suddenly realize, "There's a scavenger squad member." His heart pounded frantically. Did this girl defeat Huang Er with one move? Jun was busy asking questions, but he forgot that his own life was hanging by a thread. He jumped in fright, dodging Sissy's sword move, and questioned, "Who exactly are you?" She replied coldly, then continuously swung her sword to force Jun back. He gritted his teeth, forcing his unwillingness back down. "Damn it, that bastard drained too much of my energy." Jun looked for an opportunity to take out his secret weapon. "I can only use this." He quickly put on the ring, and the dazzling light it emitted caused Sissy to temporarily stop attacking, feeling puzzled. Soon, Jun shot out a scorching golden lightning bolt. Seeing this, she immediately rushed forward to stop him. "Stop!" The surrounding dirt and rocks scattered and then shot into the air. A blurry whirlwind quickly formed from Jun's position. Sissy timely supported her teammate, and half of her worries in her heart were relieved. Fortunately, Zhang Ping is fine, but seeing Jun already teleported some distance, she lightly sighed with regret. "Too bad I couldn't capture the Zhu family's remnant alive." With that, Sissy turned her attention to the exhausted Zhang Ping next to her. Before she could think too much, Manny notified her via comms. "Sissy, quickly bring Zhang Ping back." She was startled and asked, "What happened?" Manny's reply made her face turn pale. "The illusionary sky curtain has been broken." Shiyu stood on top of the building holding an umbrella, looking around. Ming suddenly appeared behind her, carefully asking, "Your Highness, may I ask why you summoned me back?" She did not turn around, but calmly inquired about the situation. "How is the gathering of mutated beasts outside the city?" He respectfully reported his arrangements. "Reporting to your Majesty, it's all prepared." Just then, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, startling both of them. Shiyu narrowed her eyes, asking confusedly, "What was that sound?" Ming's heart began to pound. "Damn it, this is 10,000 thunders beckon. Jun is in trouble. I need to make the 10 King Foxes aware." But he still pretended to be ignorant. "Perhaps it's just thunder." Shiyu released her intimidating aura, pressing further. "Did you see anything unusual?" He gritted his teeth, stammering a denial. "And no, She slowly turned around, asking word by word, "Then why are you nervous?" Ming knelt in fear, explaining, "Reporting to your Majesty, your subordinate has been afraid of thunder since childhood, so..." Before he could finish, she immediately scoffed. "Useless." Shiyu continued to observe and assess the situation. This sound came from within the city, but now nothing can be seen, just like before. She couldn't help but recall the scene of confronting Jinpo, then made a comparison. That person was seriously injured and should have been dead. But after just one turn, he vanished without a trace, managing to escape from my sight so openly. Thinking of this, Shiyu jumped down from the top of the building. "It seems that now it's just an advanced illusion. Human illusions are ineffective against my race." She hovered in midair, beginning to outline a general direction, "But other things can indirectly obscure my vision. Perhaps the entire Mingzhu city is an illusion." Shiyu's eyes gradually became blood red. Sure enough, everything was as expected. She unhesitatingly unleashed her domain, scanning the entire space. The changes in Mingzhu City even made Sissy gradually notice them. "Where did the female students of Hane Academy go?" She tilted her head, gently speaking her judgment. "Although I don't know what happened, the sky curtain is indeed disappearing." Just then, Zhang Ping also woke up, trembling. "Sister Sissy." He tried his best to point at Huang San next to him, signaling, "Use that." Sissy blurted out, asking confusedly, "Nightingale Lantern?" He knew she understood and weakly reminded her, "Quick, leave." At this critical moment, Shiyu's domain also scanned every corner at the fastest speed. She skillfully explored from the open to the hidden, her eyes gradually replicating more, then spreading out like a radar. When her domain swept over a tall building, Shiyu suddenly stopped. She narrowed her eyes, secretly cheering, "Found the rat." Jun had no idea he had become a target, still continuously striding forward, lamenting in his heart, "I almost forgot to bring the Saintess when I fled earlier." Shiyu suddenly asked, "Is someone leaving the city so late?" Ming's heart thumped. "Damn it, she found out," he hastily called out to her, trying to buy time. Your Highness, wait." However, Shiyu still rushed out like a gust of wind. Ming broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn it, I can't stop her." In another corner of the ruins, the Zhu family members heard urgent intelligence through their communication stone. Urgent intelligence, the scavenger squad's hidden operative in the city, and a person named Zhang Ping. Zijun said this, and everyone's faces turned pale. Our operation tonight was sabotaged by him. Huang San and Huang Er are both dead. Finally, the scavenger squad's reinforcements arrived, and I had no choice but to use 10,000 Thunder's Beacon. Ziwen anxiously confirmed the information. Brother, do you mean that Zhang Ping is still alive? Zijun affirmed decisively. That's right, but I've already checked his information. Besides the scavenger squad, he's also at a blacksmith shop called Iron Soul. After digesting the information, Ziwen reminded his brother, understood, but the most urgent task now is for you to quickly get the Saintess out of the city. Suddenly a gasp of surprise came from the communicator. Luo Shiyu, how are you here? Ziwen asked confusedly, what did you say? But all that answered him was a blood-curdling scream. Ziwen urgently pressed, don't rest, what happened? Answer quickly, Zhu Zijun. It wasn't until Ziming appeared that he calmed down. Fool, stop shouting, the plan failed. Zhu Zijun was killed by the Ten King Fox. Ziwen angrily smashed the communicator in his hand. Damn it, did all our years of effort go to waste? Facing his irritability, Ziming still calmly stroked his chin and analyzed, no, the Saintess is still alive. She is the bane of the Ten King Foxes. Prince Moon will realize she cannot be killed and will certainly take her back to the City Lord's mansion. Zirun rushed to him and shouted loudly, then what do you suggest? Without the Saintess, how can we control the Ten King Foxes? Since things had come to this, he didn't mind revealing a secret. There's a secret passage in the City Lord's mansion that leads directly out of the city, and only I know about it now. You bring the mutated beast through that passage into the City Lord's mansion. This will create trouble for the Ten King Foxes. I'll take advantage of the chaos to get the Saintess out. Another person listened to the plan, frowning and questioning. Easier said than done. Prince Moon is guarding the City Lord's mansion. What can those mutated beasts we've gathered do? Ziming had naturally anticipated this question, so he had already prepared his script. So we must use the scavenger squad's operative, Zhang Ping. Now Prince Moon is monitoring the entire city, and if anything happens it will act personally. We only need to send an elite force to attack Zhang Ping at the blacksmith shop. This will attract Prince Moon and the scavenger squad. While the two sides are fighting, we'll control the mutated beasts to attack the City Lord's mansion, catching them off guard. He continued to analyze the crisis, but this will mean completely breaking ties with the Ten King Foxes. Ziming said decisively, so success is the only option. Also, when you act, do not reveal my identity. With things at this point, the Zhu family members had no more questions. All right, worthy of being the inheritor of the Zhu family bloodline. Zhu Ziming, the Vice City Lord, played his part well. I'll continue to help him play it. The Saintess is entirely up to him. At this, Zhang Ping slowly opened his eyes. He vaguely saw Sisisi's figure bending over, asking, are you awake? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Zhang Ping groggily sat up and looked around. Where is this? Sisisi slowly explained. This is the scavenger squad's base. The situation was urgent, so we had to bring you here. Then Zhang Ping's gaze turned to the bed nearby. Squad leader Jin Po, is he so severely injured? At this moment, Jin Po was entirely covered in bandages, his eyes tightly closed in a deep coma. Sisisi replied regretfully, I heard it was Luo Shiyu who personally took action. It seems she has already noticed our presence. Just then, a figure suddenly walked in. You woke up so quickly, it seems your recovery is going well. Shu Jia asked loudly, how did you manage to fight 3 opponents 10 levels higher than yourself and then even kill one? She walked to the bedside, continuously sizing him up. Logically, a difference of over 5 levels should mean an instant kill. Sissy C interrupted her. Shu Jia, I introduced her before. Her ability is solar energy charging, Zhang Ping thought. I'm new here, it's better to keep a low profile. Sissy C continued. She's the one who healed your injuries. Zhang Ping smiled upon hearing this. I guess this near-death experience brought good fortune thanks to Sister Shu. Without you, I don't know how many times I would have died by now. He secretly looked up at her. He had heard that Sister Shu was a tough character, but now she didn't seem like it. Shu Jia nodded. It's nothing. Anyway, I don't need to maintain the sky curtain anymore. At this, she said seriously. All right, enough with the pleasantries. Since you're awake, go meet everyone. Zhang Ping thought, I'll take back what I just said. Shu Jia slowly repeated, regarding tonight's events we need more comprehensive intelligence. Meanwhile, in another place, Luo Wei was sound asleep, even talking in her dreams, while Manny next to her kept complaining, why is there always so much work to do? She slumped on the table. Captain, I request a leave of absence. Luo Wei suddenly raised her hand in agreement. Manny, upon hearing this, was ecstatic, her eyes shining as if she had found a lifeline. So Xiao Wei is awake? Help me share some of my work. However, the only response was Luo Wei's continuous snoring. At this, Manny angrily crumpled the paper in her hand. She rushed over, hitting her repeatedly and urging, wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Luo Wei in her sleep successfully dodged all the consecutive attacks. Shi Bai, seeing this from afar, was stunned. He awkwardly spoke, ahem, the headquarters is short-staffed right now, just bear with it. After he finished speaking, the entire room fell into an eerie silence. Manny stopped and replied, Captain, you're here. Then she playfully pounced on Shu Jia, who could only concede, I'll help you share some of the work. Manny chirped happily, Sister Shu is the kindest to me. At this, Shibai announced seriously, "Let's get straight to the point. Our previous prediction was that the Zoo family and the Ten King Foxes would join forces to eliminate all resistance to the Zoo family. But now I believe there's no genuine cooperative relationship between them at all." The rain poured outside the company as his calm voice resonated. It wasn't hard to see that the Zoo family had set up a barrier. They must have already detected the illusionary sky curtain's presence, yet they didn't inform the Ten King Foxes about it. This indicates they want to use the sky curtain for something. At this point, Shibai emphasized, taking orders from others isn't the Zoo family's style, but with their current strength they can't possibly fight the Ten King Foxes. Therefore, the girl they kidnapped from Hane Academy might be the key to dealing with the Ten King Foxes. Shu Jia looked down, flipping through the report. Chen Shuili, the head of Hane Academy, had only one son, Chen Haowen. Records showed that he died 40 years ago and was never married. In the same year, Chen Shuili suddenly announced that he had a granddaughter named Chen Junting. She continued in a low voice, "According to our investigation, this Chen Junting has no Mingzhu city bloodline. She likely comes from a village outside the city." Shu Jia said lightly. Moreover, Chen Shuili seems to dote on this granddaughter very much, not letting her interact with anyone for 40 years. Her public records were completely blank. There was no mention of whether she had awakened or what abilities she possessed. At this, Zhang Ping suddenly spoke. "I know her ability. I used appraisal on her before. Her ability seems to be called Saintess's Blood." As soon as he said this, Shibai's brows furrowed instantly. Outside the city, Saintess, could it be Saint Ancestor Village? He pursed his lips, thinking to himself, it can't be such a coincidence. Zhang Ping continued, the effect of that ability is? At this moment in the city lord's mansion, Junting and Shiyu were eating pastries by the tea table. Junting happily bit into a pastry, asking, "It's so big here, sister, do you always live here?" Shiyu, however, merely grunted coldly. Junting then asked worriedly, "Sister, you don't look well, are you feeling unwell?" Shiyu shook her head. No. At this, Junting still happily stood up to pour tea. "I know, Grandpa says to eat more when you're unhappy. Sister, have some tea." However, at this very moment Shiyu's expression gradually turned grim. Her hair flew wildly, and her eyes glinted red like a predator. She sharply snarled, "You're courting death." Beams of sharp energy like blades shot directly at Junting, who sat opposite her. Shiyu's pupils constricted, her breathing heavy, and the surrounding air was suffocatingly oppressive. Contrary to Shiyu's attitude, Junting calmly put the lid back on the teapot. She smiled sweetly, taking out a biscuit. "Sister, why aren't you eating?" Junting didn't wait for Shiyu's answer, directly putting the biscuit into her mouth. "I just ate this biscuit. It's very delicious." Shiyu was puzzled, thinking, why couldn't I strike? Junting clasped her hands, asking expectantly, "Isn't it tasty?" This action made Shiyu ponder continuously, and she suddenly felt a bit ashamed of her previous attack. Wait, why would I feel shame towards a human? At this, Junting suddenly spat out the tea from her mouth. It was too bitter. She coughed with a frown. This tea was terrible. The person who brewed it must be an idiot. Shiyu awkwardly thought, "I'm an idiot." Then Junting continued regretfully, "No wonder sister isn't happy." With that, she happily stood up to remind her, "I'll go brew a new pot." "Sister, wait for me, okay?" As soon as she left, Shiyu tightly clasped her hands, her heart filled with doubt. "This is abnormal. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel guilt?" She bit her lip, pondering, as a Ten King Fox Prince I can't possibly have a problem. The problem must lie with that woman. Finally, Shiyu impatiently asked herself, who exactly is she? Meanwhile, in another place, Sissy C and Zhang Ping were diligently training. She spoke, "Your mist is very similar to my water element, for example, in mental control or self-shape shifting, but their sources are different." Sissy C gracefully turned and launched an attack. "My water element can be recycled and reused, while your mist is a one-time consumable." Zhang Ping continuously swung his sword to block. She continued, "That's because you can't materialize the mist and then revert it back to ethereal mist. If mist could freely transform between these three states like water, it would be much more practical." He lowered his head, thinking, mist not being corporeal also has its advantages. For example, I don't have to carry it around in a gourd. At this, Sissy C suddenly approached him, shouting, "Focus!" Then she pushed with both hands, forming a powerful water vortex that pushed Zhang Ping backward. Zhang Ping's arms scraped heavily against the ground, his entire body enveloped in level 5 mist. He thought, fortunately, I can still use the mist to cushion the impact. At this, Sissy C flew into the air, spreading her arms and summoning a blizzard. Fortunately, you can absorb creatures' fear to convert it into mist. It will, to a certain extent, compensate for the lack of durability. The moment the ice shards fell, Zhang Ping immediately turned and nimbly dodged the danger. He said in a low voice, "I can still dodge attacks of this level." However, immediately after, Zhang Ping's entire body suddenly stiffened, as if locked, his face showing an expression of surprise and confusion. Pliable water masses tightly coiled around Zhang Ping's body, preventing him from moving an inch. He thought nervously, "Oh no, it's the ice formed from the water just now." My attention was completely drawn by the blizzard-like attack above. At this, Sissy C landed lightly and said, "If your opponent isn't afraid of you, then the mist will quickly dissipate and be exhausted." Zhang Ping looked at her with sharp eyes. "In that case, as long as my attack power is strong enough, I only need one strike to kill my opponent." The moment he finished speaking, the sword in Zhang Ping's hand immediately flew straight towards Sissy C, startling her. However, Sissy C quickly regained her composure. She's using a water prison as armor. Well then let me see how strong your attack power is. At that very moment, the sharp sword tip was already close at hand and mist energy tore through space like lightning. The sight before her made Sissy C gasp in astonishment, thinking it actually broke through the water prison and entered. At this, Zhang Ping said in a low voice, "Sister Sissy C, you lost." Sissy C calmly replied, "Your mist being able to break through my defenses across levels is truly astonishing." She gently retracted the water prison. Perhaps mist-mutated beasts are descendants of king-level mutated beasts inheriting this characteristic, which is why mist has the ability to inflict damage across levels. At this, Sissy C suddenly said loudly, "But aren't you lacking combat experience? If this were a real life or death battle, you'd be thoroughly cooked by now." Zhang Ping repeated, puzzled. "Cooked?" The moment he finished speaking, the water mass coiled around him, suddenly emitted white steam and began to boil. Zhang Ping cried out in panic, so hot, how did the water suddenly boil?" Finally, Sissy C turned and admonished him, "Understanding the characteristics of your abilities is very important. Research them more when you have nothing else to do." At this, Zhang Ping's expression suddenly turned mischievous. He created a wisp of mist when Sissy C wasn't paying attention. She continued, "Just like water turning into ice, hot water, or steam, these can all have unpredictable consequences in battle." With that, Zhang Ping turned around holding a spider in his hand. "Like this, Sister Sissy C." The moment she saw it, Sissy C immediately shot a stream of water at him, blushing and shouting, "A spider, get away from me!" The water stream flew directly towards Zhang Ping's mouth and he instinctively swallowed it. This action was immediately seen by Sissy C. She rushed over, shaking him forcefully and urging, "Spit it out quickly. My water element is pure water, it's poisonous." Zhang Ping spoke with difficulty. "Even if I don't die from the poison, you'll shake me to death." Sissy C replied apologetically in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Zhang Ping hesitated, continuing, "But my current form is a bit strange. I feel soft and can't control my body." At this, Zhang Ping's pants suddenly dropped, revealing his body entirely composed of water beneath. He frantically raised his dripping wet arm. "My hand." Zhang Ping frowned, thinking, "Did I awaken a new skill again?" "Appraisal." The system's mechanical voice immediately sounded. "Appraisal successful. Attribute panel, heterotroph, primary pure water body." After hearing this, Zhang Ping thought this time the level 6 gems effect actually awakened 2 talents. Pure water body is easy enough to understand. He cupped his chin, trying hard to guess. But what exactly is the heterotroph ability? At this, Sissy C hesitantly extended her hand as if wanting to touch him, yet paused. "Zhang Ping, what's wrong? You're not melting from poison, are you?" Zhang Ping gently shook his head. "I'm fine, I should be able to change back. It just needs a little time to adapt." He closed his eyes and began to think. If mist body and pure water body are similar, then the principle of transformation should also be like the mist. I just need to carefully feel my body. With this thought, Zhang Ping transformed into a puddle of liquid like a pool of water on the ground. "Alright." Next, he transformed into a stick figure body. "Alright." Then he turned into a strange blob of slime, saying in a low voice, "Alright." A few minutes later, Zhang Ping happily announced, "Sister Sissy C, look, I'm back to normal." This moment, he had returned to human form. However, Sissy C, startled, covered her eyes and turned away. You should put on some clothes first." She sternly questioned, "What exactly happened just now?" Zhang Ping, pulling up his pants, replied, "It seems I accidentally drank the water you created. I've awakened the pure water body." As soon as he said this, Sissy C couldn't help but hesitate. Pure water body. She turned her head blankly, thinking, Zhang Ping's growth rate is too fast, especially the pure water form. It's practically an ability water elementalists have always dreamed of. He can awaken it so easily. Is this infinite level? At this, Sissy C suddenly sensed something and immediately turned around in a panic. Zhang Ping shyly asked, "Sister Sissy C, are you all right?" She said in alarm. "And no, I'm fine." Just then an alarm suddenly blared across the sky. Sissy C immediately spoke, "What's wrong?" The other party replied anxiously, "Report squad leader, Iron Soul blacksmith shop is under attack. Requesting backup." Sissy C calmly replied, "Please have nearby teammates provide support first. I'll be there immediately." The person immediately responded, their tone much more resolute. "Wang Jiamin and the others are in danger. I want to go too." Upon hearing this, Sissy C waved her hand and refused. "You can't go, this might be a trap." Zhang Ping raised his water arm and reassured her, "Don't worry, I just awakened my pure water body today. If things go bad, I can turn into water and escape." Seeing this, Sissy C reluctantly stopped preventing him. She quickly left. "There's no stopping you. Follow me," Zhang Ping replied seriously. "Okay." Soon at the Iron Soul blacksmith shop. As soon as she opened the door and entered, scattered corpses on the ground met her eyes. She cried out in terror, "How can there be so many assassins?" Zhang Ping rushed inside while she began to assign tasks. "You take a team to search for survivors. You take a team for defense in case there are other assassins." They quickly nodded. "Yes." Zhang Ping frantically looked around. "Uncle Lu, Wang Jiamin, Sister Say." A trembling female voice immediately came from afar. Lius leaned against the wall with difficulty, trembling all over, continuing to call out to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping ran over in a panic, shouting, "Sister Say." Lius staggered, pointing forward. "Quick, Uncle Lu and Wang Jiamin." Sissy C had also arrived at the scene. Lius continued, They are all injured. Sissy C ran over with all her might, not forgetting to instruct. I'll go check, you take care of her here. Soon, Zhang Ping carefully bandaged Lu's severed arm. The white bandage was already soaked with blood. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the wound, then he hesitated and spoke. Sister Say, your arm. Liu hastily withdrew her hand, a complex expression flashing across her face. It's nothing, I won't die just because I'm missing an arm. Sissy C and her teammates quickly walked forward. She pointed at them and ordered, carry the injured back for treatment. Zhang Ping looked at the person on the stretcher and asked worriedly, Wang Jiamin Shi? Sissy C gently patted his shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, they're just injured and unconscious, nothing serious. With that, they all quickly left the scene. Liu suddenly turned her head and said in a low voice, I'm relieved that those two are fine. On the contrary, you should be careful too. Those assassins were all after you. Zhang Ping, have you offended some important person recently? Zhang Ping smiled and replied, It's nothing, Sister Say. You don't have to worry about me, just focus on recovering. Sissy C watched them leave and muttered to herself, The city is no longer safe. The scavenger squad will take them to a safe house outside the city for treatment. Zhang Ping couldn't help but curse, damn it. It's all my fault. He clenched his fists firmly. Zhu family beast tamers. In Mingzhu City, those who want to take my life are most likely them, Sissy C calmly said. I'll immediately arrange for people to investigate. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Zhang Ping. The energy fluctuation just now came from here. Many of our kind died here before. Is it related to these two? His eyes widened, thinking, this is Luo Shiyu's voice. My wind speaker ability activated quickly this time. It's nearby. As soon as he looked up, Zhang Ping immediately saw an object falling rapidly. The person continued, Now is a critical time. Wasting food is unacceptable and no threat can be overlooked. Zhang Ping tightly embraced Sissy C and fell to the side. Watch out! At this moment, Shiyu sat high up looking at the huge crack on the ground and exclaimed in admiration, Interesting. Her eyes sparkled and she said in a low voice, To be able to sense my attack. Zhang Ping stood up at this moment and asked seriously, Are you all right? Sissy C shook her head. I'm fine, but this operation was secret. How could she arrive at this moment? Zhang Ping slowly replied, I guess she might already be monitoring the entire city. Shiyu pursed her lips full of irritation, her gaze as sharp as a predator's. She shouted loudly, Zhang Ping. He immediately said, Sister Luo, long time no see. He secretly reassured himself. Calm down, appraise. The system quickly displayed appraising, while the system continuously chanted appraising. Sissy C rushed up and blocked him. You go quickly, I'll stop her. With that, Sissy C sent a blizzard directly toward Shiyu, who was floating in the air. Zhang Ping cursed anxiously. Damn it, not enough appraisal distance. She coldly watched each sharp ice shard fly towards her like lightning, thinking, she's using a killing move against me without hesitation. It seems my identity has been exposed. Shiyu quickly waved her hand, making them stop instantly. The recent events are indeed related to you. Just then, a deep red vortex suddenly appeared behind Sissy C. She instinctively raised her hand to create an ice armor in front. However, that energy was like a drill, going straight down, shattering the ice armor instantly. Sissy C timely jumped to dodge, and shattered ice pieces flew everywhere. She secretly thought, she shattered my fully defensive ice armor with one move. Shiyu observed excitedly at this moment, thinking, it doesn't matter if my identity is exposed, she can't see through my illusion either, only judging my attacks based on changes in the surrounding cold air. Immediately after, she burst into a rage and red energy surged out like flames, rushing towards Sissy C. I'd like to see how you defend this time. She subconsciously released cold air to defend herself. Sissy C quickly looked around to assess, here, and here too. Zhang Ping shouted in a panic, Sister Sissy C, watch out for the upper left. She immediately obeyed and looked back. Fortunately, Zhang Ping was here, otherwise she wouldn't even be able to resist. The two coordinated seamlessly. Zhang Ping's guidance easily helped her dodge attacks. 3 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 9 o'clock. Sissy C, following the commands, moved gracefully and flexibly like water. 4 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 12 o'clock. The sight before Shiyu made her face darken, and she muttered to herself, how does Zhang Ping know? Could it be? Finally, she decided to change the direction of her attack. Turning toward Zhang Ping, he quickly sensed it, his eyes sparkling, and he dodged with all his might. At this moment, Shiyu completely saw his every jump. She gnashed her teeth unhappily, thinking, indeed, every time I attack, he can accurately dodge. It seems Zhang Ping is the one who can distinguish our true forms. Shiyu then shouted sternly, I should have killed you directly back then. I'd like to see how long you can dodge. As soon as she said this, Zhang Ping immediately muttered in a panic, oh no, I can't dodge and tell Sister Sissy C the locations at the same time. He turned deftly, successfully dodging wave after wave of attacks. 3 circles left, 3 circles right. Then Zhang Ping took the opportunity to leap, getting closer to Sissy C. She called out in bewilderment, Zhang Ping. He smiled, quickly creating a mist armor. Just in time. Sister Luo's anger is a bit intense. Could it be a recent breakup? His attitude made Shiyu laugh, her sharp teeth appearing faintly. Interesting. Shiyu tilted her head back and laughed uncontrollably, her eyes blood-red, full of murderous intent, and she replied in a low voice, Zhangping, you've been hiding quite well. You've bluffed your way through so many of my tests. With that, streaks of dark energy roared from all directions like the claws of demons, and Shiyu let out a cold cry. But this time your doom is sealed. Rows of giant black spikes like blades plunged down directly, their tips glinting with terrifying red light as if to devour everything. You can defend against 3 tails, but what about 3,000? Sissy raised her hand and created another layer of ice, shouting tremblingly. Its attack power is too high. Cracks began to appear in the shield. Zhangping gritted his teeth, trembling as he struggled to hold on. System notification, Mist Reserve 50. The system voice grew louder. Mist Reserve 30. Shiyu curled her lips in satisfaction, tucking her hair behind her ear. If you can last 1 second, you win. At 0.6 seconds, Sissy gritted her teeth, bearing down with all her might. The system continued to chime. Mist Reserve 10. Mist Reserve 8. Mist Reserve 5. 0.9 seconds. Mist Reserve 0. A series of thoughts flashed through Zhangping's mind. In an instant, I've released 100 of my mist, yet I still can't resist. Am I really going to die here this time? At this moment, Shibai's figure suddenly appeared, accompanied by a comforting voice. Zhangping, hang in there, kid. I can only create an opportunity for you. He glanced nervously, thinking, it's the captain's clone. At this moment, the scene was chaotic, and Shiyu's spikes kept piercing the armor, emitting sharp hissing sounds. She looked down at the smoke gradually enveloping her, frowning in confusion. What is this? Sissy seized the opportunity from behind and shouted, Zhangping, now? His eyes immediately lit up and he replied, Okay. Zhangping clenched his fists, exerting all his strength, mist energy radiating around him. Finally, he quickly grabbed Sissy's hand tightly. Then Zhangping quickly ran off, leaving behind a dark mist. He urgently prompted Sissy, go. This immediately reached Shiyu's ears. She gnashed her teeth and roared, trying to run. Shiyu raised her hands high, summoning a giant mutated beast behind her. It was enormous, as if it could destroy everything. She shouted, break it for me. However, as Shiyu looked down, the 2 figures had already vanished without a trace. The mutated beast opened its massive mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Everyone listen. Full pursuit of Zhangping. After a while, in the scavenger squad's safe house outside the city. In the ward, Liu's lay on the bed, softly asking, So, you're a member of the scavenger squad now, and Mingzu City has become a den for those smelly foxes? Zhangping nodded and replied, Yes, although they don't dare to act rashly, the city is still unsafe. He then looked down in regret. I'm sorry, it's all because of me. Liu's immediately interrupted him. Alright, it's just one less arm, I'm not dead. Besides, I should thank you for saving Uncle Lu and the others. Just as Sissy walked in, she happened to hear his next words. I will definitely find a way to reclaim the blacksmith shop. Until then, everyone will have to endure a little hardship and temporarily hide outside the city. She pursed her lips, recalling everything that had just happened. Unconsciously, he had grown. Lius also noticed her appearance at this moment. She smiled and said, That girl is still waiting for you. You go busy yourself first. A few seconds later, Zhangping and Sissy were already outside the corridor. He gently closed the door. Sissy, did you need something from me? Upon hearing this, Sissy folded her arms and pouted. What did you call me? Zhangping hastily corrected himself. Sister Sissy. Then he muttered to himself, It's all Sister Say's fault, always calling her that girl, making me say it wrong. Zhangping pursed his lips, fine sweat beading on his forehead. But it's true, calling her Sister Sissy was fine in social settings before, but now that we're familiar, it feels a bit awkward. After all, I've lived 2 lives, I'm much older than her. At this moment, Sissy suddenly turned her back to him, biting her hand, and replied nonchalantly, Never mind, it's just a title anyway, call me whatever you want, just follow me. She walked on, reminding him, Your identity has been exposed, so you probably can't enter Mingzu City for now. Wait for the captain's arrangements. After a while, in another room, Sissy handed out a bottle of medicine and then spoke. The information you previously provided about the Saintess was very useful, and you perfectly completed the rapist mission. So this is the scavenger squad's reward for you. Zhangping carefully took it. Is this golden blood? He leaned in to observe carefully. It shouldn't be that golden blood from before, right? Sissy gently hummed. It is Jinpo's golden blood. Every so often, she needs to have her blood drawn and stored. This blood is usually used to treat teammates or extend the lifespan of some meritorious elderly individuals. You can try it in the training room. See what ability you can gain. At this moment, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, and this golden blood is a bloodline ability, so it might be inherited by offspring. You'd best be prepared and be careful not to get entangled with those unruly girls. Zhangping stared at the bottle of golden blood, thinking to himself, It's just a chance of inheritance, not 100. Besides, it's not even certain if I'll have a wife in the future. All right then, he unhesitatingly raised it and drank it all, hoping his heterotroph ability would take effect. His previous mist body and pure water body were thanks to it. After a while, Sissy asked curiously, Well, did you gain any abilities? Zhangping lowered his head and replied, It doesn't seem to have changed. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a sticky red liquid suddenly flowed from his fingertips. Zhangping muttered blankly, Appraise successful. The system prompts that heterotroph has been activated. He asked himself, Is heterotroph also an infinite-level skill? Zhangping secretly guessed that this pure blood body seemed to be able to accurately perceive the target's state. Liquid on his hand grew more and more. Sissy C cried out in panic, "What's wrong with your hand?" Returning to Zhang Ping's perspective, he gently asked Sissy C, "You're injured on your face." Sissy C pushed up her glasses awkwardly. "Don't mind it," Zhang Ping secretly thought. It seems her injury has a hidden story. She continued to ask, "Besides this, do you have any other changes?" Zhang Ping explained in a low voice, "In this state, I can sense the life state of all living beings and even merge with the other party's body, and heal all wounds on the other person's body, including scars." Sissy C immediately ran over, delighted. "So you can also restore Luz's severed arm?" Zhang Ping clenched his fists, his gaze firm. "As long as there's enough blood, logically speaking, even if a person is just a bag of skin and bones, I can fully restore their body. Pure water body can evade, while pure blood body can heal others," he thought to himself. Sissy C hastily pushed Zhang Ping, "Then hurry and heal Lius." He smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll go now." Then he suddenly glanced at her. "Sissy C, when I get back, can we talk not as teammates but as old friends?" As soon as Zhang Ping said this, her cheeks instantly turned as red as tomatoes. Sissy C slowly nodded. "Okay." In the wilderness at night, beasts by the river were drinking water. A deer suddenly sensed something and looked up. What met its eyes was an extremely tense scene as mutated beasts charged forward furiously. Their eyes were bloodshot like burning sparks. Each step on the ground was like a drumbeat of death, signaling that a nightmare was coming. Meanwhile, in another place, Manny was walking leisurely but was drawn by Shibai's figure. She stopped curiously, asking for information about Saint Ancestor Village. "Captain, why are you looking at this?" Shibai looked up and said, "You might not remember, although the Zhu family did many cruel and heartless things when they were in power at first, the Zhu family beast taming clan was also a heroic family." He recalled that to fight against the Eastern Cold Catastrophe, the Zhu family head, Zhu Qiang, merged with the sun god. Shibai continued, "Every day he kept flying into the sky, bringing light and warmth to people. He persisted for 10 years until he finally died of exhaustion." Manny nodded, drinking coffee. "I know, Zhu Qiang was buried in Sunset Mountain Range outside Mingzhu City after his death. Survivors outside the city, out of gratitude, guarded his tomb. Many years later, those people intermarried and bore descendants, gradually forming a village. That's Saint Ancestor Village, but what does this have to do with Saint Ancestor Village?" Shibai pondered, explaining. "A Saintess is born in Saint Ancestor Village every 100 years. The Saintess's bloodline can protect the village from any mutated beast attacks." As soon as he said this, Manny immediately cried out in horror, "Does that mean Chen Junting is the Saintess from Saint Ancestor Village?" Shibai still slowly said, looking down. "The Zhu family plans to use the Saintess to control the 10 King Foxes." She rested her chin in her hand, puzzled. "But why would the Saintess appear in Hane Academy? And with something like this happening, Saint Ancestor Village is nowhere to be found?" Shibai didn't answer, but instead frowned and asked, "What if they did it on purpose? With the Saintess imprisoned in the city as an excuse, Saint Ancestor Village could launch a war against Mingzhu City at any time." Manny was drenched in nervous sweat. "Why would they do that?" Shibai immediately explained. 10 years ago, Mingzhu City also had a dictatorial city lord. To avoid repeating the Zhu family's mistakes, the scavenger squad listed her as a fugitive and issued a warrant. Then, in conjunction with the current city lord, they successfully expelled her from the city. Later, she used some method to become the leader of Saint Ancestor Village. Manny listened intently to his words. Perhaps she had always scorned Mingzhu City, just waiting for the right moment to invade again. The security team built many safe houses in the wilderness. Those safe houses were very hidden. Some were built into rocks, others hidden underground or in trees. In safe house number 3, Sissy C carefully looked around, thinking, "Is this commotion the Zhu family again? I have to go out and investigate." She secretly assessed, "But if this place is discovered, all the injured will be in danger." Leaving Zhang Ping here alone, relying only on himself, Sissy C looked at his back, unable to help but hesitate. Can he do it? At this moment, Zhang Ping suddenly raised the ghost lantern, excitedly shouting success. Sissy C looked at his expression, puzzled. "What succeeded? Isn't this lamp already out of energy?" Zhang Ping softly explained. "It ran out of energy, but I felt it would be a waste to throw it away, so I tried to see if I could recharge it." Materializer, flames entwined. At this moment, the ghost lantern turned blue from pure water body, and the fiery red symbolizing pure blood body. Finally, the gloomy purple of mist body, ghost lantern. Zhang Ping placed it on the sickbed and excitedly said, "Finally, I injected mist into it, and it lit up again, and the effect is even stronger." Sissy couldn't help but exclaim, "That's truly a lucky shot," Zhang Ping replied indifferently. "Using the lantern to conceal the safe house, we can confidently go out and investigate." At this moment, in the desolate area, he glanced at the mutated beast horde and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too many, isn't it?" "When did the Zhu family control so many mutated beasts?" Sissy spoke sternly. "Headquarters. This is Lu Sishan near safe house number 3. Approximately 10,000 mutated beasts are heading towards Mingzhu City. Their levels are not high, but their numbers are large, mainly forest-bouncing rabbits." Zhang Ping wondered. "Strange, why are these mutated beasts running so fast? It doesn't look like they're going somewhere but rather fleeing." He suddenly discovered something, his eyes instantly wide open. Zhang Ping hastily pointed in that direction. "Sissy, look over there." Sissy heard him and immediately turned to observe. She cried out in horror. "And a large number of zombies are rushing into the city." Looking at the red torrent continuously surging forward, Sissy gasped, The number is probably around 50,000. In the office, Shibai slammed his hand on the table thinking 50,000. He pursed his lips and calculated 10,000 mutated beasts, 50,000 zombies. There are still 10 king foxes and zoo family remnants in the city. Now the team is short-staffed and cannot simultaneously confront so many enemies. Do I have to personally intervene? Thinking of this, Shibai's eyes flashed with electricity. He turned his head. No, there's still a way. Finally, Shibai shouted. Manny Chen Luowei, Shu Jia, prepare, activate the illusionary sky curtain again. Manny hesitated, but the illusionary sky curtain wasn't already. Shu Jia crossed her arms and asked, Captain, what do you mean? Shibai deliberated. Yesterday, when covering Zhongping, I temporarily suppressed Prince Moon. Now its energy should not have recovered yet. He seriously planned, although we cannot rely on the patrol team and the investigation team, there are still many powerful fighters in the city. Carve words on our illusionary sky curtain to inform the entire city about the zombie attack. The current situation is a zombie attack. Shibai continued to urge. After you awaken the city and gather, we will then infiltrate. We will guard Mingzhu City and at the same time avoid the 10 King Fox's surveillance. Act quickly. Everyone immediately obeyed yes. At this moment, he raised his hand to create an energy source, converting the communication to multiline. Lu Sishan Zhongping, I order you two to stop as many mutated beasts and zombies outside the city as possible, to buy time for the personnel in the city to gather. Everyone responded in unison. Okay, yes. Safe house number 5, Luhan spoke in a deep voice. This is the branch requesting instructions from the captain. A voice came from the other side. Quickly go to safe house number 3 and support Lu Sishan. He immediately responded. Understood, his subordinates excitedly chattered. Charge. Luhan reached out to summon energy and softly declared. Let's go. It's our turn to make an appearance. City Lord's mansion. Zi Ming walked slowly, filled with worry. The attack on the blacksmith shop should have been successful, right? He then checked the situation and immediately proceeded with the next step. Indeed, Prince Moon is not in the City Lord's mansion, so I can proceed with the next step. Suddenly, a notification came from his communicator. We apologize, we've encountered some trouble. Zi Ming immediately widened his eyes and angrily asked, What trouble? The other party immediately reported the complex situation. A group of unknown individuals suddenly appeared outside the city. The mutated beast horde is very frightened, and we can't control them for now. I don't know which guy caused this. Zi Ming's face darkened and he roared furiously. Stop talking nonsense and deal with it quickly. If the plan fails again, none of us will survive. Then he secretly thought, these guys are really unreliable. No choice, I'll find the Saintess first and then take her away as soon as the time is right. Sensing the surrounding atmosphere suddenly become very strange, Zi Ming turned his head as if he had discovered something. Seeing Keddy and the members of Patrol Team 1 suddenly appear, his face couldn't help but show panic and worry. Patrol Team Captain Lin Keddy, what is he doing here and with so many people? Zi Ming immediately stepped forward and bowed, greeting, Isn't this Captain Lin? What brings you here today? The City Lord hasn't returned yet. If there's anything important, you can tell me first. However, Keddy just stared at him, not saying a word. He and the other members coldly brushed past him. Zi Ming was immediately confused. He's ignoring me. Has he already noticed something? Keddy then stepped forward, reaching out to push open the door of the room where a feast was being held. Zi Ming's eyes immediately showed unease. This is... He heard the melodious music playing, and secretly muttered, The people inside are all dancing together, immersed in the music. What's going on? Junting immediately stepped forward, reaching out her hand, a brilliant smile on her face. More friends have joined, let's play together. Keddy then slowly raised a glass of red wine and took a small sip. He suddenly woke up, staring blankly at the wine glass in his hand. How did I get here? Prince Moon seemed to have ordered something. He suddenly remembered the task he was assigned and panicked, spitting out the wine he had just drunk. Ah, right, to catch Zhongping. Junting approached from a distance, saying, Really, uncle is too careless. Keddy looked at her and secretly asked himself, Did she invite me here to play? His face showed surprise and doubt. This feeling was just like his own royal family. Junting wiped the wine from his clothes with a handkerchief, saying, Grandpa said not to waste anything. Keddy immediately knelt down, bowing his head in greeting. Saintess. Junting's face showed displeasure. Why do you all call me that? I clearly said we are friends. Then she suddenly grabbed his hand tightly and pulled him along. Never mind, let's go dance. Zi Ming stood in the distance observing intently and then secretly surmised, Saintess can only influence mutated beasts. Could Lin Keddy also have been replaced by a 10 King fox? Why didn't this fox tell me about such an important matter? It seems it doesn't trust me much. The sight of Keddy and Junting dancing and the atmosphere radiating from the other partygoers made him suspicious. Judging by the situation, there are probably no living people left in the patrol team, and even everyone present might have been mutated by the 10 King foxes. His eyes suddenly gleamed, and a cunning smile curled his lips. But it seems they are being controlled by Chen Junting, and she herself isn't even aware of it. She can be persuaded to work for us, then the plan can proceed directly to the next stage. Zi Ming immediately approached Junting. Little sister Chen Junting, are you having fun? Junting immediately smiled brightly, overjoyed. At first, I just wanted to find some new friends. I didn't expect Sister Luo to throw such a grand dance party for me. By the way, why hasn't Sister Luo returned yet? Zi Ming raised a finger, awkwardly replying, Perhaps she still has some things to take care of. Then he secretly cursed, This brat, you're clearly the one seducing these people. Ziming suddenly grabbed Junting's hand tightly, smiling and suggesting, "Uncle knows an even more fun place, want to go play together?" Junting immediately shook off his hand, flatly refusing, "I don't care." She gently rubbed the hand he had squeezed tightly, then continued, "I haven't had enough fun yet and I don't even know you." Her tone was filled with vigilance and doubt. "But why do you know my name?" At this moment the space suddenly became exceptionally dark and cold. The eyes of the people around them suddenly turned exceptionally blood red. Meanwhile, Sissy C swiftly landed near safe house number 3. She skillfully used her water elemental power as support, making her movement speed even more agile. Zhang Ping's body was suspended in midair, enveloped by a strong magical power. After luring the mutated beast horde, he discussed tactics with Sissy C. "Sissy C, I've gathered them all together, quickly freeze them." Sissy C immediately replied loudly, "Excellent." She immediately used magic to freeze the mutated beast horde. In the blink of an eye, however, a large number of other creatures rushed up at an astonishing speed. Sissy C immediately cried out in alarm, "Oh no, there are too many." Zhang Ping quickly rushed out, shouting, "I'll stop them." He immediately charged out, a huge force sweeping behind him. "These mutated beasts will accumulate a lot of fear energy for me, so now I can freely use mist." Zhang Ping then gritted his teeth, desperately using the mist magic. "Excellent." She immediately used magic to freeze the mutated beast horde. In the blink of an eye, however, a large number of other creatures rushed up at an astonishing speed. Sissy C immediately cried out in alarm, "Oh no, there are too many." Zhang Ping quickly rushed out, shouting, "I'll stop them." He immediately charged out, a huge force sweeping behind him. "These mutated beasts will accumulate a lot of fear energy for me, so now I can freely use mist." Zhang Ping then gritted his teeth, desperately using the mist magic. Next, he continuously released 100 portions of mist. Zhang Ping hastily used the mist art to transform into a dragon, instantly becoming a gigantic dragon descending from the sky. On the ground, countless mutated beast hordes surged forward frantically. Seeing this, Zhang Ping secretly resolved to wait until reinforcements arrived. At this moment, the Intelligence Institute released a battle map and some basic information. Zombies and mutated beasts were invading Mingzu's city from 3 directions. The 10 king foxes, meanwhile, gathered at the city lord's mansion, remaining idle. After transforming into a dragon, Zhang Ping soared into the sky amidst the dense mist. "What you see are mutated beasts. What I see is an endless stream of dark mist energy and experience points." He immediately dove down, attacking and sweeping away group after group of mutated beasts. His experience points continuously climbed. He proudly overturned all of them, thinking that defeating hundreds of mutated beasts would surely increase his attributes or level. The leader among the mutated beast horde issued a command, "Everyone disperse and flee and tangle that dragon." Hearing this, the mutated beasts immediately scattered, splitting into several groups. Zhang Ping hovered in midair, focusing on observing and analyzing their every move. That's right, they are quite clever. These mutated beasts are only thinking of escaping with no mind for fighting at all. A mutated beast was suddenly impaled by Sissy's sharp ice shards. The other mutated beasts scattered in fear, one of them shouting, "Brothers, there's no dragon ahead, it's safe." Sissy C immediately shot ice spears from the water, fiercely impaling and sweeping up group after group of mutated beasts. "I'll take care of these stragglers." A mutated beast roared in anger, "You're lying?" Seeing this, Zhang Ping smiled excitedly. Sissy C. "Well done," he then thought to himself. "If only there were a system to record how many monsters I've defeated." Sissy C, seeing the mutated beast horde surging forward, reminded him, "Don't get distracted, they're coming again." The mutated beast suddenly rushed towards him, making him yell in anger, "Damn it, is there no end?" Suddenly, a firelight flickered in the distance, followed by a huge fireball whistling towards him, leaving Zhang Ping dumbfounded. "Huh?" The fireball struck his body and immediately exploded. "What's going on?" Zhang Ping's eyes widened as he looked at the source of the attack. Many zombies stood prominently before him, filling his face with shock. "These are zombies?" he secretly wondered. "They can even use magic. I thought zombies only bit people. Stereotypes really aren't to be trusted." Zhang Ping quickly used his appraisal skill on them. Appraisal successful. Saint Ancestor Village, level 6. The appraisal result greatly surprised Zhang Ping. The zombies from Saint Ancestor Village suddenly charged forward in unison. They tightly grabbed and tore at his body. Zhang Ping worried internally that he must quickly find an opportunity to relay this intelligence to headquarters. Zhang Ping immediately flapped his wings, throwing them off, then roared to the sky, "Get lost!" While defending, he pondered a countermeasure. Zombies don't feel fear. At this rate, the dark mist will eventually run out. Sissy C hastily used water as a shield, protecting Zhang Ping from the zombie attacks, and reminded him, "Zhang Ping, keep your distance from them." Zhang Ping decisively replied, "Okay." He immediately waved his hand, grabbing a zombie and holding it tightly in his palm. By this move, he then cast a spell and flew into the air. The flame entanglement skill caused a blazing fire to suddenly surge from underground, incinerating the zombie in his hand. "My fire's a bit intense, bear with it." Zhang Ping immediately summoned celestial fire to pour down, engulfing the zombies in a sea of flames. "Go zombie fireball." Experience points continuously increased. Zhang Ping thought to himself, pleased. "Excellent, my attributes are now almost double that of other awakened ones at the same level." Meanwhile, Sissy C was still struggling to fight off the swarming zombies. However, there was no trace of fear on her face. Sword art. Sharp blade and dual stab, she continuously swung her sword, each strike cleaving through the zombies with overwhelming power. Suddenly a large number of zombies rushed from behind, catching Sissy off guard, and her heart sank. Not good. Just then Zhang Ping immediately stepped forward, stomping them into pieces. Taste my kick, sky-crushing, earth-shattering Sissy's invincible kick. Sissy asked curiously, "What are you talking about?" Zhang Ping mumbled, "And nothing." The mist grew denser and denser, and the space became eerie and suffocating. Zhang Ping reanalyzed the situation. The first wave of mutated beasts and zombies has been dealt with, approximately 1,000 in number. About half of the second wave will be resolved soon. He quickly transformed back into human form, then continued, "Speaking of which, how can these zombies use abilities?" Sissy speculated. "Perhaps they were all awakened ones in life," she hastily guessed. "Such despicable methods. Could it be the Zhu family again?" Zhang Ping then shared the intelligence he had gathered. "However, I just appraised the zombies as belonging to Saint Ancestor Village." Meanwhile, Shibai was also concentrating on analysis and drawing conclusions. "That's right, although the Zhu family is cruel, beast taming is a form of faith for them. They disdain using unorthodox methods like controlling zombies." He immediately contacted Sissy, reporting the situation. "According to my preliminary deduction, this matter is very likely related to Saint Ancestor Village, and Zhang Ping's appraisal result further confirms this." Hearing this, Sissy cried out in alarm. "Saint Ancestor Village?" She then immediately stood up straight, her palms clenched, her expression firm and full of resolve. "In other words, that person did it." At this moment, some unpleasant past memories suddenly surfaced in Sissy's mind. Ao Shui's terrifying eyes had always haunted her. The surrounding space suddenly emitted bursts of poisonous smoke. Sissy hastily covered her nose and reminded Zhang Ping, "Zhang Ping, hold your breath, this gas is poisonous." Zhang Ping gently reached out to touch the poisonous smoke, his expression contemplative. "Hold my breath, this smell, where have I smelled it before? Rotten egg smell is hydrogen sulfide H2S. He immediately recalled his previous experiences. While on the rescue team, he had encountered a severe fire caused by hydrogen sulfide H2S. If it contains hydrogen sulfide H2S, it will burn. He immediately sternly warned Sissy. "Sissy, watch out for an explosion," she asked in confusion. "What are you trying to do?" Zhang Ping walked forward step by step, his face filled with resolve. "No time to explain, trust me," Sissy replied without hesitation. Zhang Ping swiftly used his materializer skill, causing a blazing flame to appear at his fingertips. He immediately threw the flame forward and a violent explosion erupted, with flames surging impressively. The fierce explosion Zhang Ping had just created somewhat dispersed the poisonous smoke permeating the surroundings. At this moment the system notified him that his materializer reserve was continuously increasing. He hastily reported the situation. "Get ready, the second wave of attacks is coming soon." Sissy asked in confusion, "Didn't you say we had half an hour left?" Zhang Ping saw a dark figure hidden in the hazy smoke and asked, "Wait, what's that?" He then immediately checked the information of the target ahead. Shang Ming sat imposingly on the back of a giant zombie before him. The system was still appraising. A glint flashed in Shang Ming's eyes as he gently stroked his beard and arrogantly said, "To be able to neutralize this old man's corpse poison, you two are quite bold." Zhang Ping propped his chin, a worried expression on his face. Strange, the appraisal on the captain succeeded before, but this time it failed again, just like with Luo Shiyu. "Is it because my training is insufficient that I can't appraise high-level targets from a distance? If that's the case, then I'll command it to appraise all zombies within my line of sight." At this moment the system notified him. Appraisal successful. The attribute panels of the surrounding zombies flashed instantly. Just then, Zhang Ping's appraisal skill suddenly upgraded. Advanced appraisal upgraded to strategic appraisal. It had now successfully appraised the attributes of old Shang Ming before him. Level 39 with the ability to create corpse poison. Anyone who comes into contact with the corpse poison will turn into a zombie and be controlled by the ability user. Shang Ming secretly lamented in his heart. "Although this old man really wants to take action himself, I have more important things to do now." He then immediately waved his hand, commanding the goblin, "Go bring them to this old man, dead or alive." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping hastily turned and asked Sissy, "The appraisal shows this guy is a level 39 fallen one. Sissy, what does fallen one mean?" Sissy's face showed shock, thinking level 39. She then began to explain that an awakened one's ability gradually changes with usage habits. She further clarified that it eventually transforms into the form best suited for the user. Sissy looked at Shang Ming before her and calmly said, "However, if an awakened one's mental power isn't strong enough, they will suffer a backlash from their own ability, eventually becoming a slave to that ability. We call such individuals fallen ones." Finally, she issued a warning. "And fallen ones are all extremely powerful." Zhang Ping, seeing the zombie horde surging forward, immediately adopted a defensive stance. "They're here," Sissy said with an annoyed tone. "This time we're in trouble." A zombie suddenly snarled and roared, angrily rushing forward, swinging its claws. Zhang Ping immediately cleaved it with his sword. Meanwhile, the huge goblin, axe in hand, charged towards Sissy with intense hatred. It swung its axe, chopping and roaring to the sky. "Kill, kill, kill, kill!" Sissy, while desperately dealing with the goblin, quickly contacted headquarters to report the situation. "Headquarters, this is Lu Sishan." Her tone became exceptionally grave. "A fallen one has appeared. He's riding a giant zombie. My strength is insufficient to resist him. This guy is leading a large number of zombies towards the north of the city. While keeping an eye on Xiangming's movements, she continued to report to headquarters. His level is 39, extremely dangerous. At this moment, Zhang Ping was rapidly using his appraisal skill on the level 29 goblin. He immediately enveloped his arm in a surge of magic power, his face showing an extremely resolute expression. First, I'll try to control it. He then immediately shot out an iron chain which rushed forward like an arrow released from a bow. The iron chain tightly coiled around and constricted the goblin. However, the goblin struggled violently. Decisively snapping the chain with its axe, Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, his expression exceptionally tense. No, this zombie is not on the same level as the previous ones at all. Suddenly a tremor came from a distance, making Zhang Ping feel confused and worried. That sound is coming from Mingzhu City. Have the enemies already entered the city? Meanwhile, at Mingzhu City's north gate, countless zombies and mutated beasts were surging forward, invading the city. Despite this, Lai Xian still stood tall and proud before the city gate, defending the city with all his might. With just one punch, he easily sent the mutated beasts flying far away. Lai Xian's face was filled with resolve and his voice boomed. Wang Feng, Lai Xian, master of the Beast King Fist Gym, is here. He suddenly stopped, took a deep breath and clenched his fists and unequivocally declared, "No one shall pass here today." Bati immediately rushed forward to lead, loudly boosting everyone's morale. "Let's go together. We absolutely cannot let these beasts get even half a step closer." Lai Xian suddenly glanced aside in surprise. "Oh, that's Bati," and the others immediately rushed forward, punching and kicking, sweeping away the zombies and mutated beasts before them. Ben Shi suddenly leapt up, raising his hand to punch backward. Lai Xian hastily raised his hand to block, his face filled with anger. "Stop, I wasn't paying attention just now, but your movements are completely different from the other zombies." Blood suddenly oozed from the point where his hand collided with Ben Shi's fist. Ben Shi suddenly widened his eyes ferociously, then immediately threw a series of powerful punches at Lai Xian. While raising his hand to block, he asked in surprise, "Is this the Beast King Marquise's fist art?" These familiar fist techniques made him wonder, "Who exactly are you?" Ben Shi continued to charge forward, a thought flashing through his mind, "Is that my stupid junior disciple?" Ben Shi's fists were as fast as lightning, but Lai Xian dodged in time with his agile movements. He unhesitatingly lunged directly at Ben Shi. Lai Xian's eyes turned bloodshot, filled with determination, and he immediately used the Beast King fist, gluttonous adamant cauldron style, lifting Ben Shi's body into the air. Lai Xian grabbed him tightly, swiftly throwing him high into the air with astonishing strength. He then released a surging flame, blasting Ben Shi straight to the ground. Lai Xian's move, Crimson Emperor Undying Rest with super regeneration, instantly defeated his opponent. Ben Shi lay on the ground, a token inadvertently falling beside him. Lai Xian walked forward bewildered and picked up the token. Did this thing fall from a zombie? Why does it look so familiar? Seeing the name Lin Ben Shi engraved on the token, Lai Xian was instantly shocked and distraught. This is Senior Brother's token. Full of doubt, he concentrated his thoughts. He uses the Beast King fist art and carries Senior Brother's token. This left him utterly astonished. Could this be Senior Brother Lin Ben Shi, who disappeared over 30 years ago? Ben Shi immediately seized the opportunity to rush over, his eyes filled with hatred. "Stupid junior disciple, hate me, be furious." Lai Xian still brought up the past. "Last year, Senior Brother went out to investigate missing awakened ones and then he also disappeared." He gritted his teeth. Wielding his fists, he spoke, "I never thought you'd become a zombie, fallen to such a state." The two continuously exchanged blows. At this moment, Ben Shi thought to himself, "Only you can stop me." Lai Xian's voice suddenly rang out, filled with heartache and a catching in his throat. "Senior Brother, are you truly gone?" He excitedly recalled the days they trained together. Faster, even faster. Back then, Ben Shi always rigorously helped him practice. Fist techniques must be versatile, not rigid. Whenever he fell to the ground, Ben Shi would not hesitate to reach out and encourage him, saying, "Although Master never thought highly of you, you've certainly made rapid progress." He smiled sincerely, his face radiant. "Come, let's keep practicing. When you've mastered it, wouldn't that bring shame to the old man?" Back in reality, Lai Xian still resisted with all his might. Ben Shi's fists ceaselessly rained down on him. Tears streamed from his eyes, filled with sorrow and a choked sob. Why have Senior Brother's fist techniques become so weak and powerless with time? Lai Xian had never ceased his gratitude and memories of Ben Shi throughout his life. "How dare you desecrate the Beast King fist, desecrate my Senior Brother?" He immediately raised his hand and burned his own clothes with fire to express his determination. Lai Xian firmly declared, "No matter who the culprit is, I will drag them out today." He then used his skill, Crimson Emperor Undying Body, Crimson Emperor Blazing Blood, and his entire body was quickly enveloped in blazing flames. Lai Xian gritted his teeth, angrily shouting a warning to everyone around him. "Everyone else, step back, don't get caught in the crossfire." No sooner had he spoken than he charged towards Ben Shi with lightning speed. He landed a heavy punch on his chest. After Ben Shi fell, Lai Xian continued to furiously swing his fists. Punch after punch rained down, mixed with the lingering tears of pity in his eyes. Finally, Lai Xian erupted with a fierce flame, so hot it seemed capable of instantly incinerating everything. The flames rushed directly towards Ben Shi's body. His eyes turned pitch black and every inch of his skin and muscle seemed to be gradually devoured by the fire. He collapsed limply to the ground, his body no longer intact. "You are strong, Junior Brother." Lai Xian slowly turned and walked away, his face filled with sorrow. "Rest in peace, Senior Brother." At this moment, Xiang Ming suddenly appeared, saying in a fierce tone, "How dare you batter this old man's proud creation like this?" He immediately threatened, "Since that's the case, you shall take his place." Lai Xian hastily turned around, his face filled with shock and confusion. "Who is it?" He suddenly opened his eyes wide as if he had discovered an enemy, then he quickly adopted a ready stance, and blazing flames immediately enveloped his entire body. "You're the one who turned my senior brother into a zombie, aren't you?" Xiang Ming, riding majestically and proudly on the back of a giant zombie, spoke arrogantly. "So what?" His eyes suddenly glinted with terrifying red light. "Just you, a mere mosquito, wish to stop this old man's army?" He led a surging army of zombies. Their eyes glinted fiercely, as if ready to tear apart their prey at any moment. Meanwhile, at the Zhu family academy, the plan to kidnap the Saintess had failed, and the scavenger squad began investigating the Zhu family blacksmiths for creating chaos. Plan succeeded. Prince Moon was lured out of the city and is currently searching for Zhang Ping within the city, guiding mutated beasts to invade the city lord's mansion. Plan failed. The zombie horde and mutated beasts completely lost contact, the Saintess kidnapping plan failed, and a large number of Ten King Foxes gathered at the city lord's mansion, regarding the situation at Scavenger Squad headquarters. The objective: investigate the Zhu family's purpose, win over the Ten King Foxes, use the Saintess to control the Ten King Foxes, and rule Mingzhu City. Investigation revealed the cause of the zombie horde is related to Saint Ancestor Village, and the Sky Curtain has been successfully reactivated, gathering the city's combat power. The zombie horde first arrived at the North Gate, then moved towards the West and East Gates. The South Gate is blocked, so there is no risk of invasion. Currently, the Beast King Fist Jim and Awakened Ones have successfully gathered at the North Gate. From Saint Ancestor Village, Ao Shui led a group of subordinates close behind. Yu Chengai immediately knelt down and reported loudly, "Leader, everyone has assembled." Ao Shui immediately waved her hand, sternly deploying the plan. "Everyone, listen up. This operation will cooperate with the primary-level zombie army to disrupt city order. You can seize the opportunity to grab some supplies and proselytize along the way," she sternly commanded. "However, once the Zhao brothers successfully pick up the Saintess, you must immediately withdraw without a moment's delay. All subordinates obey at once." Yu Chengai then spoke, his face showing doubt, saying, "Your subordinate has several concerns." He frankly expressed his confusion. "Will the mutated Beast King in the city become an unstable factor? Also, we have already started fighting, so why must we retreat after the Saintess is brought back?" Ao Shui glared, answering fiercely, "Are you referring to that old fox? It actually woke up long ago and is now waiting for our failure to appear in person." Yu Chengai couldn't help but hesitate. "Then if we attack now, wouldn't the army be in danger?" A cunning smile suddenly curved at the corner of Ao Shui's lips. "Don't worry." She seemed very pleased with her plan. Although the Saintess's awakening is not yet complete, the influence she wields cannot be easily neutralized, even by a Beast King. The Ten King Foxes will not act rashly before we take her away. Ao Shui then elaborated, "If we want to occupy Mingzhu City, aside from the old fox, the only major threat to us is the failure of the scavenger squad he leads." She then mentioned her method of using zombies. "Therefore, I have already arranged for people to try and open the city gates in advance, with the aim of creating enough chaos in the city." Ao Shui then meticulously planned every step of the operation and predicted Shibai's actions. First, use the Saintess as bait to launch a war, allowing zombies to enter the city. If the scavenger squad wants to completely resolve this large-scale invasion, they will have no choice but to activate the Sun Moon Pearl. Should that fail, the Sun Moon Pearl will be used to purify all primary-level mutated beasts and zombies within the city. After a series of sharp arguments, she reiterated their side's course of action. This would expose themselves and the scavenger squad. As for why they would retreat, without the Saintess they couldn't contain that fox. This would expose the scavenger squad. And after the fox and the scavenger squad had fought to a mutually destructive standstill, if we attacked Mingzhu City again, wouldn't we be able to easily occupy it? Yu Chengai continued to question. But according to the detective's intelligence, the Zhu family seems to greatly covet the Saintess's power. Will they affect this operation? Ao Shui hastily turned around, calmly answering his doubts. "I have already noticed this. The Saintess should still be in a state of confusion. In this situation, the Zhu family cannot persuade her to serve them. The reason I sent the Zhao brothers to retrieve the Saintess is that the blood of saints flows within them, allowing them to communicate directly with the Saintess." Finally, she offered her own conjecture. "Moreover, to conceal their involvement, the Zhu family's high-ranking members might not directly participate in this incident." She stood with her arms crossed, her tone becoming very triumphant. "If the Zhu family members within the city try to forcibly take the Saintess, they will definitely not be a match for the Zhao brothers." Yu Chengai then loudly declared, "Leader is wise." Ao Shui then stepped forward, leading the army behind her. "Let's go, it's our turn to depart." Her subordinates loudly responded, "Understood." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was still doing his best to envelop his dagger in mist, fighting the zombies. Sissy C and Zhang Ping simultaneously charged forward, seamlessly working together to quickly take down the zombies. Zhang Ping, while swinging his blade and striking, said worriedly, "There are too many. At this rate, we simply cannot finish." He suddenly opened his eyes wide as if sensing some danger approaching. He saw a zombie wielding a sword rushing towards Sissy C from above and shouted a warning. "Sissy C, watch out." she suddenly turned around, her face showing an expression of shock and confusion. Just as the zombie swung its sword down, Sissy C timely raised her sword to block just barely. However, its power was too strong and her blade almost cracked. Then the sword suddenly shattered into countless fragments. The zombie then used all its strength to fling Sissy C far away. It immediately raised its sword high, seizing the opportunity to rush straight towards her. Just as Zhang Ping was about to rush to her rescue, he was suddenly blocked by another zombie. His mist power was almost exhausted at this point. Damn it, the mist is almost gone. Meanwhile, the giant zombie leaped high, wielding its sword and heading straight for Sissy C. At this critical moment, Zhang Ping resolutely shouted, "Sissy C, watch out." The zombie's cleaving attack had just fallen, but it suddenly struck a sharp shield. Shou Zhang then smiled broadly and triumphantly said, "My grandpa's shield is not to be trifled with." His towering figure greatly astonished Sissy C. "Your Zhang Shou Zhang." Just then, several arrows shot from afar with astonishing speed. Seeing those arrows directly piercing the zombies that tightly clung to his body, Zhang Ping's face filled with surprise. Are the phantom swords friendly forces? Those powerful arrows pierced through the zombies' bodies, tossing them into the air. Shui Yi also suddenly appeared, executing a series of continuous kicks, clearing the surrounding zombies. She loudly declared, "We are truly sorry, we arrived late." Several phantom swords suddenly shot from afar, heading straight for the zombie that had just attacked Sissy C. Those blades immediately deeply embedded themselves in the ground, emitting a dazzling light that pointed directly to where the zombie was. Lu Han suddenly appeared behind Sissy C and spoke, "You've already mastered that set of sword techniques, haven't you?" Sissy C asked in surprise. "Is that Luo Suo?" The teammates participating in the battle attacked from all directions while cautiously reminding each other, "Don't be careless, physical attacks seem ineffective against it." Zhang Ping quickly walked towards Team 5 of the scavenger squad and Sissy C and reported, "I think I know how to deal with it." Holding his weapon, as if ready to charge at any moment, he ordered Lu Han, "Senior, help me contain it." He coldly obeyed the order. "Understood." Lu Han quickly leaped towards the goblin, launching fierce attacks like lightning. He was holding his sword about to attack, but it clashed with the goblin's iron hammer used for counterattack. Zhang Ping seized the opportunity to quickly circle behind it, weapon in hand, to ambush. Last time I appraised that fallen one, he controlled zombies through corpse poison. Corpse poison cannot be incinerated by normal means. The only way was to incinerate the toxic corpse within the zombie's body. He reached out and summoned a huge purple hammer, then loudly shouted at the monster, "Take this red forged snake scale." If the mist volume was less than 100, only then could the control be completely severed. No sooner had Zhang Ping spoken than he swiftly and fiercely slammed the hammer onto the goblin's back, catching it off guard and making it unable to resist. A snake scale cone had already entered its body. He didn't stop there but quickly pulled out another weapon, ablaze with red flames, his face showing a fierce enemy-devouring expression. Next, Zhang Ping heavily delivered a fatal blow, using materializer, flames entwined, decisively attacking the goblin's back. A huge bang quickly followed this earth-shattering strike. Light erupted, illuminating the entire sky, and the goblin fell, its back wounded. Shui Yi saw the battle's outcome, let out a long yawn, and refreshed herself with a stretch. "That's somewhat resolved. These guys were quite troublesome." Zhang Ping put away his weapon, solemnly replying, "No, the truly troublesome ones have already entered Mingzhu City." He faced Team 5 of the scavenger squad, extending his hand to explain the situation. "Senior, there are still many wounded in safe house number 3. I am currently using an item to conceal their presence, but I don't know how long it will last." Lu Han stood with his arms crossed, distributing tasks with a calm gaze. "Captain Sidu has already informed us of the general situation. We will be responsible for receiving the wounded. And as for your power, we just witnessed it." No sooner had he spoken than he waved his hand as if signaling goodbye. "Go, the city needs you. Leave the wounded to us." Hearing this, Zhang Ping also bid farewell with peace of mind. "Then I'll trouble you, senior." After he left, Sissy C watched his retreating back worriedly until he disappeared. Lu Han, noticing this, cleverly reminded his teammate, "Lu Sishan, you should also return to the city with that kid. We have enough people here." Hearing this, Sissy C merely nodded coldly, indicating obedience. Later, as Zhang Ping was running, she ran over, chasing him and shouting, "Zhang Ping, wait a moment." At this very moment, at Mingzhu City's south gate, mutated beasts were roaming freely. Lai Xian, his entire body ablaze, used his ultimate moves, Crimson Emperor, Undying Body, and Super Regeneration to eliminate them, his face filled with rage. This rabble, Baida, in his wolf transformation combat state, still casually turned his head to strike up a conversation. "The gym master is recovering. Protect him with all your might." Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind him, as if warning, "Step back." Just then, a fireball was hurtling towards them at light speed as if to incinerate everything it passed. It was Lai Xian who had thrown the fireball to eliminate these mutated beasts. He spread his feet, adopting an offensive stance, and loudly challenged, "Is this all the enemy is capable of? How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? If you have the guts, show them to me." Shang Ming stroked the beard on his chin calmly, closed his eyes, and slowly began to speak. Originally, this toxin was most potent when produced by the living dead, but he unexpectedly encountered a fire element awakened one recently. This old man was truly underestimated by you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Xian rushed forward, his fire-burning fist ready to strike Shangming's face. And my senior brother? This punch quickly sent Shangming flying off the mutated beast he was riding. Lai Xian gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. It's time to end this. You old geezer. He quickly spat out corpse poison. Having been severely wounded, Lai Xian delivered an uppercut, sending Shangming glowing with dazzling flames flying into the air, roaring, "Explode, you bastard!" Afterwards, sparks scattered, falling to the ground like festive fireworks. Lai Xian still tightly clenched his fists, closing in on Shangming, who now had a large hole in his body. Lai Xian thought, to defeat the living dead I must first capture the king. This way the living dead army will. Suddenly a strange sound caught his attention, and he sharply turned his head. What's going on? Why are the living dead still moving? Shangming immediately used the living corpse toxin, corpse soul revival, injecting the toxin into Lai Xian's abdomen, and smiled triumphantly. What, you think you can kill this old man? Shangming quickly jumped away after his sneak attack succeeded. Lai Xian cursed angrily. Corpse-snatching, soul-stealing poison. It's alive again. His internal organs suddenly felt a severe poisonous pain. Lai Xian touched the injured area, asking in surprise, "What do you want?" Hearing this question, Shangming smiled sinisterly. "Noticed it so quickly, have you?" He looked at the acupoints corroded by the corpse poison and explained, "This old man has injected the corpse poison directly into your body. Once the toxin spreads throughout your body, you too will become this old man's living corpse." Lai Xian found it utterly absurd, frowning as he retorted, "How is that possible?" He quickly activated his power, using Crimson Emperor Undying Body Level 2, raising his body temperature to 1000 degrees, and his attributes increased accordingly. Shangming grinned broadly, looking up and saying, "Trying to self-immolate to remove the corpse poison? Don't waste your efforts. Corpse poison that can be burned is only the most basic kind. The corpse poison this old man controls is not just one type." Seeing that the situation was dire, Bati spoke from behind, reminding him, "Hall Master." At this moment, Shangming was still incessantly showing off his ultimate technique to his opponent. Possessing powerful living corpses, this old man has already bestowed multiple corpse poisons upon them. Undying corpse poison, undying living corpses. Lai Xian, hearing the call, quickly turned his head. "Don't mind me." Meanwhile, near safe house number 3, the goblin with bloodshot eyes let out an angry roar. "Kill Luhan and Shui Yi." Shui Yi was surprised and confused. "What?" Lai Xian, meanwhile, was struggling to fend off the encircling mutated beast horde. Shangming chuckled, taunting, "How much longer can you last?" He looked around, asking loudly, "Where's senior brother?" A mutated beast pounced, but he still reminded, "Junior brother, stop me," although surrounded. Lai Xian still shouted defiantly, threatening, "I will never let you get away with this." Shangming smiled sinisterly, extending his sharp-clawed hand to cast a spell. "It seems you still don't understand the situation since you miss your senior brother so much. Then just go with him." Lai Xian quickly seized the opportunity to activate his power, needing to finish the battle quickly. He swiftly counterattacked, sending a red mutated beast flying with a punch, shaking all the surrounding monsters far away. Lai Xian spat out blood, his internal organs damaged. Finally, the red mutated beast was repelled, flying far away. Lai Xian's body was exhausted, almost collapsing. He looked at his poisoned and purple arm, secretly worried. This corpse poison is spreading so fast. He looked up and saw the remaining mutated beast pouncing on him. Lai Xian dared not relax for a moment. Not enough. Activate Crimson Emperor Undying Body. The energy of the ultimate form is not enough. If this continues, I will also become a living corpse. Lai Xian quickly looked at Bati, who was fighting fiercely, pondering for a long time. If I fall, the North Gate will be completely lost. Does heaven intend to destroy my Mingzhu city? Suddenly, a shout attracted the attention of all the intense fighting. It was Zhang Ping charging into the fray. His teammate Sissy calmly said, "According to the barrier team's intelligence, the Beast King Fist Gym Master has been trapped." She attacked while commanding him, "First, save the people." Zhang Ping made no unnecessary movements, immediately nodding. "Okay." Lai Xian, exhausted, fell and asked, "Who is that?" Sissy quickly broke through the mutated beast encirclement and ran to the disciples who needed support. "Seniors, keep fighting." The two mutated beasts in front of Lai Xian were fiercely attacked, and he keenly perceived a weakness. So Lai Xian once again exerted all his strength, activating his power to fight. He punched towards the sky, forming an extremely powerful fiery tornado. Afterward, Lai Xian fell to the ground but did not forget to instruct, "Young man, hurry back, it's dangerous here." Zhang Ping softly comforted, "Senior, don't worry, I'm prepared, I'll heal you first," he hastily explained. "But my injuries." Before he could finish, Zhang Ping had already used his pure blood body to heal him. And Lai Xian exclaimed in surprise, "Young man." Zhang Ping quickly suppressed his surging worries. "Don't worry, senior, this is my healing method." Lai Xian's mouth fell open in surprise after hearing this. "This method is truly unique, not only healing external wounds but also restoring stamina." "Young man, you are truly capable." But he still worriedly whispered, "Unfortunately, I cannot remove the poison from your body. At most, I can only control its spread." Lai Xian clenched his fists, confidently thanking the junior. "You can control corpse poison, that's great, that's enough." After being healed, Lai Xian became even stronger, and he loudly emphasized each word, "Appraise, please give me a little more time, young man. I'm going to deal with this monstrosity." A notification popped up, "Appraisal successful." And healing speed increased. Lai Xian remembered Zhang Ping's words, thinking, "He says it so easily." That's a fallen one. What if I should first check the Hallmaster's strength? Appraise. At this moment, Shangming stood with his arms crossed, calmly commanding, just obediently become my living corpse. Lai Xian's body burned with fierce flames, roaring, you wish? Appraisal successful. Attribute panel. Self-healing speed increased by 200. He activated his power, flames radiating from his entire body, and shouted, heat up, body temperature 3000 degrees. All attributes increased, and a flame-formed cloak draped behind Lai Xian. He nimbly rushed forward, passing through Shangming from behind, and the living corpses were pushed away in panic. Lai Xian approached the stunned Shangming and greeted him. Old man. He punched Shangming's face, and flames quickly enveloped Shangming as if to incinerate him. Zhang Ping softly reminded from behind, Senior, I've appraised him. This guy's life is linked to the nearby living corpses. To kill him, you must first clear the living corpses. Suddenly, Shangming pounced, hugging Lai Xian's strong arm. You can't kill me. The living corpses also took the opportunity to rush towards Lai Xian simultaneously. He continued to roar, raising his temperature, tightly gripping Shangming, and his body grew even hotter. The notification displayed a body temperature of 4000 degrees. All attributes continued to increase. Instantly, all the living corpses were incinerated, cooked like a barbecue feast. Under Lai Xian's gaze, he let out a long sigh, muttering to himself, Not enough, brother. Is there any way to quickly increase my temperature? Zhang Ping clutched his head, looking down helplessly. My flames can't reach your level. I'm afraid I can't help. He suddenly remembered something, shouted loudly, then quickly controlled something and handed it to Lai Xian. Right, this might help. Lai Xian reached out to take it, joking. Why didn't you bring out such a good item, the red refined snake gall, earlier? Zhang Ping stammered apologetically. You didn't ask at first. Seeing him chew the snake gall, Zhang Ping continuously praised. Amazing, this is a true fire controller. Afterward, Lai Xian looked around, seeing the living corpses closing in. He quickly leapt into the air, creating a violent shockwave, clearing the surrounding living corpses. Sisi and Bide, who were fighting, also had to stop and turn to watch the commotion. What's happening? Unexpectedly, they could witness the Hall Master in this form in their lifetime. At this moment, Lai Xian looked down confidently, his voice becoming high-pitched and self-assured. It seems the battle is about to end. A notification popped up. Crimson Emperor Undying Body Sunfire Form. Zhang Ping acted as a commentator, constantly exclaiming, the form is too overbearing. This temperature, even a true fire controller might not be able to withstand it. Lai Xian turned to look at Shangming, sternly ordering the junior, brother. This ultimate form puts a great strain on my body. Please continue to heal me. Zhang Ping nodded confidently again and again. Leave it to me. Next, Lai Xian summoned the cold and beautiful wings behind him. All of you, step back, don't get caught in the crossfire. Everyone quickly urged each other, retreating to preserve their numbers. Did everyone hear that? Return to the city for support. Shangming looked at his gradually decaying body, a puzzled expression on his face. How is this possible? The corpse poison this old man left in its body has disappeared? Seeing this, he immediately commanded loudly, all troops, capture him. Lai Xian swiftly leapt, using Beast King's secret art, Primordial Chaos 1 Chi, blowing a long stream of air towards the living corpse horde. Wherever the stream of air passed, it quickly swept everything away. The living corpses struggled painfully, powerless to resist, their bodies gradually dissipating into dust. Finally, Lai Xian looked at the pile of ashes and commented, those 20,000 living corpses have all been burned to ashes. Sisi watched the battle, her mouth agape in astonishment. Such terrifying power among the people I know, his strength must be at least in the top 3. A soldier quickly ran out of the city, reporting bad news. The masters of the other 2 martial arts schools have defected. The West Gate and East Gate have fallen. Lai Xian suddenly turned his head, his eyes filled with fury, shouting, What? How could Ao Donghai and Wu Ruoyu betray us? Shangming, hearing this, burst into laughter, taunting, Mingzu City has fallen, and this old man no longer needs to hold you here. You win this time, but this old man will save a spot for you. I hope next time we meet you'll still be as spirited and arrogant as you are today. Lai Xian clenched his fists, gritting his teeth and threatening the enemy. Next time I will kill you. He quickly commanded his troops. I'm enough here. Everyone return to the city for support. Brother, the corpse poison has been cleared. You can go back too. Zhang Ping calmly muttered to himself, to speak of it, if I go out now I shouldn't melt, right? Just then, city residents fled from mutated beasts, everyone screaming, it's a mutated beast, run, help, defense force quickly. Ziming stood on the rooftop, looking down at the ruined city and scoffed, enjoy it slowly, this is the impact Mingzu City deserves after losing our Zhu family. He conveyed his orders in a serious tone without turning his head. How are things progressing? 2 soldiers quickly reported in detail. Approximately 1,000 mutated beasts have entered Mingzu City, all under our control. Ziming revealed a sinister and satisfied smile. Excellent. Immediately control those mutated beasts and attack the City Lord's mansion as quickly as possible, the soldier quickly asked again. City Lord's mansion? You're not joking, are you? Chen Junting is in the City Lord's mansion right now. Mutated beasts that approach her will be affected by the Saintess's blood in her body. That's right, even the 10 King Foxes will become her slaves. How are we supposed to take her away then? Ziming frowned in annoyance, quickly explaining clearly to his subordinates, what do you know? Chen Junting's awakening is not yet complete. Her mind is currently like a child's. This way she will unconsciously and passively control all the surrounding mutated beasts. If a large number of mutated beasts approach her, her ability will go out of control due to overload. At that time, the City Lord's mansion will fall into chaos, and that will be your opportunity to take Chen Junting away. Junting played around in a daze, very happy. Xiao Bai, stop licking, it tickles. She woke up unconsciously, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Junting gently opened her eyes, surprised by the surrounding scene. Where did everyone else go? Why are there suddenly so many Xiao Bais here? She calmly looked up at the strange monster, asking curiously. You look so strange, what exactly are you? Junting unconsciously pointed below, continuously asking, you all are the same, all very cute. Ziming observed everything from start to finish, muttering to himself. As expected, the approach of a large number of mutated beasts has already made her start to go wild. Afterward, Junting unconsciously walked gently out of the mutated beast horde. She looked up at the light source outside. Why are there so many Xiao Bais outside? Junting innocently raised her hand, exclaiming, so many. Xiao Bai, no, she fell to the ground, screaming like crazy. No, Xiao Bai, don't come over. A sky-shattering scream which made the birds quickly fly away. Nianyu cried and ran, unconsciously calling out, Mama, Mama, where are you? Behind her, a fierce mutated beast pursued relentlessly. And Nianyu cried out in fear, Mama. Zhang Ping quickly reached out, blocking the mutated beast's attack on Nianyu. Sissy C timely supported her. Quick, get out of the way. Nianyu was too scared to speak. Sister. Zhang Ping covered the mutated beast's mouth with his hand as if to tear it apart. Can you beast stop running wild? Just then, Nianyu's mother rushed over, her arms outstretched. Nianyu, are you all right? The little girl joyfully walked towards her. Nianyu's mother worriedly stroked her head and said, thank you very much. Sissy coldly ordered the two, quickly leave here. Zhang Ping didn't turn back to look at the touching scene. Instead, he calmly analyzed the situation. The dense residential area is ahead, we can't let them advance further. Sissy quickly relayed orders to the entire team. Scavenger squad members hold their ground, others organize civilian evacuation. They immediately and gravely responded, yes. As soon as she looked up, a pack of mutated beasts was already waiting there. It will be hard for me to defend against so many mutated beasts without destroying the buildings. Zhang Ping, weapon in hand, ordered his teammates, hold them off for as long as possible, just enough to buy time to evacuate the others. A mutated beast took a step forward, letting out a swift howl as if summoning more companions. Zhang Ping felt uneasy and confused by these strange actions. What's wrong with these mutated beasts? Another team also quickly reported. Captain, the mutated beasts here have all stopped. Sissy looked around in surprise. What's happening? At this moment, Ziming saw Junting flying lightly and felt perplexed. What's going on? Did she suddenly open her beautiful eyes? A remarkably ethereal and beautiful red halo radiated around Junting. Her power shook the entire building. The aftershocks were not small. Ziming's soldiers felt the shaking and were terrified. All the mutated beasts in our city are out of control. What? The dragon looked up uneasily. Damn it, has the Saintess's blood in her body fully awakened? How unlucky, she actually activated this one chance. Afterwards, Junting happily and freely rushed out onto the balcony. There are so many little whites over there. Ziming cursed angrily. Damn it, he immediately ordered the soldiers. Quick, pursue. As he ran, Ziming felt something watching him, making it difficult to move. He nervously glanced behind him. Only a king-level mutated beast could exert such pressure on him. Has Prince Moon already awakened? Ziming frowned, his face displeased, muttering to himself. Did Chen Junting make Prince Moon wake up early? If that's the case, the two soldiers behind him hastily shouted, what are you doing here? What's wrong? Ziming stood still, calmly giving orders. You two, go contact the others who infiltrated Mingzu City and captured Chen Junting. I still have some matters to attend to. They quickly obeyed, yes. Ziming watched the two soldiers leave, worried about his own life. Prince Moon's awakening meant the Ten King Fox tribe now possessed king-level combat power. If he revealed himself now, it would certainly be a dead end. It's safer to observe the situation first. The city had now become even more desolate and dilapidated. Bide gathered the soldiers, ordering everyone form groups of 3 and clear out the remaining living corpses. Yes, he quickly turned around, worriedly asking his teammate, how is the Hallmaster's body? Lai Xian touched his arm, gently explaining, I'm fine. Zhang Ping has healed most of my injuries. I'm a bit tired now and just need to rest. Bide furiously pounded a stone. He felt no pain and didn't bleed. He gnashed his teeth, his tone displeased. Those traitors, those damn Hallmasters are worse than beasts. Lai Xian placed a hand on his brother's shoulder, comforting and calming his emotions. It's come to this. We can only clear out the living corpses at the south gate as quickly as possible. Bide wanted to stop him. Hallmaster. But Lai Xian finished his thought, then turned to return to the city for support. Let's check the situation here. We can only save as many as we can. Bide's soldiers pointed into the distance, shouting loudly, look, a group of awakened ones are coming from the north. Are they reinforcements? A group of people are approaching from afar. Control them. Don't let a single one enter the city. Bide's two disciples caught their breath, utterly exhausted. Blazing Sun Fist Jim, more trouble. Ruoyu's soldiers shouted in unison. Yes. Lai Xian clenched his teeth, his gaze turning to him. Wu Ruoyu, do you still have the nerve to show your face? Everyone prepare for battle. Bide quickly explained the situation to his disciples. The blazing Sun Fist Jim abandoned the west gate leading to Mingzu City's fall. What bastard? Lai Xian took a battle stance, shouting loudly, Hallmaster Wu, why did you betray Mingzu City? Ruoyu smiled sinisterly, not backing down. Hallmaster Lai, have you ever thought about changing your life? Lai Xian, not understanding, asked. What do you mean? Ruoyu's face was serious, his eyes tightly furrowed, clearly displeased. He looked. This Mingzhu city, though its thousands of lights are bright, is fragile. Hundreds die from mutated beast attacks every year. It seems we can only protect 1/3 of this land. Have you ever considered what it would be like if we poured all our efforts into creating a king among humans? What kind of sight that would be? As long as Saint Ancestor Village gives birth to a king, never mind Mingzhu City, even to the ends of the earth, all humans would no longer be playthings for mutated beasts. Upon hearing this, Lai Xian found it amusing, looking at the enemy with disdain in his eyes. So that's it? Are all those apprentices in our gym who preach the theory of human supremacy your people? Ruoyu confidently spread his arms, affirming, that's right, but unfortunately you drove them all away, otherwise you could have been one of us. Lai Xian swiftly took an offensive stance, loudly provoking, become one of you. Wouldn't that mean the entire Mingzhu city would be buried with you? Ruoyu didn't back down, instead he accepted the challenge with even greater confidence. Don't worry, this time we only want to take an important person to allow the king of Saint Ancestor Village to be born. We won't completely destroy Mingzhu City. Of course, if you are willing to stay put and not report to the city, I won't lay a hand on you. He laughed heartily with a mocking tone. What if we ignore you? Ruoyu quickly charged forward, shouting, then there's only one way, defeat you thoroughly. In the North City Park Forest, Zhang Ping observed from behind the bushes. Is that Chen Junting? Did the mutated beast suddenly stop moving because of her appraisal? Junting looked on carefree, giggling. So many little whites, you're all so cute. A notification popped up. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel name. Zhang Ping looked at Junting's information in surprise. Has she also become a fallen one? Sissy couldn't believe her ears, retorting, what? How is that possible? She quickly pulled him into the bushes. Someone's coming. Ziming's soldiers were making noise in the distance. What now? Should we just go back? What nonsense are you talking about? Our mission is to bring this girl back to the Zhu family no matter what. This left Zhang Ping puzzled. He stood up. Are they from the Zhu family? They continued to argue. But you've seen it along the way. Mingzhu City is full of living corpses now. And all our mutated beasts are controlled by that girl. Besides, we can't contact anyone else, and just the two of us can't complete the mission at all. Don't say such things. Even if we die, we must fight for it. The Zhao brothers overheard everything and immediately spoke arrogantly. I didn't expect the Zhu family to be people who like to act behind the scenes like this and with such a damn bunch of guys. Ziming's soldiers quickly looked around. Who's there? Yanhu and Yanlong slowly walked out simultaneously. You have more backbone than the Zhu family members we've encountered, so I can consider it. Zhang Ping used his appraisal ultimate move, and a notification immediately popped up. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel. Yanlong retorted with absolute confidence in his tone, then provoked. Then become a living corpse and serve us. Attribute panel. Zhang Ping and Sissy immediately prepared to act quickly. I've finished appraising. These people are from Saint Ancestor Village, and their abilities are very similar to Chen Junting's. This could be an important clue. Try to capture them alive, then get information. Although wary of the overwhelming aura, the Zhu family's subordinates gritted their teeth and took a gamble. Now we can only try once. Perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. Their boss also nodded. Let's go for it. After speaking, the two rushed forward with all their might. Together, the powerful aura immediately invaded his nerves, making his eyes turn white. The Zhu family's subordinates suddenly felt their vision blur. They were all dizzy, entangled by that fierce evil aura. This was Yanlong pointing at Ada and Xiao Hu, simultaneously ordering them to charge. The more chaotic you are, the faster you'll die. Boss clutched his head, warning his subordinate, watch out for the poison mist. Ada was about to pounce, but the Zhu family's subordinate had already timely erected a magic shield. Only the boss didn't react in time and was tackled to the ground by Xiao Hu. Yanlong slowly walked over, a triumphant expression on his face. Good moves, but too bad you can't maintain them for long. I advise you to give up resisting and docilely become living corpses. The Zhu family's subordinate gnashed his teeth and roared. Never! Yanhu reached out, shouting, brother, quickly dodge. A powerful burst of magical energy emanated, effortlessly blowing away the two seemingly invincible animals. Although neither brother was hit, Yanhu still lamented bitterly. Damn it, I almost went with him. Luckily that mutated beast blocked the way. No sooner had he spoken than Junting's voice came from behind. How did you two little whites get hurt? Yanhu was speechless for a moment. Saw Saintus, she's here with healing aura. Don't be afraid, I'll help heal you. Upon hearing this, the two brothers immediately knelt down. Greetings, Saintus. We have come especially to welcome you back. Junting said while healing, you have some bad things inside you. I'll help you clear them out. Yanhu felt his whole body heat up. What's going on? Why do I feel my saint's blood is failing as expected? Yanlong had the same feeling. Didn't they say the Saintus hadn't awakened yet? Why did he feel his life force gradually draining, causing Yanhu to painfully clutch his chest? Yanlong, also in great pain at this moment, reached out to Junting, begging, please stop, Saintus. If you forcibly remove the saint's blood from the mutated beasts, we will suffer backlash. Xiao Hu's eyelids twitched, showing signs of recovery. Only when Ada reawakened did Junting retract her aura, saying, that's much cleaner now. She reached out and stroked. Xiao Hu, do you think it's not good here? Then let's go, I'll take you and the other little whites somewhere else. Yanhu stumbled to his feet. This is bloodline suppression. Has the Saintus fully awakened? Yanlong awkwardly scratched his head. As expected, we can't guide the Saintess back to Saint Ancestor Village through bloodline connection now. He still felt a dull ache in his chest. Damn it, we're helpless. We can only go see His Majesty the cult leader first. Sissy clenched her teeth. The cult leader of Saint Ancestor Village? Has that person also come to Mingzu City? Zhang Ping, hearing this, asked curiously, "Who is that person? Why do I feel like you're very Sissy immediately clenched her fists. Her name is Li Yaoshui. She was once the second city lord of Mingzu City and is now the scavenger squad's most wanted fugitive." As she spoke, her eyes filled with hatred. "She killed my master. The scars on my face were also caused by her. She's very strong, no less powerful than our captain. We must find out if that beast has come to Mingzu City," Sissy said in a low voice. "Previously we couldn't control Chen Junting, but we can control these two," Zhang Ping said loudly. "Chen Junting and the mutated beasts have already gone far. It's time to act." Sissy suddenly said, "Spare their lives." An ice sword came whistling through the air from somewhere, shooting towards the Zhao brothers from behind. Yanlong reacted quickly, pushing Yanhu aside. Damn it, there are others hiding in the shadows, but Sissy had already revealed herself at this moment, and Yanhu cried out in panic, "Brother?" Zhang Ping, taking him by surprise, suddenly appeared from behind and bound him tightly. Zhang Ping also coldly threatened, "If you dare release Poison Bones, I guarantee he'll die a miserable death." Sissy pointed her sword tip at Yanlong, who was slumped on the ground. "What is your purpose in coming to Mingzu City? Has Li Yaoshui already arrived? Where is she?" Yanlong sneered, not saying a word. Upon hearing this, Sissy directly struck down. Since that was the case, Zhang Ping stepped forward and whispered in a ghostly tone, "You can refuse to speak, but she certainly won't. I'll make sure to treat your wounds. I won't let you die easily." Yanlong gnashed his teeth and cursed, "You devils." He then cried out in pain again. Sissy hastily notified Shibai, "Captain, I've found a very important clue." He spoke hoarsely. "Lu Sishan, what's wrong?" She immediately reported. "Zhang Ping and I have captured 2 people from Saint Ancestor Village." According to their explanation, one of Saint Ancestor Village's objectives on this trip was to take Chen Junting, the person who has awakened the Saintess's bloodline. Her voice suddenly choked here. "Also, Li Yaoshui is in Mingzu City." Shibai pondered for a moment, then ordered, "I understand you two continue to interrogate the people from Saint Ancestor Village. If the situation truly worsens, I will personally intervene." Sissy swiftly reported everything clearly. He turned to Manny and instructed, "Manny, prepare the teleportation array." She hastily asked after hearing this, "Captain, have you really decided to activate the Sun Moon Pearl?" Manny tried her best to dissuade him. "The Sun Moon Pearl is hidden in the city square. Once activated, you will be exposed. If the king of the Ten King Fox doesn't appear, your exposure now will be very dangerous." Shibai firmly replied, "The original plan was to first lure out the king of the Ten King Fox and then have you all hold it off. That way there would be no obstacles during the activation of the Sun Moon Pearl. But now it's Li Yaoshui, and her unpredictable actions will surely bring many variables." Shibai's back remained steadfast as he continued. "Now I can only take a gamble. Activate the Sun Moon Pearl before they can react. This is currently the only way to save Mingzu City. We cannot delay any longer." A spatial gate appeared in the center of the statue plaza. Shibai was the first to emerge, followed by a loyal squad. He softly said, "The entire Mingzu City is already in chaos. If this continues, people's minds will shift, forming a surging trend. I can stop the Zhu family. I can stop mutated beasts, but how can I stop the overwhelming trend of public sentiment? Yaoshui has also come. Do you want to rely on the Sun Moon Pearl for a last-ditch effort?" Yaoshui's appearance startled Manny. "Why are you here? I clearly checked and there was no one in the square." Shibai's expression of surprise faded. "It's over. It seems the plan cannot proceed smoothly." Manny immediately ordered, "Prepare for battle." Yaoshui seemed to be alone, but her demeanor remained confident. "Shibai, you've already lost from the moment you appeared here intending to resolve the zombie crisis." "I've already won," Shibai sighed impatiently, asking, "Why are you always so obsessed with winning and losing? Have you ever considered that your way of becoming a human king is defying heaven? Forcibly changing the rules will affect all mutated beast kings globally. Moreover, if humans cannot break through the king level, what will become of them?" Yaoshui's face immediately stiffened upon hearing this. "I will never fail," Shibai instantly flared up in anger. "In those moments when you wielded your blade to harm innocent people, collaborated with Zhuao Xiangming, and resorted to all means, but already lost. You're walking the path of evil, not the path of a king." Yaoshui thought to herself that she was treading on countless bones and then softly said, "The ancient said, a general success is built upon 10,000 bones. Moreover, I'm walking the path of a king. How can there be no bloodshed? Whether it's the path of deceit or the path of a king, ultimately, the victor reigns supreme," Shibai roared. "The greater your ambition, the more people you will kill, and you will even lead humanity to eternal destruction." Yaoshui paid no heed, gathering the zombie legion. "I have no hope of persuading you, so I brought some people." She secretly calculated that once the Sun Moon Pearl was activated, it would quickly attract the Ten King Fox King. This must not happen. At least not until she had taken the Saintess and then let it appear to deal with Shibai. Thinking this, Yaoshui declared, "No one will activate the Sun Moon Pearl today." Shibai was surprised to see Yu Chengai among the zombie army, and couldn't help but feel a little flustered. "Yu Chengai, you are the city lord of Mingzu City now, how can even you?" Yu Chengai looked at Shibai with concern, persuading him, Brother Shibai, the Ten-King Fox is very powerful. Sister Aoshui said, that's right, humanity needs a king, we should unite, not be fragmented like this. Shibai frowned. Li Aoshui is not a wise ruler, she will not succeed. Yu Chengai, however, remained calm. Perhaps, but Sister Aoshui is right, some things need to be done regardless of the outcome. Brother is a conservative, and I know I cannot persuade you, so before both sides officially fall out. Yu Chengai loudly asked Brother Shibai to make way. Shibai was not to be outdone. Then let this battle decide the fate of Mingzhu City. From the park forest in the southern residential area, a thick black smoke could be seen rising into the sky. Junting stared curiously at the rising smoke. What's happening over there? Why are you all so scared? Sissy noticed the violent shaking beneath her feet and turned to Zhang Ping. This energy fluctuation is Junting leading the mutated beast team to scout. Let's go check it out. Zhang Ping said. Chen Junting and the mutated beasts have all been drawn there. Sissy immediately exclaimed, it's the captain. The captain has already made his move. With that, she hastily chased after him. Let's meet up there too, Zhang Ping asked again. What about the Zhao brothers? Sissy hastily replied, I've already informed the branch to take them away. The scene of humans and zombies fighting mixed made the square extremely chaotic at this moment. Aoshui, while nimbly dodging attacks, taunted, Shibai, is this all your ability amounts to? Shibai was clearly provoked, but he still shouted loudly, controlling you is enough. Aoshui never dreamed he would use imprisonment to stop her. What? He wants to temporarily trap her, buying time to charge the Sun Moon Pearl. Thinking this, Aoshui immediately ordered, Chengai, quickly go destroy the Sun Moon Pearl. He immediately nodded. Yes, Manny, Shujia and Luo Wei rushed forward protecting Shibai. As long as we have a breath left you won't get past here, Yu Chengai roared, then you can all die. With that he decisively swung his scythe, shattering the stone platform. The three were no match and were forced to retreat. Zhang Ping arrived just in time, rushing forward to support. Don't get too ahead of yourselves. Sissy without a word erected an ice wall for defense, while Zhang Ping charged towards Yu Chengai. She supported Manny, asking urgently, Manny, are you alright? Manny hastily said, I'm fine, quickly go help, don't let them disturb the captain. Sissy had just looked up when she was startled. Li Aoshui, she looked into the distance again. She saw Junting and the mutated beast army had also arrived. The Saintess had indeed come. As soon as Aoshui saw Junting, she immediately thought in a panic, Zhao Junting, did the Zhao brothers fail? She also noticed Junting's aura was somewhat abnormal at this time. Her energy was currently in an extremely unstable state. Has the Saintess's blood fully awakened and entered a metamorphosis period? Junting walked to the opposite side of the Sun Moon Pearl and suddenly stopped. She reached out to touch it. This is what makes you feel dangerous, right? But why do I feel so familiar with this thing? Just as her hand touched the glittering pearl, several powerful energy beams suddenly erupted. The energy rapidly intensified in a few seconds, and the lightning grew stronger, striking down indiscriminately. Good and evil meeting the same fate. That powerful destructive force even shattered Aoshui's cage, and she exclaimed with wide eyes, how could such a huge energy fluctuation be generated? Shibai immediately shouted, damn it, Chen Junting is now absorbing the energy of the Sun Moon Pearl. Zhang Ping rushed towards Sissy at once. Sissy, are you alright? Junting's eyes gradually lost focus. I feel like father is calling me. She was in a daze from a distant place. Aoshui secretly thought, excellent, the Sun Moon Pearl's energy helped the Saintess complete the metamorphosis process ahead of time. Junting suddenly flew away at this moment. Little whites, you all come with me. Aoshui glanced at her retreating back. The Saintess must have felt the call of Saint Ancestor Village after her metamorphosis. This way she will return to the village herself without our intervention. Aoshui then telepathically communicated with Yu Chengai. To conceal the plan, I hid the Saintess in the city for over a decade. Now the final moment has arrived. Quickly inform our people to escort the Saintess back. Her power will help me become king. He received the order. Understood. She then looked up at the gloomy sky again. Those foxes, after losing Chen Junting's suppression, will surely awaken. I'm afraid they have all felt the commotion at the Memorial Plaza. Aoshui suddenly frowned. This obstruction could also lead to complete failure. Everything is proceeding as planned. I must retreat quickly before Prince Moon appears. Thinking this, she spoke. Shibai, I never thought you'd expend so much effort charging the Sun Moon Pearl, only to fulfill my purpose instead. Originally, the Saintess was meant to descend and transform into a holy mother. Then a complex ceremony would be performed in Saint Ancestor Village. Aoshui said this, then began to walk. But now there's no need. This is my destiny. Sissy quickly drew her sword and chased after her, shouting, stop! She soared into the air, charging with sharp ice shards. I must kill you to avenge my master. Aoshui turned back and cast a disdainful glance at Sissy. Just you. With a casual wave of her hand, she deflected several ice shards flying towards her. This girl doesn't know her place. With one move, she easily sent Sissy flying. Zhang Ping rushed over in a panic. Sissy fell into his arms, instinctively letting out a soft gasp. The two were relatively safe, supported by the mist. Aoshui left openly at this moment. Shibai, until we meet again. Luo Wei tentatively asked Shibai, Captain, aren't you going after her? He immediately replied, first, let's resolve the crisis in the city. Manny rushed over. Zhang Ping, Sissy, are you alright? Zhang Ping, supporting Sissy, happily replied, we're fine, just a few minor injuries. Sissy closed her eyes tightly, blaming herself. I'm still too weak. Manny anxiously continued. The mutated beasts and zombies have clearly been taken away by Chen Junting and Li Aoshui, so where is this sound coming from? Shibai immediately realized it was the king of the Ten King Fox. Manny, quickly activate the teleportation array. Another legion swarmed in. The patrol team, no, they were Ten King Foxes. The leader ordered, everyone drop your weapons immediately or be killed without mercy. Manny concentrated her spiritual power to open the barrier, and Sissy condensed ice crystals in her hand. Fortunately, I had already reported the Ten King Fox information to the scavenger squad. Zhangping threw himself into battle. The ones rushing towards us now are all Ten King Foxes. Everyone be careful of their invisible attacks. Shibai's eyes suddenly lit up. No need, brainwave resonance activated. He manipulated the Sun Moon Pearl. I'll control them. Shibai resisted with both hands, shouting loudly. Everyone leave Mingzu City. Shu Jia yelled, Captain. He again quickly shouted, this is an order. Zhangping truly didn't understand. Why didn't Chen Junting take the Ten King Foxes away? Sissy speculated. Perhaps the king of the Ten King Fox activated some hidden ability. Let's go, Zhangping. Shibai narrowed his eyes, waiting for the opportunity. Good, he considered his subordinates thoroughly. If we confront the king of the Ten King Fox, even with you all, it would just be a pointless sacrifice. The spatial gate vanished instantly after the last person passed through. Shibai scanned each clone of the Ten King Fox and said coldly, come out now, he provoked. Let me see what strength you, the king from this fox den, possess. It transformed into a black shadow, flashing instantly. You are the most powerful human I have ever seen. The Ten King Fox revealed its true form and then used a despicable psychological tactic. But for me, that strength is not enough, Shibai silently chanted. Appraisal skill, Ten King Fox. Distorted perception skill, Ten King Fox. Overturning common sense, what kind of skill is this? He prepared to face claws 4 times larger than his own. Whether his strength was enough he would only know after trying. Shibai moved within the supersonic time zone. Directly using his strongest attack skill, he seized the opportunity, fiercely counterattacked using vacuum implosion to melt it from within at high heat, creating a vacuum and exploding it from the inside. The Ten King Fox said smugly, strong attack but useless against me. A hint of confusion flashed across Shibai's face. Useless? Is it distorted perception? No, that wasn't distorted perception. He had already shielded his senses before the battle began, nor was it a clone. Clones also disappear when attacked, just like his own clones. Activating a phantom clone, then why was it completely unharmed? One must know, even a mountain could be blasted with this move. It began to gain an overwhelming advantage. Don't think I can't catch you just because you only use clones. Shibai was entangled by the evil bone poison mist. I understand. This is the effect of another ability called overturning common sense. It doesn't affect my senses like distorted perception, but rather breaks the common understanding of reality. Shibai suddenly realized temperature, gravity, physics, any common sense about reality held no value for it. The Ten King Fox grasped his body in its hand, squeezing tightly. Die, it felt something was wrong. He struggled to open one eye and looked at the Ten King Fox. Unfortunately, your ability can only overturn your own common sense. A bolt of electricity encircled Shibai's body, releasing extreme energy, inversely controlling the enemy. Useless against my body. It couldn't react in time. Is it a spatial barrier? No, this is a temporal barrier. He temporarily gained the upper hand. I give you a time stagnation. Although Aushwei was firmly sealed, she remained defiant. Even if you trap me in this space, what then? She turned to Shibai, looking him directly in the eyes, and declared, as long as you die, the barrier you set will disappear. But upon seeing the time and space initialization notification, death will reset the time around itself back to the moment the skill was activated. Aushwei blurted out in a daze. What? She began to grin and analyze. You're truly interesting, human. This space is bound by time. If you infinitely reset the time of this space, I will also be trapped here in an endless loop. Aushwei quickly found a loophole. However, because I can break conventional rules like time, I myself will not be reset after time rewinds. She leaned close to Shibai, emphasizing each word. And you won't remember anything that happened, but I want to retain the memory of every time I kill you. Aushwei suddenly attacked the person in front of her and declared, killing and reviving you many times, I won't feel tired or bored. If I don't kill you, you might slowly torture me to death. After you revive, time will heal your wounds anyway. It wasn't until Shibai was reduced to mere bones that she began to lecture again. Humans are truly a terrifying race. Perhaps the rumors heard from other races are not false. As long as they continuously devour humans, mutated beasts will one day gain human potential. Even when imprisoned, Aushwei could still give orders to other Ten King Foxes. All clansmen, immediately quell the chaos in Mingzu City and minimize casualties. After all, we still need them to continue breeding for our enjoyment. The foxes responded in unison. In the southern part of the city, the situation was chaotic. Lai Xian and Ruoyu were sparring but were interrupted by Keti, who stopped them. He used both hands to restrain the hot-tempered pair, making them yell. Let go of me. Lai Xian was interrupted, his tone a few octaves higher than usual. Lin Keti, what exactly are you doing? He cursed inwardly. With disaster upon us, are humans still fighting amongst themselves? What a bunch of idiots. He was still trying his best to point out, he's a traitor who betrayed Mingzu City. As they were still arguing, someone else interjected. Stop, all of you, stop. Tell me honestly. Ruoyu squinted at the source of the voice, his heart pounding. The patrol team is here too. If this continues, we'll just have to go all the way. He decided to move against Keti, who was closest to him. You die too. However, before even touching his clothes, Ruoyu felt something was wrong. His head felt as if it had been grabbed by an invisible force. Kedi simply used his bare hands to separate his head from his body. Lai Xian was completely stiff, only able to ask himself silently, when did Lin Kedi's strength become so formidable? He calmly tossed aside the superfluous head, then began to speak reason. I never imagined that our patrol team would only be temporarily protecting the city lord for a few days, and the city would be in such chaos. At this point, Kedi cast a sharp gaze accompanied by a warning. Everyone put down your weapons or be killed without mercy. But before that he was still a little curious. Hallmaster Feng, please come with me. I need an explanation from you regarding what happened today. Lai Xian, who had been aggressive just a moment ago, was now left with only timidity and responded loudly. In safe house number 8, Zhang Ping gently reminded the person beside him. Sissy, calm down. Manny suddenly reached out, expressing concern. How can this be? My ability is weakening. Lu Han and others from Safe Team 5 also quickly shared their experiences. My physical energy consumption is increasing, and I feel much more fatigued than before. I also feel like my weight is increasing. Sissy was startled and stammered. Is this the reaction? Zhang Ping was somewhat puzzled. What's wrong? She didn't answer, but instead took out her communication device. Captain, please respond, Captain. He felt her anxiety and grew more curious. Sissy, what exactly happened? She didn't answer, but instead Manny spoke. The captain has bestowed blessings upon all members of our scavenger squad. She took a deep breath, then revealed the secret. Blessings are rare nation-protecting abilities that can grant certain attributes to others in a semi-permanent form. Unless the blesser dies, this power will accompany that person for life. Manny pointed out the benefits each person present received one by one. Lu Han received a blessing that halved his physical energy consumption. Cheng Shuiji received a blessing that halved her fatigue, and Shou Zhang received a blessing that halved his weight, while Lu Sishan received a blessing that halved her mental energy consumption. At this point, Manny bit her lip and choked up. Then everyone's blessings suddenly disappeared, indicating that the captain might. Zhang Ping was somewhat doubtful. How could an existence like Situ Shi Bai be easily eliminated? Just then, a familiar voice rang out from his wristband. This form of existence won't last long. Sissy immediately rushed over to ask, Captain, are you all right? Shi Bai released an image, getting straight to the point. Not very well. In about another year I will be completely killed by the Tenkang Fox due to energy depletion. Zhang Ping couldn't help but ask, Elder Situ, are you trying to contact us through the wristband now? He immediately denied this. No, this is my contingency plan. Once I die, a part of my consciousness will form a virtual personality and transfer to this wristband. Shi Bai lowered his eyes and admitted, Actually, I am just a virtual personality now, not the real me. Sissy shouted anxiously, Captain, what can we do now to save you? Meanwhile, Zhang Ping silently calculated in his heart. So the person in the wristband now isn't Situ Shi Bai, but an AI with a part of his memories? Shi Bai smiled, reassuring them with a valuable piece of information. Don't worry, the situation is almost as I expected. I foresaw death when I was in Mingzu City, but in death I saw hope. The king of the Tenkang Foxes has been trapped by me in a time loop. It can only escape when my energy is completely depleted, or when I actively disengage the loop. So it can only stay in Memorial Plaza continuously killing me until my energy is exhausted. Shi Bai looked directly into everyone's eyes and solemnly instructed, It cannot act rashly for the next year. This is an opportunity to defeat the Tenkang Fox tribe. Can we seize this opportunity? He set his sights on the youngest person nearest to him, and finally concluded, It all depends on Zhang Ping, the one with infinite abilities. Everyone immediately erupted, shouting at the same time, Zhang Ping. Lu Han was the first to express doubt. Captain, I really don't understand what you're planning, but pinning our hopes on Zhang Ping might be a bit, Manny added perceptively. Zhang Ping's potential is indeed good, but he's only a primary awakened one after all. Only Sissy trusted him completely. I trust the captain's decision. What should we do next? Manny was still hesitant, but Shi Bai understood everyone's feelings and proactively gave them another shot of confidence. Don't be so anxious. What are mere blessings? When we fought against the Zhu family's beast-taming awakened ones, that was true despair. At that time, the Zhu family had countless pieces of equipment, including 5 rare treasures like the Sun Moon Pearl. At this point his mood was somewhat low. And we had nothing, Shi Bai had to admit. At that time the gap in strength between you and the enemy was huge, and you lacked weapons capable of fighting the Beast King. Lu Han caught the key information and asked, Weapons to fight the Beast King. Does such a weapon really exist? Shi Bai affirmed without hesitation, Of course, but only infinite level ability users are qualified to enter that place. And each infinite level ability user can only participate once in their lifetime. He even gave an example. That's where I found the arrow that could alter the world's destiny. Lu Han stammered in disbelief. So this time it's up to Zhang Ping. Shou Zhang immediately jumped up. Zhang Ping, is he an infinite level ability user now? Although he was the center of attention, he still insisted on expressing his confusion. Captain, from your arrangements I don't think that's possible. Shi Bai chuckled reassuringly. This is also good for you. That place can be seen as the foundation of our human race. You can use the relics there to unlock the secrets of your own world. Manny urged everyone anxiously, "Let's stop delaying and leave now," but he waved his hand, stopping them. "Don't be so hasty. Before we leave, there are a few things we need to consider first. Zhang, you come with me." He followed Shibai to the underground prison of Scavenger Squad Safe House Number 8. Unable to hold back any longer, he spoke. "Captain, is there really no way to save you?" He laughed heartily, then answered vaguely, "This is a choice I made after careful consideration. If I hadn't stopped the Ten King Fox tribe, there would only be two outcomes. Neither of these outcomes is what I hope to see." Zhang blurted out, "What outcomes?" Shibai patiently analyzed the situation. "The first scenario is that we fail to stop the attack from Saint Ancestor Village, and Mingzhu City eventually falls into Liao Shui's hands, with approximately 50 of awakened ones dying in that civil war." He took a deep breath, then continued to narrate the next scenario. "The second scenario is that we successfully stop Saint Ancestor Village's invasion, but due to my departure, the Ten King Fox King will personally deal with the high-level experts whose strength has been exposed in the city. At least 30 of awakened ones will not be able to escape then. Now the Ten King Fox King is trapped by me. The strongest among them is only Prince Moon. In a one-on-one situation, the experts might not be its match, but if it faces multiple opponents, Prince Moon probably won't be able to bear it." When they reached their destination, Shibai finally revealed his last conjecture. "So, even if it wants to kill and replace all the awakened ones whose strength has been exposed, it would take at least 1 to 2 years. Zhang secretly agreed. This is indeed the best outcome achievable under current strength conditions. Before he could finish his lament, Shibai signaled him, "Go get some of Zhao Yanlong's blood." He tilted his head and asked a very basic question, "What do you want Zhao Yanlong's blood for?" Shibai didn't answer directly, but instead asked for information. "You've been at level 9 for a long time, haven't you?" Zhang honestly admitted, "That's right, in previous battles I've shown signs of reaching intermediate level 10. He looked at his hand and truthfully spoke of his difficulty. "But at the critical breakthrough moment, I was inexplicably hindered. Not only did I not level up, but I also felt a choking sensation." Shibai flicked his fingernail to remind him, "Try drinking some of Zhao Yanlong's blood, then awaken a new skill first, and then I'll tell you the method for breakthrough." Since he had already said so much, Zhang obediently went to get the blood. As soon as he sat down in meditation, Shibai began to guide him. "There is no bottleneck between primary and intermediate levels. The reason you can't break through is that you have too many abilities. Those awakened ones with only one ability usually have no choice but to decide the path they want to take very early on. Zhang, a level 9 primary awakened one, you have awakened multiple abilities and need to choose one of them, otherwise your level will stagnate when upgrading." He was like a guide doing his best to show him every option. "Once you decide what you truly want and the path you want to take in the future, then breaking through to the intermediate level will be a matter of course." Sure enough, the next second the heterotroph ability took effect. Zhang awakened a new talent, Blood of the Old King. He continued to follow Shibai's guidance. "Now you need to use your new talent to feel the changes between your other talents within your body. Carefully sense each of your abilities and keep them in an activated but not active state." Zhang was turning among many abilities such as Contract Gem and Pure Blood Body, feeling lost when Shibai continued to guide him. "Then you need to look into your heart. Figure out the path you want to take, understand your truest desires, and your abilities will naturally respond to your inner thoughts." Zhang began to weigh his options in his mind. Contract Gem heterotroph. Seeing him ponder for a long time, he subtly reminded him, "How does it feel? Have you made a choice?" Zhang dared not hide his ambition. "There are too many choices. Is there no way to have the best of both worlds?" Shibai closed his eyes and threw this hot potato back to him. "Well, that depends on your own heart. I can't help you with that." Zhang had no other choice but to continue to immerse himself in the deliberation. In fact, what made him most hesitant was the Contract Gem and heterotroph. The Contract Gem was his basic ability. He had to admit that his first love and his true love weighed equally. Most of his abilities actually stemmed from it, but heterotroph was the ability that helped him cultivate those 4 powerful abilities. The more Zhang thought about it, the more conflicted he became. The main one is excellent, but the side ones are also good, whether it's Mist Body, Pure Water Body, or Pure Blood Body. Blood of the Old King. These skills are all top tier and powerful. One could say that although heterotroph originated from the Contract Gem, its potential is in no way inferior to the Contract Gem. After much deliberation, Zhang finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. What he needed to do now was to choose one of these 2 abilities as his core to develop. Shibai glanced at him, approvingly saying, "It seems you already have an answer." Immediately after, the system notification popped up in time. "Advancement successful. Zhang Intermediate Awakened 1 Level 1. Zhang sat cross-legged on the ground, continuously asking himself, "Did I level up?" Appraisal. After successful appraisal, a series of notifications appeared, such as Attribute Panel, Intermediate and Advanced Skills, and Intermediate Limited Contracts. The first was Contract Gem Battle Contract, the second was Contract Gem Treasure Contract. The third was Contract Gem Abolish Contract, densely arranged in a long string. Zhang continuously calculated in his mind. Although he had only leveled up by 1, there was a complete difference in strength between a primary awakened one and an intermediate awakened one. He began to try out his new interface. His physical strength and mental power had greatly improved, and he could precisely release the flames of the materializer. His control over his abilities had also become more refined. Looking at the scorching light in his hand, Shibai softly confirmed, "Did you successfully advance?" Zhang Ping excitedly shouted. "Yes," he shook his hand, exclaiming. No wonder Sissy only had such combat power after reaching intermediate level. So after intermediate, control over abilities improved so significantly. However, the flames in his hand condensed into a gem, which surprised Zhang Ping. The battle contract could change forms so quickly, which further confused him. As long as advanced skills were added, even a seemingly useless transparent gem could be put to good use. Zhang Ping unhesitatingly grabbed it and forcefully rubbed it against the ground. After the test, he excitedly concluded, "The hardness of an intermediate gem should be comparable to the Mingzu blade. As a personal item, it won't be easily damaged." Seeing this, Shibai couldn't help but chuckle. "Just as I expected, you didn't choose heterotroph but rather chose the contract gem as your core ability to develop." Zhang Ping stood up and explained his decision. "I also considered choosing heterotroph, but in my confusion I felt it wasn't suitable for me." Shibai stroked his chin, analyzing the pros and cons of the profession he had just given up. "It's a good thing you didn't choose heterotroph. Although heterotroph makes it easy to acquire abilities, the price comes with many risks. Instances of heterotroph users experiencing side effects, backlash, or even death when awakening new abilities are common." Zhang Ping nodded in understanding, adding, "Moreover, although the contract gem's awakening speed is slightly slower, each new talent awakened is an indispensable need, like receiving charcoal in winter." Just then, a warning sounded in his ear. "In the name of the patrol team, you will specially recruit awakened ones, and eliminate them step by step, taking a year to clear potential threats." This voice, both familiar and strange, made Zhang Ping blurt out, "Prince Moon?" Afterwards, Shibai immediately gathered everyone to convey the news. According to Zhang Ping's intelligence, Prince Moon is accelerating the elimination of Mingzu City's experts. It is recruiting a large number of awakened ones in the name of the patrol team. Lu Han confusedly confirmed. "Does it want to deal with those who have participated in battles?" Although he didn't want to admit it, he still sighed. "Very likely." Zhang Ping boldly stepped forward as a vanguard. "I've decided to return to Mingzu City to explain the situation to Gym Master Feng and see if there's a way to rescue them from the city." Lu Han immediately stopped him without thinking. "No, that's too dangerous." Remembering Su Jingzhao's fate, he declared resolutely, "If we stand by and do nothing, those people will be silently devoured and replaced just like the patrol team." Sissy suddenly stepped forward and suggested, "It's too dangerous for you to go back to the city alone. I'll go with you." Manny also added, "We'll go too and contact familiar awakened ones separately. That way it will be faster." As their spirits soared, Shibai poured cold water on them. "We can't tell if an awakened one has been replaced by a Tenking fox, and it's easy to expose ourselves." Zhang Ping confidently patted his chest, assuring them, "I have already advanced to an intermediate awakened one. If I infiltrate alone, even if I'm discovered, I'm confident I can retreat safely." Lu Han waved his hand forcefully, reacting even more vehemently. "I object. Mingzu City is like a dragon's den now. Do you know how important you are right now?" He growled angrily. "I know, but I can't just stand by and watch our comrades be devoured by the Tenking fox. I can't just stand by," he even silently added in his heart. "Besides, I haven't avenged Su Jingzhao yet." Sissy called out worriedly from the side. "Zhang Ping." He clenched his fist, promising, "Don't worry, Sissy. I still know what's important." This time returning to Mingzu City, with verbal persuasion fruitless, Lu Han decided to resolve it by force. "If you really want to go, then defeat me first." Zhang Ping accepted the challenge without hesitation. "All right, try me." No sooner had he spoken than he released mist to control his teammate. Lu Han looked up and muttered to himself, "Too fast." When did he make his move? He didn't even raise a hand? Zhang Ping put on his mask and quickly concluded, "It seems I won." Although Lu Han still had doubts in his mind. "Is this mist?" he had to admit. "You are indeed much stronger than before you advanced." Shibai seized the opportunity to lighten the mood. "Those with infinite abilities are not ordinary awakened ones. When I advanced to intermediate level, I gained the ability to kill mutated beasts beyond my level. But Zhang Ping was already able to kill intermediate awakened ones while still at primary level. He is more outstanding than me, and has greater potential." He paused, then raised his index finger, indicating, "Therefore I don't object to Zhang Ping returning to Mingzu City. But before that I have a treasure I'd like to entrust to you." He didn't answer immediately, but instead turned to other matters. "Wait a moment, I also have something to ask." Zhang Shoujiang. Shoujiang, having been called out, instinctively pointed to himself. "Me, what can I help you with?" Not long after, the system returned. "Appraisal successful. Scientific and technological information regarding fat." Zhang Ping grabbed him, enticing him. "You can be of great help, but it's not convenient here. Just follow me." A few minutes later, the crowd outside was quite unnerved by an ambiguous conversation. "Ha, Zhang Ping, leave some for me. Don't be so stingy, your flesh will grow back anyway. It's not your own flesh, so of course you don't feel bad." Seeing Zhang Ping emerge, Manny immediately pressed him. "What did you make Zhang Shoujiang do?" He didn't answer immediately, but instead shouted inside, "Thank you." It wasn't until she saw Shoujiang's haggard appearance that she instantly froze. "Zhang Shoujiang, what happened to you?" Meanwhile, Zhang Ping had already followed Shibai into the scavenger squad's underground secret room. Elder Situ, what is this? He calmly explained. This scythe is called the Fear Scythe. It not only instills fear in creatures but also evolves by absorbing blood. When I was young, I used it to slaughter thousands of mutated beasts, absorbing countless amounts of their blood. Now, whether in hardness or sharpness, this scythe is truly rare in the world. Calling it a divine weapon would be no exaggeration. The Fear Scythe is the most suitable weapon for you right now. Take it back to Mingzu City, and it will increase your chances of victory against enemies. Zhang Ping unceremoniously gripped it in his hand, but still didn't forget to express his deep gratitude. Thank you, Captain. Suddenly, Shibai let out a soft hum, his attention caught by something. He looked at his gradually transparent body, self-deprecatingly saying, It seems some people are still uneasy. My energy is used up anyway, so I'll return to my space to recover. No sooner had Shibai left the instruction, you two chat for a while, then Sissy C also appeared. Zhang Ping saw her and asked blankly, Sissy C, your face injury. She interrupted him before he finished, saying, We already agreed before to talk as friends, not as teammates. Under the bright moonlight, Sissy C began to pour out her heart. I have overcome my inner demon and decided not to be obsessed with healing Wei Hua's facial scars. The last incident made me realize my abilities were too weak, so I will no longer blindly seek revenge. I will use everyone's strength to defeat Li Yaoshui together. She leaned slightly forward, looking at Zhang Ping's face, and asked, Are you stubbornly returning to Mingzu City alone to avenge your friend? After a long time he finally opened up. After advancing to an intermediate awakened one, I did have that thought. After all, I felt my strength had significantly increased, and I was no longer that weakling who could only pretend to sleep and be helpless when Prince Moon visited. Sissy C softly called out, Zhang Ping. He understood her meaning and immediately reassured her, Don't worry, Sissy C. I still know what's important. This time returning to Mingzu City is mainly to save people. Zhang Ping slightly lowered his eyes, remembering his white moonlight. As for avenging Su Jingzhao, I won't act rashly unless there's a suitable opportunity. Although Sissy understood, she was still a bit worried, but I'm still not at ease with you going back alone. He immediately smiled and assured her, Don't worry, I still have a secret weapon from Zhang Shoujiang, I'll be fine. Inside Mingzu City, mutated beasts roamed the streets and alleys. Zhang Ping blended into the crowd, secretly calculating in his mind the Ten King Fox's patrol intensity in the city has clearly increased. He hadn't gone far when a stern voice sounded in his ear, Mingzu Plaza is temporarily closed, no unauthorized entry. Shibai appeared in time, worriedly saying, Don't worry about me, the old fox can't hurt me for a while, instead have you thought about how to handle things? Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, definitively affirming, I have. In the study of the Beast King Fist Gym, Lai Xian was sitting alone in a comfortable leather chair, lost in thought, but the wisps of green smoke seeping through the door crack made his eyebrows shoot up before he could recover. Zhang Ping quickly deactivated his pure water body, revealing himself and reporting, Gym Master Feng, it's me. Lai Xian stood up in surprise, asking, It's you, brother Zhang Ping, where have you been these past few days? Ever since that day I've wanted to thank you in person, but I haven't been able to find you until now. The barrage of questions left Zhang Ping a bit flustered. It's a long story. After a long explanation, Zhang Ping finally sought the other man's opinion. That's roughly the situation. I wonder if Gym Master Feng would be willing to help me? Lai Xian somewhat hesitantly expressed his view. According to what you said, the city lord abandoned Mingzu City long ago. The actual controllers now are the Ten King Foxes. What you're saying is truly unbelievable. He hadn't finished speaking when an urgent voice sounded outside. Gym Master, Captain Lin of the patrol team requests an audience. He immediately instructed, Take him to the reception room. I'll be there shortly. The other person only managed to respond with a yes before running off without a trace. Zhang Ping seized the opportunity to urge him, The patrol team has already been replaced by the Ten King Foxes. Gym Master Feng only needs one look to confirm whether what I'm saying is true or false. Lai Xian, half in doubt, slowly walked towards the reception room. As soon as he pushed the door open, he politely cupped his hands in greeting. My apologies, my apologies. I didn't expect Captain Lin to grace us with his presence. Ketty stood with his arms crossed, revealing a meaningful smile. I've come to congratulate Gym Master Feng. Lai Xian narrowed his eyes, sizing him up from head to toe. I wonder what good news I have? Ketty calmly dropped the bombshell. The City Lord has decided to appoint Gym Master Feng as the Vice City Lord of Mingzu City. It will be announced to the entire city in a few days. But Lai Xian's mind was entirely focused on the mutated beast behind him. Is that the true form of a Ten King Fox? He tried hard to remain calm, responding, I sincerely thank the City Lord for his great kindness. Ketty, having completed his task, immediately turned to leave. The message has been delivered. I'm returning to report. Lai Xian still spoke humbly. Thank you, Captain Lin. Please convey my gratitude to the City Lord. But in his heart he was furiously cursing these beasts. How dare they? Zhang Ping activated the visual resonance of his pure blood body, appearing behind him and calling out Gym Master Feng. Although Lai Xian clenched his fists, he still promised, Don't worry, with such a vast difference in strength between us and the enemy, I won't act. He walked ahead, leading the way and seizing the opportunity to exchange information. You came to me, so you must have a plan. Tell me, what do you need my help with? Zhang Ping frankly shared. I hope Gym Master Feng can use this opportunity of being promoted to Vice City Lord to host a banquet for those awakened ones who participated in defending Mingzu City that day. When the two reached the gym corridor, he slowly unveiled his plan. We will tell the truth to those who haven't been replaced by the Tenking Foxes. Anyone willing to come with me will leave the city through the transport gate. Those who are unwilling to leave will also know the Tenking Foxes' plan. This way they can at least be somewhat prepared and avoid being easily controlled by them. Lai Xian gritted his teeth, frankly admitting, indeed, some people have attachments and might not choose to leave. Zhang Ping expressed sympathy. In this situation, this is all we can do. From his perspective, he already saw a group of mutated beasts below and couldn't help but exclaim, "Your gym has quite a few apprentices who've been replaced too," Lai Xian replied painfully. "I didn't expect even my small gym to have so many beasts lurking within it." He quickly calmed his emotions, seriously assessing the reality. "You've done enough. When friend and foe are indistinguishable, no one can protect everyone." Lai Xian patted his savior's shoulder, stating his resolve. "Do it your way. I'll cooperate to the best of my ability." Zhang Ping clasped his hands and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Gym Master Feng." He didn't turn back but still returned the gratitude in kind. "It is we who should thank you. At least you've shown us hope for eradicating these beasts." Suddenly his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure on the training ground. Zhang Ping looked at the Tenking Fox before him, a surge of dark emotions rising within him. This was the beast that had killed Su Jingzhao. Shiyu looked up at the sky, indifferently inquiring about the situation. "Anything unusual in Mingzhu City lately?" Kedi honestly reported everything he knew. "Reporting, Your Highness, everything is normal, except that Lai Xian is preparing to host a banquet recently." She couldn't help but cover her mouth and mock, eager to show off after just becoming Vice City Lord. "This Lai Xian is nothing special." Jingzhao proactively stepped forward and suggested, "Does Your Highness need to send someone to monitor?" Shiyu completely disregarded him, directly refusing, "No need, he's just using this as an opportunity to accept bribes and accumulate wealth. Such a person poses no threat to me." She snapped her fingers, issuing a command for the main focus. "We should still seriously investigate the movements of those scavenger squad rats." Shiyu tilted her head towards her companion, cautiously emphasizing, especially that Zhang Ping. Everyone obediently shouted in unison, "Yes." In the martial arts gym hall, various flattering remarks filled the air. "Congratulations, Gym Master Feng." "Oh no, it should be City Lord Feng." "City Lord Feng, please take good care of us in the future." "That's right, City Lord Feng, please help us along." Lai Xian's face was stiff from smiling, continuously acting. "You're too kind, everyone." Just then a student walked over and whispered in his ear. After receiving the information, Lai Xian immediately clasped his hands and excused himself. "Everyone, I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I apologize for not being able to accompany you." They also responded tactfully. "City Lord Feng, please go attend to your matters." He politely apologized again. "My apologies for the poor hospitality, please forgive me." Kedi saw this scene and immediately concluded, "Let's go. This Lai Xian is indeed as Your Highness expected, merely using this as an opportunity to accumulate wealth." Jingzhao didn't respond but instead turned her gaze to another more attractive target. "That girl's appearance is truly exquisite." He understood her meaning and teased, "What, do you like her?" Although he didn't stop his companion. Kedi still reminded, "Then you stay here and have a good time. Remember, there are many eyes and ears here, so it's best to act after the banquet ends." She casually smiled and replied perfunctorily, "Yes." In the enclosed conference room, Bide was the first to speak. "City Lord Feng, may I ask what your instructions are for calling us here?" Lai Xian cast his gaze towards Zhang Ping next to him, then ceded the floor to him. "There is indeed an urgent matter to discuss, for which I called everyone here." Let him explain the specific situation. He deactivated his pure-blood body skill, then naturally raised his hand to address Instructor Bai. "Hello." Bide was startled and blurted out, "Zhang Ping." Even Waiwa couldn't conceal the disbelief on her face. After a while, the crowd gathered around him, discussing animatedly and excitedly. "How can this be? That's right, if what he's saying is true, then Mingzhu City would have fallen long ago, wouldn't it? I've had dealings with Lin Kedi and some other patrol team members, and I did notice they've been acting strangely lately. That's right, the City Lord also hasn't appeared for a long time." As the conversation reached its climax, Lai Xian suddenly coughed a few times to signal, pointing to himself like a living witness. "Everyone, listen to me for a moment. Things are exactly as Brother Zhang Ping said. I have personally confirmed the existence of the Tenking Foxes." Lai Xian waited until everyone's attention was focused on him before continuing. "These beasts are skilled at disguise, making them difficult for us to distinguish. Many of the people currently attending the banquet outside have already been replaced by Tenking Foxes." He grew more agitated as he spoke. "All of you here are my longtime friends. If you trust me, Lai, please lend me a hand." Waiwa immediately stepped forward to state her position. "City Lord Feng, whatever needs to be done, just say the word." Bide also unhesitatingly echoed, "That's right. Zhang Ping is my student and we've fought side by side before. I trust both of you." Seeing that they had processed the information, he brought everyone into the detailed plan. "To deal with the Tenking Foxes, we must temporarily prioritize the bigger picture and preserve our strength." Zhang Ping spread his hands, specifically assigning tasks. "The people on this list have not been replaced by Tenking Foxes. We can inform them of the current situation separately." He personally handed a card to each person and instructed, "Later, the dry team will activate the teleportation array here." Zhang Ping very specifically pointed out their escape route. If they are willing to leave with us, please have them exit through the main gate, then return here and then leave via the teleportation array. But it seemed not everyone was willing to leave their homes. So urgent? What about our families? Lai Xian placed a hand on his shoulder, calming his emotions. This is merely a regrettable necessity. Currently, only Zhang Ping can distinguish the 10 king foxes' disguises. With this list, we cannot quickly determine if there are 10 king foxes among their family members. He then outlined the worst-case scenario. If the information leaks, the 10 king foxes might accelerate the slaughter of awakened ones. Therefore, if you decide to stay, you must be vigilant of abnormal staff around you, or temporarily take your family outside the patrol team's control. Bide and his colleagues finished speaking, then nodded in agreement. That's right, with so many people, it's indeed difficult to ensure the information doesn't leak. Zhang Ping understood their concerns and volunteered. I will observe secretly. If there's anything unusual with the 10 king foxes at the banquet, I'll use a signal flare for everyone. Lai Xian waited for his word and then made the final decision. Then I'll leave the rest to all of you. As a result, greetings soon echoed at the martial arts gym's entrance. Brother Bide, I'll take my leave now. Let's have a few more drinks another day when we're free. Thank you. Tomorrow I will surely host a banquet for Brother Li, and we can have a good chat. City Lord, I'll also take my leave. Please forgive any poor hospitality. Zhang Ping, hidden in the darkness, quietly calculated. Most people at the banquet have been informed. For now, it seems the 10 king foxes haven't noticed anything unusual. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Zhang Ping, be careful. He couldn't help but wonder. Su Jingzhao, what is she warning me about? Before he could think much further, Zhang Ping's gaze swiftly swept to the side. He locked onto the target, and the answer formed in his mind. So that beast has arrived. It seems to have set its sights on Chen Huaihua. Zhang Ping clenched his fists, urging himself. I must find a way to distract it, otherwise if it discovers any clue the entire plan will fail. Before he could devise a strategy, Jingzhao had already made her move. Sister Huaihua, are you heading home? She mechanically turned around and spoke. Oh, it's little Su. Is something wrong? Jingzhao casually suggested. It's on my way and I saw you walking alone, so I thought I'd like to walk with you for a bit. Is that okay? Huaihua awkwardly agreed. Yes, sure. Zhang Ping grinned, secretly applauding this move. This stinky fox, you dared to show yourself voluntarily, perfectly giving me an opportunity to strike. He took a deep breath and followed the two outside. What a coincidence. His stealth suit had been put away in his golden bracelet, so Zhang Ping appeared very natural. Su Jingzhao, long time no see. Zhang Ping turned around and whispered to Huaihua, go find Gym Master Feng and tell him I'm in trouble and to meet me in the west of the city. She nodded in agreement. Jingzhao saw him from a distance and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Zhang Ping, she thought to herself. How is he in the city? She revealed a sinister smile. I just wanted a snack, but I didn't expect to catch such a big fish. If I can bring him back, His Highness will surely be pleased. Suddenly, Zhang Ping dashed away and Jingzhao hastily reached out and shouted loudly, Zhang Ping, where are you going? He didn't answer her at all, continuing to use his Nether Mist Nightwalker skill, increasing his agility and speed. Thus Zhang Ping ran away at an extraordinary speed. Jingzhao didn't give up, chasing closely. Strange, how does this guy run so fast? Then Zhang Ping turned into an alley, and in the blink of an eye she lost sight of him. Where did he go? As she looked around, Zhang Ping with his scythe appeared before her from nowhere. Then he unhesitatingly slashed towards her abdomen, but Jingzhao was not to be trifled with and dodged in time. Zhang Ping calmly spoke, are you still going to keep up the disguise? Don't worry. A powerful aura emanated from his entire body, and with his mask on he said, I won't let you die too quickly. Jingzhao in her monster form said, it seems His Highness was right. Although I don't know what method you used, you can indeed see through my clansmen's disguises. I remember your ability isn't. Before it could finish speaking, several small spears had already appeared behind it. Upon seeing this move, Jingzhao also vaguely realized it was Nether Mist. Has he been possessed by Nether Mist? Due to being too absorbed, the monster was slashed in the abdomen. Zhang Ping spoke while summoning chains. Do you know, although I haven't known her long, it's precisely because of her that I accepted my current identity. A dense killing intent emanated from him. She helped me calm down to no longer be anxious. The monster, bound by chains, stammered, what are you talking about? Immediately after, it was pierced all over by blades. When did Zhang Ping become so strong? Zhang Ping stood calmly opposite the monster and continued, to me she was a childhood friend and the most important person in my life. The monster trembled, begging for mercy. Stop it. But Zhang Ping paid no mind, continuing, she just wanted to realize her ideals. Zhang Ping cut through the monster's chest with his blade. Why did you harm her? Thick blood spilled onto the ground. Despite the excruciating pain, the monster still maintained its dignity. So it was for this. Too bad you'll never know. It mockingly sneered. How captivating was the look of despair on her face when she died. Hearing this, Zhang Ping furiously slashed several more times viciously. I can't stand it. It begged for mercy again. Kill me, just kill me. Ironically, it transformed back into Jingzhao's appearance, crying tears that streamed down her face like rain, looking incredibly pitiful. Zhang Ping, but he still calmly picked up the mask the monster was wearing. Don't. Nether Mist 70,100. Nether Mist 90,100. Nether Mist 100,100. Zhang Ping's sword exuded a dangerous aura. With his mask on, his voice was low and steady. It's you I want to kill, you stinky fox. After killing the monster, Zhang Ping painfully looked at the false face in his hand when suddenly someone spoke from the air. I didn't expect you could defeat Moon 26 alone. your strength has improved quite a bit. A woman slowly called his name, Zhang Ping. Shiyu looked down at him from high above like a queen. I didn't expect you would dare to return. Do you want to die? Zhang Ping asked with a smile. How do you know I don't have a backup plan? He quietly shouted in his mind, appraise. The system's cold voice rang out, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. The system's voice and Shiyu's voice overlapped simultaneously. Still struggling even at death's door, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. In the blink of an eye she had transformed into another form. All right, then I'll make sure you understand death clearly. It was then that the system provided another piece of information. Appraisal successful. Attribute panel. Talent. Distorted perception, capable of altering a target creature's perception and forcing the target to be unable to recognize anomalies. Illusionary fox tail. After a king matures, its tail can change at will and possess various special functions. The scale of change and type of function are related to its level. Shiyu created a claw that appeared behind Zhang Ping. This move was called Nether Mist Bati. He used his power to create a barrier to protect himself. His hand quickly reached out, simultaneously shouting, release. Zhang Ping successfully retrieved another weapon, the fierce scythe. Due to the immense power, Zhang Ping was pushed back a great distance. He collapsed to the ground, biting his lip and thinking, my nether mist couldn't even block one attack. During the previous appraisal, its main attack method was its tail. He dodged while contemplating a counter strategy. Pure water body can avoid physical damage, so its attacks are ineffective against me. Shiyu stood at a high vantage point, softly sighing with no emotion in her voice. It seems you have more than one ability. Several icy tails flew towards him. But don't think you can escape like this. The tail pierced his water arm, making him frown and blurt out, damn it. She coldly continued, even if you have many more abilities, you cannot bridge the gap in strength. Seeing the tail change, Zhang Ping broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, it's actually lowering the tail to an extremely low temperature, trying to freeze my pure water body. Shiyu spoke again. However, there's one thing I'm curious about at this moment. Terrifying, killing aura emanated from her entire body. Even Situ Shibai couldn't see through the king's illusion. So what method did you actually use? Zhang Ping seemed not to hear, continuing to immerse himself in his thoughts. Although he couldn't use two talents simultaneously, suddenly Shiyu's feet trembled. She looked down and immediately spotted it. Red gem. This move of his was called Martial Contract, and it could compensate for this. Martial Contract Materializer Contract Gem. Martial Contract could temporarily channel offensive abilities into the gem. By destroying the gem, all inherent power could be released at once. When the smoke cleared, Shiyu was unharmed, protected by her tail. A mere trick, but it did let you get away. Aren't you going to continue? Zhang Ping spread his arms and shrugged, answering, with my own strength alone, I'm afraid I can't break through the encirclement. He glanced sideways, though I chose to seek help, calling for reinforcements. No sooner had he spoken than a man's voice rang out. Zhang Ping, Lai Xian and Bide ran towards him. Chen Huihua said you were in trouble. What happened? Everyone else escaped, leaving only you. Shiyu watched the other two appear, thinking, Feng Lai Xian, did the explosion just now draw him over too? So he's with Zhang Ping. Since you won't let me use it, then you can all die. Zhang Ping quickly pushed Lai Xian away, dodging the foxtail's attack. Watch out, Lai Xian cautiously reminded him. Little brother, you're back. Zhang Ping fell heavily to the ground but still managed to say, don't worry about my injuries. She is a 10-king fox. Both men adopted a fighting stance. Lai Xian seemed intrigued. So that's it, a real nuisance indeed. Bide, please take good care of your student, the man asked himself in confusion. This is a 10-king fox, but she looks like this. Suddenly he was completely enveloped by something. You brat, what on earth are you doing? Zhang Ping calmly replied, don't worry, Instructor Bai, I wouldn't harm you. Now look at her. Shiyu had already transformed into a tall monster, and Bide couldn't help but exclaim, my goodness. Zhang Ping didn't forget to remind the other person. Pure blood body visual resonance. Gym Master Feng, watch your abdomen. Lai Xian, expertly dodging attacks, replied, understood. Just one tail and it can damage an entire building. Is its attack power really that strong? Zhang Ping commanded from behind. Instructor Bai, open your left hand, palm up. He did as told. Like this, a glob of red liquid appeared in Bide's palm. Try to get Gym Master Feng to eat this. He's a smart man, he should have understood your plan. Understood, I have a plan, Lai Xian then said confidently. Quickly swallow it, this is good stuff. Lai Xian quickly opened his mouth, thinking, is it a secret signal? He then swallowed the red blood orb. He excitedly shouted, you beast, I can see through you. An icy tail swept past his body. Bide was already ready. We're here to help you too. A circular sun-like pattern appeared above Lai Xian's back and his hair also lit up. Damn beast. Give me back my students' lives. Both had transformed their powers. Crimson Emperor Undying Body, Sunfire form activated. Combat stance, Berserker Lion form. Zhang Ping's calm voice rang out, Gym Master Feng, what you just swallowed was my blood. Although it can temporarily see through her true form, it will only last for a short time, he replied gravely. That's enough. At this moment, Lai Xian and Bide charged forward together, continuously attacking Shiyu. As she dodged, suspicion rose in her heart. Why can even they see through my illusion now? Could that Zhang Ping brat be behind this? Displeased, she used her tail to repel Bide and Lai Xian, her mood very sour. Then Shiyu revealed an eerie smile, her eyes glowing. She thought, No matter what method he used, she shouted loudly, "Just kill them all." The moment she spoke, she began to unleash her power, her tails continuously elongated, surrounded by dark energy. Shiyu summoned another monster, giving the command Moonshadow. Time to get to work. From the shadows beneath Shiyu's feet, Moonshadow's hand emerged. It stood behind her, replying seriously, "At your command, your highness." Lai Xian noticed the appearance of another monster and warned Bide, "Careful, I can feel that the fox emerging from its shadow is very powerful." Zhang Ping also frowned and thought, "It's not an illusion. How can a ten-king fox hide in shadows? I didn't detect it at all just now," he muttered, reproaching himself. "Damn it, I can't use appraisal in pure blood body state. What kind of power does this fox have?" He suddenly emerged from Bide's back, startling Bide. Zhang Ping reached out and handed something to Lai Xian, urging, "Gym Master Feng, this is the last of my snake scales." He replied, "But even in sunfire form, it'll be hard for me to resist them." He gently placed the scale in his hand, saying with conviction, "Don't worry, Gym Master. I promise we'll all escape Mingzu City. The two of you just need to buy me a little time." Lai Xian put the scale into his mouth, responding, "Since you put it that way, body temperature 4000, stamina increased, strength increased, agility increased," he shouted resonantly. "We're putting our lives in your hands. Let's take one down first." Just then, Moonshadow quickly approached, attacking Bide. It threatened with killing intent. "Starting with you," it swung a paw, but Bide blocked it in time with both hands. Seeing this, Moonshadow quickly circled behind him to continue its attack. However, he immediately turned and raised his sharp claws directly at it. But Moonshadow's moves were not to be underestimated. It agilely bent low and charged forward. Moonshadow took the opportunity to leave 3 claw marks on Bide's chest. Like a predatory beast, it slowly circled his standing position, preparing for its next attack. Zhang Ping spoke from inside Bide. "Instructor, I'm here to heal you. It seems this fox can use your shadow to attack you." He nodded in agreement. "Okay." On the other hand, Lai Xian was constantly being blocked by Shiyu's tails, unable to approach. He angrily thought, being suppressed like this constantly isn't a solution. He shouted loudly to Bide, who was fighting Moonshadow, "Old Bai, use the 3-1 tactic. 1 is to concentrate the enemy. 3 is to sacrifice oneself." Bide quickly looked over and replied, "Understood." However, at this moment, Bide was also struggling to resist Moonshadow's continuous attacks. Nevertheless, he still taunted, "You think you can kill me with just this much? You're barely tickling me. Your speed is decent, but your strength is too weak." Moonshadow roared furiously. "You're asking for death." It unhesitatingly pierced Bide's abdomen. He cried out in pain, then suddenly reached out and tightly gripped Moonshadow's head, saying powerfully, "Got you." With that, he used all his strength to lift it, then turned and delivered a powerful strike. He then forcefully threw Moonshadow towards Shiyu and Lai Xian. He shouted, "Gym Master." Lai Xian seemed to see an opportunity. He immediately leaned back, took a deep breath, and concentrated all his strength in one place. Moonshadow and Shiyu both looked at him in surprise. In an instant, Lai Xian unleashed the Beast King's secret art, Primordial Chaos 1 Chi, creating flames powerful enough to engulf both monsters completely. Just then, Zhang Ping emerged from inside Bide, shouting. Now he handed each of them a gem, urging, "Take this, make sure to hold on tightly later." Contract gem. Martial contract has stored fat technology. Then Zhang Ping gave an order via his earpiece. "Shou Zhang, ready. You can reclaim the fat now." Shou Zhang received the order on the other end. "Understood." He took off abruptly, startling Bide and Lai Xian. Bide loudly complained in a panic, "You brat, if you wanted to do it this way, you should have said so earlier. I wasn't ready, but I suppose we've escaped." Zhang Ping felt a bit dizzy, thinking, using pure blood body for healing just now consumed too much energy. "I'm barely holding on," he wearily instructed. "This gem will take you to the base." With that, he fell exhausted under their panicked gazes. "You brat!" Zhang Ping. Lost forest outside Ningzhou City. Zhang Ping lay in an open clearing. Suddenly a leaf fell on his face, waking him. He slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a serene midnight forest. He picked up the leaf that had fallen on his face, muttering, "I'm still alive." Just then, the wristband on Zhang Ping's hand lit up and a voice rang out. "You're finally awake." He replied in surprise. "Captain," the person on the other end said worriedly, "you were badly injured earlier and have been unconscious." Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, crying out, "It hurts so much." The captain then said, "I've used all my strength and could only temporarily stop your bleeding, but now I'm reaching my limit too. I'm sorry, I need to rest for a while." Zhang Ping hastily replied after hearing this. "Captain, why apologize? Without you I would probably be dead by now." "Captain, please rest easy. I need to contact headquarters as soon as possible." He picked up the communication orb in his hand, shouting, "Headquarters, this is Zhang Ping. Respond if you hear me." However, no one responded. He looked around, then muttered to himself, "It seems I'm on my own." A while later, a light gleamed in a cave in the lost forest. Zhang Ping was bandaging himself, shouting, "Although pure blood body can choose a target for healing, it can't self-heal. Is this the principle that a doctor can't heal themselves?" As he gritted his teeth and tightened the bandage, he mused, "My offensive ability reserves are now depleted. If I encounter a mutated beast at this moment, I'll be in trouble. Fortunately, this cave seems safe. I'll recover here for now. Materializer reserve 2,300, mist reserve over 100. This forest has complex terrain. Even by tomorrow, in my current state, it will be hard to find a way out. I can only hope my teammates find me soon." Suddenly, something fell out, catching Zhang Ping's attention. He looked at it, pondering. "This is Su Jingzhao's hairpin." Su Jingzhao, he tightly gripped the hairpin, saying triumphantly, "After all this, I've finally avenged you." But why wasn't he happy at all, he roared, continuously pounding the ground, reproaching himself. I said it was for you, but in the end it was just my own wishful obsession. Then he released the hairpin, saying, I always spoke of righteousness, but deep down I yearned for worldly fame and fortune. What good is revenge? You're dead, you can never be resurrected. Even if BNK were reborn, it would be no use. Suddenly a thought struck him. Wait, can I resurrect Su Jingzhao? Before I used pure blood body to heal Sister Shang, helping her severed arm grow back, according to Senior Chen Ming. The new arm is in excellent condition. Sister Shang has no rejection reaction, and its appearance is almost identical to her old arm. Moreover, when I entered Gym Master Feng's body, I found I could replace his internal trachea to sustain his life. If my deduction is correct, I might be able to resurrect Su Jingzhao. A few minutes later, Zhang Ping took out a layer of human skin mask and placed it on the ground. He immediately used his two-finger ability. The pure blood body's ability is only limited to healing a designated target, but now only a layer of human skin mask remains of Su Jingzhao. He wondered if it could work. Pure blood body activated. In an instant the human skin mask was covered by the pure blood body. Dark circles gradually appeared under Zhang Ping's eyes. He said wearily, although I'm a bit tired, it succeeded. Next, all his might at maximum energy and power to restore it. Thus, Su Jingzhao's physical body began to become clearer. However, Su Jingzhao's physical body suddenly lost its vitality. Zhang Ping cried out in alarm. What's wrong? Is it because I'm injured myself so I can't fully reconstruct her body? No, I absolutely cannot give up. Even if I exhaust all my energy, I will never allow myself to lose you again. On the other hand, Bide and Lai Xian were still flying in the sky at this moment. Lai Xian sensed something was amiss. He turned to warn Bide. Something's not right with this thing. Prepare to land, Bide replied. Understood. With that, the two left the white cloth and plunged straight downwards. In an instant they were near the forest and landed gently and safely. Bide waved to Lai Xian, saying, honestly, that brat is so unreliable. Suddenly Luhan, Shoujiang, Sissisi and others approached them. Luhan was the first to speak. Presumably you are Senior Feng Lai Xian and Senior Bide, correct? We've been waiting here for a long time. Meanwhile, Shoujiang ordered the fat to be reclaimed. Shoujiang laughed awkwardly, saying, I'm really sorry. I just received Zhang Ping's notification and immediately reclaimed the fat, momentarily not noticing your landing issue. His cheeks flushed and he awkwardly scratched his head, saying, I sincerely apologize to both seniors for startling you. Seeing this, Lai Xian laughed heartily, replying, this small trouble won't scare us, but it's hard to say for others. That kid still needs a lot of improvement. Shoujiang replied bashfully, certainly. I certainly will. At that moment Sissisi asked, where's Zhang Ping? Didn't he come back with you? Bide, with a sorrowful expression, began to recount, I was just about to tell everyone about this. The situation is as follows. Bide narrated in detail Zhang Ping's fall into the jungle. He continued, explaining that due to the complex terrain here, those who enter typically never return, which is why it's called the Lost Forest. The two of us lack directional skills. If we had suddenly jumped into the forest to search for Zhang Ping, then we probably wouldn't have been able to save ourselves. Hearing this, Luhan pondered for a moment, then proposed a plan. The scavenger squad's badges have a positioning function. We can always find our way back once we enter the forest. Sissisi quickly blurted out, I'll go. Lai Xian, standing opposite, also shouted loudly, I'll go too. I also bear responsibility for Zhang Ping's injuries. Bide, you go heal up, Bide replied awkwardly. But however, Lai Xian still turned to comfort his friend. Don't worry, my injuries have already started to heal, just a bit slower than during the day. The mutated beasts in this forest can't harm me. Luhan shouted loudly, then I, Lu Sishan and Senior Feng will go find and rescue Zhang Ping. Fatty, you take Senior Bai back to base. Shoujiang exclaimed excitedly. Me, great? But then he suddenly realized something was wrong and hastily clarified. No, he stood solemnly, raising one hand to his forehead and declaring loudly. Mission accomplished, Luhan said contentedly. Excellent. The next morning, heavy breathing echoed in the cave of the Lost Forest. Zhang Ping continuously used pure blood body, his forehead drenched in sweat. His hands trembled as he stammered a sigh. No, just a little more. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Mastered body structure and circulation, pure blood body primary upgraded to pure blood body intermediate, current growth value is 4 stars. He joyfully thought to himself, the skill upgrade came just in time, he would definitely succeed this time. In an instant a puff of smoke rose and Zhang Ping shouted in panic, Did it succeed? At that moment tears streamed down his face, his voice blurred with emotion. Su, across from him. Jingzhao smiled and waved at him. Long time no see, Zhang Ping. He called her name as if his soul had left his body. Su Jingzhao. Then he gradually fell, his voice becoming indistinct. That's great. Seeing him like this, Jingzhao immediately called out to Zhang Ping loudly. She hurried over to support Zhang Ping, asking with concern, Are you all right? He quickly replied, I'm fine, just a little tired. Jingzhao let him rest his head on her lap, gently comforting him. Honestly, still as reckless as ever, Zhang Ping responded, if not for being reckless. Maybe there wouldn't be today. I'm glad I ate that gem that day, she whispered. I know you've actually been working very hard all this time, even if you weren't valued by the school, even if you said you were going to farm, even when you encountered unconquerable enemies, you never stopped moving forward from beginning to end. Seeing your growth today and that you've made many excellent teammates, I'm truly happy from the bottom of my heart. You should cherish them even more, she encouraged him. Are you tired? You've done so well until today. Now rest. As Zhang Ping closed his eyes from exhaustion, a tear silently fell. Jingzhao's eyes were filled with tears and she choked out, I wanted to walk with you too, it's a pity it's too late. The soul energy is depleted, but if I were you, you would definitely find me somewhere in the future, right? I hope I can still remember you then. Finally, her soul disappeared into the air with a farewell. Zhang Ping. Deep in the night in a cave in the Lost Forest, Zhang Ping suddenly opened his eyes. He abruptly sat up, loudly calling Su Jingzhao's name as he was shouting. She turned her head and saw Jingzhao lying beside him. Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. He reached out and touched Jingzhao's shoulder, reminding her, wake up, you'll catch a cold sleeping like this. However, when he turned her body over, her empty eyes stared wide at him. Zhang Ping exclaimed in horror, so cold. He trembled as he reached out to check her nose. It was then that he realized. No breathing. Zhang Ping immediately used pure blood body, shouting angrily, what are you kidding, weren't you just talking to me? But Jingzhao remained motionless, not responding. After a while Zhang Ping sighed and said, I heard Su Jingzhao's voice several times before, so this time it couldn't have been an illusion either. She just mentioned something about soul energy. Could the resurrection have failed because there was no soul? Forget it. If it were really that simple to resurrect someone, it would be too abnormal. If she were forcibly resurrected, would she truly still be herself? But according to her reminder, if he found her soul, there would still be a chance. Suddenly an ant wobbled towards him. He had a doubt, a mutated beast, however. Before the mutated beast could do anything, he passed out. A few minutes later, light flickered again in the cave. Zhang Ping silently observed the ant. He opened his mouth and asked, are you awake? It merely chirped, and he took out some food, offering it and saying, you look very weak, are you hungry? The queen ant immediately devoured the food Zhang Ping offered. He said, you didn't attack me while I was unconscious, so no matter the reason, I won't stand by and do nothing. Suddenly, the mutated beast discovered something. It kept circling the spot where Jingzhao had just lain. Seeing this, Zhang Ping hastily said, are you asking where she went? She's fast asleep in a quiet armspan space now, but looking at you, you must have just been born. Perhaps you don't even have a concept of death yet. Suddenly, it returned the food to him. He pointed blankly at himself and asked again, are you giving it to me? Then he smiled slightly, thinking to himself, this is the first time I've encountered such a friendly mutated beast. Is it trying to tell me to cherish the present? That's right, continuing to be decadent won't change what has already happened. Zhang Ping opened his mouth and said, by the way, I still don't know what kind of ant you are. Appraisal. The system now displayed, appraisal successful, attribute panel talent, Queen Ant's Majesty. He thought in astonishment, I didn't expect this little guy to have the potential to become a king. After escaping from Prince Moon, now I've encountered another one. I wonder if this counts as fate. Suddenly Zhang Ping heard a rustling sound outside. He looked up to observe, then asked in confusion, what is that? Appraisal. The system prompted, appraisal successful, attribute panel, name mutated ant. He happily shouted to it, little one, your companions are here to pick you up. But the queen ant trembled after he asked. He asked worriedly, what's wrong with you? Could it be? Just then a large group of carpenter ants swarmed into the cave. Zhang Ping quickly transformed into pure water body. He held the ant queen and said, it seems you're not very popular. Your injuries weren't caused by them, were they? Suddenly, one of the carpenter ants discovered the ant queen in Zhang Ping's hand. Seeing them start to turn towards him, he immediately shouted and ran. Not good, I've been discovered. This ant queen's king talent should have instilled awe in the ant colony, maintaining order and stability, but because its level was too low, was it instead seen as a sign of provocation. Little one, it seems your king talent still needs time to mature. I must find a way to stall them. As he ran headlong, Zhang Ping encountered a sleeping giant brown bear. He thought to himself, I've got it, then reached out and touched the bear's back. The bear woke up, sat up irritably. It roared, threatening the carpenter ant colony, making them panic. Zhang Ping ran ahead, muttering, this should be safe now, right? Suddenly, he saw something behind him and was startled. He cursed, damn it, are these ants? At this moment, the moon had risen to its zenith, illuminating the lost forest. Zhang Ping ran, thinking, fortunately these ants can't fly, so moving at high altitudes would be more advantageous, but this chase is too terrifying. They're directly pushing down all the trees in their path. Just as he stopped on a branch, he felt something and was startled. More movement. Is it an earthquake? He exclaimed, looking at the thing before him. Ma damn! Just as he saw a giant tree staring at him, he shouted, what is this again? The tree irritably lifted its foot and loudly asked, where did these ants come from? Then it stomped heavily on the ground, roaring, how dare you disturb my rest? However, the carpenter ants quickly climbed onto the giant tree's foot, and long vines immediately grew from within the tree. They tightly coiled around the ants clinging to the giant tree's foot. Then it stomped its foot hard, creating a tornado that repelled the mutated ant colony. Zhang Ping stood aside, activating his Nightwalker skill to observe everything, secretly sighing, it can even speak human language? So plants can also mutate like mutated beasts, but fortunately it drove away the Black Mountain ant colony, so I should seize this opportunity to retreat quickly. Suddenly the giant tree's vines grabbed him and its voice rang out, wait, that mortal, don't go so fast. Zhang Ping thought in astonishment, my stealth spell was discovered, even Nether Miss Nightwalker was discovered, which means this Trent must be very high level. He hastily used appraisal. The system prompted, appraisal failed, appraisal failed. The giant tree quickly spoke to ease the tension. Don't worry, little brother. As soon as it finished speaking, the system displayed, appraisal successful, attribute panel, name Yi Changchun, race, human talent, super real domain. The body can transform into a plant body possessing multiple plant abilities and will continuously evolve with age. Zhang Ping calmly thought, a fallen one. Meanwhile, Changchun happily said, I only saw you after those ants woke me up just now. It's been a long time since I've seen a living person, so I was a bit excited for a moment. Zhang Ping recalled the fallen ones he had encountered before. Each one was abnormal. Why does this one look so naive? This Trent seems quite friendly, he stammered in reply. Oh, I see, but he thought to himself anyway. I can't leave now, so talking to him won't hurt, right? Changchun sat down and asked, Little brother, where are you from? Zhang Ping responded, I'm from Mingzhu City. The old man replied excitedly, what a coincidence, I'm also from Mingzhu City, but besides that I can't remember anything else. Perhaps I'm really old. He asked the old man back blankly, you don't remember anything? Senior Yi, if I may be so bold as to ask you something, do you know that you are a fallen one? Changchun muttered to himself, I see, a fallen one. What is a fallen one? But at this moment the old man had already noticed something. He shouted loudly, Wait, you know my name? He hastily explained, Honestly, I'm not hiding anything. Junior knows a bit of appraisal. After appraising you, Senior, your name appeared as Yi Changchun. Just then the wristband on Zhang Ping's wrist lit up. He thought, is Captain awake? The captain asked curiously, Yi Changchun, are you Uncle Yi? He asked the captain. Captain, are you awake? He replied with an I woke up when you two were talking, Changchun posed his question. This friend can actually reside in a wristband, how marvelous. From your tone you seem to know me, can you tell me about my past? The wristband glowed at this moment. Shibai recounted that originally, to overthrow the Zhu family's tyranny, we once jointly formed a resistance army, and you, sir, were one of its members. You were not only powerful but also skilled in disguise, thus you once infiltrated the Zhu family as a spy. During one undercover mission, you were discovered by the Zhu family and unfortunately met with an accident. I never expected to see you again here. Changchun asked in confusion, a resistance army, that sounds quite good, but I don't remember any of those things you're talking about. Shibai now manifested, placing a hand on Zhang Ping's shoulder and entrusting him. Zhang Ping, I want to ask you for a favor. The so-called fall is actually a mental disorientation. Just like Mr. Yi, he has lived in the form of a Trent for too many years. His consciousness gradually adapted to this normal state and regarded it as daily life. His human memories also gradually blurred as a result. This state even made him unconsciously forget his former self. Furthermore, fallen ones are no longer ordinary people. Their minds have surpassed ordinary individuals. Any ordinary mind control methods are ineffective against them. Therefore, there has been no precedent for fallen ones being cured. But you are different. Zhang Ping replied in confusion. Are you saying you want me to have Senior Yi eat the contract gem? Changchun heard this conversation and shouted excitedly, Can you cure my fall? Zhang Ping nodded and replied, The theoretical method is to eat this gem, however, the contract gem's level 7 effect has not yet been activated, and for a fallen one's mental power to recover, there must be external guidance. This also means Senior needs to allow Junior to fully control your body. Changchun then took the gem from his hand and said, I thought it was something big, then he swallowed it, calmly continuing, What's so difficult about that? Instantly, the gem appeared on him. Zhang Ping was startled and shouted, He swallowed it, contract successful, contract beast Yi Changchun. Zhang Ping had a somewhat incredulous expression on his face, frowning and looking up, thinking to himself, he actually swallowed it so decisively, and the contract was successful. Then he muttered to himself, I'll try giving a command. At the same time he extended his hand forward and commanded, Yi Changchun, I command you immediately. Zhang Ping then said, Stop falling. A beam of energy shot directly from his hand towards Changchun's location. After taking this hit, Changchun cried out in pain. Zhang Ping thought in surprise, I just casually tried it. Could it actually be true? The force still made Changchun cry out in pain. At the same time, the old treant's figure gradually returned to that of an ordinary person. His thoughts also simultaneously appeared. Goodness, did it really resolve the fall so easily? After Changchun transformed back into human form, he stammered excitedly, Mingzhu City, the Zhu family's beast taming, I remember it all. I remember everything. The system then displayed a notification. The contract gem's additional effect had been activated. After reading the words, Zhang Ping's mouth hung open as he thought to himself, so signing a contract, just like awakening an ability, can also yield unexpected effects by consuming gems? This is the first I've heard of it. But then he clasped his face, frantically asking himself, but in this situation, can I awaken a new ability using the gem? Level 7 contract? Zhang Ping then broke into a sweat, thinking with annoyance, forget it, I'll just consider it a good deed. I'll have to wait until the gem upgrades to level 8. Look how happy this old man is. Changchun stood nearby, an excited expression also on his face. Then he looked at Zhang Ping and gently smiled, reminding him, I haven't asked your name yet, little brother. Zhang Ping honestly replied, My name is Zhang Ping. Changchun reached into his clothes, seemingly searching for something while gently smiling and commenting, Zhang Ping can remove the fallen status. That name sounds very modest, he then said. This old man has lived in the wilderness for many years and has nothing to repay you with. If you don't mind, please accept this. This item seems to possess characteristics of both life and death. I kept it because I found it interesting at first. Meanwhile, Changchun held something emanating dark energy in his hand. Zhang Ping looked at the item before him, cautiously questioning, Is this nether mist essence? At the same time, Zhang Ping secretly commanded, Appraise. The system immediately notified upon receiving the command. Appraisal successful. After hearing this, Zhangping thought with some curiosity, I wonder if it's because of the last appraisal, but this time it was surprisingly smooth. Meanwhile, the information about the item in his hand displayed, nether mist essence is something stored in a black bear's gallbladder. Using it will yield a surprise, he thought with some excitement at this moment. Is it bear bile this time, but at least it's better than lamb bile. Meanwhile, Changchun sighed, saying with annoyance, I'm really sorry, if only I had something better. Zhangping, holding the nether mist essence, happily said, No worries, Senior Yi, this thing is very useful to me, perhaps, and I'm helping you voluntarily. Meanwhile, wiping sweat, he looked at the item in his hand, thinking worriedly. Sissy said before that nether creatures are actually like parasites. As long as it doesn't take over my consciousness, it shouldn't be a big problem. Zhangping recalled some past events, secretly encouraging himself. With my past experience, I can definitely do it now. What's more, elementary nether mist can't even harm Prince Moon. So if I want to defeat him, I need to become even stronger. Next, he closed his eyes tightly, put the nether mist essence into his mouth, then frowned, muttering to himself, Come on, brothers. After he swallowed it, a powerful energy immediately erupted from his body. Zhangping broke into a sweat, gritting his teeth, continuously reassuring himself, I can do it, I can do it. Instantly, a dazzling purple light shot straight into the sky from Zhangping's location. The system also notified that the nether mist essence had been successfully absorbed, and he, surrounded by dark energy, continuously gasped for breath. The system continued to display information, growth value, and all other indicators simultaneously increased. Upon seeing this, Zhangping thought, just like last time, I actually leveled up by 3 at once. What an unexpected surprise. And the gem also upgraded. Changchun stood there witnessing the entire scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Mingzhu City truly produces many talents. Who would have thought that thing was meant to be eaten? After hearing this, Zhangping said softly, Because I might be the only one who ate it and survived. Suddenly he glanced elsewhere, happily questioning, Brother Su, you've been observing for so long, aren't you going to come out yet? Zhangping also looked in the direction he pointed. Qingba's voice came from below, and he immediately said loudly, You trust others too easily. Upon seeing him, Zhangping quickly jumped aside, simultaneously whispering in surprise, My goodness, is there another master? Upon seeing this, Changchun couldn't help but laugh, asking curiously, They're all just fake bones, what's there to be afraid of? But Brother Su, do you really intend to remain fallen like this? Upon hearing this, Qingba squinted, retorting, What does it matter if I'm fallen or not? Isn't our current life carefree and unrestrained? The old man Changchun sighed softly after hearing this, muttering to himself, It seems you've forgotten many important things. Next, Changchun gravely posed a question, Do you truly no longer wish to see your family? Upon hearing this, he slowly moved, saying, My family? Then Qingba stood before the two with his gigantic body. Zhangping also immediately secretly commanded, Appraise. But the system at this moment continuously notified, Appraisal failed, only his intermittent voice could be heard. Family, the system also notified, Appraisal successful. Simultaneously, an attribute panel appeared before them. After reading it, Zhangping exclaimed, Su Chengba. Meanwhile, Changchun, pointing at him, angrily shouted, Look at you, what have you become now? Zhangping looked up from the side, muttering to himself, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Suddenly a voice rang out, It's not strange at all that you've heard of him. He is one of the founders of the investigation team and a legendary figure of Mingzhu City. But he disappeared many years ago. I never expected him to appear in this wilderness. Then he frowned slightly, gravely questioning, Is it merely a coincidence that both of you seniors fell into this wilderness together? The old man Changchun stroked his chin in thought after hearing this, then replied, Back then I was severely wounded by the Zhu family and thrown out of the city. I could only transform into a tree to heal myself. As a result, over time I became what I was just now. Brother Su was still a child back then, so I don't think these two incidents are related. Then he stood in Qingba's giant palm, continuing to narrate, I never expected that little guy would later start a family and make a living. The first time I encountered him in the wilderness, he would occasionally tell me about his adorable granddaughter. Upon hearing this, Zhangping's eyes widened as he asked himself in surprise, Granddaughter? Then he lowered his head slightly, saying in a deep voice, Is that so? I see. Seeing his expression, Changchun asked in confusion, Little friend, what's wrong? Zhangping extended his fist forward, saying at the same time, I wonder if you recognize this, senior. A wisp of white smoke emerged. Upon seeing this scene, Qingba couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Jingzhao's image appeared before them and Zhangping simultaneously asked, This image doesn't transition. A middle-aged man was seen opening a door, happily saying, Dad's here, everyone's waiting inside. Upon hearing this, Qingba couldn't help but wonder, Are they calling me? Inside, a woman holding a child appeared, saying with a happy smile, The child just woke up, didn't they? He muttered to himself with a bewildered expression. These people are... Then she extended her hand forward, softly saying to Su Jingzhao, Zhao, Grandpa has come to see you. Qingba still didn't understand what was happening, continuing to silently question, Who am I? Suddenly he clutched his head, crying out in pain. Upon seeing this, Changchun quickly retreated, shouting in a panic, Brother Su. Then he looked at Jingzhao before him, saying loudly, Could this little girl be? Meanwhile, Qingba knelt on the ground, continuously asking loudly, Who is it? Who is that little girl? Countless words appeared. Zhu Family's Beast Taming Family Ghost Path Mingzhu City Investigation Team People Who Cannot Be Forgotten, and he continuously asked himself loudly, who am I? Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Ping loudly warned, damn it, if this continues he'll completely lose himself. Chang Chun, standing nearby, also anxiously urged, little friend Zhang, quickly think of something. After hearing this, Zhang Ping broke into a sweat, pursing his lips in hesitation, thinking, the gem just upgraded, but once a contract is formed I won't be able to awaken new abilities. Zhang Ping still made up his mind, secretly reminding himself, what am I thinking? Saving him is the most important thing right now. At the same time, Zhang Ping held a blue gem in his hand. Next he ran to Qingba's side, loudly requesting, Senior Su, quickly swallow this, I'll help you remove the fallen status. He, as if losing control, waved his hand, flinging Zhang Ping far away, then roared in anger, you're lying to me. Upon seeing this scene, Chang Chun frantically shouted, little friend Zhang, and he continuously roared, you all want to trick me. Then Qingba's eyes widened as he roared furiously, Ma Bin, you won't get away with it, get out of Mingzhu City. The old man Chang Chun, seeing him go mad, frowned and shouted, enough, open your eyes and see clearly. There's no Ma Bin here like you say, this is your granddaughter, your family. Zhang Ping, though injured, still tried to stand up and soothe him. Senior, quickly wake up. Qingba seemed to calm down somewhat at this moment as his giant hand reached out towards Jingzhao. Qingba looked at her, hesitantly saying, my granddaughter, Chang Chun then brought the blue gem before him, gently persuading him, quickly swallow this and you'll remember. Qingba, reaching out to take the stone, muttered to himself, ma family. Meanwhile, the system notified contract successful, summoned Beast Su Chengba. After seeing him swallow the stone, Zhang Ping immediately commanded, I command you. Stop the fallen state. His rocky layers gradually crumbled, and finally Qingba transformed back into human form. Then he extended his hand, stammering. Jiao Jiao, his hand had already touched Jingzhao before him. Upon seeing this, Qingba couldn't help but ask with heartache, how could this be? Who did this? Then he slumped to the ground, crying bitterly while blaming himself. He couldn't be by his granddaughter's side. Grandpa is sorry. Then Qingba, with tears streaming down his face, frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, could it be Ma Bin? Just then a voice rang out from the wristband on Zhang Ping's wrist. After you disappeared, Ma Bin became the captain of the investigation team. Is there any enmity between you two? He roared loudly after hearing this. Enmity? Not entirely enmity. He's from the Zhu family. How could he become captain? Qingba continuously pounded the ground, angrily shouting, damn it, he succeeded again. Not only did I lose Mingzhu City, I couldn't even protect the person I loved most. Zhang Ping seemed to understand everything, lowering his head in contemplation, muttering to himself, no wonder so many major incidents happened in the city, yet the investigation team remained idle. Although Shi Bai had long anticipated it, he didn't expect it would be someone from the Zhu family. They couldn't take Chen Junting before. Do they still have a hidden trump card? Chang Chun, looking bewildered, quickly asked. Little friend Zhang, what are you two talking about? I don't understand a word. So Zhang Ping gravely frowned, notifying in a deep voice, Seniors, although you have just recovered your memories, I must tell you some very bad news. Mingzhu City is now facing imminent danger. Zhang Ping looked at the two, beginning to recount everything. It's like this, I was severely wounded during the rescue operation, so I had to temporarily stay in this forest to recuperate. He then pointed to the little ant in his clothes, smiling softly. If Senior Yi hadn't helped me, this little guy and I would probably have died here long ago. After hearing everything, Chang Chun muttered to himself, so many things have happened. Meanwhile, Qingba, arms crossed, questioned, you just said you repeatedly heard Jiao Jiao's voice and saw her illusions, correct? Zhang Ping honestly replied, yes, sometimes it felt like she was guiding me. He then looked ahead, saying with some hesitation, but I clearly saw her. Upon hearing this, he immediately affirmed, then it couldn't have been an illusion. Zhang Ping, sweating in disbelief, exclaimed in surprise, what? Qingba, as if understanding his confusion, explained in a deep voice, Jiao Jiao was born intelligent and awakened her ability very early. Her ability is similar to astral projection. Most astonishingly, she can also enter other people's dreams, he continued. I suspect that before she was killed, she was in a state where her soul had left her body. The illusions you saw were created by her ability. From this we can deduce that Jiao Jiao is likely not dead yet. Qingba did not stop but rather slowly lowered his voice, but because her body was destroyed she was forced to maintain a soul state. However, her soul has wandered for a long time, lacking an anchor. I'm afraid by now, upon hearing this, Zhang Ping's eyes widened as he asked in surprise, Su Jingzhao, is she in a fallen state? Then he recalled Jingzhao's image, simultaneously asking himself, so the meaning of her words was that she didn't want to burden me? Next Zhang Ping clutched his forehead, tears silently falling as he painfully muttered to himself, you're so foolish, you quietly helped me so much only to ask me to give up in the end? He quickly composed himself, gravely thinking to himself, but how can I give up once everything settles? I will definitely come find you. Then Zhang Ping asked the two with a light smile, Seniors, what do you plan to do next? After hearing this, Chang Chun laughed as he replied, we've dedicated most of our lives to Mingzhu City. Now that Mingzhu City is facing other crises, how can we stand by and do nothing? I believe Brother Su feels the same way I do. Qingba thought to himself, his gaze firm, and I also want to see Jiao Jiao again. So the two of them, exuding immense power, declared loudly, "Then we will lend you our strength and go together to aid Mingzu City. You can command us as you wish." Meanwhile, a scene of 3 people running through the forest appeared on screen and Sisisi's voice came through the communication device. "Zhang Ping disappeared near you, what happened?" At this moment Lu Han looked around and said, "It seems to be here, right?" Lai Xian also glanced sideways, asking in confusion, "With such serious injuries, where could that kid have gone?" Just then, Sisisi saw bloodstains on the ground, frowning slightly, and then she walked directly towards where the bloodstains appeared. Suddenly, Sisisi broke out in a cold sweat, startled by the sight before her. The other two slowly approached as well. Upon seeing it, Lai Xian hesitated. Before their eyes was a scene of utter devastation, as if an extremely fierce battle had just taken place. He exclaimed in surprise. "What happened?" Lu Han immediately recognized it and said, "These are traces of a Black Mountain ant colony's march. It seems Zhang Ping has run into trouble." Hearing this, Sisisi rushed forward, shouting frantically, "Let's go after him." Seeing this from behind, Lai Xian was startled and called out, "Wait!" At the same time, a black energy gate suddenly appeared from nowhere. A fist shot out from inside, heading straight for her. Sisisi reacted quickly, creating an ice shield to block, and frowning she questioned, "Who's there?" The powerful fist shattered the defense layer, flinging her away, but luckily Lu Han and Lai Xian caught her from behind. In the hazy mist, a group of people was seen approaching. One of them spoke. "Feng Lai Xian, long time no see, how are you?" Shang Ming, with an arrogant and proud expression, declared loudly, "Look what gifts I've prepared for you." Seeing them, Lai Xian said in displeasure, "I knew I smelled something foul, so it's you old zombies." Seeing his attitude, Shang Ming immediately curled his lips in disdain. Still as arrogant and disrespectful as ever today, then Shang Ming extended his hand, ordering his subordinates to charge, and confidently announced, "Don't even think about escaping." Lu Han stood there watching the scene and calmly asked, "Did they leave spies to monitor us before leaving Saint Ancestor Village?" Meanwhile, Sisisi, swinging her sword and attacking, said coldly, "It's fine, just kill them." Lai Xian, punching and attacking them, shouted, "He's targeting me. You guys find an opportunity to get away." One of the tall figures suddenly rushed towards him, then roared furiously, "Dream on!" Lai Xian immediately activated his skill. Crimson Emperor Undying Body Sunfire Form activate. A powerful force instantly emanated around Lai Xian, and all his body attributes had increased. Sisisi was fighting nearby, and after entering combat mode he blocked the guy's fist and roared, "I told you." His face immediately became serious. Lai Xian, staring, affirmed, "The next time I see you, I'll kill you." With that, he mercilessly flung the guy away, and the monster fell directly into a mysterious teleportation portal. After the monster fell in, the opening of the mysterious object quickly closed. Seeing this, Lai Xian glanced sideways and asked himself, was it teleported away? At the same time, behind Lai Xian, the monster was seen climbing out of the portal. As if sensing something, he immediately turned around. The guy was now swinging his fist forward, but the monster didn't directly attack Lai Xian. Instead, it reached its hand into another portal. Then the guy landed a heavy punch on his back, making him wide-eyed and startled. Sisisi, fighting others nearby, saw this and shouted, "Gym Master Feng." At the same time, Lai Xian stood there, struggling to resist the monster's attacks while thinking to himself, truly difficult to deal with. He gritted his teeth and endured, glancing sideways as he pondered, "This punch is as hard as profound iron and can traverse space. It definitely isn't the ability of the same person." Then Lai Xian looked at the two people behind him, his face full of confusion. "Those two women haven't moved at all. Can they control spatial teleportation?" Then he powerfully used his move, Luo Wu 5-fist technique, mind without solid form, and the monster immediately flew up after taking the hit. The brown-haired girl from Shang Ming's faction saw the approaching flames and was somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, Lai Xian rushed out from inside, roaring triumphantly, "Die!" The two couldn't help but be surprised at this sight, but she quickly reacted, extending her hand and creating a teleportation portal. Seeing this, Lai Xian thought to himself, just as I guessed. Then the brown-haired girl turned around, looked at Shang Ming and questioned loudly, "What exactly are you doing? They're already almost upon us." But Shang Ming still stood there, calmly replying, "Don't rush, take a closer look." Next, Shang Ming looked at Lai Xian, who was fighting the monster, and said, "After the last battle, I remotely monitored him with a life charm." Shang Ming continued to analyze. "As long as there's no sunlight, his body temperature will slowly drop." Then he confidently affirmed his deduction. He will never be able to enter the white state. At the same time, the system notified that all of Lai Xian's attributes had decreased. Then Shang Ming curled his lips triumphantly and said, "That's also why I deliberately waited until night to act after he left the city." He was still fighting the monster before him with high spirits, and his voice echoed through the forest, "Obediently be bound." In the quiet of the night, a huge fire tornado appeared. Zhang Ping, seeing it from afar, turned and muttered to himself, "That's Gym Master Feng." Returning to the trio, Sisisi, swinging her sword and attacking, reported, "I'm almost done over here." Lu Han added, "Same here." After the monster was defeated, it continuously emitted an extremely foul smell. She immediately covered her nose and frowning commanded, "Corpse poison again, Chen Ming, hold your breath." Meanwhile, Lai Xian was still fighting alone against the teleporting opponents. Shang Ming, waving his hand from behind, curled his lips triumphantly and said, "Obediently become my living corpse." He immediately dismissed it with contempt, wishful thinking. At the same time, he waved his hand, flinging Shang Ming away. Then Lai Xian, engulfed in blazing flames, challenged loudly, Do you think the same trick will work twice? After being repelled, Xiangming sneered disdainfully. I didn't expect you to fall for it so easily. Next, Xiangming continued triumphantly. But your companions might not be so lucky. Hearing this, Lai Xian immediately looked at Sissy and warned loudly, watch out behind you. Immediately after, a monster emerged from nowhere, landing a heavy punch on her back, startling her into a cry of ouch, but it then quickly disappeared. Seeing this, Lu Han hastily turned around and asked, Team leader, are you alright? Sissy, with bloodstains on her lips, turned around, frowned, and reminded seriously, I'm fine, watch your back. He waved his hand, simultaneously unleashing a move. Sword skill, fleeting flash. Instantly, 2 swords appeared in the air. One of the guys saw them, swung a fist, and shattered a sword, then commented disdainfully, showy but impractical. Lai Xian, seeing the situation was not good, quickly ran over, thinking to himself, I need to help them out of trouble. Xiangming, pointing at him from behind, questioned triumphantly, you're having so much fun and you're still thinking about others? The monsters also charged towards him according to instructions. Lai Xian, waving his hand and attacking, roared in displeasure, you bastard. At this moment, Xiangming raised his palm and grinning announced, it's time to harvest. Suddenly behind him, Changchun's image appeared in the form of a gigantic ancient tree, startling Xiangming. Then Xiangming landed heavily, cracking the ground. Seeing this, Xiangming hastily retreated, questioning loudly in panic, what is that thing? Meanwhile, Lai Xian circled behind the two, asking with concern, are you two alright? Sissy immediately answered seriously, we're fine. Suddenly a familiar voice rang out, Gym Master Feng. Sissy, finally found you. Hearing this, she suddenly turned around and said, that voice is… Then Sissy shouted Zhang Ping's name loudly, and he was now standing on Changchun's shoulder. Seeing that Zhang Ping was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief and said, great, it's good that you're safe. Xiangming still stood there, asking himself in panic, there are still helpers? But Xiangming didn't seem to notice Qingba ambushing him from behind. Qingba's palm strike decisively pierced Xiangming's chest. Xiangming now turned around, narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Then, at the same time, the screen showed the monster swinging its fist directly at Qingba. Seeing this, Lai Xian warned loudly, be careful, he has an immortal body. Then Qingba used his move Hypermemory State Qi, and immediately he disappeared while the monster punched into thin air. Then Qingba transformed into a wisp of smoke and flew away, remarking, truly difficult to deal with. He then transformed back into human form. Lai Xian, looking forward from the side, frowned and reminded, be careful, the enemy is already a fallen one. The sun was now high in the sky, and Lai Xian looked up thinking, great, it's daytime. At the same time, Lai Xian grinned triumphantly. You shameless old scoundrel, what other tricks do you have? Before Xiangming they were already in fighting stances. He, engulfed in blazing flames, clenched his fists and shouted, then hurry up and show them. The brown-haired girl saw this scene, broke out in a cold sweat and thought to herself, these helpers are not simple, and we've already missed an excellent opportunity to capture Feng Lai Xian. Then she gestured seriously, the situation is not good, retreat quickly. But Xiangming still stubbornly refused. No. Then he waved his hand and attacked, shouting furiously, almost just a little bit more. Suddenly a portal appeared behind him, sucking Xiangming in, and she roared angrily, stop talking nonsense. Next, the brown-haired girl turned around, looked at them and said in displeasure, consider yourselves lucky this time. The remaining monsters were also entering the portal. Lai Xian seemed unwilling to let his prey escape, so he rushed forward, shouting furiously, don't think of running away. Zhang Ping, chasing from behind, advised loudly, Gym Master Feng, please don't get agitated. Then he reminded seriously, we don't know the enemy's information yet. If we pursue them like this, we might fall into a trap. Let's go back to the base and regroup with everyone first. Moreover, the people at the martial arts gym were also waiting for that day, and the portal was slowly shrinking. Hearing this, he replied in compromise, all right. Sissy then led them to a large tree and said, we're here. Seeing this, Zhang Ping asked himself in confusion, how is this different from before? Then she extended her hand, injecting power into the tree, and explained, of course, because we've transformed it into a base. Previously, its capacity was limited, but now it can not only accommodate more people, but it's also very close to the training ground, making departures more convenient. Immediately after, an extremely powerful energy circle appeared beneath the 4 of them. They were now teleported to another location. Sissy turned around and introduced, this is secret base number 8, located 1,800 meters deep underground. It can accommodate 2,000 people and has 164 rooms. Everyone is welcome to look around. Hearing this, Zhang Ping looked around and exclaimed in surprise, it's huge, and that's in addition to the old safe house base. How many such bases did the captain prepare over 200 years? At the same time, Shibai's voice rang out, the more prepared the better. Next, Sissy walked on, then turned around and said, when I was still working for the investigation team, I knew they had established many outposts outside the city, and one of them was very close to the training ground, but now I don't know if it's still in use. Suddenly, Qingba looked at her and asked in confusion, I heard the current captain of the investigation team is Ma Bin, is that right? She honestly continued, and he was your capable disciple. Shibai, with a bewildered and curious expression, asked, Brother Su mentioned Ma Bin earlier when he was unconscious, saying he was from the Zhu family. What exactly happened? Qingba responded with a sigh. Then he said in a soft, deep voice, this matter dates back 10 years ago. Qingba then began to recount everything. I remember at the time Vice City Lord Huang Zimeng suddenly asked us to go to the Vice City Lord's residence. I heard an informant had discovered the Zhu family's main base, but as the captain of the investigation team, I knew nothing about this so-called informant. Yet doubts gradually grew in my heart, he continued. When I asked about the informant's identity, the Vice City Lord simply said this person was a scavenger squad member who didn't appear often. At the time, eager to eliminate the remaining Zhu family forces, I didn't press further. Qingba hadn't stopped there. Then I took my team members and drove for a week along the clues before we found that main base. Then he recounted the scene that had once unfolded. Just as we were discussing the plan to attack the mutated beast camp, the Zhu family suddenly attacked us. At the time I wondered how my whereabouts could have been exposed, but now it's clear it was a trap they had set, Qingba continued. Due to the surprise attack and the long period of rushing around, the team members were exhausted and suffered heavy casualties. Just as I felt something was wrong and was about to retreat, then he said in a deep voice, Ma Bin suddenly attacked me, making it impossible for me to dodge. The scene on screen showed Qingba falling to the ground after being hit in the past. Qingba continued, describing an extremely evil dagger that, once piercing the body, rendered all abilities useless. During that time I endured much torment from those people. I also heard them refer to Ma Bin as Mr. He then added that fortunately the dagger's effects were not permanent. Realizing this, I feigned death to deceive them and was then thrown into the river. I later managed to escape by using my water-hiding ability to merge my body with the river, but my severe injuries soon caused me to lose consciousness. I slept in the darkness for an unknown period. Those painful memories gradually faded away. After listening to Qingba's entire past, Changchun said in a deep voice, "No wonder you were so cautious the first time I met you. So there was such a secret hidden behind it all. Every time I asked you, you always had no answer. Perhaps your mind was starting to fade." Beside him, Shibai also stroked his chin, frowning as he spoke. "It's Huang Zimeng again. From this perspective, it proves that the investigation team was already under their control 10 years ago. It seems the Zhu family's conspiracy runs much deeper than we imagined." Meanwhile, Sissy broke out in a cold sweat, frowning slightly as she thought to herself, "If the captain hadn't promoted me from the start, I would probably have met a terrible end if I had stayed with the investigation team." Suddenly, a group of 3 girls walked over. Manny saw them and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why is everyone still here?" Seeing Changchun and Qingba, she excitedly said, "These must be the seniors Zhangping met in the wilderness, right? It's an honor to finally meet you today. This little one is..." Zhangping smiled slightly, seeing Manny pointing at the ant on him. "I met it in the wilderness. Though it's still young, it has the potential to become a king," he continued cheerfully. "And it's very friendly, not hostile towards us at all. It might become a good companion in the future." At the same time, she reached out and stroked it, blushing. He asked, "The potential to be a king is real?" Then she stood with her hands on her hips and said, "Anyway, things are finally over. Everyone please recover and rest well at the base first." Suddenly, Shibai stood behind them and said, "In that case, the investigation team is now our enemy, so we cannot rely on their safe houses, and we must also guard against their schemes." Then he turned and left, solemnly demanding, "Before setting out, you must be fully prepared to successfully deal with the upcoming situation." Manny chased after him, asking curiously, "When did the investigation team become our enemy?" Zhangping, covered in sweat at this moment, turned and replied, "It's a long story. Let's discuss it once everyone has gathered." Meanwhile, in Saint Ancestor Village, a massive city wall stood before them with guards holding long spears atop it, surrounded by mutated beasts with bloodthirsty eyes. At the same time, a powerful voice echoed in the courtyard. "This is a special period. The cult leader has ordered a strict ban on outsiders approaching within a 10-mile radius. Patrols must thoroughly investigate." Suddenly, a teleportation portal with dark energy appeared there. Shang Ming was pushed out of it and fell to the ground and frowned and cried out. He sat up, angrily shouting, "You wretched woman!" Then Shang Ming stood up, indignantly cursing, "How did you ruin my plans again? If I had known earlier, I would have refined you long ago." The 2 people on Shang Ming's side also calmly walked out of the portal, and at the same time a voice rang out, making him slightly startled and turned to look. "I see someone making a ruckus here." Aoshui walked out, smiling as she reminded the old man to calm his temper. Seeing her approach, they immediately knelt down and welcomed the cult leader in unison. Shang Ming still loudly questioned, unwilling to give up, "This doesn't align with our initial agreement. I asked you to mobilize your army to seize my living corpses, and in exchange you promised to help me obtain corpse refinement materials. Are you trying to abandon me now that you've crossed the river?" Aoshui merely glanced at him and said softly, "I, Li Aoshui, always keep my word and will never let you suffer a loss. Given the current situation, you should understand one thing." Then she calmly said, "Those 2 new assistants are no less powerful than Feng Lai Xian. If you want to surpass them and capture Feng Lai Xian alone, you don't have much confidence. Moreover, the sun has risen, and Feng Lai Xian could turn into his crimson-white state at any moment. By then your corpse poison will have no effect on him." Aoshui continued to walk forward, saying softly, "Don't worry, capturing Feng Lai Xian is only a matter of time." She confidently declared that now that the saintess had returned to the village, if she leveraged her power, "I believe I will soon be able to break through to the king level." A golden pupil flashed with a hint of light, and at the same time Aoshui spoke, So some of the people at the forefront were immediately altered by that power, and she calmly suggested, "You can use these high-level awakened ones for refinement." Zhang Ming, seeing this scene, turned his head in surprise while Aoshui walked with her arms crossed, simultaneously making a decision. "Next, I will go into seclusion for a period." Then she looked back, sternly warning, "So old man, you'd better behave yourself, understand?" Hearing this, he immediately knelt on the ground, a look of fear on his face, stammering in reply, "I understand." A week later, the base was filled with the sounds of combat, as Zhang Ping and Jia Min focused on executing their moves. However, Bide was still able to calmly fight 2 against 1. He even continuously commented, "Your strength is too weak, haven't you eaten?" This remark spurred him to make a breakthrough. Seizing the opportunity while his teammate was still distracting the opponent, he concentrated his power in his palm and then performed the Beast King Fist technique, gluttonous indomitable body mist version. With just one hand he blocked the storm-like attacks. Although he seemed calm, Bide momentarily forgot about Jia Min's presence. Beast King Fist technique. She cooperated seamlessly with the whirlwind, delivering a fatal blow, gluttonous cauldron suppression style. The two seemed to be trapped in a dim, chaotic space. Finally, she acted decisively, injuring 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of her own. As a result, Bide could only complain, "You two brats, you hit without restraint. Are you trying to take revenge on me? My old injuries haven't healed and now I have new ones." At this moment, Jia Min hastily clasped her hands. "I'm sorry, instructor, I couldn't hold back my strike." But Zhang Ping stubbornly retorted, "Whose fault is it for saying our strikes were weak?" To his surprise, even with a lowered voice, Bide still heard him. "What did you say, you little brat? Are you getting too big for your britches now?" Waiwa quickly intervened. "You'll worsen your injuries if you move like that. Please don't add to my workload." Meanwhile, he calmly ran off with Jia Min. "Time to eat, I'm hungry, I'm hungry." Though outwardly stern, he was immensely proud internally. It had only been a few days. These two's boxing skills improved so quickly. Zhang Ping's strength goes without saying, and Wang Jiamin's boxing skills also showed a tendency to catch up. It seems he truly underestimated this little girl's potential before. As soon as the two arrived in the living room, they were greeted. "Zhang Ping, is training over?" He was somewhat surprised to see the other person appear. "Group leader Jinba, are you training today too?" he enthusiastically replied while lifting dumbbells. "Yes, the infirmary is too boring. I come here to exercise and strengthen my body." Beside him was a group of spirited individuals. 997,998,999 Zhang Ping and Jia Min quietly exited so as not to disturb everyone's training. "Excellent. Rest for a bit, then another round." The two went together to the next location, the scavenger workshop's blacksmith shop. Before entering, he greeted as usual, "Shou Zhang, I'm troubling you today." The other person suddenly had a guess. "Did you two break the training room again?" Jia Min skillfully expressed her sincerity. "We are truly sorry." He looked helpless. "There's really no dealing with you two." Then she chased after Zhang Ping. "Where are you going? Aren't you going to lunch?" He didn't directly reveal it, only vaguely saying, "You go ahead, I still have something to attend to." Then he walked into the crowded conference room. Shi Bai presided over the meeting, speaking first. "Zhang Ping, you're here, just in time." He immediately got straight to the point. "I was about to tell you about the precautions for going to the trial grounds." Zhang Ping had somewhat anticipated this, so he was ready to listen at any time. Meanwhile, in another dark place, agonizing screams echoed throughout the space. A serious meeting was also being held in the Zhu family's main base. "The Saintess has been taken away and you still have the courage to return here?" The second elder wanted to continue blaming, but he was stopped by the grand elder. "Forget it." Zhu Ziming had inadvertently awakened the Saintess, which indirectly led to Prince Moon's battle with Situ Shi Bai. "Considering this, I'll spare you this one time." The other person immediately bowed sincerely. "Thank you, Grand Elder." However, he still noticed another point. If Zhang Ping was truly an infinite-level awakened one, then he would definitely go to the trial grounds. "Zhu Yanping, do you have any news from your end?" His attitude was full of confidence. "Grand Elder, please rest assured, our investigation team has never been negligent. Even if Zhang Ping has infinite talent, he is still only a low-level awakened one, far inferior to us in strength. If he dares to come to the trial grounds, I will ensure he never returns," he still cautiously warned. "After all, you are still young. Underestimating the enemy is forbidden. The true terror of infinite-level awakened ones lies in their ability to eliminate enemies across levels. Back then, Situ Shi Bai repeatedly foiled our plans. Do not underestimate such opponents." In contrast, the second elder was agitated. "The most troublesome thing now is that Saint Ancestor Village has already taken the Saintess. Previously, to prevent the Saintess from being taken away, we lost a lot of manpower in Mingzhu City. If Saint Ancestor Village can obtain the power of a king first," immediately after, another person consoled. "Elders, have you forgotten our Zhu family's trump card?" Second elder Zhu Yuanlong immediately strongly objected. "Don't mention that ungrateful wretch again. We nurtured him with all our efforts, yet he stubbornly clung to that ridiculous justice." He could barely control his emotions. "If he had listened to the family's arrangements, why would we be forced to lurk in this cave?" So the other person had to use a softer tone. "Second elder, no need to be angry. The reason I brought him up is because I've come up with a good plan that will both make him serve the family and greatly enhance the Zhu family's strength. Hong Fang already had a plan in mind, but it required the cooperation of our little Jiuyang, so she skillfully redirected everyone's attention to the key to the forbidden area. The other person couldn't help but be surprised by this request. The forbidden area, do you mean? Both elders remained silent, seemingly pondering something. Finally, the Grand Elder made the decision as a representative. Though I'm reluctant, this is the only way for now. He calmly threw the red feather towards the other side. Then go. The scorching flame was easily caught between two fingers. At this moment, the magnificent cloak outside gradually turned to ash. With the key in her hand, she was utterly confident. I, Zhu Hongfang, will not fail my mission. Outside Mingzhu City, in a deeply buried underground location, Yuanlong walked, evaluating his companion beside him. You can't even take care of a child, so careless. How can you talk about revitalizing the Zhu family? Hong Fang paid no mind to this comment. Don't you understand little Juyang's personality? He suddenly fell silent, leaving her to talk to herself. Besides you, uncle, who can control him? She understood his personality quite well. Last time, little Jiuyang secretly sneaked into the equipment depot and mischievously activated the heavenly thunder, destroying a batch of equipment. If you hadn't protected him, he would have been expelled from the Zhu family long ago. Perhaps that's why he is closer to you. Finally, arriving at the massive iron gate of the Zhu family's forbidden area, Hong Fang stopped. We're here. Yuanlong dismissed the place. Is this the forbidden area? Doesn't feel like anything special. She completely grasped the other person's mindset. Is this your first time? In my memory, you seem to have never participated in family affairs. The feather suddenly burned, but he didn't care. Don't treat me, Zhu Yuanlong, as someone like you. Even if the gate is already open, it won't lessen his evaluation. You treat human lives as dirt. Do you really think continuing like this will lead to a good outcome? Yuanlong was firm in his opinion. It's precisely because of you that the Zhu family declined. I cannot overcome justice. This has been an unchanging principle since ancient times. However, the first sight that greeted him astonished him, because even he couldn't believe there was an ancient artifact behind the door. This is the first patriarch solar divine bird. Yuanlong could barely suppress his anger. Those two old geezers actually dared to hide the divine bird's corpse here. What exactly do they intend to do? Hong Fang spoke, reminding him. There's no need to concern ourselves with other matters for now. Let's find little Jiuyang first. She shouted loudly around them. Jiuyang, Zhu Jiuyang, stop hiding. Come out quickly. Your uncle Yuanlong is here to play with you. Just then he suddenly discovered an object on the floor. She recognized it at a glance. This is Zhu Jiuyang's thing. Where on earth did that kid run off to? Finally, Yuanlong also decided to expose the other person's true colors. Jiuyang, stop pretending. I felt it as soon as I came in. Zhu Jiuyang isn't here at all. He remained silent, as if giving Hong Fang one last chance to confess. Tell me, what exactly are you plotting? She still calmly clapped her hands in praise, as expected of one of the Zhu family's most outstanding awakened ones. Then she complied with Yuanlong's wishes. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush any longer. I want him to unhesitatingly unleash his greatest ambition and become the divine bird. However, he still didn't understand, and even had some reservations. Become the divine bird? What nonsense are you talking about? This is just a skeleton. Are you planning to abandon the belief in beast taming and instead try to control wild beasts? Hong Fang calmly explained the reason. Although the Zhu family has various beast taming methods, its fundamental principles have never wavered. She then shared the details. After several years of dedicated research, I finally found a way to transfer the divine bird's power into other living beings. Unfortunately, no one in the Zhu family could bear this divine power, except for you. You already possess the ability to summon spirit beasts for possession. She continued to persuade him. Moreover, your own strength is formidable. You are the best candidate to inherit this power. Yuanlong showed an interested expression. That sounds intriguing. So what's the cost? While Hong Fang was distracted, he launched a direct psychological attack, for example, sacrificing me. Hong Fang's reaction, as if hit where it hurt, confirmed his suspicion. Looks like I was right. Unbeknownst to him, a group of people had already surrounded them. Are these assassins also yours? However, this only further ignited Yuanlong's fighting spirit. Beast God possession, lightning white ape king. Bring it on. As soon as the signal was given, both sides immediately plunged into battle. Despite being outnumbered, Yuanlong never faltered. He even used his opponent's weapons to turn the tables and teach them a harsh lesson. This rabble. Suddenly, the strange actions of the crowd caught his attention, followed by several chains that bound the target's body. Yuanlong quickly recognized its identity. The corroding bone chains. As two people controlled the chains, the rest quickly positioned themselves to attack. The enemy's attack was unusually decisive, but his body remained as steady as a rock. Yuanlong didn't even show a hint of worry. A steel cutting blade, two corroding bone chains, two demon sealing blades. You really went all out for him. Everything before was just a test for the fierce counterattack to follow. Under Hong Fang's sharp gaze, he even showed disappointment. Is that all? Oh, just then, a strange, chilling laugh suddenly echoed. A sense of unease slowly spread. Only then did Yuanlong realize that this feeling was Jiuyang's puppetry. He knelt on the ground, clutching the strangely transforming area, his chest, which had just picked up copper filings. Hong Fang seized the opportunity to order her subordinates, act immediately, begin the ritual quickly. He couldn't accept this outcome. Why? For Yuanlong this only intensified his resentment. Why betray me? Ultimately, all negative emotions converged into an explosive force. Zhu Juyang's energy spread intensely, even shaking the surrounding space. Zhang Ping immediately became alert. Earthquake, is it another beast tide? The strong aftershocks even reached the surface, causing the less sturdy walls and ceilings to collapse. Manny quickly assisted the rescue teams, prioritizing the injured. Everyone, don't panic, she led everyone with a calm demeanor, but her heart remained uneasy. A regular earthquake couldn't affect the base. What exactly happened? Meanwhile, news also came from Jinba's side. I just did a round of patrols, no one seems to be missing. He quickly signaled to Zhang Ping, let's go together. Just then, Shibai had a different opinion. Wait, what about the Zhao brothers? They know a lot about Saint Ancestor Village's internal affairs, they're still valuable. After a struggle, he decided to prioritize the bigger picture. Captain is right, then it's bad, but before he could finish speaking he volunteered, I'll go. This isn't an impulsive decision but one I've carefully considered. The other party is an enemy, it's too dangerous to go plead with them like that. Group leader Jinba lacks means of self-preservation, and I have the pure water body, so the danger will be much less. Sissisi still wanted to object, but Zhang Ping understood her concerns and immediately reassured her, don't worry, I'll be careful. If things go bad, I'll use my pure water body to escape. However, she didn't quite agree with this plan. Both brothers are high-level awakened ones, even if your pure water body can protect you if they choose to fight to the death. Have you considered the consequences? It's 1,800 meters from the surface. If the teleportation gate disappears, you'll be trapped. Unexpectedly, Changchun suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. I have a plan. I'll go with Brother Su. I guarantee those two will spill the beans. Besides, Zhang Ping and I have a contract. If anything truly unexpected happens, he can always reclaim the contract gem. Sissisi could only sigh and accept reality. It seems this is the only way. As soon as the decision was made, Qingba acted quickly. No time to lose, let's go. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell Sissisi and the others to go first. I'll catch up soon. Jinba was still pondering, does Captain Situ have other motives for rescuing the Zhao brothers? And she quietly reminded him to be extra careful. In the Zhu family territory, Jiuyang was reading a book with relish. Each page of the book showed the surveillance footage he wanted to see. No wonder Uncle Yuanlong doesn't come to play with me. Turns out Uncle is having so much fun outside. I really envy him. Beneath his innocent exterior, a subtle ruthlessness permeated his bones. But what if he never comes home? Jiuyang even pretended to ask for their opinion. What do you think, Mommy and Daddy? But he already knew the outcome. After all, our Zhu family, because both of them are under his control, it's also the best family. Jiuyang was even more excited to see Yuanlong submit. Meanwhile, deep inside the forbidden area, he was being tormented body and soul by raging flames. Hong Fang calmly shattered the opponent's tenacious resistance. Stop struggling, the ritual is complete. No matter how strong you were before, now you're just a mortal. She even considered it an opportunity for him to change his fate. What's wrong with becoming a part of the divine bird now? Her subordinate suddenly questioned the plan. If you can revive the divine bird this way, why did you ally with the Ten-King Fox Princess before? And why did you expend so much effort to bring the Saintess back to Saint Ancestor Village? Hong Fang gave only a brief but devastating assessment. Fool, I had everything planned. My alliance with the Ten-King Fox was simply because only Prince Moon could hold off Situ Shibai. There were specific reasons behind it all. According to the elders, Situ Shibai and the Zhu family had been at war for over 100 years, and he had cast tens of thousands of abilities. Although he never broke through to the king level, his strength was enough to contend with a king. It was precisely because of years of confrontation that we discovered his few weaknesses. Revealing secrets is always the most challenging part. Initially, our Zhu family lacked experts in mental control abilities. He was completely unaware of this. His ability to counter mental powers was indeed very weak. Therefore we spared no effort and eventually found the nearly extinct Ten-King Fox. Hong Fang was aware of these details and allied with Prince Moon, which resulted in Situ Shibai being severely wounded. Now if it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't choose this method to revive the divine bird. Her subordinate still didn't understand why she said this. Regarding her goals, she was always patient, striving for perfection. This drop of blood is the result of 40 years of tireless effort. For it, I have never used beast taming, enduring countless humiliations and cold looks during this time. This path has been full of unknown hardships, and even at a great cost, the control of this blood cannot compare to that of the Saintess's blood. Now that the Saintess has returned to Saint Ancestor Village, and Zhang Ping of the Scavenger Squad can enter the trial grounds to gain strength comparable to a king's, Hong Fang must seize this opportunity. If any of them achieve king-level status first, then our Zhu family will certainly face the crisis of being overthrown. At this moment she had no other choice. Even if my blood pact cannot completely control the divine bird, we can only go all in now. In the dense forest, a brilliant light suddenly flashed. The divine bird burst forth from the earth, breaking through the darkness, and upon returning to nature, its fiery red wings spread freely, shimmering as if plated with a noble golden light. And above Scavenger Squad Base 8, Manny even misunderstood this sudden light. Why is the sun so dazzling today? But Lai Xian detected an anomaly. No, he was utterly shocked by the appearance of the divine bird. It's a mutated beast. Was the earthquake caused by it? Luhan suddenly made a guess. Unless that's what Manny unintentionally, he had the same thought. The Zhu family's solar divine bird. Hongfang couldn't contain her excitement. Success, I succeeded. Now the divine bird has been revived and Sidu Shi Bai is controlled by Prince Moon, posing no more threat. She arrogantly and boastfully declared. From now on, the Zhu family will control everything. However, this beautiful fantasy was instantly crushed by the divine bird's massive claws. Everything happened too fast. Hongfang couldn't react. What? While she was still dazed, it had fiercely put an end to her earlier boast. When the divine bird left, only a puddle of flesh remained on the ground in the prison of Scavenger Squad Base 8. Yanhu slumped on the ground, complaining, "We've exhausted all our strength, but we still can't escape. We're going to die here." Yanhu turned and gently comforted him. "We should have expected this day when we were captured, shouldn't we? Don't be afraid, brother will be with you." Suddenly a giant rock fell from the ceiling, heading straight for where they lay. The two closed their eyes, accepting their fate. Suddenly a purple gas appeared, blocking the rock mist body. It was Zhang Ping who appeared, catching it with the Beast King fist technique. Gluttonous, indomitable body. Changchun, carrying Yanhu, urged him as he ran. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up." When the old man reached the door, he breathed a sigh of relief. "We escaped." Qingba's voice grew urgent. "Zhang Ping, you too." Quickly, Zhang Ping's face showed joy inside. "Got it?" With that he rushed out, letting the rock fall. Zhang Ping swiftly charged out the door. Yanlong, still groggy, tried hard to ask, "Were we saved?" Zhang Ping looked back. "Not yet, let's hurry to the teleportation room." Suddenly the ground shook violently and rocks tumbled down. The immense commotion brought Zhang Ping's thoughts back to the past. This feeling is still familiar, as if being buried in ruins. This time he disappointedly gave up. "Am I going to die again?" But a voice awakened Zhang Ping from his daze. Zhang Ping, wake up quickly." Changchun, transformed into a giant Trent, shielded them. "We can't hold on much longer. Quickly find a solution." He shot up abruptly. Senior Yan, whose voice was arrogant and rude. "Who asked you to meddle?" Yanlong, who seemed more sensible, interrupted. "Shut up, can't you say less?" Zhang Ping walked over to inspect the rocks. "The base has collapsed this badly. I'm afraid the teleportation gate is hopeless." At this point he sadly urged, "You should find a way to escape. Don't worry about us." Yanhu casually added, "That's right, if you stay any longer you'll be the third person to die by my hand." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ping scolded them fiercely. "Nonsense, you're hostages. You don't have the right to seek death so easily. Pull yourselves together." But his thoughts were different. "These two dead must be from the Zhu family." Changchun broke the tense atmosphere. "I can slowly dig a hole, but it will take several days. Although Brother Su can merge with rocks, he can't take you two to escape." But Zhang Ping was furious. "The air here can only last half a day at most. I can turn into pure water and escape. But what about these two brothers?" He suddenly received a communication from Situ Shi Bai, who also had no solution. "I previously took a small blood sample from both brothers. I've discovered that the blood components of these two saints are completely different. When mixed, they produce a special energy fluctuation. You once used the older brother's blood sample to awaken the blood of the old king. If you now absorb the younger brother's blood, you might activate new energy. Then you can find a way to escape." Zhang Ping quickly realized something. "Captain Sidu, you asked me to save people. You had a plan all along, didn't you?" Hearing this, Yanlong finally spoke. "Aren't you afraid of being controlled?" Instead, he was incredibly firm. "I'm not afraid. Otherwise I wouldn't have come this far. All in all, do you two want to die here, or are you willing to make a deal with me?" Immediately after, Yanhu cut his wrist with a knife and drew blood. "I understand. Although our positions are different, we, the Zhao brothers, are not ungrateful." He generously extended his bleeding arm to Zhang Ping. "Take as much blood as you want." After a while, he looked at his body blankly. "Strange, why is there no change at all? Did I not drink enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood. Changchun anxiously cried out. Zhang Ping, Qingba was also puzzled. Didn't he just drink some blood? How did it turn out like this? What's the use of this blood? Zhao Yanlong watched him tremble, restless. Hey, are you all right?" Zhang Ping's eyes suddenly lit up and white smoke emerged from his mouth, signaling the activation of heterotroph. In another place, the divine bird continuously flapped its wings and flames spread throughout the space. Manny hastily urged, "As long as this annoying bird is still here, the fire will never extinguish. Sissy, we have to leave quickly." But she stubbornly held her ground. "No, Zhang Ping isn't out yet." She completely lost her patience and grabbed Sissy's clothes. "Enough!" Manny's face was filled with anger. "The teleportation gate has closed and Zhang Ping has his pure water body. The two seniors will always find a way to escape the predicament. They won't be trapped so easily. She has always been the most rational person in our team. Why is she so impulsive today?" she kept urging Sissy. "That bird just killed someone from the Zhu family and seems completely insane. If we don't leave, we'll all be trapped and die in this inferno." Ultimately, she could only regretfully look at the phoenix. "Then let's go." Suddenly, someone appeared behind them. "Back off." A group from the scavenger squad appeared. "We're here to stop it." They rushed towards the divine bird together, fighting as one. The divine bird was not to be outdone, immediately flapping its wings and generating a powerful flame among them. Lai Xian took the lead, blocking its attack. The rest dispersed. But before long, he gritted his teeth with difficulty. "I'm almost at my limit too." Just then, a huge tree root extended from the ground. The giant Trent emerged carrying a sphere. Qingba used his magic to open it, and inside were Zhang Ping and the two others. He and Changchun immediately stepped forward to fight. Little friend, we've come to help you. At this moment, Zhang Ping was pulling the Zhao brothers out of an iron cage. We finally escaped. Seeing this, Sissy asked worriedly, Zhang Ping, what happened to you all? He wiped away sweat and explained, it's a long story, but I drank Zhao Yanlong's blood. Zhang Ping took out a gem and placed it before her. As a result, the blood of the old king has evolved and established a contract gem link with the king's gem talent. The king's gem, he explained the situation in detail. So I used this talent to temporarily boost the attributes of both seniors by 5 levels, reaching level 40, breaking through to the king level. Although the gangwa time was only 10 minutes, it was enough for us to escape. Moments later, Zhang Ping looked at the gem, lost in thought. After drinking Zhao Yanlong's blood, he had seen something. At that time, he saw rows of cages holding humans. What exactly was that? Zhang Ping looked back at the Zhao brothers. It seems Saint Ancestor Village still holds many secrets we don't know. Suddenly, Chang Chun, who was in front of him, swayed under the flames. Senior Yi, Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes in worry. Over there, the divine bird continuously launched fireballs, knocking down the other two. Qingba fell to the ground, crying out in pain. My butt split open. Lai Xian's stamina was also nearly depleted. No, I can't, although my ability is also fire. But its flames also contain solar power, surpassing ordinary flames, and I cannot resist it. He was also well aware of the condition of the other two. Old Yi's state was even suppressed by it, and only Old Su could barely contend with it. Hearing this, Manny came up with an idea to counter it. I've got a plan, she immediately shouted loudly, grabbing the attention of the entire team. Barrier squad, assemble immediately. Everyone, try your best to control this divine bird and buy me 30 minutes. If you can't participate in the fight, go to Zhang for signal emitters. Hurry! Not only that, Manny also pulled Sissy C beside her. Sissy C, come help me quickly. I'm trying to buy everyone a chance to survive. Inside the golden bracelet space, Shibai smiled contentedly. That girl has grown up. She's really taking a load off my mind. The situation was critical, and Zhang Ping immediately swallowed the gem. I'll eat this king's gem too. As soon as he gained power, he urged. Let's go, we'll help control this divine bird, a temporary 5-level boost. At this moment, the divine bird was still attacking frantically, and the others rushed forward to support Qingba. They each blocked fireballs with one hand, while Shou Zhang, having lost 60 kilograms, sat beside a mountain of syringes. He didn't know how much he would have to eat to recover now. Meanwhile, Manny opened a map to analyze countermeasures. Although Lu Xixin's ability was not enough to directly suppress this solar divine bird, she could suppress its solar energy for a period of time. Next, our barrier squad will help her set up a trap that can ensnare this divine bird. The people around listened intently to her explanation. These signal emitters can increase the range of our abilities. After you get them, you will bury them at designated locations according to the instructions on the blueprint. At this moment, the divine bird was gathering power, preparing to launch a massive fireball, but it suddenly dissipated in the air. The divine bird was bewildered. It had been trapped in a superdimensional space called container. A voice emanated from within. I have temporarily cut off the air around it. In a vacuum, it cannot create flames. Old Yi, now's your chance. Act now. He immediately agreed. All right. With that, Qingba extended his long arm towards the divine bird. Get down here. He then forcefully pulled it down. The divine bird was subdued, lying prostrate on the ground. The voice continued. Vacuum effect has ended. Act quickly. The 3 Vanguard members rushed forward aggressively, and a violent explosion occurred. Lu Han also quickly cast a spell, creating a vortex above his head. Swift as the wind, silent as the forest, the spell stands before, night descends behind. Swift as the wind, silent as the forest, day breaks before, night follows behind. Sword gradually appeared. Sword from Dragon Abyss. Zhang Ping was not idle either. Beginning to gather power in his hands, it was only due to his fusion with the Zhao brothers' bloodline that he was able to break through to level 19 in one go. Now, with the power of the King's Gem and Nether Mist, his attack power was nearing its maximum. Another sword appeared. Lu Han, I'll help you. He then raised his hand to command it. Go. That sword swiftly rushed towards the divine bird, which was furiously attacked, emitting sharp shrieks. The powerful force gradually consumed the divine bird. The divine bird then vanished into thin air, leaving only a feather. Lai Xian was somewhat puzzled. Is it over? Zhang Ping, in his heart, could only hold a faint hope. The battle was too intense just now. I didn't get a chance to appraise this divine bird. I hope everything went smoothly. Everyone looked at the dense black smoke together. Did we defeat a king? That's truly unexpected. The feather, as if sentient, flew up. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, Shibai spoke. No, it's not over yet. He explained the phenomenon in detail. After the death of the Zhu family's first patriarch, the solar divine bird also vanished from the world. People say it transformed into a guardian spirit, protecting its master's tomb for a long time, unwilling to depart. For many years we all thought it was dead, but now its reappearance confirms another ancient legend. Just as Shibai said, the divine bird resurrected again. That was the solar divine bird, an immortal soul. The divine bird's power seemed to have increased, and it attacked relentlessly. The white-haired elder Qingba rushed forward, and as he approached it, he unleashed an attack. Super real domain vacuum. At the same time, Qingba also extended his arms to attack. However, this seemed only to tickle the divine bird. As his arms were pulverized upon contact, he quickly retracted his flaming arms. The flames have clearly extinguished, so why is it still so hot? Water evaporated almost instantly. Next, Zhang Ping, in the form of a dragon, rushed forward, striking the divine bird's chest. He gripped its wings tightly with his feet. I've got it, everyone attack. Everyone rushed forward, attacking together. You use your fists. You use your sword. But the sword immediately broke in two and Lai Xian couldn't bear it, being sent flying. This temperature is even hotter than my sunfire state. Seeing this, Jinba also guessed that this wasn't the scorching of flames, but an extremely terrifying heat emanating from its body. Not only that, Qingba seemed even more certain that its ability was not just to unleash flames but also to control the surrounding temperature. At this moment, the divine bird continued to concentrate its power, condensing a fireball in its mouth, and then shot it towards Bide. Fortunately, Lai Xian rushed forward in time. "Watch out," he shouted loudly. It was too sudden. Qingba below quickly reached out and caught the falling Bide. He was gently placed on the ground. The white-haired elder Changchun stood on Qingba's shoulder, saying worriedly, "It seems both our buff durations have ended." Bide and the others landed together and they anxiously ran to Master Lai Xian. He spat out some syrup, almost losing his life. Watching Bide hold Lai Xian, Qingba also felt remorse. Even Master Feng inside him, Zhang Ping, was still struggling with his own power. Level 9 additional effect not activated. Level 10 additional effect not activated. This gem had already leveled up twice before, but why do I feel no effect after eating it? Am I just to be helpless? Suddenly a voice rang out. Zhang Ping, can you hear me? He immediately recognized it as Sissy C. She urgently notified, "The trap has been set, quickly lure that divine bird over." Zhang Ping immediately agreed. Understood. Thereupon Zhang Ping flew off, attracting the divine bird's attention and attacks, but after only a moment he kept calling for help. "Senior Yi, hurry!" But old Yi was pierced through the body by it, and Zhang Ping exclaimed in alarm, "Senior Yi!" Manny's formation was also ready. Now, the four of them simultaneously unleashed Ice Whirlwind Storm to attack the divine bird. It was surrounded by a massive vortex. Subsequently, the divine bird's entire body was gradually covered in ice, and its beak, which wanted to shriek, was also frozen. The divine bird was completely controlled. Manny pulled everyone, urging as she ran, "This trap won't hold for long. Run now while you still can." But Zhang Ping was still hesitating. "But Senior Yi, Fortunately, Changchun emerged from the mouth of the tree. He was fine, luckily uninjured. Zhang Ping immediately came up with an idea. "We still need to leave quickly. Why don't the two seniors rest in the gem first?" The white-haired elder's voice was weak. "Both of us are indeed a bit tired, so that's good." So the two of them entered the contract gem together. Contract space. He said they needed to escape, but now that the base was destroyed, where else could they go? Looking at the situation before them, Jiamin finally spoke. "The surrounding area has now been completely destroyed with nowhere to hide. The divine bird will break free in a while and we must leave quickly or we will be discovered." Indeed, as she said, only ruins remained here. Suddenly, Shibai's voice rang out. "The only solution now is to go to the trial grounds. There's also a backup base nearby for those who aren't fighting to hide. Everyone evacuate first." Everyone immediately obeyed, quickly running off. As for the divine bird, the ice was gradually cracking. Many observed this scene and began to grow uneasy. Zhang Ping noticed and asked, "What's wrong?" She couldn't help but be surprised. "Only half an hour has passed and this trap is almost losing control of it." With that, Manny looked around thinking, "I must find a place to hide." In a flash, he had an idea. "I've got a plan." Zhang Ping took out a nether mist lamp. "This lamp can conceal our presence within a certain range. Everyone follow me quickly, don't get left behind." So they safely arrived at a cave entrance. Only then did Bide relax. Finally rid of that damn bird, Lu Han looked around. "Everyone rest here for a while and conserve your energy." Zhang Ping walked wearily, making Sissy worry. "Are you all right?" Zhang Ping wiped away sweat with his hand. "I'm fine, just a bit tired from too much nether mist consumption. I'll be fine after resting for a bit." At this moment, Lu Han nearby was a little worried. "Zhang Ping, if we go to the deepest ruins of the trial grounds, won't we attract that divine bird?" He also agreed with Lu Han's point of view. Indeed, the relics of ancient human civilization absolutely cannot be destroyed by the divine bird. But Shibai appeared, dispelling their worries. "Don't worry, that trial ground has mysterious properties that can completely evade all detection. The solar divine bird won't be able to sense us." However, he also had a concern. It's just that it's also an activity base for the investigation team. According to Su Qingba, the investigation team was infiltrated by unknown forces as early as 10 years ago. Shibai then listed the potential dangers, besides being vigilant of the investigation team's secret ambushes. "We also need to be wary of attacks that the mountain ancestor might launch at any time." Lai Xian seemed very surprised. "The mountain ancestor, isn't that a king-level mutated beast? I only heard a few old friends mention it. I didn't expect it to be here." Thereupon he showed everyone a method. "That's right. The mountain ancestor's presence is just outside the trial grounds. If we want to enter, we must go around behind it. For safety's sake, everyone should preferably bring morning glories. It's very uncomfortable with the scent of morning glories." Zhang Ping was puzzled by this. A king-level mutated beast disliked morning glories? Could this morning glory be different from what he knew? He turned to Lai Xian and requested, "Gym Master Feng, please stand guard around here. I'll get some food and also find some morning glories." Lai Xian's voice was hesitant. "Zhang Ping, you've expended so much energy, you should stay here. Instructor Bai and I can go." Bide also agreed. "That's right, it would be better if we went." But he seemed calm, replying, "There's no moon or sun right now anyway, so don't argue with me. My ability is suitable for night operations, so let me go." Sissy C walked over and took Zhang Ping's hand. I'll go with you. Zhang Ping thought for a moment. Taking Sissy C wouldn't be bad. After all, she was more familiar with the wilderness than he was, so Zhang Ping happily agreed. All right, but to avoid any accidents. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he requested. Fatty, prepare some equipment for me, like bear traps. Shou Zhang complained as if drained of strength. You've been turning me from fatty to skinny lately. Outside the forest, countless animals were leisurely drinking by the lake. Suddenly, a purplish black eye appeared and sharp teeth emerged from underground, biting a wild boar's leg. That eye, using nether mist, transformed into a black panther, pouncing and tearing at the wild boar. The wild boar immediately went to meet its maker, granting the black panther an additional 50 points of nether mist. He reverted to Zhang Ping, arrogantly sitting on the wild boar's back, muttering to himself, "Hunting with nether mist is so useful. A few more scares and my energy should be fully recovered." Just as he finished preparing the meat, Sissy C happily ran over. "Zhang Ping, come here for a moment." He asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Sissy C pointed to the tall tree. "Look, those are morning glories." The two immediately jumped to a high spot. "Let's go up and see." Zhang Ping carefully reached out to touch the flower. "So this is a morning glory of this world." He picked it up and examined it for a moment, feeling nothing different. As expected, it sprayed a foul-smelling gas directly at Zhang Ping's face. He kept dry heaving. No wonder the mountain ancestor hated this flower so much. Zhang Ping could even imagine the smell of morning glories, like durian heated in a microwave. Furthermore, Sissy also told him that there was a punishment in Mingzhu City where people were confined to a room full of morning glories and forced to sit there all day. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Wasn't that just pickling people? As they spoke, some bright spots suddenly appeared in the air, gently drifting. Zhang Ping reached out to catch one, exclaiming, "So beautiful." Sissy C beside him also explained, "These are firefly grass seeds. Every season they scatter with the wind, flying to new places to take root and sprout." She gently pushed aside the hair near her ear. "How wonderful it would be to live a peaceful life free from conflict and strife. Unfortunately, a perfect ending is always out of reach." The morning glory emitted its scent, but only for a moment before returning to calm. But though beautiful, the firefly grass was always drifting, finding no true home. Lost in thought, he called out to Sissy C. Zhang Ping held out a bottle to her. "The outcome isn't predetermined. It's like this sealed glass bottle." She looked at it in admiration as he spoke. "This can not only isolate the smell of morning glories but also provide a serene growing environment for the firefly grass." Suddenly Sissy C turned away, hiding her blushing face. "Let's go, or everyone will be getting impatient." At this moment the divine bird in the sky was frantically searching for them, crying out in anger. It then attacked the innocent beasts in the forest back in the cave. The sky gradually darkened, and the lights in the cave flickered. Everyone gathered around the wild boar they caught today. To be able to eat delicious roast meat in such harsh conditions, what an unexpected pleasure. Shou Zhang, his mouth full of meat, still urged, "Zhang Ping, roast a few more pieces for me. If I don't replenish my energy soon, I'm really going to turn into a skinny person." Bide nudged his belly with a finger, teasing, "That's right, you've gotten much thinner." "Zhang Ping, wouldn't you say?" Zhang Ping immediately handed him a plate of meat. "I'll give you this too. I might need to rely on your ability again in the coming days." Shou Zhang immediately pushed him away. "Then I won't be polite." He eagerly tried to take a bite, but Bide put his arm around his shoulder, mocking, "How can freshly roasted meat not be hot when you shove it into your mouth?" Yan Hu saw this scene somewhat sadly. "I wish our village could have an atmosphere like this." Yan Long's mood hadn't improved at all. "Don't be silly. We were just tools in the village. No one cared if we lived or died, so how could anyone treat us like people?" Suddenly Zhang Ping walked over to them with a plate of meat. "This is for the two of you." Seeing no reaction, he urged, "Why are you just standing there? Eat quickly." The two immediately happily accepted. "Thank you." Suddenly another aftershock came and the ground shook. "What's going on?" Sissy C ran to the mouth of the cave. "Look, there's activity over there. Continuous explosions in the distance." Large group of beasts raced towards them. Zhang Ping looked worried. Could it be a mountain fire causing a beast tide, and the culprit has also appeared? They saw the divine bird circling in the sky. No wonder there were sudden flames and a beast tide. It seems that beast wants to force us out this way. After saying that, they returned to the cave. Based on the intensity of the fire and the wind direction, the forest fire shouldn't spread here. We'll stay here for now and wait for the beast tide to pass. In another place, the black-haired man impatiently spoke. "Captain, it's almost 2 days. Who exactly are we ambushing?" Zhu Yanping leisurely smoked his cigarette. "A guy named Zhang Ping. I heard he's also an infinite-level awakened one," the green-haired man exclaimed in surprise. "An infinite-level awakened one?" He removed the cigarette. "This person's ability is recorded as Contract Gem, which was originally considered a useless ability by outsiders, yet he could easily kill Huang San and others with just one move of mist." Zhu Yanping also revealed something even stranger. "Moreover, his body can transform into blood and water, making him eerie and unpredictable. He also seems to have a secret technique to escape, making him almost untraceable," the person sitting on the branch said. "If you add Contract Gem, then he has 5 abilities, doesn't he?" He pondered and judged. "This is probably just the tip of the iceberg of what he's shown," Zhu Yanping also sternly cautioned. "As an infinite-level awakened one, who knows what other hidden tricks he has, so if he really appears outside the trial grounds, you must not be complacent, be careful, and do not underestimate the enemy, or your lives will be in danger." Here, after the nether mist effect ended, Zhang Ping looked grave. Sissy, sure enough, the Zoo family has already set up an ambush team outside the trial grounds. She asked curiously. How many people do they have? He held up 2 fingers. The sensation of the moves isn't clear. The number of people cannot be accurately determined, but there are at least 2 peak-level awakened ones. Lai Xian nearby pondered. If it were good weather, I alone could kill those 2 peak-level awakened ones. Zhang Ping's face showed confidence. Perhaps I can handle one too, but Bide was somewhat skeptical. Zhang Ping, are you sure you can handle a peak-level awakened one? He seemed 7 parts certain. He honestly replied, although I am only an intermediate awakened one, my appraisal technique can help me understand the enemy's situation. Unless I encounter a powerhouse like Gym Master Feng, dealing with others shouldn't be a big problem. Then Zhang Ping didn't forget to instruct everyone. After the beast tide passes, I'll go investigate how many peak-level awakened ones are over there. So we should still take turns on night watch, rest well and conserve our energy. They also nodded in agreement. All right. The next morning he and Sissy had fallen asleep from exhaustion. Suddenly, Shou Zhang rushed in, shouting loudly, "Things are bad, I'm afraid there's trouble." Everyone hastily ran out, their faces filled with surprise. Looking at the situation, he guessed that the firebird from last night had already destroyed the surrounding forest. Now to get to the trial grounds we can only pass through this scorched earth. Zhang Ping stroked his chin and thought, that beast is somewhat clever too. Then Shibai also appeared. Ahead is the only path to the trial grounds, we cannot avoid it. He turned to seek Zhang Ping's opinion. It's estimated that it will take half a day to cross. Zhang Ping, can that lantern still hold up? He replied solemnly. I'm not sure, the lantern's durability is already depleted and I'm afraid it won't last much longer. Then Zhang Ping also took out the lantern. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. Ultimately, it still depends on me. Bide grabbed his shoulder, praising, with great power comes great responsibility. Well said. Lai Xian also followed up with encouragement. I never imagined you could utter such profound words. I'll remember that phrase. I'll engrave it on our Feng Gym's signboard someday. But Zhang Ping's face was unusually calm. Who would have thought this line was something I learned from a movie in my previous life? Inside, the Zhao brothers also heard these words. With great power comes great responsibility. They looked at each other and repeated in unison. With great power comes great responsibility. At this moment, Yanhu began to seriously reflect. Before, the village never treated us like people, only as tools, but Zhang Ping, in a desperate situation, risked his life to save us, and even though we had a past enmity, he still respected us. Yanlong also agreed. At first I thought he was too strange, but now it seems he's not foolish, but rather, so they revered Zhang Ping as an idol in their hearts. With great power comes great responsibility. Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned to the Zhao brothers. What do you two want to do? Yanhu immediately rushed to everyone. I have a way, brother Zhang Ping, I have a way to help you. Meanwhile, Yanlong bowed deeply, earnestly requesting, please give us brothers a chance, we are willing to follow you. He placed his hand on his chest, expressing his resolve. I, Zhao Yanlong, swear to follow Lord Zhang Ping for life. Should I ever betray you, may I be struck by lightning. Yanhu also knelt down. Me too. Yanhu and Yanlong knelt before Zhang Ping, saying to everyone, brother Zhang Ping, I am willing to swallow your gem. To prove my sincerity, brother Zhang Ping, I am also willing to swallow your gem. From now on I will only listen to you. Zhang Ping stood there, somewhat arrogantly asking, I'm curious, what made the two of you make such a decision? Yanhu urgently pleaded, brother Zhang Ping, our lives were saved by you at great risk. If we cannot follow you, wouldn't that be a disservice to your intentions? Yanlong also nodded, genuinely kowtowing. You are worthy of our trust and even more worthy of our loyalty. Zhang Ping just stared at them. Yanhu and Yanlong continued to flatter him. That's right, if we returned to Saint Ancestor Village we would still be treated as tools for life, so we have resolved to follow Big Brother. Even at the cost of our lives we will have no regrets. After hearing this, Zhang Ping quickly told the two to stand up. Don't be so quick to pledge loyalty, stand up first. I need to clarify one thing, how many people did you kill in the past and were any innocent people involved? Yanlong and Yanhu honestly replied. The people who died by our hands were all enemies from other villages who offended Saint Ancestor Village. I cannot judge whether they were innocent, but they all died by their own choices. And I only killed 2 people. They were both from the Zhu family, deeply sinful and unworthy of pity. Hearing this, Zhang Ping hesitated, his tone becoming difficult to describe. Aren't other villages all reliant on their savages? In the conflicts between Saint Ancestor Village and them, is it really impossible to distinguish who is more innocent? Grudges are like wind and mist, their essence unclear and right from wrong indiscernible. Then he summoned 2 blue gems and added, you must think carefully. The effect of a contract gem is extremely overbearing. Once you step into it, it's the beginning of a bond, and there's no turning back if you regret it. Have you two thought it through? After a decisive consideration, Yanhu and Yanlong both said in unison, we've thought it through. Zhang Ping saw this and thought, I've eaten these 2 level 9-10 gems before and they had no effect anyway, so it's perfect to use them to form contracts now. Yanlong and Yanhu held the 2 gems and excitedly immediately put them into their mouths. Immediately after, a new energy appeared. The system promptly notified, contract signed with summoned beast Zhao Yanlong, contract signed with summoned beast Zhao Yanhu. After replenishing their energy, the brothers clasped their hands together, respectfully looking at Zhang Ping. From now on, we brothers are willing to go through fire and water for Big Brother, utterly devoted. Seeing this, he smiled wryly and shook his head. There's no need for that. You two just need to treat me as a friend. We're all on the same team, there's no need to be so polite. Yanhu replied on their behalf. We understand, Brother Zhang Ping. You also said before that you had a way to help us. What was that way? Yanhu and Yanlong bowed to Zhang Ping, requesting, please wait a moment, everyone. Our brothers will be right back. Immediately after, the two brothers left with rocket-like speed. Bide was startled by this sight. Are those two a bit foolish? Can they really be trusted? Lai Xian also looked at them with some speculation in his heart. Some savages or mutated beasts, due to their beliefs, had expressions identical to these two brothers. Did they really see Zhang Ping as a god? Jiamin stood aside, somewhat puzzled. But how did it turn out like this? Shou Zhang walked over at this moment, pressing Zhang Ping. Did you use some kind of mind control ability? From their current appearance, they seem to be expressing worship towards you. Upon hearing this question, Zhang Ping's face showed an expression of how could that be. If I really had such a mind control ability, I'd choose Sissy or Jiamin. That would be better than choosing two men. Jiamin, after hearing this, somewhat helplessly advised, Zhang Ping, so you've been eyeing me all along, you rascal. Shou Zhang, frowning in confusion, was filled with conjecture. Don't say that. Although Zhao Yanlong and Yanhu are men, they are also twins. As he was analyzing, he suddenly remembered something astonishing. Wait, don't misunderstand, it's not like I don't have it. Zhang Ping walked over and pressed, is there any movement? Just then, Yanhu and Yanlong rode back on a burrowing divine lizard, shouting excitedly, Brother Zhang Ping. At this moment, a figure resembling Shi Bai appeared. This is a burrowing divine lizard. If we can borrow its power, we can traverse a large area. Shou Zhang laughed excitedly. This way we can avoid the Zhu family's ambush and infiltrate the trial grounds, Shi Bai gravely countered. Not entirely. The mountain ancestor is a king-level mutated beast, so this burrowing divine lizard wouldn't dare approach that area. After observing for a while, Zhang Ping ordered, then let's go. We'll deal with other matters after we've eliminated the divine bird. The scene of everyone climbing onto the lizard's back already formed in his mind. A gentle breeze swept past and the leaves swayed softly. Yanlong stood there explaining some characteristics of the divine lizard to everyone. We can only go this far. No matter what, the burrowing divine lizard refuses to go any further. Zhang Ping sighed, a headache coming on. Then please have it make a few more trips to bring the rest of the people over. Shi Bai walked to the edge of the cliff looking around. Once we pass through this gorge, we'll reach the trial grounds. And that gorge is also the enemy's best ambush spot. We're not far from the trial grounds. Let's distribute the morning glories. Sissy then gently took out a few flowers, giving one to each person. Zhang Ping walked over and asked her for a few. Sissy, give me two. I plan to give them to Senior Yi and Senior Su as well. Sissy turned her head and reminded him. Are you worried the Zhu family will have even stronger experts ambushing us? Zhang Ping confidently affirmed. Not only that, I'm also worried the divine bird might suddenly appear. If that happens, only the two seniors working together might be able to handle it. Bide, after hearing this, was somewhat puzzled. Didn't we already dispose of that damn bird? Zhang Ping patted Shou Zhang's shoulder, earnestly cautioning, although the Zhu family can't completely control the divine bird right now, we can't ignore potential threats. Who knows if they have other hidden means? It's always better to be cautious. Lai Xian also nodded in agreement after hearing this, remarking, Zhang Ping makes a lot of sense. Bide also pondered for a moment before analyzing. But once the solar divine bird attacks, even if the two seniors were in their prime, it would be difficult to resist, let alone when they are still recovering from injuries. Zhang Ping's eyes were sharp at this moment, his face showing unusual determination and confidence. Don't worry, I have my own counter-strategy. The inability to deal with it before doesn't mean there won't be a way once we enter the trial grounds. On the other side of the cliff, a giant eagle was soaring, flying towards the crowd below. The journey ahead was full of unknowns. Sister Luo Wei, Sister Shu Jia, please take the injured and non-combatants to the nearby shelter. The giant eagle's eyes sparkled, reflecting the figures of the crowd. A purple-haired woman appeared, speaking with an arrogant tone. Captain Zhang Ping and his team are preparing ahead, not far from us. Zhu Yanping appeared mysteriously, an involuntary triumphant smile spreading across his face. Their luck is truly good to have escaped the pursuit of the solar divine bird, but this good luck will soon come to an end, he quickly ordered. Everyone prepare yourselves, the slaughter is about to begin. Transition to outside the trial grounds. Zhang Ping walked ahead, observing and reminding they might be ambushing nearby. Everyone must be vigilant. Just then a group of brown bears appeared, and Zhang Ping hastily reminded everyone, watch out. Bide quickly widened his eyes, vigilantly observing them. The brown bears swiftly charged to attack him. Bide quickly and decisively landed a punch on its face. Zhang Ping, seeing this, asked in horror, is this thing a mouse or a bear? This ability is truly bizarre. After observing for a while, Bide realized it might be a peculiar hamster bear. Its strength is even greater than that of ordinary enhancement-type awakened ones. If your physical constitution isn't strong enough, it's best not to confront it head-on or you'll definitely suffer greatly. Shou Zhang pointed to the sky, shouting in a panicked tone. At this moment the mountain ancestor appeared, shocking everyone. It's the mountain ancestor, how can it be so big? I always thought the mountain ancestor was some kind of giant beast, but I didn't expect it to be a giant toad. San Kai infiltrated the area at this moment, quietly observing the surroundings. He stood before a large castle, blurting out, Gym Master Feng. Lai Xian looked up, asking in confusion, I see it. How about we give him a welcoming gift? Sankai nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I mean. No sooner had he spoken than he was counterattacked by Lai Xian, caught off guard. Damn it, I've been discovered. Zhang Ping descended from the sky, retaliating with all his might. Who are you trying to inform? But I'm afraid you won't have that chance today. The system recorded the punch. Nether Mist increased by 30 points. Sankai frowned, thinking to himself, so it's the Fear Scythe. Dealing damage can also replenish Nether Mist. It seems I must research the true usage of this weapon. The system panel now displayed the total replenished Nether Mist energy. Sankai now unleashed his full power. 1000 Nether Mist equals 10,000 power. Combat strength will increase 10,000-fold, whether it's attack, defense, or shape-shifting ability. This is a qualitative leap. It feels truly amazing. Here, the woman standing beside Zhu Yanping reported, Elu is dead. He walked to the edge of the cliff, his eyes full of interest as he commanded. It seems they've become wary of the ambush. This is a challenge to us. Zhu Sankai, don't be polite, returned the grand gift to them. No sooner had he spoken than Sankai triumphantly charged forward. Since you're so eager to die, I shall fulfill your wish. He charged forward with the sharp longsword he had just summoned. He rushed directly towards Zhang Ping and the others, then mercilessly threw the longsword. Taste my mighty blow. Zhang Ping merely scoffed at the sight, quite bold. Immediately after, he cast a spell to counterattack Sankai, perfectly suited for Nether Mist extraction. Nether Mist decreased by 50. Subsequently, Zhang Ping's power completely suppressed San Chi's fierce attacks. He mocked, "Is that all you've got?" Sankai was so humiliated he was fuming. He's only an intermediate awakened one, yet he could block my full power blow. He certainly has some tricks. At this moment, Zhang Ping walked over with the others, hearing the opponent's mockery. Is this what a person with infinite level abilities is like? Quote, truly a freak. Zhu Yanping walked over calmly. Therefore we must kill him before he fully matures. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of suspicion arose in Zhang Ping's heart. A praise. Qingba, seeing Zhu Yanping appear, was also flustered. Ma Bin, the one holding the black blade, is Ma Bin. Do you need me to act? Zhang Ping replied helplessly. Senior Su, please don't show yourself yet. I have my own plan. He looked at the number of opponents and an idea sprang to mind. There are 3 peak-level awakened ones among the enemies. I'll handle 1. Gym Master Feng will take care of 2, and the remaining 6 high-level awakened ones are up to you all. Sissy C, everyone, is that all right? Sissy C also somewhat agreed. If we can't win against such odds, it only means our scavenger squad has too many problems. Everyone, go back and intensify your training. Zhu Yanping, leisurely smoking a cigarette, mocked, just a single C2 Shi Bai made our Zhu family suffer terribly. If we let that guy with infinite abilities rise, the situation will become even more uncontrollable. He ordered the woman beside him, don't hold back, summon the solar divine bird directly. She nodded without hesitation, replying yes. Zhu Yanping charged forward first, simultaneously commanding everyone, everyone listen up, this mission has only one objective, kill Zhang Ping at all costs, understood? Zhang Ping seized the opportunity to charge forward, rushing directly towards him for a head-on confrontation. A thrilling battle erupted, with Zhu Yanping relentlessly attacking Zhang Ping. The woman frantically covered Zhu Yanping from behind, spirit of flames. Heed the call of destiny. Appear in the sky. A force appeared, gathering according to her instructions. Tear the firmament, incinerate all, directed to the chosen point. All things dark, only light can create. The solar divine bird appeared. After a while, power gathered, forming Long Live the Solar Divine Bird. Zhu Yanping was still fiercely battling Zhang Ping. An unmasked, ferocious and sinister expression now appeared on his face. Seeing the time was ripe, Zhu Yanping quickly ordered, everyone retreat. Sissy C, upon seeing it, immediately recognized it as the divine bird. Zhang Ping stood there, his face filled with doubt. Isn't the divine bird out of control? How did they summon it? The divine bird spread its wings, radiating dazzling power. Zhang Ping hastily ordered, everyone be careful. At the moment the divine bird made its move, Zhang Ping was somewhat surprised. These madmen actually summoned the divine bird, but the divine bird was not out of control at this moment. He looked at Zhu Yanping and the others who were unharmed and couldn't help but wonder, but why isn't it attacking them? A bold idea seemed to surface in Zhang Ping's mind. He turned and charged directly towards Zhu Yanping. He rushed up with his sword to retaliate. You're asking for death. Then Zhu Yanping swung his sword at him without hesitation, just as the system prompted the activation of pure water body. Zhu Yanping saw something new appear and sternly ordered, get out of the way. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion erupted before his eyes. Zhu Yanping stepped back, then mocked, you think you're so clever. Zhang Ping scoffed in reply, it's all the same, you recklessly summoned the divine bird, aren't you afraid it will die here? Zhu Yanping remained arrogant and self-satisfied. Divine bird is my Zhu family's divine beast. If it dies, you all will die first. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Ping immediately ordered, everyone come quickly, execute plan B. He summoned the king's gem, then reminded, 2 seniors, proceed according to the previous plan. Immediately after, everyone moved to the designated location for plan B. Understood. The system notification sounded at this moment. King's gem activated. Just then, Qingba appeared, furiously cursing the divine bird. You damn bird, your opponent is me. Zhu Yanping, seeing this, widened his eyes in astonishment. Su Qingba, aren't you already dead? Qingba angrily charged forward, grabbing the divine bird's neck. I'll settle accounts with you later. The space instantly became empty. The woman exclaimed in shock, Captain Zhang Ping and the others are gone. The divine bird and Qingba are locked in battle. Zhu Yanping, hearing this, cried out, "What? It's a diversionary tactic?" He quickly ordered his companions, "Quick, it can't have gone far." Thick smoke now enveloped the entire forest. Zhang Ping walked ahead, leading everyone in their escape. "It's just over here, about 10 more kilometers." Sissy followed behind, immediately offering her opinion. "Before, even with several of you working together, you couldn't harm the divine bird at all. Can the two seniors hold out now?" He smiled triumphantly, then softly reassured her. "Don't worry, I already anticipated this. The mountain ancestor is a mutated beast with an extremely strong territorial instinct. As long as it senses a powerful presence like the divine bird, it will definitely react. The two seniors already have morning glories, so they just need to hold out until the mountain ancestor appears, and the morning glories will take effect. If we can successfully instigate a conflict between the mountain ancestor and the divine bird, we'll be able to escape safely." Sissy was still somewhat worried. "What about the investigation team? If they interfere, can we still successfully execute our plan?" Zhang Ping had already considered this. "I deliberately led the divine bird towards the investigation team earlier, but the divine bird continued to attack relentlessly, and the investigation team members could only hastily dodge. This means they don't have the ability to control the divine bird. Therefore, they must have used some method to block the divine bird's perception, so the divine bird wouldn't attack them. Their so-called standing by was because they knew that if they intervened rashly, the outcome would only worsen." He urged everyone as he ran that no matter what, they would catch up soon, and they must speed up. A young man walked over and handed something to Zhu Yanping. "Captain, we can't feel their presence at all." Zhu Yanping hurriedly pieced everything together. To be able to conceal the aura of top-tier powerhouses in such a short time, only the Zhu family's evil Phoenix Crow Lantern can do it. However, Huang Wu and the others only lacked one lantern. How exactly did Zhang Ping conceal the presence of so many people? Immediately, Zhu Yanping calmly decided, "Never mind, I have a way." The woman was somewhat puzzled at this moment. "Captain, that will bring many side effects to your body. Are you really going to use it?" The young man also agreed with this view. "Yes, Captain, now Zhang Ping only has Feng Lixian, a peak-level awakened one. Beside him, there's no need to do this." Zhu Yanping opened the box in his hand and sternly retorted, "When did I need you to worry for me?" He loudly rebuked, "If Zhang Ping successfully escapes into the trial grounds, can you bear the consequences?" Hearing this, the young man next to him also felt some trepidation. Zhu Yanping calmly swallowed the spell gem, and immediately his body reacted violently. The power gem began to dissolve and enveloped Zhu Yanping's body. He gritted his teeth in pain and ordered, "Release all soul reserves." Immediately, a large number of souls thus escaped, forming a bizarre evil embryo. 3,000 vengeful spirits, Zhu Yanping then sternly ordered. "Even if they can hide their aura, they can never conceal the traces of their souls. Go, we will follow these vengeful spirits." Yes, soon the vengeful spirits found Zhang Ping and the others' exact location. He involuntarily looked up, shocked. "What is this? Why is its composition so similar to my nether mist?" After some observation, Zhang Ping quickly realized. "They are vengeful spirits." He quickly stepped forward to counter the vengeful spirits. Lai Xian also stepped forward, eliminating the vengeful spirits. First living corpses, now vengeful spirits. Why are these guys' methods so despicable? At this moment, Zhu Yanping's subordinates just caught up. "Where do you think you're going?" They quickly summoned power to attack, and that power went straight for Lai Xian. He luckily dodged it. Looking at the remnants of power in his hand, Lai Xian was also shocked. That man's strength is not to be underestimated. That woman also attacked Zhang Ping and the others. "Go to hell." Flames engulfed Zhang Ping and Lai Xian. After the flames extinguished, a voice came to the woman's ear. "Girl, your firepower is quite something." Lai Xian appeared heroically, having just helped me activate the Crimson Emperor Undying Body. Crimson Emperor Undying Body Sunfire form feeds on fire devouring flames. Seeing this scene, both of them widened their eyes as if unable to believe it. Their own flames were ineffective. How many abilities does Zhang Ping still hide? Just then, Zhu Yanping appeared behind them. "You two go deal with the other obstacles." He appeared with a brand new look and combat abilities. "As for Zhang Ping, I will kill him personally." The vengeful spirit saw Zhu Yanping appear and immediately rushed back. He just summoned another destructive force, Beast King Fist, Gluttonous Devour. This woman now orders. "My ability seems to be suppressed by him. I'll leave this battle to you." The young man nodded and took the order. Yes, so the two of them split up. Zhu Yanping controlled the new power and charged towards Lai Xian. He rushed forward, attacking that destructive power with all his might. However, it was completely ineffective. A fragment appeared on the pillar of that power. Lai Xian was suppressed, unable to counterattack. Just then, this fragment actually managed to pierce my body. The young man took the opportunity to pick up his weapon and charged straight for Lai Xian. He held the bronze sword against Lai Xian's neck. Lai Xian gritted his teeth and retorted, "Kid, well done. The strength is indeed not weak. Today I'll play with you." Here, the vengeful spirits were still desperately attacking everyone in Zhang Ping's team. Sissy and everyone desperately tried to eliminate these stubborn vengeful spirits. The woman walked over, saw this scene, and the corner of her mouth slightly curled into a smile. She summoned power and charged straight for Sissy and the others. "Taste this." An explosion occurred behind Zhang Ping, and he cried out in horror. "Wait." Zhu Yanping appeared from behind, still daring to care about others. Zhang Ping easily dodged some of his attacks. Zhu Yanping angrily rushed forward with his great saber. Go to hell. Zhang Ping cleverly turned into water, thus easily dodging. Seeing him use this move again, Zhu Yanping's face turned livid with anger. This guy. How did he go mad so soon? Is this madness dominated by some hidden power in the armor? The eye of the power gem on his body lit up at this moment. And then a soul rushed towards Zhang Ping at extreme speed. It actually still has consciousness. What exactly is this thing? It seems there's little chance to escape now. Zhang Ping also desperately fought back. Nether Mist -200. Zhu Hong also immediately summoned a new move, Red Gem. Zhang Ping also desperately summoned a fatal blow. Martial Contract unleashed. Sisisi's Water Element. Zhu Yanping was quickly subjected to continuous fierce attacks from the water element. The system at this moment still showed the fierce scythe. Nether Mist Reserve 760-1000. Zhang Ping was slightly startled. How could it be so easy? Zhu Yanping was trembling in pain at this moment. No, he didn't resist at all. Could his body already be controlled by some curse and now it's backfiring? Then a voice rang in his ear. Zhang Ping, run quickly. Zhang Ping was shocked to realize this voice was Su Jingzhao's. Looking at the constantly fluctuating indicators and the opponent before him, Zhang Ping's heart was filled with confusion. That was Su Jingzhao's voice just now. Could she be trapped inside? And what exactly is that eyeball? Why does it constantly emanate fear? Helpless, he had no choice but to activate appraisal. After the system successfully appraised, it immediately started playback mode. The little girl stood by the pit crying while hugging her mother. Mommy, I'm so scared. The woman tightly hugged her daughter and comforted her. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you. Everything will be all right. One of them couldn't help but shout. Zhu family remnants, the 3 teams of Mingzhu City will never let you go. He decisively kicked him down the pit, loudly rebuking. Stop talking so much nonsense, Fuba calmly reported. Sir, everything is ready. Zhu Yanping took off his hood and cloak and directly ordered. The time has come, begin. He understood the meaning, and obediently shouted, yes. The young people below had just made out the faces of this group of people and they stammered in surprise. Captain Ma, maid, you are the investigation team. They said nothing, simply pressing their hands on the totems on the ground, and the circles around the pit immediately glowed red. The crowd below immediately smelled danger. What is this? The tremor beneath his feet startled him. The small space was filled with screams. Help, help me. The little girl tightly hugged the woman, crying loudly. Mommy, the most energetic young man from beginning to end was still taking the opportunity to curse. What exactly do you want to do? Why are you treating us like this? Let us go. But the devilish souls flying down from the air left him speechless. What is this thing? In the end, everyone was buried in this terrifying inferno pit. The pit mouth closed, sealing the screams within. After everything was ready, it transformed into a red eyeball. Countless vengeful souls vied to tear at Zhu Yanping. They formed the Eye of Resentment, level 34, born from countless souls and vengeful spirits sealed by demon scorpions. This is a pair of eyes filled with fear, resentment like a sea, evil energy like a tide. The black eye emanates coldness, capable of devouring living souls and guiding departed souls to submission, forming an endless cycle. The departed souls sealed here were once innocent, yet are also an endless crystallization of resentment. The evils of the world are as deep as darkness, and these eyes reflect endless despair. Having witnessed all of this, what did Zhang Ping not understand? This eye actually has a level, just like Nether Mist Essence. Could it also be a parasite? He immediately replied into the intercom. Sorry, Captain, I must change the original plan. The person on the other end immediately flew into a rage. What exactly do you want to do? Everyone is fighting for an opportunity for you. There's no need to waste time entangled with him anymore. Zhang Ping calmly took out the magic stone and put it into his mouth, replying, I know, but this person is deeply sinful and unforgivable. Just as the system notified that the king's gem was effective and the contracted beast was strengthened, he rubbed his aching neck and swore, I will execute him here. Zhang Ping wielded his scythe to attack without hesitation. Zhu Yanping reflexively raised his great saber to block. His counterattack was powerful, successfully knocking Zhang Ping back over a meter. Before he could recover, Zhu Yanping continued to release energy waves. While he was preoccupied, Zhu Yanping continued to rush up with his great saber for a sneak attack. Each of Zhu Yanping's slashes cracked the ground. Zhang Ping, dodging awkwardly, asked himself if he had been comprehensively strengthened after becoming like this. He decided to consume 500 points of Nether Mist to increase his attack power by 5,000. Zhang Ping hovered in the air, quickly estimating that a 5,000 increase would be sufficient to deal with the situation. Having calculated, he wielded his scythe like lightning, and indeed this time he inflicted damage on the opponent. Zhang Ping landed lightly, his mind still racing. Thanks to the king's gem, I can control 2 abilities simultaneously, and even combine them. Refining can be seen as a furnace, even allowing for mutual fusion. Zhang Ping observed the confused opponent opposite him, and a concept suddenly flashed in his mind. This is the product of the fusion of Nether Mist Body and Fire Eater. Its name is, he glanced at his attribute panel, then silently uttered the name of the new move, Black Flame. Zhang Ping decisively sealed it in what he believed to be its fatal spot. The eyeball was undoubtedly its weakness. It wasn't long before he dug the black eye out of Zhu Yanping's body. The moment Zhang Ping crushed it, the system immediately popped up a congratulation. You have defeated the Eye of Resentment, gaining 20 levels. You have advanced to a high-level Awakened One. This result didn't make him overly happy. Defeating the Eye of Resentment allowed me to instantly break through to a high-level awakened one. Sure enough, the next second the system added a new benefit. The King's Gem has unlocked its additional effect limit, but the user cannot continue to absorb new power from it. Zhang Ping spread his arms to feel the changes in his body. This upgrade, the ability defaulted to the gem. It seems that the choice of ability during the intermediate breakthrough was indeed very important. No wonder I haven't been able to gain new abilities from the gem recently. Perhaps this is the path to higher evolution. To gain new abilities, I can still use the heterotroph, so there's no major impact. Just as he was deep in thought, Zhu Yanping had already returned to human form. He held his great saber to prevent himself from falling, but his words were still defiant. I never expected this thing to develop to such an extent. However, Zhu Yanping then revealed a sinister smile. But even so, you won't have peace, he sternly warned. Now the Eye of Resentment is completely out of my control, and Zhang Ping has only one question in his heart. Where exactly is Su Jingzhao's soul? Zhu Yanping saw his continued silence and continued to roar. Consequences you cannot foresee are about to descend. Wait to reap what you sow. Despite facing immense pressure, Zhang Ping's gaze remained fixed on a single figure. Shou Zhang, seeing the vengeful spirits continue to rush, said in a panic, "No way, we haven't even finished the last wave and so many more are coming." An indescribable feeling surged in Sisisi's heart. The aura of these souls is wrong, it seems different from before. Zhang Ping over here was still continuously battling the vengeful spirits. Suddenly he unexpectedly blurted out, "No feeling." Suddenly, as if something anomalous struck Zhang Ping's face, he was teleported to an unfamiliar place. Where is this? The sky was still filled with thick smoke and dust. Behind him someone was frantically rushing over. "Help, help!" That person was being chased by a pack of wolves. "Is anyone there? Help me!" That person ran past Zhang Ping, shouting loudly. "Help!" He stared wide-eyed for a while before realizing that these people were souls. That person's soul quickly fell to the ground. Suddenly a pain shot through Zhang Ping's chest. The pain grew more and more intense, turning his face pale. What's going on? How could I resonate with that soul? That soul seemed to reach out and began to summon spells. Zhang Ping just felt a faint pain spread to every cell of his body. After some struggle, Zhang Ping painfully realized that he had just been pulled into this place by soul power. Is this their memory before death, carrying unfulfilled suffering? His chest ached as if being tightly squeezed. Outside, the people in Zhang Ping's team were fighting fiercely, and Shou Zhang said painfully, "Gym Master Feng, my body." Zhang Ping suddenly realized, is this the true power of the Eye of Evil? After struggling with endless pain, Zhang Ping lay motionless on the ground and the souls violently rushed to attack him. Zhang Ping trembled painfully as he got up. What is this again? He looked around at the souls, shaking his head in shock. No, he lowered his head, earnestly pleading, "No, don't." He saw the soul attacking Jingzhao and pleaded in fear. "Stop!" However, that soul lunged directly at Jingzhao. Zhang Ping's body was racked with excruciating pain, as if every muscle in his body was being torn apart. Zhang Ping's eyes welled up, filled with intense indignation. "Bastard!" Zhang Ping stood there, roaring angrily at the sky. "That Tenkang fox, I could have dealt with it at any time." He stepped forward, reaching out to grasp the soul's foot, but then he suddenly realized he couldn't touch these souls at all. Is this meant for me to personally experience her pain? Is this my retribution? At this moment, Jingzhao's soul appeared, gazing at Zhang Ping. He struggled to his feet. Senior Su was right. She really did use her ability to separate her soul from her body before she died. Zhang Ping walked step by step towards Jingzhao, watching his own body being devoured. Truly a moment of powerlessness. His gaze was gentle as he softly reached out to touch Jingzhao. "Though I found your soul, I can't save you. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my promise." Oddly, this time Zhang Ping was able to touch Jingzhao's face. He was utterly astonished, scarcely able to believe his eyes. Zhang Ping patted Jingzhao's shoulder, his emotions a complex mix of feelings with a hint of joy. I can touch you," a thought sparked in Zhang Ping's mind. Her soul hadn't vanished, she had simply become a fallen one due to overusing her ability. If this was the world of souls, then she too should be a living soul, just like himself. This array looked identical to the one before. Could Ma Bin be intending to use the energy from these wandering spirits and us living people? If this was the world of souls, then she too should be a living soul, just like himself. He began to summon a power. If he were sucked in, he'd likely have no chance to retaliate. He cast an affectionate glance at Jingzhao. "This time I must give it my all. I absolutely cannot fail. I must form a contract with Su Jingzhao to prevent her from succumbing to the fallen state." Zhang Ping and other spirits were hurtling toward the abyss of the array at an astonishing speed, roaring. Countless spirits were sucked into the circular array in the air, then vanished. Zhang Ping immediately plunged magic chains deep into the ground, firmly anchoring his body, all while anxiously shouting, "Su Jingzhao, listen to me." He gripped her hand tightly, earnestly urging her to wake. "You're not one of these wandering spirits, you're not dead yet, wake up." His voice was laced with urgency and pleading. "Have you forgotten your dream? You once yearned to join the defense investigation team to protect your family. Have you forgotten it all?" Jingzhao groggily opened her eyes, her voice hesitant. "Dream?" Just as Zhang Ping brought up old memories, the chains began to shatter. "You once hoped that in the future we would fight for a common belief." Yet he still gripped Jingzhao's hand tightly, shouting aloud, "Haven't the turning points in desperate situations always been because you were protecting me?" He gritted his teeth, putting every ounce of strength into it. His muscles tensed, pulling her closer. Zhang Ping suddenly produced a gem, saying with a smile, "Su Jingzhao, take this, don't be lost anymore." The gem instantly stirred old memories in Jingzhao's mind. Su Jingzhao wants some candy? At the time she frowned, flatly refusing. Get lost, who wants to be controlled by you? Jingzhao slowly widened her eyes, gazing intently at the gem in Zhang Ping's hand. She suddenly reached out for the gem, then gently placed it into her mouth. At that moment a system notification immediately appeared. Summoned beast Su Jingzhao has been contracted. Zhang Ping immediately issued a command, his face etched with tension. I command you, stop absorbing. After this, Jingzhao suddenly collapsed, falling unconscious. A moment later, she groggily opened her eyes, a bewildered expression on her face. Zhang Ping, is that you? Seeing half of his body deeply buried in the array, Jingzhao asked in a panic, what happened? Zhang Ping smiled faintly, his heart filled with joy and satisfaction. That's wonderful, you're finally awake. He watched countless spirits being continuously devoured by the array, then explained, this array seems capable of refining souls. Once devoured by it, there's no escape. His tone suddenly turned heavy and melancholic. Fortunately I woke you. At least this way we can say a regret-free farewell. Jingzhao gave his face a firm pinch, seriously reminding him, fool, don't give up so soon. Her reaction amused Zhang Ping, who thought, to remain optimistic in such circumstances, that's just like her. He gently closed his eyes and replied, but no matter what. Seeing Jingzhao struggling to pull him out of the array, Zhang Ping couldn't help but wonder, wait, how are you still outside the array? No sooner had he spoken than Jingzhao successfully pulled him out of the array, then abruptly flung him downwards. Plummeting downwards at an uncontrollable speed, his face was filled with terror and fear. He then landed headfirst, violently hitting the ground. Zhang Ping quickly sat up, clutching his head, his face contorted in pain. Honestly, I've sustained such severe injuries. Couldn't you have been a little gentler? Immediately afterwards, he suddenly exclaimed happily, why do my injuries feel completely healed? Jingzhao proudly explained, even the strongest awakened ones will have limitations in their soul and spiritual growth if they lack soul-related abilities, but I am different. I've trained my soul since childhood and can now even influence the souls of others, she continued, amidst Zhang Ping's bewilderment and surprise. In other words, as long as your consciousness hasn't dissipated, no matter how shattered your soul may be, I can restore it. They both looked up to observe the array above, and Jingzhao immediately explained its operating principle. The array's influence on souls might be irresistible for ordinary people, but for me it's not difficult at all. That array imprisoned many souls, absorbing their resentment to sustain its operation. Watching the spirits gradually being absorbed, she continued, if we can free these souls, perhaps the array can be broken. However, if I were to bring them out one by one, it would likely take a great deal of time. She then flashed a triumphant smile, saying, when I restored your soul just now, I tightly bound our souls together. Now you can borrow my soul power to influence other souls. Try using nether mist to see if you can pull them out. At that moment, Zhang Ping's hand was suddenly enveloped by Jingzhao's borrowed soul power. All right, his lips immediately curved upwards, then he swiftly manifested countless chains, decisively announcing, this way I can free them from their bonds. The magic chains shot towards the array with astonishing speed. Simultaneously and directly, Zhang Ping suddenly found himself back in the forest, surrounded by gradually dissipating spirits. Am I back? What about everyone else? Just as he turned his head, Jingzhao's voice suddenly rang out, you really don't hold back at all. She was slumped on the ground, looking utterly exhausted. Just a little bit, and you've drained so much of my soul energy? How strong are you now? Zhang Ping scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. But you told me to pull them all out in one go. On a different note, his face immediately lit up with a brilliant smile, and he said enthusiastically, welcome back, you're finally back, Su Jingzhao. Everyone has waited too long for you. Jingzhao also smiled excitedly, saying, I always believed you could do it. Suddenly, a magical energy emanated from Zhang Ping's energy storage wristband. Oh right? Jingzhao suddenly saw her own body appear before her, startled into a panic. Zhang Ping then spoke, this is the body I reshaped for you. It's finally time to put it to use, Jingzhao said with a hint of reservation. You've been carrying this physical body all this time. While I'm glad you never forgot, it still feels a bit strange. She then sat beside her body, gently explaining, actually I've always been by your side. You just couldn't perceive my soul state back when you reshaped my body. I also tried to fuse with it. However, Jingzhao immediately infused her energy into it, but the body couldn't accept it. That's why it turned out like this. Although my ability allows me to astral project and attack others' souls and minds, I cannot invade another person's body. She then explained her limitations to Zhang Ping. If I forcibly occupy another person's body, I will be corroded by that person's power. My soul would be trapped there forever, unable to escape. Her face then registered an expression of frustration and utter helplessness. Perhaps my subconscious mind believes this body belongs to someone else, which is why my soul resisted. However, Zhang Ping immediately clapped his hands, saying excitedly, if that's the case, then the problem is simple. With that, he immediately issued a command, I command you recognize this body as your own. Return to it. Instantly, Jingzhao's soul swiftly and effortlessly entered the body. She slowly opened her eyes, a bewildered expression on her face. Jingzhao intently examined her own body, then said with keen interest, it was that simple? Or did I overthink it? Jingzhao then reached out and tightly hugged her body, saying with a puzzled expression, you won't order me to do strange things anymore, right? Zhang Ping immediately averted his gaze, awkwardly replying, "How could I? What kind of person do you take me for?" Meanwhile, Sissy and the others had also escaped the perilous array, returning to the real world. Lai Xian immediately frowned, saying angrily, "Damn it, being trapped there just now, unable to do anything, was truly humiliating." Zhang Ping stood there, arms crossed, smiling as he looked at everyone, his face beaming with joy. "Fortunately, you used your soul power to break the array, allowing everyone to escape unharmed." Jing Zhao also put her hands on her hips, saying with a proud look, "What's this, a trifle, it couldn't stump me." Zhang Ping suddenly widened his eyes, saying in surprise, "If everyone returned from the soul world, and those guys like Ma Bin must have also." Jing Zhao immediately spoke. "No need to worry," she gently explained. "Such an array normally requires several awakened ones to cast it cooperatively. But he used himself as a sacrifice, forcibly activating it to imprison everyone. Unfortunately, he never anticipated that I could break the array, nor that you could awaken me from my fallen state." Zhang Ping then said seriously, "These people had a blood feud with Senior Su. Their deaths at your hands today can truly be called an arrangement of fate." Lai Xian then looked around, decisively stating, "Everyone else has been dealt with, now no one should be able to stop us." Sissy then stepped forward, asking curiously, "Is this young lady Su Jingzhao? How did she suddenly awaken from her dormant state?" Zhang Ping replied hesitantly, "Because just now," he suddenly trailed off as if sensing something amiss. The ground then shook violently, dust billowed and shattered rocks were swept away by a fierce wind. Jingzhao immediately cried out in alarm. "Earthquake." Sissy then ran over, cautiously remarking, "This tremor isn't right. It feels like something is underground." Zhang Ping suddenly widened his eyes, his face tense. Could the divine bird be circling in the air while the mountain ancestor gradually emerged from the ground, causing this violent tremor? Is that the mountain ancestor? Its colossal body slowly rose, triggering a terrifying tremor. Seeing this, the divine bird angrily launched fireballs, heading straight for the mountain ancestor. However, the mountain ancestor stood unmoving and unharmed. Its mouth suddenly puffed out as if it were chewing something. After a while, it spat out some trees and extremely strange objects. The mountain ancestor suddenly roared towards the sky, drawing the divine bird's attention. The divine bird immediately launched a barrage of fireballs as if to incinerate everything. Qingba stood behind the bushes, observing the battle, then spoke. "Morning glories are indeed useful." Changchun and Qingba quickly left the spot, running towards Zhang Ping. "Zhang Ping and the others should be waiting for us. No dawdling, let's go." Meanwhile, on Zhang Ping's side, Shibai quickly led everyone to a deep pit, shrouded in a thin, eerie mist. "This is the entrance to the trial grounds," Shou Zhang exclaimed in surprise. "This is the entrance?" he then asked in bewilderment. "But where exactly is the entrance?" Shibai then affirmed. "Everything you see is merely an illusion. Only Zhang Ping can open the entrance." But some preparation time was still needed. Zhang Ping then turned to notify everyone. "Perfect. Everyone, rest here for a while. The mountain ancestor has already started to stir. Senior Yi Changchun and Senior Su Qingba will soon rejoin us." Jingzhao immediately looked surprised, saying in a panic, Su Qingba?" Zhang Ping then happily smiled and replied, "That's right, it's your maternal grandfather. He's the one who told me about your ability. That's how I was able to quickly assess the situation at the time, helping you escape the fallen state." Meanwhile, some hooded strangers were secretly monitoring Zhang Ping and his group. One of them immediately ordered strict surveillance, stating they couldn't let the captain's sacrifice be in vain. Zhang Ping sat by a blazing bonfire preparing dinner for everyone. He then placed a large piece of meat to roast. The rich aroma of the meat wafted over, irresistible. Meanwhile, Lai Xian and Bide were diligently doing push-ups together, seriously emphasizing as they trained, "Even when not fighting, we mustn't relax our training." Lu Han was lying on Jinba's hand, assisting him with push-up training. But inwardly he continued to grumble. "Why are you always dragging me along?" Jinba's face, however, was filled with fighting spirit. "You're absolutely right." Shou Zhang, a shriveled corpse-like figure, stealthily approached Zhang Ping's barbecue. He reached out, his face ashen and lifeless. "So hungry, is there anything to eat?" Zhang Ping couldn't help but jump in fright, nervously exclaiming, "Good heavens, where did this living corpse come from? Has Saint Ancestor Village attacked?" Yan Hu, seeing this from behind, teased, "This living corpse doesn't even have a strong aura, it's pathetically weak. I wouldn't even take it if it were offered to me." Yin Long also chimed in. "What an idiot to even refine a corpse like this." Shou Zhang then collapsed to the ground, his skin shriveled and wrinkled as if completely lifeless. "Living corpses can at least move, but I'm practically a dead corpse." Zhang Ping quickly handed him a large piece of meat, which immediately brought a smile to his face. All right, you've worked hard, eat more. Anyway, even my pure blood body can't restore your fat." Meanwhile, Jingzhao and the other girls were resting together in the tent, a faint yellow lamp casting a warm glow. Many asked curiously, "By the way, I heard Jingzhao and Zhang Ping are old classmates. Do you know Sissy?" Jingzhao looked at Sissy, smiling as she recalled, "During school I always heard Zhang Ping mention Sister Sissy. I never thought I'd finally meet her today." Sissy, not shying away, shared, "I left the orphanage before Zhang Ping started school, so we lost contact then." Manny then playfully teased, making her blush. "So that means Sister Sissy was here before you?" Jingzhao's face then broke into a radiant smile, saying, "No matter what. From now on we'll be fighting side by side, so please take care of me, sisters." Her form of address made Manny's eyes well up with tears in surprise. Sisters, she was perplexed, thinking others always treated her as a little sister. But today she pounced and hugged Jingzhao, then suggested, "My dear little sister, come join our scavenger squad. Your big sister will definitely treat you well." Qingba's voice suddenly came from outside the tent. "I finally found you all." Jingzhao's eyes widened and she thought in surprise. It's Grandpa's voice. Zhang Ping stepped forward to greet them and asked Qingba and Changchun, "Seniors, you've worked hard. Is anyone injured?" Changchun slowly walked forward and reported the situation. "No, that divine bird has gone mad, attacking indiscriminately. Now it's probably still fighting the mountain ancestor with no time for us." Zhang Ping breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, saying, "That's wonderful, Before he could finish, Jingzhao ran out of the tent, her face filled with excitement and joy. Qingba's eyes widened in astonishment. "Jingzhao, you're awake?" he softly asked. "Is it really Jingzhao?" Zhang Ping then told him everything. "Isn't Ma Bin called Zhu Yanping?" The array he set up attracted wandering souls from the surroundings, so Su Jingzhao's soul was also accidentally drawn into it. His tone became joyous. "Senior once said that Su Jingzhao wasn't dead, her soul was just in a state of slumber, so I took this opportunity to rescue her from that predicament. Furthermore, through the body I reshaped for her. The one standing before you now is the real Su Jingzhao." Qingba then tightly embraced Jingzhao, unable to suppress his excitement, his eyes brimming with tears. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Jingzhao?" Jingzhao's face was also covered in tears of sorrow. "Grandpa, we thought you already." "Mom and Dad," Qingba then spoke with immense guilt and self-reproach. "It's all Grandpa's fault for not protecting everyone, letting you all suffer this disaster. I'm so sorry. If it weren't for that traitor, Grandpa wouldn't have abandoned everyone and let you all face this disaster." He then turned around, angrily shouting, "Where is Ma Bin? Where is that damned fellow?" Jingzhao gently reached out to wipe away her tears, saying, "Grandpa, don't worry. Zhang Ping has already told me everything." She then stood with her hands on her hips, a proud and joyful expression on her face. "He's dead. I've avenged Grandpa." Qingba smiled faintly, feeling contented. "Good child." His figure suddenly became stiff, then slowly collapsed. "Jingzhao, you've grown up." Seeing him suddenly collapse to the ground, Zhang Ping and the others immediately rushed over in panic, shouting, "Grandpa, Senior Su, Old Su." Zhang Ping quickly used his skill to check and explained his physical condition. His internal injuries are not light, but there's no danger to his life. It might be due to overexertion, so everyone needn't worry too much. He quickly helped Qingba up, preparing to treat him. "For injuries like these I can only provide some simple treatment, so it will still take some time to recover. Senior Yi, I'll check you later too, and then you two can both enter the contract space to recuperate." Changchun softly replied, "Alright then, I'll trouble you, young friend." Zhang Ping, seeing everyone's exhausted state, smiled and instructed, "Everyone rest today, I'll stand guard." Meanwhile, Old Bai and the others, wearing black robes, observed from a distance, saying, "Old Bai, they're all asleep. Why don't we seize this opportunity?" Old Bai cautiously interrupted, "No, didn't you see Zhang Ping on night watch? Don't underestimate his methods. Don't forget how the captain died. We don't even have a single peak level awakened here. If we alarm the others, we'll all be finished," another person reported. "Old Bai headquarters has sent some more people to help." Looking at their indifferent expressions, he continued, "But these people seem a bit strange. They haven't said a word since they arrived." Old Bai then explained the plan to everyone. If they're sent by the family, their strength is definitely not weak. However, the most reasonable approach now is to use the 8 trials to weaken their strength, and then we'll ambush them from behind. Remember, no one is to act without my command. The next morning, Bai provided some information to Zhang Ping's team. The trial grounds have 8 trial stages, each with different challenges. The snake insect rainforest, poisonous swamp, fire scorpion desert, wolfpack snowfield, monster island, charm plains, death plateau, and mountain of heavenward ascent. He cautiously reminded, "Only by passing the first stage in this order can you unlock the 8th stage. This is a pattern I summarized in the past. Since Zhang Ping's level is 20, the difficulty of the trial won't be too high. The time in the trial grounds is 30 times slower than outside, so we can take our time going through these stages." Zhang Ping then injected energy into a sphere beneath the trial grounds. Meanwhile, Bai continued to slowly instruct everyone. Another thing to note is that if there are many people, everyone might see different scenes. The scene of the trial grounds immediately appeared on the sphere. Bai continued, "If you want to enter a specific scene, just hold the hand of the person who sees that scene, let them go in first, and then others can follow." Sissy said the scene she saw, "I saw a rainforest." Shou Zhang took out his binoculars to observe, saying, "I also saw a rainforest, but I'm not entirely sure if it's a rainforest." Seeing everyone suddenly holding hands and ignoring what he was saying, he exclaimed in surprise, "Hey, why are you all so excitedly holding hands and not listening to me?" Luhan turned to him and threatened, "It seems someone doesn't want to go. It'll be just right to stay here and protect everyone. Anyway, the captain also said it wouldn't take too long." Shou Zhang quickly ran over, "Wait for me. I haven't gotten on yet." He hastily grabbed Luhan's hand, emphatically stating, "Seriously, do you really think I'm afraid to die? You'll see how bravely I fight, making all of you look at me in awe." In an instant, the inner world of the trial grounds enveloped them one by one. Seeing Zhang Ping and his group also delving deep within, Shou Zhang quickly said, "Hurry up, don't let Zhang Ping run off." So they were all led to the scene they had previously seen in the sphere, a dense rainforest, verdant trees shrouded in a hazy, melancholic atmosphere. Zhang Ping and his group walked along the path in the center of the forest, saying in surprise, "This is truly a rainforest, completely different from the outside. The humid air feels as if it brings you closer to nature. The system immediately displayed a notification panel, Tropical Rainforest Trial Grounds. Mission objective, hunt the Iba bird leader. Sissy pointed to the notification panel and exclaimed loudly, "Look everyone." Zhangping couldn't help but think in surprise. "There's even a system here to notify missions," he then said with a slight hesitation and confusion. "Captain, what is an Iba bird? I've never heard of such a mutated beast. Is it also a rare species like the Ten-King fox?" Shibor then shared his past experience. "I'm not sure, although the trial areas are fixed, the content changes each time. My previous target was the azure flame ring snake. Common mutated beast, however, they are very good at hiding their aura. If you're not careful, it's hard to find them." He suddenly spoke, "Like these things behind you." Suddenly, a large group of snakes of all sizes appeared simultaneously, surrounding Zhangping and his group. Jingzhao and Shou Zhang were scared out of their wits, wishing they could cry immediately. Yanlong quickly reached out to explain and calm everyone. "Don't worry everyone, I attracted these snakes." He then detailed the plan he was devising. "My blood is very compatible with serpentine mutated beasts, so when they sense my aura they naturally react. It's also a good opportunity to get information from them." Yanlong slowly sat down, stroking the snake leader, then softly asked, "Good boy, are you the leader? Can you tell me what an Iba bird is? That's too bad." Yanlong then rubbed his chin helplessly, saying, "They don't know either. It seems we'll have to find it ourselves." Yanhu then mocked, provoking the snake leader into a rage. "These snakes' heads aren't even almond-sized. What information can they give?" The snake leader's body suddenly swelled to an enormous size, its eyes wide and round as it roared fiercely. "Who are you calling small?" Yanhu, scared out of his wits, hastily replied. "No, nothing, big brother, I'm telling the truth, please let me go." Meanwhile, Jingzhao's face suddenly turned pale and weary. "Why does my head hurt?" Manny asked with concern. "Jingzhao, are you alright?" Sensing the toxins mixed in the air, Zhangping quickly covered his nose, then reminded everyone. "There's poisonous gas," Sissy quickly urged. "Zhang Shou Zhang, the gas masks, hurry." Shou Zhang immediately pressed his hand to his abdomen that injected energy into his body. He used his fat belly technique to throw a series of gas masks to everyone. "Here they come, here they come." Sissy and the others quickly grabbed the masks and put them on immediately. Zhangping placed his hand on Jingzhao's shoulder worriedly, saying, "Damn it, my ability can't remove toxins." Jinba then produced a yellow liquid bottle, saying, "Use this, my golden blood can heal toxins." Zhangping softly replied, "Thank you, big brother Jinba. Yanlong, let these snakes lead the way, we'll find a safe place first." So Zhangping and his group ventured deeper into the forest surrounded by dense cobwebs. The snake leader coiled its way ahead, guiding them. Yanlong and Yanhu sat on its head, making it convenient to observe and scout. Other small snakes also escorted them nearby. Luhan reached out to brush away the thin mist before his eyes, then commented, "The mist around us has indeed thinned out." Lai Xian replied in surprise, "Is that so? Why don't I feel any change?" Luhan then provided the answer. "That's because your physical constitution is too strong." Lai Xian then flexed his muscles with both hands, excitedly saying, "I told you so, more training will definitely show results." Luhan casually responded, Alright. Zhangping suddenly bent down and picked up a red feather from the ground. He held the feather, looking up ahead. The huge tree stump before him made him surprised and puzzled. "Is this tree hollow inside?" Sissy carefully examined every corner of the tree stump, then immediately deduced, "It's probably been hollowed out by insects. No wonder such a large tree fell. The rest of the tree has long since rotted away. Perhaps it decomposed completely because it was left unattended for too long." Zhangping quickly held up the feather, curiously asking, "Zhao Yanlong, what kind of bird is this feather from?" Yanlong extended his finger and replied, "They call this bird the Kui green robe." Zhangping focused on the feather, a hint of hesitation and confusion on his face. "Kui." Sissy then asked curiously, "Are you suspecting this feather has something to do with the Iba bird?" Zhangping quickly used his skill Golden Vault to put the feather into his wristband. "It's hard to say right now. This area is so large, there's definitely more than one type of bird." Afterwards, Zhangping's group quickly turned around and left according to his plan. "Let's just search randomly for now, maybe we'll find some clues." In a blink of an eye, the setting sun dyed the entire forest a warm golden orange. Zhangping and Yanlong were still desperately chasing and hunting other birds in the forest looking for a clue. Sissy was also stealthily lurking by a lake. On the surface, flocks of birds and several swans were drinking. She suddenly unleashed her power, instantly freezing the entire lake, and an ice storm immediately erupted. Several birds were instantly frozen in place while the rest flapped their wings in panic and fled. Sissy's ice spread gradually, turning the bushes by the lake white. In a small corner of the forest, the rest of the team was still diligently hunting other birds. Night fell, and Zhangping and his group started a fire, roasting meat for dinner, and gathered around to discuss their strategy. Shou Zhang was the first to speak. "Didn't they say this mission was really easy and simple? But why haven't we seen any signs of the Iba bird yet?" He chewed his meat, a pained expression on his face. "So many birds tragically died, I truly feel heartbroken for them." Sissy, sitting nearby, immediately retorted, "You clearly did nothing, so why are you stuffing both your emotions and the roasted meat into your stomach?" Meanwhile, Zuzu was quietly hiding under a tree behind them. Shou Zhang immediately denied it emphatically. "Who said that? If it weren't for my gas masks, you would have been poisoned long ago." With his keen intuition, Zhangping said loudly and unhappily, "The person hiding over there, come out. We discovered you long ago." Jinba hastily showed high vigilance. "Is it an enemy?" However, Sissy didn't think so, not really. Shou Zhang turned around, a confused and bewildered expression on his face. Am I the only one who didn't feel anything? Manny slowly walked towards Zuzu, gently asking, Don't be afraid, we mean no harm. Little one, where are you from? Why aren't you home so late? Zuzu's face showed a bewildered and uneasy expression, stammering. You all? The little girl then frankly asked, Are you warriors here to kill the Iba bird? At this moment Zhang Ping and his group surrounded her, watching her eat meat with concentration. He asked somewhat awkwardly, Little sister, what's your name? Where are you from? The little girl wiped her mouth with her hand, hesitantly replying, My name is Zuzu, and I'm a villager from Zuyuan village. As she spoke, Zuzu suddenly pursed her lips and tears began to stream down her face. She sobbed as she recalled that moment. The Iba birds attacked our village, everyone. In the village? Zhang Ping lowered his head, gently comforting her. Don't be afraid, we're here to eliminate them. Start from the beginning, tell us everything you know so we can be fully prepared. Zuzu cautiously continued. Actually, it's my first time seeing them too. No, to be precise, it's my first time seeing their true forms. She recalled that a few months ago a brother from the village brought back a beautiful woman from somewhere unknown. Since then, this woman would sing every morning and her singing seemed to possess an irresistible magic. Gradually, the villagers stopped working and hunting, spending their days only anticipating her songs. I didn't notice anything unusual until yesterday when I was knocked out by a fruit. When I woke up, I saw the woman's true form. It was exactly like the Iba bird described in the village's ancient legends. The legends say they appear in the form of beautiful women, using their songs to control people's minds. These people's spiritual power eventually becomes their food and is completely consumed by them. At that time I tried to wake others, but no one responded. Everyone was still immersed in the Iba bird's song, completely unaware of me. Subsequently, my actions quickly drew its attention. I fled the village in fear, but strangely it didn't chase me. And then I met all of you. Returning to reality, Zuzu softly continued. The legends say that whenever the Iba bird appears, foreign warriors come to kill it. I saw you holding the Iba bird's feather, so I guessed you are the warrior who came to fight this bird. Zhang Ping gently stroked the feather in his hand, guessing, It feeds on mental energy, so it can also mimic humans, he mused. According to you, this bird's ability is also a mental type. At this moment, Jing Zhao gently hummed, I can help everyone determine the Iba bird's true form, but I can't yet confirm if its song has other special effects. Zhang Ping stood up and began to plan. Time is of the essence. Zuzu, lead the way. We'll help you clear the Iba birds from the village first. As long as we capture one as a sample and use appraisal, perhaps we can find some important clues. In a flash, it was morning in Zuyuan village. Zhang Ping and his group slowly walked into the village with Zuzu. The little girl kept shouting loudly, Dad, Mom, I've brought the warriors back, Sissy said in confusion. No, there's no one around, she repeated blankly. Logically, the Iba bird should be singing by now. Zuzu lowered her head, worriedly muttering, Where did everyone go? At this moment, she rushed forward without hesitation. Dad, Mom! Zhang Ping and Manny immediately chased after her. It's dangerous, don't run around. At this moment, Zuzu cautiously pushed open 2 iron doors. However, as soon as she saw the scene inside, the little girl's face immediately turned pale. Flocks of Iba birds hung in midair, their eyes rolled back, emitting hoarse cries that echoed in the dim room, making the atmosphere suffocating and eerie. At this moment, one of them suddenly opened its mouth, revealing jagged, sharp teeth, then let out a grating, dry sound from its throat like a signal. The Iba birds began to flap their wings and fly wildly, simultaneously emitting hoarse screeches. Manny frowned, trying to dodge. We've been tricked? A group of people outside clutched their ears in discomfort. What is that sound? Shou Zhang also clutched his head and screamed, It's too piercing. At this moment, the birds had already scattered outside. It clutched the still bodies with their claws, then rushed straight into the sky. Everyone shouted in panic, Iba birds! Zhang Ping gathered energy in his hand, then rushed forward rapidly. Lai Xian also jumped high, shouting, Don't even think about escaping. He unleashed his moves, continuously shooting energy that pierced through the Iba birds' wings, making them immediately release everyone back to the ground in pain. Subsequently, Zhang Ping quickly wrapped them in energy, successfully catching them safely. At this moment, on Lai Xian's side, he moved with lightning speed, emitting bursts of explosions, completely plunging the birds into panic. At that very moment, a bird suddenly opened its big mouth and shrieked fiercely at Lai Xian. He was knocked heavily to the ground by the piercing sound. Zhang Ping continued to stand up, gathering energy. Don't think about escaping. Sissy hastily raised her hand to stop him from behind. Wait. Zhang Ping, she explained seriously, these Iba birds are too cunning. We've fallen into an ambush. Now everyone is injured. If we act rashly again, I'm afraid, the young man lying on the snake's back spoke up to reassure. Don't worry, big brother Zhang Ping. I've already instructed the nearby snake groups to track the Iba birds' movements. The snakes say these birds are Kui. At this moment, Zhang Ping lowered his head and thought, Indeed, we humans wouldn't directly introduce ourselves as belonging to humanity, right? Appraise. The system immediately notified, appraisal successful. Mutated beast Iba bird. After hearing this, Zhang Ping nodded thoughtfully. As expected, it's a mental ability. He turned to explain. They indeed possess mental abilities. The contract gem grants me strong mental power, so the previous attack had no effect on me. Some young birds cannot move and need their parents to bring food back to the nest to continue feeding them. The villagers might still be alive, just taken back to the nest, but if we delay any longer, it's hard to say. At this moment, Shi Bai appeared, speaking in a deep voice. Zhang Ping, listen to me. The people in the trial grounds were created by ancient ruins, intended to create a training environment. Their memories only exist with those who awaken and participate in the trials. The most reasonable and safest approach is to wait until everyone has recovered, then act together. Zhang Ping's gaze wavered after hearing this. But he looked at Zuzu, who was lying on the ground, and said with emotion, "In my opinion, they are truly innocent and helpless lives. Their lives also deserve to be protected. If there's a glimmer of hope, I cannot stand idly by, even though everything is full of unknowns." At this point, a glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Ping's eyes. "Don't worry, I have enough confidence to deal with that Iba bird. If I encounter an unmanageable danger, I can ask for help from Senior Yi and Senior Su, ensuring we won't fall into peril." Jing Zhao and Sissy Si both shouted in unison. "I'll go too," Sissy Si said seriously and emotionally. "My primary cultivation is also mental power, so my defense definitely won't be affected." Jing Zhao also wanted to contribute. "I can help protect mentally. Leave the auxiliary tasks to me." Moments later, Zhang Ping and the two girls rode together on Daji's back. He said, "Daji, I'll trouble you to lead the way." At this moment, Jing Zhao hesitantly asked, "Zhang Ping, can the people left behind really withstand the Iba bird's counterattack?" Zhang Ping glanced at her and softly replied, "The Iba bird's wings have been half broken by me, so they won't return to Zuyuan village for now. Besides, the only threat in this area is snakes. But with Zhao Yanlong here, we don't need to worry too much." Then he looked at Daji affectionately and continued, "Brother Zhao, I won't forget the kindness of these snakes." Shibai's voice rang out again. "No, the layout of this nest is exactly the same as when I came more than 100 years ago, but the speed of passing through is too fast," Zhang Ping retorted. "Do you mean this ruin is intentionally going easy?" Shibai frowned and shook his head. "No, it's waiting for us to become overconfident." At this moment, Daji suddenly raised its head and let out several continuous hisses. Zhang Ping looked at it in confusion. "Daji, you." He looked up in doubt. This blood tree, could it be? Before them was a giant tree, its crown orange-red, covering the sky. Iba birds perched on its branches looking around. Zhang Ping quietly hid to the side, muttering to himself. "Appraise," the system quickly responded. "Appraisal successful. Mutated beast female Iba bird." Upon seeing this, they exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect there to be other Iba birds. Are these two responsible for reconnaissance?" Zhang Ping tilted his head and explained, "Level 33 female. Their innate abilities are exactly the same as the previous males. Their weakness is the throat bone. 2 slashes will be enough." At this moment, an Iba bird suddenly sat up, noticing something. Daji below was still continuously hissing. It struggled to stretch its body, slowly climbing up the tree trunk. At this very moment, Sissy Si and Zhang Ping seized the opportunity, jumping behind them. Subsequently, one holding a sword, the other clenching his fists, they charged directly towards the Iba birds' heads. One bird was pierced through the chest, opening its mouth in panic. Zhang Ping grabbed the 2 chains around their necks and pulled them forward roughly. At this moment, Jing Zhao hurriedly ran over to report, "I've checked, there are only these 2 nearby." She guesses the inside should be the entrance, Zhang Ping then instructed. "Daji, your body is too big, wait for us outside." After entering, Jing Zhao looked around, muttering to herself, "There's such a large space under this tree." Zhang Ping quickly formulated a plan. "Time is of the essence, we must split up. 2 people per group to support each other. If you encounter danger, don't force it, contact me immediately." Sissy Si immediately agreed, "Okay." At this moment, after splitting up, Zhang Ping ventured deeper inside alone. Strange sounds kept echoing, making him wonder. "Wind?" Zhang Ping cautiously stopped, listening to the sound. It wasn't like wind, but more like breathing. At this moment, he cautiously climbed into a deep crevice. The distant light was dazzling, forcing Zhang Ping to close his eyes. When he lowered his hand, the sight before him immediately left Zhang Ping dumbfounded. He watched the tender eggs gradually crack, muttering to himself, "These are Iba bird hatchlings." At this moment, Zhang Ping noticed an egg in the distance from which the breathing sound emanated. He quietly observed and guessed, "This face is almost identical to a human face." Thinking of this, Zhang Ping's gaze immediately turned grim. Sissy's voice came through the intercom. "I found the villagers. They might just be in a deep sleep. We'll slowly lead everyone out first." Zhang Ping continued to look around. Those villagers were probably prepared as sacrifices for these hatchlings. He tightly gripped his axe handle, secretly vowing, no matter how much they resemble humans, ultimately it's just a relationship between hunter and prey. Thinking of this, Zhang Ping swung his axe, smashing all the eggs. "If you live 1 second longer, more innocent lives will be sacrificed here." Finally, after everything was over, Zhang Ping held a glowing object and softly spoke into the intercom, "I'm coming over to help you." The blue egg in his hand suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. Meanwhile, in another place, Sissy Si, carrying a girl on her back, complained nervously, "No wonder it was so easy to find the villagers. The sky is covered with dense Iba birds circling down." She continued with emotion, "So they wanted to catch us like fish in a barrel." Jing Zhao hurriedly ran over to comfort her. "Sister Sissy Si, keep it up, we can't let them succeed." The Iba birds kept making piercing screeches. Jing Zhao trembled, struggling to hold on, her face filled with worry, thinking, "This place is sealed, the sound waves keep echoing and my mental defense won't last much longer." At this moment she suddenly stopped. "The sound waves have stopped?" Jing Zhao stared at the Iba bird before her, continuously urging, "Sissy Si, pull yourself together." However, Sissy's face stiffened, and Jing Zhao cried out in panic, Sissy C. She then stood up and with a wave of her hand sent the Iba bird inexplicably flying high into the air. It landed outside the shield, cursing furiously. Damn it, why did the magic sound stop? Just then a voice came from behind it, startling it into turning its head sharply. Zhang Ping now had his axe firmly locked around an Iba bird's neck, saying coldly, "Where are you looking, you damn chicken?" Its companion flew from behind, asking in a deep voice, "When did you get here?" Zhang Ping calmly replied, "Didn't the injured scout in the village tell you?" Then Zhang Ping swung his axe forcefully, chopping off the Iba bird's upper body. "Iba bird, do I need to give advance notice to kill a chicken?" The Iba bird leader looked at the scattered corpses on the ground, crying out in panic. "You, who are you?" However, Zhang Ping didn't reply, simply raising his axe and charging forward fiercely. Just as he raised his axe, a thought flashed in the Iba bird leader's mind. Now's the time. Thinking this, it opened its mouth wide, condensing ultrasonic waves. "Become my puppet, human." The Iba bird leader finally let out a sky-piercing shriek, its throat wide open, sending out sound waves like invisible air currents, causing fragments of rock to rain down from the mountain wall. Sissy C clutched her head, cursing to herself. "Damn it, this magic sound is even more frantic than before." The Iba bird leader thought, "Enduring my magic sound attack at this range, even a king cannot completely dodge it." However, when it wasn't paying attention, a long wound had already appeared on its chest. Zhang Ping tightly gripped his axe, unable to resist coughing. "You call this noise a mental attack?" The Iba bird leader saw this scene, unable to believe its eyes. "Impossible. Why did my magic sound have no effect at all?" Then it suddenly widened its eyes as a massive energy palm shot directly towards the Iba bird leader. Now that hand finally gripped the Iba bird leader's body like a vice, giving it no chance to escape. Zhang Ping continued to jump up and shout, "Be quiet!" With that, he gripped the axe handle tightly, bent his body and then sharply swung the axe blade downwards. Dense wisps of purple smoke emerged from the Iba bird's body. System notification: Iba bird leader successfully eliminated. Training complete. The mechanical voice continued without pause, distributing trial rewards. Level up. Level 20 to 25. Zhang Ping lowered his head, thinking to himself, "No wonder I haven't leveled up despite killing so many mutated beasts. It turns out I can only level up after completing trials." Just then an illusory spinning door suddenly appeared before him. It grew larger and larger, and the surrounding air seemed to flow with its rhythm. Fragments of rock continued to fall from above. Sissy C walked out and said, "Wait, there are still villagers trapped in the nest. Manny and the others are still in Zuyuan village." Shibai appeared and reassured them. "Don't worry, this teleportation gate has no time limit," he continued. "And this kid, to stop the magic sound, has directly commanded himself not to hear any sounds. We must first undo that state." Sissy C and Jingzhao quickly understood. "I see." A moment later in Zuyuan village, the villagers' enthusiastic cheers rang out. "Thank you all very much." Then they regretfully asked, "But are you all leaving so soon?" Zhang Ping awkwardly scratched his head. "We still have urgent matters to attend to." The village chief smiled happily. "In that case, we won't delay your journey." Finally, he and everyone else placed their hands on their chests. "Before you all depart, as village chief, I wish to bestow this oracle upon these brave and devout warriors. Everything you have experienced is not by chance but the quiet turning of the wheel of fate." Zhang Ping and his group continued to listen quietly. "The enemies you seek to confront, their power is merely pawns in a chess game. Continue forth, Zhang Ping." At this moment a system notification appeared. Hidden quest: rescue Zuyuan village completed. Extra reward received. Hearing this, Zhang Ping suddenly became puzzled. "Village chief, how do you know my name?" Shou Zhang then cheered excitedly. "This extra reward actually made me level up twice." "Hey," Lu Han clutched his head, saying disappointedly, "I contributed more than you, so why did I only level up twice too?" Manny, exhausted, interjected to smooth things over. "Alright, we didn't do much either." Shibai continued to explain. "By convention, experience gained during trials is distributed based on the number of mutated beasts killed. This time, everyone actually received an extra quest reward for leveling up. This is truly unexpected." Zhang Ping lowered his head and softly asked, "Captain, what do you think about the village chief's words just now?" He stammered in surprise. "Wasn't the village chief just saying goodbye to us? Could it be?" At this point, Shibai exclaimed in disbelief. "You actually heard a secret meant only for you," he continued. "I've heard that those with infinite level abilities can influence the world's power, and being baptized in the trial grounds allows them to touch upon the world's secrets. I established the scavenger squad, ostensibly to overthrow the Zhu family's tyranny, but in reality it was because I received secret guidance that ultimately changed the fate of Mingzhu City. As for the detailed content of the secret, you must never easily tell anyone because it concerns the direction of the world. Therefore please make your choice according to your own will." Finally, Shibai concluded, "Now let's head to the next trial location." In another place, the river gently rippled with the breeze, peaceful and serene. Zhang Ping and his group now dropped from the spatial gate. Shou Zhang let out a piercing shriek followed by a loud splash. As the water surface erupted, stirring up layers of waves, Manny frantically reached out her hand. "This current is pulling me away. Fatty, quick, throw me a life buoy." Shou Zhang handed her a life buoy, his face furrowed in displeasure. "Who's Fatty? This is called buoyancy maintenance strategy." At this moment, Zhang Ping floated on the water, asking loudly, "Is everyone alright?" Sissy C softly replied, "We're fine." Jingzhao beside her also nodded, "I'm okay." Just then, Shui Jia suddenly cried out in panic, "There's something underwater." Just as she looked down, her eyes met a slimy long creature tightly wrapped around her thigh. "It's a leech, how dare you suck my blood?" Dense leeches surrounded them. Shou Zhang hastily urged, it's over. Looks like we need to get to shore quickly." At this moment, Sissy C pursed her lips, her face serious as if calculating something. Finally, she raised her hand and pushed away a massive ice pillar, flinging them all aside. "These small fry only deserve to stay in an ice cellar." Zhang Ping quickly summoned a spirit beast. "Looks like I'll have to rely on you," with Dejay said. Dejay immediately appeared. Its massive and robust body, as soon as it landed, sent water splashing everywhere. Zhang Ping spoke. "Everyone quickly got on the snake's back." After a long while, Sissy C sighed with hesitation. "This swamp is surprisingly vast." Shou Zhang peered around, asking himself, "Will we not find land until nightfall?" Lu Han immediately interrupted. "Can't he be a bit more positive?" At this moment, Sissy C turned back and asked in confusion, "Isn't this the snake from the last training area? How did you get it out?" Zhang Ping replied with a smile. "A blood pact is like a Wii, it can transmit data anytime, anywhere." Sissy C didn't understand, so she told him to speak in plain language. Zhang Ping slowly explained, "At that time, Yanlong and Dejay had formed a blood pact. I suddenly wanted to try something in this blood pact state. What if Yanlong commanded Dejay to accept my gem? Unexpectedly, the contract actually succeeded. Later, I put it in storage space and took it through the teleportation gate. Now it seems there's nothing unusual." At this point, Zhang Ping pointed to the two people sitting in front. "Look how happy they are playing," Yanlong cried, hugging Dejay. "This is great. I thought I'd never see you again." Yan, who saw his brother's actions and clutched his head, saying dejectedly, "Bro, you're embarrassing me." Just then, Shibai suddenly spoke. "This is bad." He asked sternly, "Has anyone seen the mission notification for this training area?" Sissy C cupped her chin, recalling, "Now that you mention it, I don't think I saw a mission notification." Jingzhao also looked around. Could I have been distracted by those leeches and not noticed the mission? Suddenly, she saw something and immediately shouted loudly, "There's a soul aura." At 3 o'clock, a blurry figure appeared before them. Zhang Ping hesitated, asking, "Is it human?" The old woman on the boat slowly approached, finally saying, "Warriors in training, you have finally arrived." While Shou Zhang was still cupping his chin and guessing, she urged, "Quick, follow me." He jumped onto the old woman's boat, excitedly acting, "Is the princess in the castle or at the altar, warrior? I'll go rescue her at once." Zhang Ping lowered his eyes and softly told Sissy C, "Sissy C, this might be a trap, it's better to be careful." However, she could only reply helplessly, "Never mind, let's just follow." Watching Shou Zhang stand foolishly on the old woman's boat, Lu Han gritted his teeth in frustration. "That fatty is our real test." In a blink of an eye, it was dusk. At this point, they had arrived at Weizong village in the poisonous swamp. One person spoke, "Even the village is built on water. It seems there's really no dry land in this training area." Shou Zhang laughed proudly. "See, this was my brilliant decision. Tonight I must eat a lot." Lu Han sneered mockingly. "Yes, you're brilliant, but unfortunately you've got a bump." Just as they walked into a house, a man's low voice rang out, "Warriors, come in quickly." Village Chief Wei Zunbo smiled and said, "Our Weizong village has finally welcomed the light of hope." After everyone was seated, he began to introduce himself. "I am Wei Zunbo, the village chief of Weizong village. The village is simple with nothing special to offer you all. I apologize and I hope you understand." At this point, Shibai was the first to ask, "Village chief, what relation is Wei Enchang to you?" Zunbo stammered in reply, "Ah, he's my great-grandfather. Your ability to change your minds and speak openly. The warrior's mysterious nature truly exceeds imagination," he slowly explained. "According to the village's ancient teachings, whenever we fall into distress, the figures of warriors will appear, bringing us hope. Warriors, I believe you are already familiar with this, so I won't elaborate further and will get straight to the point." Zunbo recounted that in the waters south of the village, there lives a giant divine turtle named Chasing Moon Dark Turtle. It is docile and very friendly to people. I always thought that in the villagers' hearts it was the village's guardian deity. At this point his voice grew serious. However, recently it suddenly became fierce and attacked many villagers. The Dark Turtle's rampage has left us very puzzled. Now we can only ask you warriors to investigate the cause, to unravel this mystery and restore its calm. Even if it cannot return to its former state, we hope you warriors can help us appease it to prevent it from harming more innocent people. After hearing the whole story, Zhang Ping spoke to reassure him. "Village chief, please rest assured, we will do our utmost." Zunbo joyfully gripped his hand. "Oh then, thank you all very much." He stood up enthusiastically, pointing to the steaming pot below. "Warriors, if you don't mind, please try this soup to fill your stomachs, although it may not taste good. It will suffice." Then Zunbo calmly turned and left, advising, "It's late, warriors, you should also rest early." Zhang Ping secretly called upon the system for appraisal. A mechanical voice immediately rang out, "Strange food with a strange smell. Not inedible, but truly not something one would want to be seen eating." Lu Han took one look and quickly moved away, not forgetting to mock, "Fatty, try your extra meal." Shou Zhang wrinkled his face in disgust. "This pot of dark murky stuff, I'd rather starve to death than eat it." Zhang Ping interjected, "To smooth things over, don't worry. This soup should be safe. The villagers likely mean no harm." Jingzhao hugged his arm, asking with doubt, "Is it really safe?" Sissy C cupped her chin, replying in a low voice, "Since entering the village I haven't detected a hint of hostility. It should be fine." Shibai recalled past memories. When I came here for trials a year ago, the village chief was named Wei Enshang. I helped them find a type of bird egg to feed the dark turtle. At that time, the dark turtle was only the size of a wash basin. Jingzhao's gaze was filled with complexity. How strange human souls fluctuate with emotions. Zuyuan village was no exception in the last trial, but the souls of Weizong villagers were like a frozen lake. Though still alive, Zhang Ping interrupted, puzzled. Are you saying these villagers are like the living corpses of Saint Ancestor Village? Shou Zhang also leaned in and interjected. Listen to what you're saying yourself. Jingzhao broke into a cold sweat, nervously explaining. I'm sorry, I can't quite explain it. At this moment, Zhang Ping interjected to resolve the situation. Since no one has found any mission clues, continuing to search would just be a waste of time. Based on past experience, the village chief's invitation is likely related to the mission. Late at night, the village was silent. He finally softly instructed, everyone rest first, we'll depart tomorrow. Outside, Zunbo watched the old woman who was steering the boat, his voice carrying a hint of sinister intent. I hope these sacrifices are fresh enough. Everyone rode together on Daji's back, moving across the river. Shou Zhang said cheerfully, it feels like we've been traveling for ages. My butt is numb. I wonder how much more of this swamp there is. Sissy silently looked at the reflection on the water. There's still something different. I can feel the water is much deeper here. Compared to anywhere she had ever seen before, she suddenly cried out in alarm. There's something underwater, everyone. No sooner had she spoken than a massive object suddenly emerged from the water, breaking the silence and stirring up surging waves. Luhan stood on a sword floating in midair, fortunate to be prepared this time. Zhang Ping looked down and thought, what about everyone else? At this moment, everyone was standing on the ice created by Sissy. Shui Jia shouted, everyone's fine. Sissy added, I'll create some more paths. Suddenly the huge object emerged and slammed into Daji beside them. Zhang Ping cried out in alarm. Daji! Daji was tightly coiled by the creature, screaming in pain. He asked himself in confusion, what is that gray thing? Another snake. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth and called for the system to appraise it. However, before the system could appear, the gray creature directly dove into the water, leaving a bottomless black hole. Zhang Ping exclaimed, it's gone, yet he still paused to calculate. No, I can feel Daji is still nearby, just like before. This distance should allow me to issue a command. At this moment, he hurriedly threw out a gem, gritting his teeth and saying, Daji, listen to my command, return to the contract gem immediately. However, his only reply was the dripping sound of water on the empty river surface. Zhang Ping pursed his lips in confusion. Why no reaction? Usually when a contracted beast returns to its pouch, it transforms into light, which is easy to see. Just then, a green light suddenly emerged from under the water, shooting into the sky. Zhang Ping thought, is it still in the water? A heavy hiss suddenly echoed. Water splashed everywhere, and the river surface surged violently. Luhan nervously said, so this is its true form. He put away the gem and replied, it seems we were right. At this moment, a colossal turtle with sharp spikes covering its back slowly rose from the water. They cried out in alarm. The chasing moon dark turtle. Faced with its massive body, everyone rushed forward to attack without hesitation. An iron chain was whipped out, tightly coiling around its neck, and the dark turtle let out a sharp cry. Zhang Ping tightly gripped the chain, shouting, let's see where you run this time. He then called for the system to appraise it, and the system immediately popped up a notification. Mutated beast chasing moon dark turtle successfully identified. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping gritted his teeth and lamented internally, a king-level talent and a space-type one at that. At this moment, he suddenly issued a command to the others, damn it, Captain Jinba, get out of there quickly. Jinba asked in bewildered surprise, what? At this moment, Jinba and the others were already standing on the turtle's back. Lai Xian tightly gripped its teeth from below. Pulling with all his might, the dark turtle struggled continuously in pain, making the river surface exceptionally turbulent. The river water formed a whirlpool, pulling Zhang Ping's chains deeper and deeper. He cried out in alarm, oh no, everyone's going to be pulled underwater. Jinba hastily intervened. This place is to my advantage, let me deal with it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping immediately took out a gem. Then I'll trouble Senior Su to act. Deep underwater, everyone was fighting the dark turtle. Damn it, it even has such tactics. Jinba looked at the pale liquid, wondering, what's this now? No sooner had he spoken than the dark turtle suddenly flew towards the surface. The river flowed backward, and the explosive thrust swept the surrounding crowd into the air. The water below exploded, creating white waves, and in the angry whirlpool, the massive chasing moon dark turtle violently shot out of the water. Jinba continued to urge, Lu Sishan, keep creating ice flows, I'll handle the battle underwater. Jingzhao heard this voice and cried out in astonishment, Grandpa. Everyone on the ice coughed continuously. This water stinks. At this moment, the dark turtle roared indignantly. Greedy invaders not only oppressing the villagers but also occupying the village. Now you even want to kill me? Zhang Ping muttered to himself in confusion. Invaders, are there others? He wondered. What is the village chief hiding? At this moment, Zhang Ping quietly approached, attempting to reconcile. Please don't misunderstand, we mean you no harm. However, the dark turtle completely disbelieved him. I won't let you succeed. Just at this moment, Zhang Ping suddenly took off his jacket. Wait a moment, he raised his blood-stained arm and declared, I guarantee with my life can we talk peacefully? His actions immediately made them pause for a moment, and in the high sky a giant bird's shadow suddenly appeared, flying swiftly. The dark turtle replied in a deep voice, I'll spare your lives, but that fellow in the sky is not easy to deal with. It then submerged underwater. If you defeat it, I'll consider talking to you. Zhang Ping secretly called for the system to appraise it in confusion. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted, What is this? Zhang Ping looked up at the giant bird high in the sky. The mutated beasts here. The system interrupted. Appraisal successful. Mutated beast, deep cold cormorant. He couldn't help but sigh. Why are they all so imposing? The deep cold cormorant puffed up its throat pouch, creating tiny ice particles in its mouth. Then it sprayed out a huge ice pillar. Zhang Ping blocked it while shouting, maintain formation, don't scatter. Chengba was raising his hand, but it was frozen. And Shui Jia, standing behind Sissy, sighed, this bird's breath is even more powerful than a blizzard in the north. She created long layers of ice to block it, but unexpectedly, just one breath froze the entire area. This mutated beast's ice ability is superior to mine. Lai Xian stood with his arms crossed, his expression serious. Playing with ice in broad daylight, then I'll show you what the sun is. He unleashed his move, Crimson Emperor Undying Body, Emperor Flame Form. Lai Xian raised his hand and shouted, ready to become roasted chicken? Then he quickly charged forward. What's the point of shrieking? Lai Xian fiercely punched its throat pouch, deforming it. Shut up! In addition, the tree roots below also extended. Changchun tightly coiled around the deep cold cormorant's body. Little fellow trying to steal the glory? Then he slammed it to the ground. Get down here. As the deep cold cormorant was restrained, Xingba's voice rang out. Freezing the water surface is enough. Get down here a little. With that, he rushed towards its throat pouch. Ice throat pouch feels pretty good. Changchun, seeing this, teased, Brother Su, are you frozen stiff? Chengba pounded it furiously while saying, my ability is to merge with inorganic matter. Even if I turn into water or ice, it won't affect my actions. The deep cold cormorant flapped its wings in pain, trying to escape. The other three calmly walked forward. Solar Divine Bird, Iba Bird. Jinba's face lit up with excitement. Today I'm making an all-bird feast. He cracked his knuckles. Seniors, everyone, guess who will break this bird's wings first? Bide raised his claw and charged forward. The loser has to do 1.5 million push-ups. Lai Xian took the lead, using the Beast King Fist technique, Gluttonous Devour. After the deep cold cormorant was restrained, the other two jumped above it. They simultaneously punched the deep cold cormorant's body. Roasted chicken wings. Jinba continued to generate power from both hands one more time. He immediately rushed towards it. Taste this. Manny turned and asked Zhang Ping curiously, are they usually this aggressive? He subtly glanced elsewhere. They've probably been suppressed for too long recently. Anyway, the opponent isn't a king and it has mental attacks, Lai Xian said with a slight hint of regret. This isn't enough, I haven't had my fill yet. Jinba put his hands on his hips and sighed. Indeed, there's still a huge gap between mutated beasts and kings. The deep cold cormorant lay lifelessly on the ice, utterly still. Suddenly the dark turtle emerged from the water. Didn't you smell the odor coming from that thing? Shou Zhang jumped in fear. Holy cow, when did you appear? But Sissy noticed the comment. Odor? Could it be? She immediately rushed to the deep cold cormorant's corpse. Sissy brandished her ice sword and several purple pills fell out as expected, confounding soul pills again. Zhang Ping picked them up and brought them to his face. That smell is coming from this thing. Dark Turtle, the invaders you mentioned, were they from the Zhu family? It glanced at them, its eyes filled with suspicion. I don't know what Zhu family you're talking about, but it seems you're not with them. Previously, that group of people chased the chasing moon dark turtle because they needed to eat deep cold cormorant eggs to adapt to the moonlight's extreme cold energy. During its growth period for the reproduction of its offspring, every now and then, a group of people would come to the village to collect bird eggs. A few days ago, a group of people came to the village. They used these strange pills to control the cormorants and successfully took the bird eggs. I thought it was over. But they then ordered the bird to slaughter the villagers. As the village's guardian spirit beast, I immediately joined the battle, but I was no match for them, and was severely wounded. They even tried to control me with the pills, so I had no choice but to escape using the moonlight energy. Zhang Ping looked at the confounding soul pills in his hand, thinking, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. But why didn't the villagers tell us anything? He then held it up and said loudly, Sissy, freeze this confounding soul pill. I'm going back to the village to question everyone to get to the bottom of it. The dark turtle's expression was sorrowful. As a guardian beast, I couldn't protect the village. My vow to that gentleman. No sooner had it spoken than Shibai's voice rang out. Old friend, it's not your fault. Now we have a common enemy. You don't need to fight alone. The dark turtle's eyes widened, asking in surprise, Mr. Situ, is that really you? He calmly replied, exactly. But I cannot appear in human form right now. The dark turtle was clearly very excited. I never expected to see Mr. Situ again after all these years. In that case, come aboard. I'll take you to the village. So the dark turtle swiftly brought everyone to the village. They slowly walked in, but the surroundings were unusually quiet. Zhang Ping looked around. Where did everyone go? Shou Zhang also looked left and right. At this time, shouldn't the villagers all be asleep? On the contrary, Sissy keenly noticed the anomaly. No, there's absolutely no human presence around, Manny joked from behind. So many people. How could they disappear? Did we encounter ghosts? Shou Zhang cried out in alarm upon hearing this. But Jingzhao didn't think so. They were still directing us this morning. Even if they migrated, it's impossible for them not to leave a single trace. Hearing this, the dark turtle curiously poked its head in. Did you really see the villagers before? Jinba honestly replied, yes, they were very hospitable. It's just that we really couldn't eat that soup. It recalled the chaotic scene at the time, wondering, but I clearly saw the invaders slaughtering indiscriminately in the village that day. How could there still be living people in that situation? Suddenly, Jingzhao noticed a faint firelight flickering in the house. It flickered on and off, then dissipated into the air. Zhang Ping saw her rush over and pursued her, saying, "Su Jingzhao, where are you going?" Jingzhao forcefully pushed open the door, her eyes wide with surprise. This is, before Jingzhao were 3 burning puppets. Zhang Ping ran over happily, saying, "The fire is still burning. The villagers must have just left recently," but Jingzhao picked it up to examine it. No, didn't leave, they never existed from beginning to end. As it was in her hand, she understood. The dark turtle was right. These villagers died long ago. Soul-binding puppet art. They infused residual souls into these straw figures, pretending to be living people. No wonder I found the villagers' souls too calm, somewhat unnatural. They knew ordinary diversionary tactics wouldn't fool me, so it seems the enemy knows us well. Jinba also ran outside. "I'll go search over there too." Luhan ran in the opposite direction. "I'll go too." Shou Zhang, holding a large bowl, asked in confusion, "If those villagers were all arranged by the Zhu family, why didn't they just poison the soup directly?" Manny beside him explained, "Do you think everyone is as simple as you? The Zhu family must know Zhang Ping's abilities. If they really poisoned it, it would be easily discovered." At this moment, Sidu Shibai's voice rang out. "They wanted us to investigate the dark turtle's habitat, probably to weaken our strength. Since their ultimate goal wasn't achieved, they escaped again." Zhang Ping was still curious. "But why do they know Su Jingzhao's abilities so well? The only person who knew Su Jingzhao was Ma Bin, and he's already dead. Is it just a coincidence?" Suddenly, Jinba shouted loudly, "Everyone, I've found a clue, quickly come over." Arriving at the location, Zhang Ping recognized it at a glance. It was the teleportation portal for passing the trial. At this moment, Luhan finally spoke. "It seems we didn't receive a mission notification before because the mission was already completed. So where are the enemies now?" Shibai speculated. "If the trial grounds clearance order is wrong, everyone will be forcibly teleported out." The dark turtle poked its head in. "Mr. Situ," it continued, "since everyone is still here, it means they've entered the next scene in the correct order, so they're likely ambushing in the Fire Scorpion Desert." Zhang Ping looked up at it. "We're leaving, Dark Turtle. What will you do now?" The Dark Turtle's eyes drooped. "Now I have nothing to guard. I don't know what else I can do. In the future, new life will surely be born here again. These little dark turtles will also grow up and become the new guardian divine beasts." He didn't give up, raising the contract gem. "If the past cannot be changed, then join us in facing a common enemy. Dark Turtle, we need your strength." It closed its eyes, grinding its teeth in thought. "You inherited Sidhu's power. You're much more interesting than that bookworm from before. Perhaps making a new vow with you is also fate's design." After a moment, it decided to agree. "All right." Thus, Zhang Ping successfully formed a contract, summoning the Chasing Moon Dark Turtle. Its eyes lit up as it spoke to its new master. "Chasing Moon Dark Turtle, at your command, transferring to the Fire Scorpion Desert." A green dot appeared and gradually grew larger. Zhang Ping leapt out from within, then gently landed on the ground, falling from the sky every time he was getting used to it. Zhang Ping looked back, somewhat bewildered. "Where are the others? Didn't we all go in together?" He hastily tried to reconnect. "Captain, what happened?" Captain. Suddenly, a group of suspicious individuals appeared behind him. As expected of someone with infinite-level abilities to resolve 2 high-level mutated beasts so quickly. "However, our barrier is already set up. Welcome to the nullification barrier. Today is your death day. I'll send you 2 awakened ones on your way first." Zhang Ping tried to use a spell, but it immediately dissipated. "Nether mist cannot be used." Suddenly, 2 fists came flying at him, knocking him back. Zhang Ping slid a long distance across the sand, then painfully sat up. "Spellcasters, top-level awakened ones, structural barrier. The Zhu family really put a lot of money into this." Seeing this, Old Bai scoffed. "Zhang Ping, can your abilities that you're so proud of still be used?" "Don't worry, we'll quickly relieve you." Unexpectedly, Zhang Ping agilely dodged. "Didn't you eat?" That punch was far weaker than Wang Jiamin's. Suddenly, the green-haired man appeared behind him, then lifted Zhang Ping into the air. He immediately grabbed the green-haired man's hand and used the Beast King fist technique, flag-waving God. Zhang Ping spun him around several times in the air, then used Beauty's Tears and the Beast King fist technique, Snake Fang Piercing Heart, to finish him off. The green-haired man crashed heavily to the ground, causing a violent tremor. Surprisingly, he lay on the ground with a smile, which puzzled Zhang Ping. "Something's wrong." Zhang Ping immediately retreated. He had clearly inflicted damage on the man, but he was unharmed. He looked at Beauty's Tears again. There wasn't even a trace of blood on the blade. Could it be like that other one? Old Bai stood by watching the show and asked Fuba next to him. "How much longer do you bet he can last?" Fuba joked. "Bet what? I want that scorpion, Beauty, you're raising." Returning to the battlefield, Zhang Ping dodged the green-haired man's blade. Then he charged towards the leader. "Catch the leader first to catch the culprits." His subordinates immediately rushed forward to engage. He used the Beast King fist technique, rabbit evasion, skillfully weaving among them. Then Zhang Ping quickly charged towards Old Bai. He slashed at him with Beauty's Tears. The green-haired man appeared from nowhere while Zhang Ping was still dazed. The moment he attacked him, the nether mist had recovered. The core of the barrier's nullification was actually on these 2 people. Old Bai couldn't help but be impressed. "This kid is really sharp," Fuba kept urging. "Deal with him quickly." Zhang Ping ran with the group chasing him. He had to find a weakness. Trajectory can bend. Suddenly, the brown-haired woman in the distance aimed her bow and arrow at him, then shot it without hesitation. At this moment, Zhang Ping also noticed it. He looked back, immediately flipped over to dodge, but unexpectedly it came back again. As Zhang Ping was in midair, the arrow shot towards him, its trajectory bending, and then he was pierced by the arrow. After Zhang Ping fell, everyone rushed over in a commotion. Fuba walked over smugly. An infinite-level genius is nothing but dirt beneath my feet. In this situation, he still asked unwillingly, "How did you trap me alone in this scene? Where are my teammates?" But old Bai shamelessly picked up his sword. "There's no point in telling you. You're dying soon, so go to hell with your questions." Syrup kept gushing from Zhang Ping's mouth. "Hell, why don't I send you all down first?" A whirlpool appeared where he lay, leaving everyone bewildered. "This tremor, what did you do?" It turned out Zhang Ping had used contract release, liberating the soul lure ring, allowing his body to sink deeply into the sand. "Didn't you bet with scorpions how long I could last?" The moment the whirlpool appeared, the group fell into disarray. "What's going on? I don't see him anymore." Old Bai vaguely saw something appear. "Fire scorpions." His voice echoed in their ears. "This round I'll pay you back double." The group was surrounded by red scorpions. "Oh no, that guy has already possessed a fire scorpion." The brown-haired woman eliminated them one by one with arrows. Fuba stood there blankly. "Damn it, there are too many. Where is that guy hiding?" And old Bai, fighting the red scorpion swarm, loudly ordered, "Command all level 30 individuals, search for Zhang Ping even if you have to dig 3 feet deep." A red scorpion broke away from the group and burrowed out from under the sand. It turned out Zhang Ping had already merged with it. Safe, temporarily safe. Suddenly it came again. He didn't understand why he could still see the old battlefield scene. Zhang Ping was also speculating in his mind at this moment. Could the pureblood body resonate with the consciousness of group creatures? If so, then he could also use this method to find his teammate's location. Where? After scanning for a while, he also found it. Got it, northwest direction. But the journey seemed very long. Zhang Ping walked for a while, then after half an hour. At this moment, Shi Bai received his signal and asked, "Zhang Ping, who hurt you?" Chang Chun's voice was also filled with worry. "Little friend Zhang Ping, we've been sealed in the contract pouch for half an hour." "What happened?" Zhang Ping flew out along the red airflow. "I was ambushed by the enemy." He deactivated his pure blood body. "They have sealed my abilities." Suddenly, syrup gushed from Zhang Ping's mouth. His urgent task at this moment was to reunite with everyone. Seeing him fall, Shi Bai anxiously shouted, "Zhang Ping, hold on." At the same time, a dark room appeared around him. At this moment, only his voice echoed in the space. "Zhang Ping, Zhang Ping." In another place, the soul lure ring worked on the red scorpions, guiding them to the Zhu family soldiers. Old Bai looked at the motionless red scorpion swarm which eventually appeared here. Then the aura completely disappeared. He gritted his teeth and sneered. "Infinite level, just a prey skilled at escaping." Fuba next to him spoke. "Old Bai, why don't you go find that lord?" Unexpectedly, Old Bai cursed him. "Find what? Who knows where to find him? This is our only chance." He raised his hand and gave the command. "As for the guards here, I'll have the fire scorpions search the surroundings. Alive or dead, they must be found." At this moment, Zhang Ping had already been brought into Manny's secret room. A voice spoke. "Ribs pierced the lung, causing 3 fatal wounds. Fortunately, he finally found us." Sissy knelt down and carefully checked. Captain said the enemy had completely restricted Zhang Ping's power. When did the Zhu family acquire such an ability? Shi Bai also agreed. "To know more, we must wait until he wakes up." Manny noticed something and looked back. It seemed someone was outside. Lai Xian spoke defiantly. "Since they've delivered themselves, there's no reason not to engage them." At the same time, Jinba also clenched his fist, determined. "Manny, let us out. We want to fight them." Xiao Han raised his hand to his forehead, looking helpless. "Calm down, you two. We don't know the enemy's strength yet." Just then, Jingzhao cried out in surprise. "Zhang Ping is awake." He touched his aching head. "Where is this? Weren't we in the trial grounds?" Manny stood with her arms crossed, calmly explaining. "When we arrived in the Fire Scorpion Desert, we found only you were missing. We tried to contact you multiple times, but there was no response, so I guessed you might have encountered danger. The desert environment is very harsh, so to conserve energy, I opened the dark room." Zhang Ping suddenly struggled. "Oh right, those enemies." Jingzhao next to him angrily gritted her teeth. "Slow down." He struggled to stand up. "The enemies are remnants of the investigation team, along with some Zhu family assassins. I guess they've been following us. They infiltrated the trial grounds. Among them are 2 very tricky individuals. Not only are they powerful, but they feel no pain and don't bleed. The secret to sealing my power lies with those 2 captains. When I attacked them, my power instantly recovered a portion. To further confirm this, I used the soul lure ring to attract the scorpions, to create chaos. When the sand obscured their vision, my power indeed recovered. Only then could it attach to the fire scorpion and escape, so I guess as long as they can't see, it won't affect me." Shi Bai realized at this moment, if the Zhu family had such methods before, they would have certainly used them against me. This indicates they only recently learned this method. Saint Ancestor Village, Tenking Fox, it all feels different. Zhang Ping raised his hand to his chin, deep in thought. "And they can isolate me individually. Logically, the Zhu family should not be able to affect the structure of the trial grounds." He pondered for a long time. Could it be, as the village chief said, that there is a mastermind behind it all? At that time, Zunbo had said that the enemies you seek to gain power against are merely pawns. Zhang Ping frowned. "But we don't have enough clues now. The most important thing now is to deal with this group from the Zhu family." Then he clenched his fists, appearing resolute. "Although we don't know where the Zhu family's methods come from, we now at least have a grasp of some of the enemy's members and abilities. The Zhu family is currently staying put. This means their methods cannot deactivate the dark room. If I'm not mistaken, they cannot see Manny, therefore they cannot restrict Manny's dark room. This also means we can return to the dark room to rest at any time. We can use this to defeat them one by one. The next morning, the Zhu family army was still patrolling the Fire Scorpion Desert. At this moment, Lai Xian also went out to battle. I heard two of you are very powerful top-level awakened ones, right? Step forward voluntarily. He smiled cheerfully. Let me see what you've got. Hearing the sound, Old Bai looked back, gritting his teeth. Where did they come from? Fuba summoned two awakened ones to meet the challenge. Are you looking for death? A familiar voice caught Old Bai and Fuba's attention. Hey, are you looking for me? Seeing Zhang Ping appear, the two were greatly surprised. Zhang Ping, the light of power in his hand gradually extinguished. Zhang Ping frowned uneasily. As expected, my power is being restricted by those two. He looked at the ongoing battle nearby. But fortunately, squad leader Jin and Gym Master Feng are in their blind spot, so they are not restricted. So Old Bai ordered the remaining subordinates, what are you standing around for? Go deal with him. Zhang Ping smiled triumphantly. It seems you are all very interested in my power. He also hinted at what was behind them. However, you can't just look at what's in front. As expected, Bide had already seized those two. Manny opened the dark room. She clearly received the order from inside. Upon entering the torture chamber, his Lion King form was already deactivated. Fuba cursed helplessly. Damn it, even then Old Bai's voice was still arrogant. You think you can restrict us? As soon as he finished speaking, someone appeared behind them. And us, Qingba and the others walked over confidently. These two kids seem very powerful now, don't they? Fuba's voice began to tremble. Squad leader Su, his mind kept racing. Wasn't he already dead? Old Bai, quick-witted, shifted the blame. It's all Ma Bin's fault. He's the one who caused all this. Qingba's face was ashen, only his eyes glowing. Enough nonsense. I couldn't personally finish him off before. Today I'll take out my anger on you. Jing Zhao fearfully hid behind Sissy. This is the first time I've seen Grandpa so angry. The two were beaten and screamed repeatedly. It's going to break, my hand is going to break. She calmly tilted her head. Senior Su is here, they can handle it. I have to go help Zhang Ping, Jing Zhao quickly pleaded. I'll go too, that way we won't have to constantly worry about those two. Zhang Ping took out the contract gem in the desert. Without those two I can finally use my abilities. He approached, holding his enhanced terrifying war scythe, ready to try out new moves. At this moment Fire Eater was activated, and Nether Mist Body was activated. Zhang Ping wielded the scythe, simultaneously fusing fire and mist into it. With just one strike, Zhang Ping sent those two to meet their maker. He added a few more blows, making them fall. Another person, seeing Sissy C and Xiao Han appear, was stunned. More reinforcements? As soon as he finished speaking, she stabbed him several times. Zhang Ping smiled at them. How did everyone get here? Jing Zhao walked forward. The enemy has interference abilities, and Sister Manny has already locked them in the dark room. Let's focus on dealing with these grunts outside. After speaking, he took out the contract gem. Contract. Alright, only the two strongest, highest level ones are left. Senior Yi, this wave of experience is all yours. The old man laughed heartily. Good. At this moment, Jinba was jumping to dodge the green-haired man's blade. He landed behind him, then raised his fist. Jinba's eyes lit up. Now's the time. He used golden blood to send the green-haired man flying with a punch. But soon he flew back, sword in hand, annoying Jinba. My attack had no effect. Then the person with the sword slashed, but he dodged. Jinba retreated. These two are immortal, Lai Xian also added. Living beings' bodies are still very vulnerable. These two are more troublesome than actual living beings. Suddenly, Changchun's vines emerged from underground, coiling around their bodies. Little friends Jin and Feng, help me restrain them. The two immediately stepped forward to control them. The elders' vines pierced into their bodies like tentacles. Whether living or dead, all things require energy to function, and any power, no matter how great, has its limits. Jinba watched them gradually wither, excitedly exclaiming, so powerful, Senior Yi. Drain them dry. Moments later, the two were reduced to dried husks, with red coins emerging on their foreheads. Jinba only dared to look, not touch. Joker's coins, is this the source of their power? Back in the dark room, Fuba's face was bruised and swollen, stammering for mercy. Please stop hitting me. The two were tightly bound together, struggling painfully. We've already told you everything. Qingba held a Bagua diagram. Is this what you used to suppress others' abilities? Couldn't help but wonder. Ma Bin, when he attacked me with a dagger, produced a similar effect. It seems all these pieces of equipment come from the same source. Old Bai sat up earnestly replying, why yes, that's right, but this thing requires both of us to concentrate fully to activate, and we can't use any other abilities while doing so. Jing Zhao gave a thumbs up. I've scanned their souls, he's not lying. Qingba's eyes glowed red with anger. Does this mean this device was specifically designed to counter Zhang Ping? Old Bai's voice faltered. He stood up. His tall figure loomed over them. I'm ready to settle accounts. Tell me, who ordered you to confront the Zhu family? With Jing Zhao monitoring, if anyone dares to lie, I'll break 10 of their fingers. Guess whose fingers will snap first? Qingba looked up, his voice low as he recounted old memories. About 15 years ago, Zhu Yanping tasked us with transporting goods to the trial grounds. The confined mutated beasts howled incessantly, making Old Bai impatiently bang on the glass. Shut the hell up, I'm going to be watching you beasts for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Fuba awkwardly stepped forward, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Old Bai, are we truly going to collude with the Zhu family? After hearing him, Old Bai clasped his hands behind his back, walked to another spot and let out a heavy sigh. Fuba, why are you always complaining? In this world you're either a chess player or a pawn. Cannon fodder like us can't even get on the board, Fuba quickly retorted. But old Bai immediately cut him off, posing another question. Hey, isn't that the contact person? Looking at the masked figure who appeared before them. He casually greeted the masked figure like a friend. Hey buddy, what time are we heading out? To his surprise, the figure turned, saying coldly, leave the goods and get lost. Enraged, old Bai pointed and cursed. Damn it, we risked our necks to get these goods here. What do you think this is, a delivery service? You expect us to just leave with a single word? He quickly pursued, shouting a harsh remark. I'm talking to you. The masked figure quickly unleashed an incredibly potent inner power, pushing old Bai far away. Do mere ants dare to touch a god? Fuba quickly rushed to his companion's side, shouting worriedly, Old Bai. As he slowly stood up, the masked figure turned, re-emphasizing word for word, get out. Qingba heard footsteps and curiously turned his head. Are they back? Have the enemies outside been dealt with? Zhang Ping and Sissy gently nodded in response. He then spoke uneasily, looking around. What's wrong? What happened? Su Qingba then explained the situation to everyone. Zhang Ping raised his hand, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the two captured individuals. So that's it. But what did the Zhu family want with the illusory heart fox? However, he had more questions. Who was the mysterious person they mentioned? Did he also possess nether mist? Old Bai and Fuba fearfully recalled the situation. We were just following orders at the time. We truly don't know anything else. Shibai's voice unconsciously echoed behind Zhang Ping, startling everyone. These two aren't lying. It seems these lower-ranking individuals aren't privy to the full story. However, the Ten King Fox's distorted perception ability. It's the same type as the illusory heart fox. Old Bai was startled, glancing around. That's C2 Shibai's phantom. He looked at the two bound individuals, slowly asking, where's the person who subdued the illusory heart fox? Old Bai confessed without batting an eye. We don't know either. He brought us to follow you, completed 2 trials and then left. His strength and many items clearly surpassed our understanding, so we don't know which faction he belongs to. Hearing this, Zhang Ping couldn't help but worry, silently making a judgment. A monster capable of freely entering and exiting the trial grounds, that person is likely also an infinite-level awakened one. After a long silence, Old Bai made the decision to surrender. I've already told you everything you wanted to know. As for the many things we've done to you in the past, you have no reason to let us live anyway, so do as you please, kill or beat us. Fuba beside him was constantly sweating, stammering, please spare our lives. Old Bai felt utterly bewildered, blinking incessantly. Fuba, you, he quickly clapped a hand over his companion's mouth. Old Bai, you taught me to read the room. Small fries like us are destined to have no impact on the world's affairs. It's better to live on our knees than die on our feet. Then the two leaned on each other, sobbing loudly. Fuba, Old Bai, Zhang Ping witnessed this awkward scene. What was happening? He felt a slight pang of disgust. He cautiously looked into the distance, thinking, although these two aren't high level, they're at least veteran members of the investigation team. So they must know the situation outside the city and within the investigation team very well. Besides, he might need them to identify that mysterious person later. So they still had some utility. After his soliloquy, Zhang Ping channeled his inner power, his voice taking on a threatening edge. I can offer you a chance, but from this moment forward you must obey my commands completely. You only need to honestly swallow this gem to form a contract. He gazed at them with murderous intent. If you want to live, you'd best prove yourselves. Fuba looked worriedly at his companion. This thing is even more brutal than the Zhu family's poisonous oaths. Old Bai analyzed calmly, yet with great apprehension. So after consuming this, we'll be slaves for life? He gritted his teeth, resolving, if this means survival, then so be it. Old Bai trembled as he bit into the gem, then exclaimed, Fourth scene. The scene shifted to the Wolfpack snowfield, where the biting dry wind seemed to freeze all in existence. Shou Zhang, following Zhang Ping's group, hugged himself tightly, shivering uncontrollably. So cold, this wretched weather. Are those investigation team members up to something? Old Bai, unfairly blamed, angrily shouted, It's all recorded in the contract gem. Are you trying to pick a fight, you fat ass? Even Fuba joined in, impatiently cursing, Aside from the first 2 trial areas, we haven't been anywhere else. A red notification quickly appeared. Trial mission. In 18 hours, a large horde of mutated beasts will surge into White Iron Town. Please help the residents defend the town. Zhang Ping confidently led the way, loudly announcing, the trial mission has appeared again. It seems that mysterious person has given up and is no longer bothering us. Quick, let's go. After walking for a while, Zhang Ping stopped, looking ahead. Ah, that's White Iron Town, isn't it? Zhang Ping quickly walked forward. A guard greeted them sternly and announced, White Iron Town. Everyone please follow me. They quickly followed the soldiers into the town. The weather was even colder now, and the outside was deserted. Jingzhao innocently looked around as if out for a stroll. Wow, I feel like it's been ages since I've seen buildings like these, Shou Zhang replied nonchalantly, without looking back. That's how it should be. Couldn't those previous villages have come and learned from them? The soldier leading the way quickly stopped, pointing towards a magnificent building. Accommodation is 10,000 Mingzhu coins a night. Heating is extra. Shou Zhang complained, somewhat impatiently trying to bargain. How are prices here more expensive than the Mingzhu city black market? We're warriors who came to help you with the mutated beasts. Can't you give us a discount? The soldier listened, then quickly walked away, saying with a mocking tone, Another group of self-proclaimed saviors here to help, are we? If you want to stay, stay. If not, get lost. Shou Zhang threatened, immediately became scared and ran to tell his companions, these folks don't seem very hospitable. In White Iron Town's tavern, Zhang Ping and the 5th security squad were feasting and clinking glasses. Shou Zhang wolfed down his food, complaining, this stuff is truly expensive. Even if I die, at least I'll die full. Manny held her rice bowl, praising one never expected Mingzhu City's influence to extend here too. Now we have nothing to worry about. Shibai happily looked around. When I first started the trial, this was just a tribe. I never imagined it would develop so much by now. A drunkard staggered over, striking up a conversation. Young man, you look like outsiders, don't you? Zhang Ping politely turned, gesturing as he explained. I heard there's a beast tide expected to attack the town tomorrow. The drunkard with bleary eyes slurred. Beast tide? Oh, you mean those dangerous wolves? I heard that whenever the 7 wolves attack, outsiders always come to help the town residents resist the wolf pack. The drunkard's cheeks were flushed. Leaning closer to Zhang Ping, he casually slung an arm over his shoulder, but that saying is outdated now. He held a wine bottle, swaying it back and forth. You all must have seen that behemoth on the city wall, right? That thing can launch 5 massive arrows at once. No matter how many dangerous wolves come, it's useless. So you can just relax and be parasites. Zhang Ping didn't respond, turning his face away with a scoff. Is it truly that simple? He saw his companion sighing and looking outside, observing with a puzzled raised eyebrow. Zhang Ping quickly walked forward, asking concerned, what's wrong? Jingzhao innocently turned her head and explained, looking back, it's been a long time since I returned to Mingzhu City. I wonder how things are in the city now. Meanwhile, in Mingzhu City, workers were relentlessly building and repairing. Jai Ming stood in the corner, directing everything. If you don't fix this dilapidated shop within 3 days, I'll have you thrown into the wall, a worker stammered. But the materials, he immediately cut him off. No buts, I'll be smelling bread tonight. Passing residents curiously watched the scene, discussing animatedly. Vice City Lord Huang is truly dedicated. I heard he acted as a lackey for the patrol team to climb to that position. In the City Lord's mansion, Shi Yu sat upright on her throne, awaiting reports from her loyal mutated beasts. Your Highness, the city's renovation work is nearly finished. To humans, this was a natural disaster resolved by the patrol team. She crossed her legs, her posture utterly arrogant. Are those pigs in the city eating and sleeping well? The mutated beast continued to kneel respectfully and report. Everyone praises your governance of the city, Your Highness. As for the Zhu family, what do you think? Shi Yu rose from her throne, walking over with composure. I know what worries you. The king is imprisoned by Situ Shibai, so you're worried the Zhu family will seize the opportunity to infiltrate. Are you truly so skeptical? The mutated beast was so terrified its head nearly touched the ground. And no, I wouldn't dare. Shi Yu ignored its apologies, walking past calmly, her long hair fluttering in the wind. It's only a matter of time before the king eliminates Situ Shibai. As for the Zhu family, that dog, a dog only truly acts like one when it barks. As long as I hold the leash, that's all that matters. The mutated beast struggled to lift its head, turning to remind her. But what about that Huang Jai Ming? No, Zhu Jai Ming, he deceived us. After listening, Shi Yu cast a stern glance behind her. I know, that's why the Zhu family proactively sent him back, allowing him to atone for his misdeeds. We do need him in his position as Vice City Lord. And what's more, he wouldn't dare to deceive us again now. She was observing outside the door when suddenly a strange sound and figure appeared. It seems you've also developed quite well. The mutated beast quickly rose, taking a defensive stance to protect its master. Who's there? Shi Yu turned, shouting resolutely. Wait, remember, you are all merely pieces on my chessboard. The mysterious figure watched indifferently as the mutated beast vanished, then challenged, Mind your place, little fox. She saw the stranger, stammering, Why you? What are you doing here? He remained silent for a long time, then extended his hand, explaining, The pure blood Bati. You should be well aware that our race lacks reproductive capabilities. Even if we can replace humans, it won't change our current situation. Given the continuous decline in our individual numbers, I've decided to tell you how to sustain your bloodline. Now that you've occupied Mingzhu City and possess ample resources, that method will no longer be a challenge for you. The mysterious figure watched the mutated beast carefully, secretly smiling. Do you wish to return to that snowfield? In the Wolfpack snowfield, the weather grew increasingly cold, with exceptionally heavy and dense snowfall. Zhang Ping's team was climbing the stairs, approaching a crossbow cart, when a notification pop-up caught his attention. Beast Tide Countdown. In 5 minutes, Zhang Ping quickly looked at the ground. Time was almost up. 2 soldiers took their positions, pulled the trigger, and turned for help. Young man, don't worry so much, come give me a hand. Shou Zhang struggled to hold up his binoculars and reported the situation. It looks like they're almost here. That's the terrifying attack of mutated beasts on the city gate. Shou Zhang waited for the opportune moment and shouted, Fire! The mutated beasts hit by the projectiles fell painfully, their bodies tearing apart. They gradually perished under the crossbow's attack. Lai Xian, with his hands behind his back, looked at the slumbering mutated beasts on the ground and said with certainty, Is this thing really that powerful? It seems we really don't need to intervene. But why do these wolves, besides smelling like wolves, also have a hint of fox? Zhang Ping quickly ran towards Wolf Den City, observing closely. No, those are Tenkang foxes. The mutated beasts were quickly eliminated by the crossbows, falling like autumn leaves. The bald guard looked at them disdainfully. This bunch isn't even fit to activate the crossbows. After the main enemy force was eliminated, Zhang Ping quickly ordered, It looks like we're almost done, let's pack up and have some hot soup. Just as they were about to put away their weapons, the crossbow unexpectedly jammed, unable to fire. The bald guard fiddled with it for a long time in surprise, somewhat annoyed. What the hell, this broken crossbow just had to malfunction at the critical moment. Other crossbows also reported in succession. Ours is jammed too, everyone here is in complete panic. He kept looking around. What's going on? Taking advantage of this opportunity, the mutated beasts swarmed forward, getting closer to the city wall. Damn it, before they could even celebrate, they were completely engulfed by flames, not even a bone remaining. Zhang Ping confidently ambushed with the 5th security squad. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Jinba excitedly clenched his fists and threatened. My fists should have taught them a lesson long ago. The bald guard quickly ordered the soldiers, go fetch Engineer Song immediately, I'll be right there. Below, Zhang Ping's teammates engaged the mutated beasts in close combat. Zhang Ping and Lai Xian performed their special techniques, leading the way and eliminating them one by one. Shou Zhang, armed with a grappling hook, fought valiantly, repelling mutated beasts one after another without stopping. Taste my mighty blow. After a while, Lu Han turned to his teammates. That's enough. Their bodies have already been beaten to a pulp. He still persisted in tormenting them, his spirits high. No, I've finally found an opponent weaker than me. Can't I just enjoy myself a little longer? Zhang Ping looked around in confusion. Why haven't we received a mission completion notification yet? He immediately stretched out his hand, carefully checking every position. Could there be any stragglers? Moreover, where have these 10 king foxes been coming from recently? Suddenly, the bald guard's voice came from above, catching Zhang Ping's attention. Engineer Huang, Engineer Wang, you two are finally here. The crossbow suddenly stopped firing. Please help take a look. Did you call us here for such trivial matters? Engineer Wang and Engineer Huang impatiently crossed their arms, their tone somewhat complaining. Yeah, we're still half asleep. The mission notification panel appeared. Nether Mistwalker activated. Zhang Ping immediately leapt up onto the city gate, startling Lai Xian. Zhang Ping, you? Zhang Ping, wielding a sharp weapon, stood menacingly before Engineer Huang. Zhang Ping, full of killing intent, swiftly and unhesitatingly slashed at him. Engineer Huang couldn't help but fall backward, crying out in panic. Where did this madman come from? Zhang Ping merely scoffed in response. Terrible acting. These two beasts, Jinba and Sissisi, looked up, watching the tense situation. Just then, Zhang Ping charged forward, intent on finishing them off, but was blocked. How did you get in? What's your objective? Quick, stop him. Be careful. They are 10 king foxes. Just like the season's end wolves, they eat people. The bald guard angrily shouted. Enough. Engineer Huang and Engineer Wang are the chief designers of the crossbows. Their contributions to the town are clear for all to see. He frowned, pointed at the hero, and loudly rebuked. On the contrary, you attacked others indiscriminately as soon as you arrived. I think you clearly want to steal credit, secretly tampering with the crossbows to make them inoperable. Outsiders are nothing but trouble. The bald guard took a deep breath and softly ordered, take the chief engineers for treatment and lock these outsiders in prison. Zhang Ping helplessly called out, don't go, and so the group was led into the prison, White Iron Town. The jailer locked the cell door, not forgetting to threaten, behave yourselves in here. Shou Zhang sat tiredly on the ground. Zhang Ping, why didn't you let us resist with just this cell? He let out a cold laugh, then turned and explained, it's easy to kill foxes but hard to find their den. I deliberately let them take us to this empty cell to better conceal our actions. After hearing this, Shou Zhang crossed his arms and closed his eyes, his attitude angry. You're right, these two foxes masquerading as humans seem to have high status in town. If we kill them, we might have to become exiles. The mission isn't complete yet, and I don't want to wander outside. Anyway, the food is pretty good, with meat every meal. Lu Han suddenly turned around, revealing the scheme he had been brewing. How about we secretly kill those two foxes, then show their bodies to the villagers? Shou Zhang naively retorted, what's the rush? We haven't even had dinner yet. Lu Han rubbed his smart glasses in annoyance upon hearing this. All you think about is eating. Zhang Ping, however, ignored their chatter, focusing on the sounds around him. Is that the sound of those two foxes? Engineer Wang and Engineer Huang roamed the streets searching for traces. That group of malevolent stars must be at least level 30. If we don't leave soon, we'll be skinned and made into necklaces. He felt uneasy, restlessly alert to everything around him. Where did they even come from? Not only did they ruin our plans, but they could also see through our true forms. The most urgent thing now is to notify the rest of our kin, otherwise we'll accidentally injure them again tomorrow. She suddenly turned around, catching the tracker off guard. Who's there? Engineer Wang immediately turned, complaining unhappily. Are you hallucinating again? If you're hungry, go back to the den and chew on some frozen meat. Engineer Huang laughed, mocking his companion. Hungry for what? I just want to survive right now. Zhang Ping quickly followed behind, successfully completing the appraisal. 10 King Fox 2-star, Snow Tribe 10 King Fox. Just then in the dungeon, the jailer meticulously counted the head count. 1, 2, he cursed irrationally. What the hell, there's always one missing. Ling Zhao, seeing the tense atmosphere, gently comforted. Brother jailer, you've patrolled 3 times since morning. Why don't you try counting on your fingers? Shou Zhang also enthusiastically echoed, exactly. We are all law-abiding citizens unlike Zhang Ping. He realized his slip of the tongue and, sensing the lightning glances from his teammates, immediately covered his mouth. The jailer, inspired, leaned in and looked around. You're right, that leader isn't here. Someone escaped and explosion suddenly came from behind them, kicking up dust. Sissy angrily turned around and cursed. That's the chasing Moondark Turtle's teleportation. The jailer unhappily raised his weapon, glaring at the prisoners. What tricks are you trying to pull now? Sissy C, seeing the extremely urgent situation, took on the role of commander and ordered her teammates. It's about to explode here. Everyone spread out quickly. No sooner had she spoken than rocks flew everywhere, and the cell walls were no longer intact. The culprit was none other than the chasing Moondark Turtle. Not only the walls but the entire solitary confinement area was shattered, making everyone painfully clutch their heads. Manny, like a delicate woman, screamed the loudest after being hit by rocks. Ouch! Shou Zhang turned to look at the injured and unconscious jailer, terrified. Next time, could you not be so sudden? He felt panicked and exaggeratedly performed. Oh no, it's no use explaining next time. I really don't want to spend the night in the snow. The chasing Moondark Turtle, having counted enough people, then casually announced, everyone come aboard. Zhang Ping sent me to pick you up. He's made some new discoveries regarding this mission, and after passing the trial you won't have to stay here anymore. Meanwhile, Engineer Huang and Engineer Wang, having just transformed into 10 King Foxes, entered the secret base. Upon reaching their destination, all the 10 King Foxes had assembled. They couldn't help but coldly ask, "Are you all here?" Orangehead looked around and pointed at them and mocked. 300 brothers, is this all that's left? It continued to direct the public's opinion towards its despised companions. How did you two not die outside? Engineer Huang and Engineer Wang were displeased, banging on tables and chairs for no reason. We couldn't do anything because someone interfered outside, and these injuries on him were also caused by those people. And there's no need to be overly pessimistic. As long as we have that equipment, getting as many companions as we want is just a matter of time. No sooner had it spoken than another explosion immediately rang out. The appearance of the 5th Security Squad. Jinba magnificently exposed the first evil plot. I knew there was a foul smell, turns out it's a fox den. Orangehead nimbly leaped forward, protecting its weaker companions. You were followed. Engineer Wang couldn't believe he was foolish enough to be tricked. Impossible. These people are too arrogant. How could I? Zhang Ping then appeared behind them, his face dark and radiating a dangerous aura. Didn't expect it, did you? Your ancestors appeared in my dream and told me to cleanse the family. Everyone turned in surprise, filled with fear among them. Orangehead still remained clear-headed, carefully sizing up the enemy. Leader, no, who are you? Before it could finish, Zhang Ping transformed into a purple light mass, charging towards Engineer Huang and Engineer Wang, catching them off guard. The other 10 King Foxes also suffered fierce attacks, and Orangehead dodged everywhere. Lai Xian seized the opportunity to rush forward, raising his firepower. And us taste old man's punch. Shui Jia leaped to a high spot, then did a backflip. Come on, martial arts kick. Her moves were deadly. This move is called consecutive jade shattering. Remember it when you go to hell. The blue sword began to unsheath. Lu Han gently controlled them, swiftly eliminating the 10 King Foxes. Shui Jia happily patted her teammate's shoulder, comforting him with a light touch. Well done. Feeling defeated, Engineer Huang and Engineer Wang fearfully covered their faces, their voices stammering. Don't come any closer. Zhang Ping stood at the front of the team, sternly questioning. Answer honestly, where did you come from? Was it Prince Yu's order to stay here? Engineer Huang fearfully shrank back, patting the person clutching their head in cowardice. I don't know who you're talking about, we're native-born. Engineer Wang, worried his ally might blurt something out, loudly cursed. Idiot, shut up. Sissy C felt displeasure, placing her ice sword against his neck. Still want to cause trouble? Even on the brink of defeat, Engineer Wang frowned, steadfastly refusing to yield. 10 King Foxes will never be human slaves. Anyway, we're all going to die sooner or later. No sooner had he spoken than the two 10 King Foxes exchanged glances. They quickly transformed, going berserk in front of Sissy C as if to fight to the death. Zhang Ping was annoyed by these arrogant creatures, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He swiftly wielded his weapon and a notification appeared. Rage absorbed, nether mist energy increased by 20 points. After the two fell, a green notification continued to appear. Successfully helped White Iron Town overcome the crisis. Trial completed. Sissy C happily stretched, feeling refreshed. This trial was finally completed smoothly. Shou Zhang sighed, hands on hips. But after everything in White Iron Town, I don't think we can hope for any hidden achievements. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind Zhang Ping. As if some secret place had been opened, he looked uneasily at the newly appeared crack. What's that sound? Zhang Ping's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe what he was seeing. He emphasized each word. What is this thing? A 10 King Fox was being bred and researched in a laboratory. Just then, Zhang Ping and his group quickly entered the laboratory. He intently observed this strange object. I've seen these things in movies in my previous life. Zhang Ping slowly touched the glass, observing carefully. Mingzu City shouldn't have this kind of technology. He repeatedly pondered. And why did he feel a little familiar? Meanwhile, Shou Zhang ran back and forth, appearing very active and knowledgeable. These machines are even more precise than what I make. It's truly eye-opening. Jingzhao ignored that ignorant remark, turning to question the captain. I can't feel any souls. Could this also be something bred in the trial grounds? Meanwhile, Manny and Sissy C were studying the book on the table together. No, inside are handwritten experimental data, which proves that someone was keeping records here. Experiment Diary number 217. She fearfully read out every word. To create a brand new species, Sissy C, upon hearing this, rushed to the experimental table, her eyes filled with hatred. So 10 king foxes are artificially bred by humans? Manny continued to flip through the pages, reading carefully. No wonder there were never any records of 10 king foxes before. It turns out this is a new species. It was then that Shibai and his teammates finally realized the mistakes of the past. Damn it, those little foxes I transported back then were all experimental materials. Furthermore, since time in the trial grounds is slower than outside, it's reasonable that the speed of breeding 10 king fox kings is very slow. Before Manny could finish, she quickly and loudly reported, "Wait, there are other experimental notes recorded in the file. The title is Potential Development of the Saintus. The trial took place in the Lost Forest." She sadly looked at the burnt fragments, but the rest of the content seemed to have been destroyed. Jingzhao ran over, resting her chin on her friend's shoulder, and happily said, "Lost Forest, isn't that the name of the next trial area?" Zhang Ping also curiously flipped through the notebook. It seemed that to know the truth they could only continue the trials. However, to prevent new 10 king foxes from appearing, they should first destroy this place before entering the next trial ground. Meanwhile, in Saint Ancestor Village, Junting was sleeping soundly. Wang Ming walked in, making Aoshui aware, but she didn't even lift an eyelid. "What are you here for?" The old man gently extended his hand, his eyes narrowed as he explained. "You promised me that once you broke through to the king realm you would bring Sidu Shibai's corpse. I am naturally here to check on your progress." Hearing this, Aoshui gesticulated around her, casting spells. To break through to king, one must fully absorb the Saintus's ability. I have spent a lot of effort researching this array during this time. To this day I have a 70 certainty. She controlled her power to lift Junting high into the air, then confidently shouted that she would become a king today. Immediately after, a loud bang erupted, tearing off the roof of the house they were in. Wang Ming had to exert himself to resist this force that threatened to overturn everything. Is this the power of a king? However, unexpectedly, Junting was completely unaffected and remained in a deep sleep. Aoshui suddenly felt disheartened and frustrated. Junting then landed and the tremor knocked Aoshui to the ground. Due to severe injuries, Aoshui involuntarily spat out blood. The mysterious figure appeared behind her, mocking her disheveled state. "Quite a commotion, isn't it? If I weren't here today, your Saint Ancestor village might have been blown to pieces." Hearing this, Aoshui turned around in a hurry. "It's you," he lowered his head, calmly remarking. "Chen Junting's ability can actually evolve continuously. Looking at the entire world, this is indeed a special existence. If guided further, she might become the strongest person in this world. You actually want to absorb all of her unevolved abilities. That's truly a waste of natural resources." Aoshui angrily clenched her fists as if wanting to rush forward and fight. "Isn't this village already completely sealed off? How did you get in?" The mysterious figure looked at the scattered soldiers by the roadside and smiled disdainfully. "Do you think these small fries can stop me?" He no longer paid attention, reaching out to Junting. "It's a shame the things I prepared for Chen Junting in the trial can no longer be used, but now I have a new research topic, so I won't hold you accountable this time." Hearing these two words, Aoshui couldn't help but be surprised, a feeling of unease surging in her heart. "The trial? You just want Chen Junting to kill her father with her own hands to further stimulate her potential. Truly disgusting." The mysterious figure remained cold and concise, saying, "Enough with the chatter. Don't say that. I'm here specifically to help you break through to the king realm this time. I can improve this array for you. It only requires 100 awakened one's hearts as a catalyst." After he finished speaking, Aoshui turned and walked away, her hair fluttering in the wind. "All right, I'm tired today. Wang Ming Zuo, go make some tea." She left for a while, but the mysterious figure remained in place, organizing his plans in his mind. The 10 king foxes, Moon King. The Zhu family's solar divine bird, so Saint Ancestor Village is Li Aoshui. Now every faction is about to possess the power of a king. He smiled triumphantly, full of confidence. "All the pieces are in place. Zhang Ping, please don't let this game of mine be too boring." Zhang Ping's team was exploring the forest. Shui Jia keenly looked at the roadside. "I've seen this tree 3 times already. Are we going in circles?" Jinba reached out as if searching around, then reported. "The fog is too thick. Visibility is less than a meter." Shou Zhang anxiously looked at the compass, his face gloomy and irritable. "The golden compass is completely useless too. The trial mission here actually wants us to kill someone from the outside. Do they really want us to kill each other?" Zhang Ping walked ahead, calmly comforting his teammates. "Theoretically, this trial ground allows a single person to enter alone, so it won't arrange tasks that a single person cannot complete. But didn't the captain say before that the trial grounds would determine the trial method based on the entrance situation?" Suddenly an unconscious voice sounded, scaring the teammates into thinking they had encountered a ghost. "Looking at you all, you must be from the outside, right?" Sissy quickly turned around, drawing her weapon. "Who?" A resident of Wui Town nervously raised her hands in clarification. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you all. I'm a resident of Wui Town. It looks like you're lost, so I came to check. If you don't mind, I can lead the way." Jingzhao walked to Zhang Ping's side, innocently reporting, "I've checked. She has no ill intentions." The Wui Town resident quickly led the way to a huge gate, loudly reminding, "Here we are, this is Wui Town." Zhang Ping habitually scanned the surroundings. The fog here was much thinner. "Is there some kind of barrier?" Shibai cleverly appeared and recalled past experiences. "As far as I know, Wui Town used to be just a dilapidated little village specializing in funeral supplies, didn't it? How did it develop into this now?" He involuntarily approached the Wui Town resident, mocking, Moreover, if you have already become a wandering soul, then something must have happened in the trial grounds before, right? She gently turned her head, her voice somewhat stuttering, but her eyes were very firm. About that, it's a long story, but first, the door opened, and other residents shouted in unison, "Welcome everyone to Wuyi Town." Night fell. Everyone gathered in Wuyi Town. Zhang Ping and the 5th Security Squad sat together, eating and drinking heartily. Although Shou Zhang ate with great relish, he still leaned in and whispered to his teammates, "Can this place really provide food? How come I can't even hear their heartbeats?" Jing Zhao was displeased with this attitude, and while eating meat she deliberately said loudly, "Not all wandering souls harm humans, anyway I still believe in them." The Wuyi Town resident quickly intervened to mediate the argument. "Don't blame this gentleman. If it were before, we would be scared stiff if we saw wandering souls." After finishing his meal, Zhang Ping looked up at this strange floating state. Everyone used to be human. So why are they like this now? Hearing this question, he sadly lowered his head, his gaze flickering, not wanting to bring up the past again. "We encountered 10-story giants." Zhang Ping involuntarily drifted off, imagining, "Giants? Aren't they just that?" The Wuyi Town resident helplessly recounted, her brow furrowed after becoming a wandering soul. "Our concept of time seems to be getting more and more blurred. So we don't know how many years ago that happened. That day, the fog in the forest disappeared for some reason, and then 4 meat mountains descended from the sky. They trampled the forest to pieces, and against such monsters we were completely powerless." At this point his voice became choked as if he might cry at any moment. Wuyi Town had been completely reduced to ruins. Not a single villager survived. Everyone died in that disaster. After an unknown period, everyone suddenly miraculously came back to life upon waking. We found that everyone had become wandering souls. The Wuyi Town resident slowly closed her eyes, remembering. Afterwards, the fog once again enveloped the forest. The giants also seemed to lose their target and stopped moving. It was then that an outsider came to the village. Under his guidance, we not only rebuilt the village, but also used the knowledge he shared to develop the village into what it is today. Therefore, he became the great sage of our town. Zhang Ping listened carefully, puzzled by some strange points. An outsider could even influence the environment of the trial grounds. Is that mysterious person related to the creation of the Ten-King Fox? He immediately stood up, slammed the table, and asked urgently, "Where is that great sage now?" Subsequently, his group arrived at the entrance of the sage's residence. The Wuyi Town resident led Zhang Ping in to meet the person sitting behind a curtain. "Great sage, an outsider has come to see you." Chen Haowen pulled back the curtain impatiently, quickly cursing, "Why is it taking so long this time? It's not like you at all." As soon as he finished speaking, he blinked in surprise, wanting to see clearly. "Mistook me for someone else? What a confused old man." Manny quickly ran forward, shouting loudly, "You are Chen Haowen." Only then did Zhang Ping unconsciously remember that Chen Haowen, nicknamed Number 3, had gone missing more than 10 years ago. She quickly mentioned Chen Junting's father, sending a current-like sensation through his entire body. Chen Haowen struggled to get up as if wanting to approach these strangers to ask, "Do you know Junting? How is she now?" The Wuyi Town resident quickly calmed his frantic emotions. "Great sage, please calm down," he then ordered. "You may leave first, I have some things to discuss with him." He respectfully bowed to everyone, then obeyed. "Yes." After the Wuyi Town resident left, Manny explained Chen Junting's current situation. After hearing everything, Chen Haowen leaned back exhaustedly against the chair, realizing it was ultimately unavoidable. He angrily slammed the chair as if blaming himself. "I clearly agreed to trade my life for Junting's, but that man actually dared to go back on his word." Chen Haowen was overcome with anger, coughed violently, and spat out blood. Zhang Ping hurried forward. A red notification quickly popped up. Pure blood body activated. While treating the old man, he anxiously reported, "That man you mentioned is our common enemy. What exactly did he do?" Chen Haowen wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and slowly recalled the past. "Back then, I left Mingzhu City for trials outside and unintentionally met a very outstanding girl. She was not only cultivated and reasonable but also virtuous and gentle. So we soon got together and got married. Later I learned that she was a saintess who had escaped from Saint Ancestor Village. At that time, Li Aoshui had completely controlled Saint Ancestor Village. The saintess's power helped her break free from Li Aoshui's brainwashing. Because of this, she realized Li Aoshui's oppression and then escaped. In the days that followed, Saint Ancestor Village launched an endless pursuit against her. Junting was born under this immense pressure, since Li Aoshui was a major criminal in Mingzhu City, and my wife was a saintess of Saint Ancestor Village, so we couldn't seek help from Mingzhu City." Chen Haowen sighed, adding with regret, "In desperation, I secretly contacted my father, Chen Shuili, and tried every means to have him take Junting into the city to raise her. But just as we were about to send Junting away, assassins had already caught up. To protect Junting, my wife resisted desperately, but still couldn't win. At that critical moment, that man appeared. He killed all the pursuers in the blink of an eye and swore he could protect Junting completely. But the price was that I had to come here forever and live with the wandering souls." He straightened his back, his tone becoming unprecedentedly serious. "At first I thought everything I did was for Junting, so it was no big deal. But then I gradually understood that this trial ground is that man's backyard. Both the fog and the giants are under his control. He cultivated my bloodline, fed the giants with the resentment of the wandering souls, and then waited for Junting to come and kill me for his amusement. We are merely his tools for entertainment." Chen Haowen showed a sorrowful expression, missing his beloved daughter. "I don't know how many years I've been trapped here, but he kept sending me medicine to sustain my life, but this time he didn't send any more medicine. I thought I was finally free, but instead you all came." Suddenly, a strange sound struck his house. Chen Haowen looked up at the ceiling, calmly giving a few last words. "It seems my time is running out. That man once said that once I die, the fog will dissipate and the giants will regain their strength." Zhang Ping tightly clenched his fists, his attitude annoyed. "What are you talking about? I won't let you die." Contrary to Zhang Ping's proactive attitude, he had almost given up everything. "What's the point of all this? Even if I do something, it won't change anything." His voice was loud, and he urgently reminded, "Didn't you just say that if you died, the giants would regain their strength? Then let's go kill them before they fully recover." Although death was imminent, Chen Haowen showed no fear, lowering his head expressionlessly. "No, that's not what I'm talking about. What can change even if those giants are eliminated?" He looked up at the family photo where they were smiling happily. "Reuniting with Junting was my initial reason for continuing to live. Now that my wife and daughter are gone, no matter how I seek revenge, they will never come back. No matter how hard I try, how desperately I fight, this world will only take everything from me." After hearing him, Zhang Ping's face turned cold and he stopped intensely treating him. Chen Haowen looked at him with tired eyes and sighed. "I don't want to continue anymore. I don't want to live this exhausting life. Just kill me and this trial will end." Zhang Ping was enraged, roaring furiously, his face full of anger. "Chen Haowen, has this world been unfair to you? Has it taken everything from you?" Zhang Ping intentionally spoke as if lecturing, scolding. "Stop being foolish. All these things are a given." He stepped closer, grabbed Chen Haowen's collar and lifted him up. "The living corpses of Saint Ancestor Village, the divine birds raised by the Zhu family of Mingzhu City, kept by the Tenking foxes, and the wandering souls of your small town. In this world nothing is reasonable, and nothing will develop according to our own will. This world is utterly messed up. Do you think everyone doesn't know this?" Zhang Ping's eyes were filled with murderous intent and anger at this moment. "But so what? Should we give up resisting and leave with dignity? No, I will continue to fight. I will continue to struggle and resist until the last moment of my life." He emphasized every word, each one piercing to the heart, determined not to let that person achieve their goal. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ping released his grip and pulled out his weapon, challenging him. "That person played with your life. If you want to give up like this, then use this dagger to end yourself." He turned as if wanting all his teammates to witness. "Choose to die like a pathetic worm or to become a demon of vengeance." That day, everyone recalled the fear dominated by the giants. Everyone ran for their lives desperately. People loudly warned each other, "The giants are coming." "Run!" A resident desperately clutched their head and squatted on the ground. "Where else can we run? We're dead. This time we're dead." Many quickly ran out to remind, trying to ease the tense situation. "Everyone, don't panic. Let's think of a way to deal with the giants together." The Wuyi town resident's eyes widened, her face filled with terror, emphasizing every word. "Monsters." Shou Zhang shook his head wearily below, unwilling to engage. Who else could it be? Meanwhile, Zhang Ping focused like a doctor on treatment, continuously monitoring Chen Haowen's health. "Chen Haowen's condition has temporarily stabilized. The rest is up to you." The notification showed. Pureblood body activated. The remaining teammates quickly split into groups for reconnaissance and combat. Group A had Jinba, Lu Sishan, and Lu Han. Group B had Feng Lixian, Bide, Zhu Qingba, and Fuba. Group C had Yi Changchun and Su Qingba. Finally, Group D had Cheng Shuiji, Zhao Yanlong, Zhao Yanhu, and Da Jie. After dividing into teams, everyone shouted in unison. "Understood." Zhang Ping focused on casting healing spells, but also didn't forget to think about this battle. Those giants haven't fully recovered their strength yet. Dividing into 4 teams to simultaneously deal with 4 giants is the most effective method. Hopefully no accidents happen. Soon, each small team quickly entered the Lost Forest. Jinba walked ahead, clearing the way, and announced, "The fog has really cleared. That mysterious person can even do something like this, but this way we can also clearly see what the giants look like." A huge giant appeared before the 3 of them, observing, making him momentarily stunned. "This must be the giant we in Group A are responsible for." Jinba was decisive, without a single wasted word. Lu Han agilely leapt onto his sword and covered his mouth with his hand. "Understood." He pointed forward, commanding his weapon to attack. "Go." The huge brute was quickly hacked to pieces by Lu Han's sword blade. It looked back at the small circular wound on its shoulder. Speechless, Lu Han retreated a distance, observing the huge brute's reaction after being attacked. No blood, the wound healed very quickly, just like the 2 puppets we encountered before. It swiftly ambushed him with lightning-fast attacks, catching Lu Han off guard. Jinba quickly jumped forward to resolve the crisis, punching out a powerful force, concentrating. "So these giants also have a core that controls their movements, right?" Lu Han nodded in agreement. "That's right, just like the ugly emblems on the heads of those 2 puppets before, but this giant is too big, making it impossible to determine where its core is." He was silent for a few seconds, then made a decision. "Leader, I want to use the power of golden blood." Jinba asked in surprised caution. "My power? Didn't you say it could only last for 30 seconds? Lu Han immediately calmly explained. "Before, I always exercised with Gym Master Feng and everyone, so now it should be able to last longer." He smiled lightly, glancing at his teammate, indicating approval. Seeing your stance, you've probably figured out a countermeasure too. Alright, but be sure to know your limits. Luhan nodded coldly. He then followed through on his word, swiftly injecting the golden liquid into his body. Drinking this power-infused blood will enhance my abilities, but it comes with a huge burden on my body, so it cannot be used for long periods. When my abilities are enhanced, my flying sword can transform into invisible sword energy, therefore my slashing speed can reach the speed of light. Luhan circulated his inner energy. Using the sword aura dimensional slice with the aid of his power, he cleverly instructed the teammates below, the giant's recovery speed is not as fast as my slashing speed. Once the core is found, leader must deliver a fatal blow. Jinba struck a pose accumulating power. Alright, golden blood, maximum release. Luhan attacked while observing the situation. No, the efficiency is still too low, I must expand the attack range. He turned and shouted down for help. Lu Sashan, I remember you can create mirrors, can you set them up around the giant? Sissy C explained with hesitation. But my ability can only be used to confuse opponents. Luhan immediately loudly interrupted. Don't worry about it, trust me, encouraged. She became stronger and more confident. Understood. Sissy C then concentrated her power, surrounding the huge brute with mirror flower water moon. Luhan happily watched its confused state, praising his teammate repeatedly. Excellent work. Sissy C quickly cast her next skill, water mirror frenzy. A red gem flashed and Luhan happily announced. Found it, that should be the core. Leader Jinba agilely leaped to that position, then unleashed golden finisher, threatening die. His kick seemed to pierce directly through the fatal center. The core quickly flew out from within the huge brute, emitting a dazzling light. It then collapsed, eliminated by Group A's tacit cooperation. Jinba smiled lightly, placing his hand on the future leader's shoulder. As expected of you, you figured out a countermeasure in a flash. The leader of the next combat group is none other than you. Sissy C quickly reported via the comms ball. Group A's giant has been conquered. Luhan still coldly refused. Forget it. Just thinking about it is too much trouble. Let Lu Sashan take the role instead. After reporting, she lowered her head, summarizing her post-battle thoughts. These giants are just like the puppets we encountered before. Their weakness is the core in their chest. Jinba immediately jumped in front of his friend. Just destroying the core will stop their movements. Meanwhile, while Zhang Ping was treating him, foam suddenly erupted from Chen Haowen's mouth, startling him. Chen Haowen, what's wrong? Why did so many hidden injuries suddenly appear in his body? However, the shouts from the comms ball once again attracted Zhang Ping's attention. Get out of the way! The huge brute suddenly woke up, continuously attacking, leaving the entire team no time to dodge. Sissy C quickly sent an urgent and brief report. Intel has changed. The giant's core is indeed in its chest, but the dead giant has come back to life. Feeling something was amiss, Zhang Ping calmly re-evaluated the entire incident. The giant's core was destroyed and then regenerated. Hidden injuries suddenly appeared on Chen Haowen. Could there be a connection between these two events? He immediately used his ultimate skill, Appraisal, and the notification immediately appeared. Soul Suppression Curse. The host is linked to another target's life. Power is suppressed until the host dies. Lifelink Talisman. If the host's linked target is eliminated, the host will consume life to recover injuries until death. Zhang Ping looked at Chen Haowen with concern. There was more than one curse, and these hidden injuries simply couldn't be fully healed in a short time. He had been tricked by that guy. He picked up the comms ball, calmly explaining the situation. Everyone listen, I know why the giants have revived. That mysterious person cast two curses on Chen Haowen. One is to make Chen Haowen suppress the power within the giants, and the other is that when the giant's core is destroyed, Chen Haowen's life will be consumed to repair its core. Zhang Ping finally emphasized, now destroying the core will only hasten Chen Haowen's death. Luhan angrily fled from the huge brute. Damn it, using sword light just now consumed too much stamina. Now even flying on my sword is somewhat difficult. Wait, if according to Zhang Ping's chain reaction, then Group A's current situation. He turned to look at the huge brute, which was radiating murderous intent, and was stunned. Isn't the giant's power even stronger now? It struck a heavy blow, knocking the entire team to the ground. Jinba struggled to get up, gritting his teeth in pain. Is this the giant's true power? Meanwhile, Group D was battling the giant snake. Shui Jia shouted, we weren't discovered by the giant before, but we're still taking gravity attacks. This gravity range is too wide. Yanlong helplessly asked for a countermeasure. But how can we get out of this range now? Group B's situation was no better. Bide emphatically pounded the ground with determination. Don't you have items that disable abilities? Bring them out quickly. His teammates were sprawled on the ground, completely helpless. We wish we could, but we can't see anything now. Group C was under fierce attack. Su Qingba stood still, reasoning like a detective, ignoring his teammates' fight. As long as my body merges with oxygen, this ability won't affect me, but giants don't need to breathe, so it seems I can't attack it either. Changchun impatiently interrupted and commanded, stop talking nonsense, come support us quickly. Zhang Ping sadly lowered his head, his anxious worries growing. Everyone's situation is dire. Neither fighting nor not fighting is an option. Is there really no other way? Chen Haowen, his face tired and serious. No, I still have a trump card, he loudly declared into the comms ball. Please create an opportunity to destroy the giant's cores simultaneously. At that time, please leave it to me. I can prevent the giant's cores from recovering. Zhang Ping turned around with concern for a final confirmation. Do you have a way to lift the curse? Chen Haowen smiled faintly, shaking his head continuously, and said weakly, I've lived here for so long, of course I have some hidden tricks. But there's only one chance. Until then, I'm counting on everyone. Upon receiving the order, Jinba quickly circulated his inner energy, unleashing his ultimate move, Precious Gold Blood. Cold Cure Effect. Sissy gritted her teeth, stammering, We must destroy the cores simultaneously. I can't drag everyone down. After hearing her, he felt very proud of his teammate. Excellent. Let them see the might of the combat squad. On the other side, Old Bai and Fuba decisively separated the yin-yang totems. They gleefully showed off to the gigantic giant. Success, the gravity field has disappeared. He quickly turned to remind his celebrating teammates, but this way we have no defensive measures at all. You must protect us. Lai Xian clenched his fists, fierce flames swirling around him. Sorry, it took a bit long to light up tonight. He confidently rotated his wrist, then announced, Don't worry, it won't take too much time. Changchun also seized the initiative, laughing smugly. You brought this upon yourself. It's your turn to kneel this time, he quickly requested his ally. Brother Su, tie it up. I'll absorb some nutrition from it for emergencies first. Shui Jia's team had already knocked the giant snake to the ground, making it sleep soundly on the surface. She gathered her teammates to discuss the next plan. Are you sure this method really works? Shui Jia painfully recalled an unpleasant experience. I never expected to actually be swallowed by a giant. That feeling of sliding down the esophagus, I don't want to experience it again. Yanhu lit a torch, observing the strange world around them. This was also within my expectations. The inside of the giant's body is unaffected by the gravity field, so we're safe here. Next we must find the core's location. Act gently, so the giant doesn't discover us. In another place, the mysterious figure casually remarked, sacrificing Zhu Yuanlong still wasn't enough to fully restore the solar divine bird's power, not even its active control. He sighed irritably. The Zhu family has truly declined. The mysterious figure swiftly summoned the new realm 4 symbol's sun seal. He subtly revealed a chilling smile. Let me give it a hand. You've been guarding the trial grounds for so long, you've truly worked hard. The mysterious figure then cleverly and loudly reminded, Mountain Ancestor, from now on you must obey the Zhu family. You only reshaped the divine bird's body before, but never imbued it with a soul. The divine bird's only consciousness was Zhu Yuanlong's hatred from when he was alive, which is why it became so ferocious. Now I have compensated with the level 39 soul of the Mountain Ancestor. The mysterious figure looked at the result before him with pride. The divine bird is now even more powerful than in its prime. The subordinates of 9 suns expressed endless gratitude. Thank you so much. You've rescued the Zhu family from dire straits. The Zhu family will certainly repay this kindness. The mysterious figure, as usual, smiled slightly. No need for formalities. Now that you've gained king-level power, you should be able to negotiate with those foxes, right? To be honest, I don't think much of you. The Zhu family's history of beast taming should have ended long ago. He quickly stepped forward, patting Zhu head and praising continuously. But I'm very interested in this kid's devil's game. This child will surely surpass all of you in the future. Perhaps he can even forge a new path for the Zhu family. Then in the blink of an eye he was already standing far from the supply team. Without further ado, you should depart from Mingzhu City. And by the way, Li Yaoshui has now broken through to the King Realm. I advise you to cooperate obediently with the Ten King Fox and don't try any tricks while the Moon King is absent, he warned sternly. Otherwise, given the scale of Saint Ancestor Village, you alone are no match. Having given his instructions, the mysterious figure left, feeling satisfied and confident. Finally, he had settled all 3 factions. It was time to meet Zhang Ping. The giant remained completely unaffected by any attacks. But at this moment, Sissy's eyes seemed to have been prepared, suspended in the air, waiting for the opportune moment. Seeing the giant enter the right position, she shouted loudly, Blizzard? It quickly identified where Sissy was casting her ice ability. As she unleashed her ultimate move, she carefully observed the giant. Although the ice shards, under the influence of gravity, were very destructive, they were still insufficient to directly destroy the giant's core. So as long as they could attract its attention, that would be enough. It was approaching. Just as the giant intended to leave, another attack drew its attention. Lu Han descended from the sky, landing on his sword, and provocatively asked, I'm not dead yet. Lu Han, Sissy, everyone, you've worked hard. Jinbo observed for a long time. This gravity field looks terrifying, but its actual effective range is smaller than expected. I'm currently outside the gravity field's range. He decided to use golden radiance break through the sky, shooting beautiful electric sparks at the giant. To destroy the core from a distance, this was the only move. Jinba immediately reported loudly into the comms ball. Group A is ready. We can bombard the core at any moment. Meanwhile, Yanhu and Yanlong had also prepared their ambush. Shui Jia listened anxiously to the notification. Group B is also ready. Group C is waiting for everyone's command. She turned angrily to blame her teammates. Aren't you done yet? Only Group D is left. Yanhu jumped down to comfort her. All right, Yanlong, full of confidence in the plan, boasted. We've already weakened the core's power using Saint's blood. Now, with your and Deji's strength, you'll surely be able to defeat it in one move. The rest is up to you, big sister. After they finished speaking, Shui Jia forcefully exhaled. she struck a fighting pose and unleashed her ultimate skill, 100 battles floating cloud ice mountain. Yanlong excitedly said into the comms ball, Group D is ready. Chen Haowen from inside the house spoke in a loud and powerful voice. I'll start counting down from 5, everyone. Please bombard the core simultaneously. 5, he counted slowly, each number with a pause. 4, 3, 2. At this point everything seemed to freeze for a moment due to the profound silence. Chen Haowen decisively shouted, 1. On Group A's side, Jinber attacked while introducing This is Traversing Stars. The giant was struck in the abdomen, only able to writhe powerlessly in pain. On Group B's side, Lai Xian unleashed the Beast King's ultimate technique, Phoenix Wing Sky Strike, smashing his fist fiercely into the giant's back. On Group C's side, Changchun employed induced growth to absorb the opponent's body. The nutrition was plentiful, but unfortunately the taste wasn't great. Finally, for Group D, Shui Jia nimbly used her ultimate skill, Shield Shadow Sky Strike, attacking the giant from all directions, far and wide. Chen Haowen silently observed the surrounding movements. Alright, I'm going to make my move now. This is a move only I can perform. So please leave my body, don't miss the best opportunity. Zhang Ping meanwhile was filled with utmost worry for his friend. Will it really be alright? Upon hearing this, he smiled faintly and encouraged, Zhang Ping, you ignited my hope, thank you. He anxiously ran forward wanting to provide support. Chen Haowen immediately reached out to stop him. Don't come any closer, I've lived long enough, I've wanted to leave for a long time. Thank you for protecting the town and giving my life meaning again. Chen Haowen choked back tears, recalling past memories. Junting, this time Dad succeeded. The comms balls rang out one after another. Group A's core has no abnormalities, nor does Group B. It seems we've succeeded. How exactly did we do it? Jingzhao happily walked over from behind. Zhang Ping, I heard the operation was successful, right? She looked on, puzzled, her voice becoming stammered. What's going on? Zhang Ping quickly turned his head and urgently commanded. That's right, Su Jingzhao, your ability can directly interact with souls. Can you preserve Chen Haowen's soul? She then bent down and placed her hand on Chen Junting's father's forehead. I'll try. No, in his current state, even if I could grasp his soul, it would quickly dissipate. Zhang Ping didn't give up hope and quickly looked for other solutions. Time in the Golden Vault is frozen, however, living beings cannot be placed inside. So at least let him have one last meeting with Chen Junting. The next morning, the scenery became unprecedentedly serene. The residents of Wuyi Town quickly held a memorial service for Chen Haowen. Lai Xian sadly watched the funeral procession. Chen Haowen wasn't a local, so his soul can't remain here. Zhang Ping honestly admitted everything. It's all my fault. If I had discovered it sooner, Sissy sternly interrupted, trying to mediate. A warrior's destiny is not to die in bed. This is his most glorious way to depart. However, she was then attracted by a small vortex forming behind her. It grew stronger and stronger as if forming a teleportation gate. Zhang Ping unconsciously looked at the strange object appearing before him. This is the teleportation gate to the final stage. The mysterious figure stepped out from the teleportation gate and congratulated. The experimental data of the 4 giants has all been retrieved. Not bad, I didn't expect you could defeat my proud creation. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ping and the squad members all brandished their weapons ready. The mysterious figure acted nonchalant. 2 seconds, reaction speed is up to standard, but the auxiliary potion in the host area isn't wise. Zhang Ping's body stiffened, puzzled. What's going on? I can't move. The mysterious figure laughed happily, looking at his opponent. It's too cramped here, let's change locations. He quickly snapped his fingers and relocated. This place is good. Just then, Zhang Ping swiftly used his ultimate skill, Appraisal. The mysterious figure excitedly glanced back, then asked curiously, Are those people also your teammates? A notification immediately appeared. Administrator privileges detected. Appraisal skill invalid. He naively praised their method of destroying the giant's core as very interesting. Regrettably, the mysterious figure emphasized each word, then used an ultimate move on Zhang Ping's teammates. I don't like it. Realizing something was amiss, he gritted his teeth, his blood boiling. Zhang Ping shouted, struggling unconsciously. Move! He charged behind the mysterious figure, raising his weapon high, aiming for a killing blow. Stop! As soon as it descended, he quickly dodged it. Utterly surprised, the mysterious figure glided behind Zhang Ping, commenting on the previous move. Control lifted. Has the trial ground started to acknowledge this kid? He hasn't even ascended the mountain of heavenward ascent yet. He quickly revealed a triumphant smile. Interesting. Zhang Ping frantically ran towards his teammates. Shui Jia held my hand. She smiled gently and finally instructed, Remember to feed my ants for me. This time I'll go first. The mysterious figure quickly approached him. It's no use. Contract release. Zhang Ping looked around, unconsciously shouting, Captain, he explained to him. See, the flames of Netherworld are severing the contract. How does it feel to be abandoned by the world? Blame yourself for being too weak. Zhang Ping's heart was filled with hatred, his inner power surging, his voice echoing through the sky. I want the contract gem. Contract activated. Tear him to pieces. The mysterious figure, unfazed by Zhang Ping's impulsive actions, calmly watched him gesticulating wildly before him. The mysterious figure swiftly dodged all attacks, then eerily appeared close to Zhang Ping. The mysterious figure suppressed him. With your current strength, you're not worthy to be my opponent. Zhang Ping was startled by this immense power. He hadn't expected his war scythe to be. He quickly launched another wave of attacks at his opponent, but they had no effect on the mysterious figure. Zhang Ping was confused by this immense power. Pure water body. The mysterious figure quickly departed, but not without a threat. Your despair is the best experimental data. He weakly uttered a few words, don't go. Nevertheless, he leisurely paced. As a common enemy of 3 factions, I'm curious who will be the first to tear you to shreds. Strive to live until the end. I'll come back for more experimental data. The lost forest returned to its former tranquility. Zhang Ping reached out his hand and a leaf gently fell upon it. Zhang Ping seemed to be deep in thought. Shou Zhang angrily pounded a tree trunk behind him. I was clearly the most useless one. Why? He recalled his memories with Shui Jia, and Shou Zhang couldn't help but burst into tears. Why were you the one to leave first? Manny sat on the ground, wiping away tears incessantly. You even said you'd teach me how to braid hair. Liar, liar. Lu Han's hands trembled as if he couldn't believe himself, filled with immense regret. If only I could have been a little stronger. Seeing that everything was amiss, Shi Bai appeared and reported the situation. Everyone, listen to me. My true body is now like a candle in the wind. I'm afraid I can only accompany you all this far. Jinba asked worriedly about their next move. Captain, what should we do now? He quickly reassured everyone. I understand how you all feel right now, but no matter what enemy you face, never give up hope. Shi Bai slowly provided more crucial information. After months of engagement, I discovered the weakness of the Moon King's illusion, but to break the illusion, you must rely on the Saintess's power. Before returning to Mingzhu City, you must rescue the Saintess from Li Yaoshui's hands. At this moment, Shi Bai's true body gradually blurred. Also, if I die, tell the Moon King for me that his throne is pricking my back painfully. Manny sadly approached everyone. Captain Zhang Ping coldly ordered, we must rescue Captain Sidu. His eyes burned with fighting spirit, determination, and the fire of revenge. And we must eliminate that damn mysterious figure. Zhang Ping stood before the teleportation gate and shouted to the team, let's go. The next location is the mountain of heavenward ascent. Go and become a king. Zhang Ping stared blankly at the top of the stairs. This is the final trial, Manny unconsciously reminded him. I heard Captain say before that only infinite-level awakened ones can ascend the stairway to godhood. Zhang Ping turned to his teammates, stammering, Jingzhao Sisi. They understood and encouraged him. Be careful, Zhang Ping, we'll wait for you here. Hearing this, he felt reassured and gave a gentle smile. I'll be back soon. Then Zhang Ping took a step, looking up at the seemingly endless long staircase. 999 steps left. I will carry everyone's will to the very end. When there were 726 steps remaining, strange voices began to emerge, unsettling Zhang Ping's mind. Does any of this truly have meaning? Even if you become a king, you're merely a pawn. Give up, you have no chance of winning. Your so-called revenge is just another step in my experiment. Zhang Ping stared sternly ahead, his goal unwavering. Shut up. When there were 489 steps remaining, Shui Jia and the Zhao brothers suddenly appeared, waving to him. Boss Zhang Ping. He quickly moved through them with phantom-like speed. His resolve was stronger than ever. I'm sorry everyone, but they wouldn't want me to stop here. Another obstacle appeared ahead. The figures before him were Aoshui, Shi Yu, and the Divine Bird. Zhang Ping offered a polite smile. Well, if it isn't old acquaintances. When there were 247 steps remaining, a notification appeared. Nether Mist, Fire Eater. He pointed at his opponents and provocatively challenged. Come at me, all of you? Shi Yu unhesitatingly unleashed her move against him, her sharp claws immediately seizing Zhang Ping. However, he easily brandished his weapon, freeing himself. A notification appeared. Nether Mist, Divine Beast Bati, Nether Sea. Zhang Ping coldly wielded his sword, decisive and powerful. This strike is for Captain Situ. A notification appeared. Nether Mist, Contract Gem, Scythe of Subjugation. He then charged close to the Divine Bird, so near it was as if he meant to eliminate it in a close-quarters attack. Nether Mist, Nightwalker. Nether Mist Morph. Zhang Ping savagely bit the Divine Bird's neck and shouted, this blow is for Mingzhu City. Aoshui quickly unleashed her move, ghostly skeletal arms grabbing Zhang Ping, making him struggle unconsciously. But he broke free and split into multiple phantoms. This axe is for Chen Haowen and Chen Junting. After they vanished, Zhang Ping continued to climb the steps. A dazzling crown appeared before him, and a notification showed 2 steps remaining. He quickly grasped the crown in his hand, observed it, and commanded, Trial Grounds, tell your master. Suddenly, Zhang Ping fiercely crushed it. What was crushed this time was his own crown. An upgrade notification appeared. Level increased to 40. All abilities significantly enhanced next time. What will be crushed next is his throat. Meanwhile, in Aoshui's chamber, the mysterious figure excitedly announced, from the very beginning, Shi Bai probably wouldn't last much longer. His people have also suffered heavy losses in the trial grounds, and now is the perfect time for you to clear the obstacles. Although Wang Ming was pleased, doubt still lingered in his heart. You've been in Saint Ancestor Village this whole time. How could you know all this? The mysterious figure extended a hand, shrugged. Who knows? In any case, I wish you good luck. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished. They quickly moved to another location as per the mysterious figure's instructions. Wang Ming and the living corpses arrived at the entrance of the trial grounds. He angrily recalled, that madman dared to trick me with a clone, but if I can refine a peak-level awakened one, it's worth rolling all the way here. Looking at the teleportation gate before him, Wang Ming observed it with confusion for a long time. Have we arrived? The 7 arrays. Lai Xian flew in from somewhere, his fists clenched, shouting loudly. I was just about to go looking for you, but I didn't expect you to deliver yourselves to my doorstep, Wang Ming. Today I'm definitely going to finish you off. Then an explosion with a considerable aftershock instantly occurred. Despite the attack, Wang Ming remained confident and arrogant. Just you. He watched in surprise as the opponent remained completely unaffected. My strongest strike in Yangflame state couldn't even break his defense. He immediately swung his long staff in counterattack. You think you can finish me off with such a feeble punch? Lai Xian felt extremely confused. Why is Wang Ming's strength so much greater than before? Even he was extraordinarily knocked back by the man's weapon. Wang Ming carved a mark on Lai Xian, then softly commanded, "Be a good living corpse for me. Gym Master Feng, you should rest first." Lai Xian fearfully placed his hand on himself to sense. My Yangflame form couldn't even remove the poison mark, yet Zhang Ping actually cured it. He quickly turned and ordered his teammates, "Retreat for now. This guy's strength is several times greater than before. Even if we all rush him, we won't stand a chance." Zhang Ping extended his hand, refusing. "It's all right, leave him to me." As soon as the smoke cleared, Zhang Ping's majestic figure appeared. Jing Zhao looked down, assessing the power. This is Zhang Ping. His internal energy feels boundless. He then placed his hand on his chest and loudly shouted his ultimate move, King's Dominion. An explosion instantly occurred, incinerating the living corpses to ashes. Sissy witnessed all of this in surprise. I didn't expect Zhang Ping to merge all his abilities into one, this level. She felt scared, even a little uneasy. It's too exaggerated. Wang Ming also raised his weapon without hesitation, striking a challenging pose. Just dealt with some defective products and you're already getting cocky? The living corpses quickly surrounded him and merged, and Wang Ming became even more massive, radiating immense power. "Do you think your massive size alone can scare me?" Before he could finish, Zhang Ping extended his arm towards him, teasing, "You're the one bluffing." He lifted Wang Ming's head as if it were a toy. Die. Even with only his head remaining, he still boasted confidently, "It's not certain who will die yet." As he spoke, Wang Ming launched a series of spikes at Zhang Ping's body. Lai Xian instinctively warned loudly, "Oh no, that guy wants to inject corpse poison directly this way. I've fallen for that trick before." Wang Ming laughed triumphantly, looking up at the sky. Just realizing it now, it's too late. I wonder what an infinite living corpse will be like. Before he could laugh much longer, Zhang Ping extended his hand and summoned a dazzling golden yellow tornado, disrupting everything. Wang Ming was swept into it. Screaming in despair, he was scared and surprised because his ultimate move had no effect. "I've injected so much corpse poison, it should have been refined successfully, right? How is that possible?" Zhang Ping looked at the spikes on his body, scoffing dismissively. "Naive, do you think you can defeat a king this way?" Wang Ming couldn't believe his ears, asking loudly in return, "What, you're a king? Damn it, that guy tricked me." Then he was incinerated by Zhang Ping's flames, leaving not even a speck of dust. Lai Xian stared blankly as the smoke gradually dispersed. "My senior brother's revenge," finally. Jing Zhao coughed violently, hugging herself even tighter. "Why does he suddenly feel so strong?" Sissy sensed the anomaly, and immediately assumed a defensive posture with her ultimate move ready. Aoshui's voice came from the air as if she had been waiting for a long time. "What a waste, it seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands." Sissy cautiously observed her every move. Aoshui appeared, seated majestically on an ice throne. "She buys running dogs, I'll take your lives." Aoshui then revealed an arrogant expression. She softly blew out a bone-chilling gray mist, then said ants should repent in a cold prison. Immediately after, she used her ultimate move, Overlord Dragon Ice Peak, summoning an ice dragon. It ferociously roared at Zhang Ping and his group without hesitation. After advancing to King, Zhang Ping pondered, "Extreme King's Blood upgraded to New King's Blood, transforming into Nether Mist plus New King's Blood equals Heaven-Earth Manifestation. Now I can freely combine more abilities. Gem King plus Heaven-Earth Manifestation plus Nether Flame equals 8 Extremes Nether Flame." He immediately blocked the ice dragon's attack. Then he thought to himself, "If Nether Flame brings death, then 8 Extremes Nether Flame brings life. Because of this, when the ice is incinerated, it will transform into butterflies and fly away." Snapping out of his contemplation, he immediately said to Aoshui in a sarcastic tone, "So your ice is also afraid of fire?" Jinba, Sissy and Jing Zhao, observing from the side, were all shocked by the power of both sides. Both are so strong. Suddenly, Sissy closed her eyes tightly, clutching her head. She let out a painful groan, drawing Jing Zhao's attention, who called out her name worriedly. "Sister Sissy." At that moment, Sissy's eyes slowly opened and a flash of light passed through them. She muttered dazedly, "I remember everything." Sissy gazed at the ice dragon and Aoshui riding on its back, deep in thought. "Grandma, is this the truth about Li Aoshui you wanted to tell me before you died?" 20 years ago, at the Lu estate, Aoshui calmly stepped forward. She drew her sword, repelling those who blocked her path one by one, and flew into the air ahead. Sissy's mother tightly hugged Sissy, her gaze like an invisible blade shooting directly at her, while Sissy's father, unable to hide his unease, immediately warned loudly, "Li Aoshui, my Lu family has no grievance with you. Why have you come here to kill?" Aoshui continued to walk on the ice, calmly saying, "No enmity, but there is something I need here." As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly approached Sissy's father's position. He trembled, shouting loudly, "Don't you dare." Then he summoned an ice dragon to surround Aoshui. She glanced at the ice dragon, then praised, "Not bad." With that, she destroyed the dragon with just one hand, then said, "But it's still lacking a little." Aoshui tightly gripped Sissy's father's neck. She lifted him, threatening, "I'll take this ice soul extreme cold." Sissy's mother and Sissy both cried out in fear. Her father, Dad, he gritted his teeth and urged, protect our daughter. Just a few seconds later, he was pierced through the chest by Aoshui's sword. Sissy witnessed this scene, crying uncontrollably. She kept calling out, Dad. Just then, a flash of light suddenly erupted from where Sissy's father and Aoshui were, finally before he died. Sissy's father used the Ice Seal Heaven Blade to freeze both of them. Back in reality, Sissy frowned and thought, Dad used a blood curse ice seal to freeze his memories and those of the Liu family, all to keep me alive. Li Aoshui, it's time for you to pay for your sins. The moment Aoshui's ice was about to reach Zhangping, Sissy created icebergs, shattering her moves. She shouted loudly, get down here. Thus the ice shattered into fragments, falling to the ground. Zhangping said confidently, I know your abilities go beyond this. The system then displayed a notification. Top-tier appraisal skill, New King's Blood Eye of Sovereignty. Then he said, but a throne seized through plunder. Appraise. The system continued to display. Appraisal successful. Deprivation, invisible swordsmanship, corpse control, ice soul, extreme cold power, shadow path user, king. Zhangping stomped hard, shouting loudly, can you still sit steadily? Aoshui scoffed softly in response. To be deprived is the fate of the weak. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhangping quickly leapt near her to attack. She immediately unleashed her power and something gradually emerged from underground. It was her ultimate move, shadow path user, Luohai. Zhangping frowned, thinking, this is the withered bone from back then. Luohai revealed a deathly smile. He warned, now it's your turn to be stepping stones for the new king. Summon Beast Luohai level 40. Li Aoshui level 40. She stood on Luohai's shoulder and said, the real nightmare has just begun. Luohai immediately used a shadow path bullet to shoot at Zhangping, making him ponder the strike. This thing looks a lot like nether mist. He reached out to block it, but couldn't help but wonder, the energy is so strong, even stronger than Gym Master Feng's killer move. Suddenly, during Luohai's attack, its hands appeared. They tightly gripped Zhangping, making him think in alarm. Its hands were actually hidden within the energy body. 8 Extremes Netherflame activated. Standing above, Aoshui arrogantly said, it's no use, surrender. She created a massive block of ice, aiming it at Zhangping, who was tightly gripped by Luohai's hands. She continued, Luohai is the strongest shadow path user, tempered by the fires of purgatory. It's no easy feat to incinerate his body. Just a few seconds later, that massive block of ice fell violently to the ground like an arrow. However, that block of ice instantly landed securely in Luohai's hand, making both of them exclaim in surprise, it's gone. Just then a voice rang out. Li Aoshui, do you truly have capable subordinates? The system displayed. Pure water body, New King's vein, formlessness of the king. Zhangping had already moved to another location. He raised his head, saying loudly, but don't forget, I also have teammates supporting me. As soon as he finished speaking, something suddenly exploded. King's Blessing continuously bestowed the enhancement effects of the King's Gem upon others. Everyone present seemed to gain power. Zhangping spoke, requesting, everyone, please lend me your strength. Jinba clenched his fist, bravely responding, it's our utmost pleasure to help you. Lai Xian also assumed an attacking stance, replying, it's finally our turn to shine. Then Luhan put his hands together and shouted, Zhangping, use this, Giant God Sky Sword. Zhangping shouted, 8 Extremes Netherflame Blood Pact, Giant God Sky Sword Fusion, 8 Extremes Divine Flame Sword. Luohai sneered dismissively, it's useless. Before my power and Luohai's, any weapon is just scrap. With that he charged at Zhangping, wielding his scythe. Profound Ice. Luohai, the giant approaches. As he swung his scythe he triumphantly said, before us you are nothing but a tiny ant. Zhangping hastily blocked the attack with the blade in his hand. However, due to its terrifying power, the two attacks collided, causing a massive tremor where they stood. Luohai roared loudly, scrap is scrap after all, unable to withstand a single blow. Are these fragments burning? No, there's a trap. Aoshui quickly left Luohai's body a few seconds later, thinking petty tricks. Everyone standing below saw her leave and shouted to each other, Li Aoshui is over there. She immediately sensed danger, reaching out to use Extreme Ice Lotus. In just an instant everyone below was frozen solid by her. Aoshui scoffed coldly, saying, Zhangping, is your so-called king's blessing only this capable? However, her move was blocked by a barrier created by Jingzhao, pure gentle barrier. Jinba roared, only this much? He then punched furiously at the ice that had frozen them. You think you can trap us too? The moment Jinba's punch created a hole in the ice, the others said to each other, now's our chance. Thus they nimbly leaped onto the floating fragments in the air, and in just an instant, Ai Xian and Bide had already approached Aoshui's position. She revealed a dangerous smile, saying, interesting. Let's see how many seconds these little pests can struggle and shine. She immediately loudly summoned Luohai to repel the two. Then as he stood behind, flapping his wings, Sissy shouted loudly, Li Aoshui. Soon Luohai flapped its wings and flew towards the sky. He held a massive axe poised to strike, roaring loudly, certain kill. His eyes gleamed with a crimson deathly light, locking onto the target ahead. Inferno Ice Heaven Strike. His single move instantly tore the ground, shattering it into multiple pieces. However, Luohai then stopped motionless there. Aoshui frowned, asking in confusion, what's going on? Suddenly a voice rang out, reminding, no matter how strong this thing is, it's just a pile of bones after all. Jinba was standing on Luohai's back. He continued, first turn into air and seep into the bone crevices, then I'll transform into bone, but controlling such a huge fellow is truly not easy. Meanwhile, Changchun tightly wrapped Luohai's leg with vines, saying, my vines can also help. Zhangping will keep this skeleton occupied. You go deal with Li Aoshui. Zhangping stood opposite, confidently replying, all right. Ao Shui impatiently shouted, naive. Crossing her arms and condensing a small ball, extreme cold ice soul blizzard. However, the snowflake fragments Ao Shui had just created dissipated into thin air. She glared angrily. Was my skill cancelled? When she saw Jingzhao and Sissy C, she immediately understood. Is that little girl behind this? This is the Lu family's ice control technique from North City. Just as she was deep in thought, Zhang Ping had approached her without her knowing. He gritted his teeth, whispering that this strike carried all the unfulfilled wishes of his sacrificed teammates. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately launched his attack. Ao Shui cried out in panic. Luo Hai, come back quickly. Hearing her command, Luo Hai seemed to be infused with power, beginning to break free from Qingba and Changchun's seals. They exclaimed in unison, oh no, it's breaking free. In an instant, Luo Hai had already rushed in front of Ao Shui, blocking her, just like that. Zhang Ping's attack was blocked by him, and his entire body instantly dissipated under Zhang Ping's single strike. So powerful was Zhang Ping's attack that it even sliced a long cloud in half. Zhang Ping said to Ao Shui, did Luo Hai block a fatal blow for you? You won't be so lucky next time. Ao Shui angrily roared, a bunch of small fries daring to act presumptuously in front of me. With that, she created a vortex in the air. Sissy C, standing by, cried out in surprise. Is this the legendary skill of the ice-sealing Heaven Blade Guard Soul Ice Prison? It's said that the soul-devouring ice prison can even freeze time. But no one has ever used this move because it's a skill that only king-level awakened ones can activate. She quickly shouted to remind everyone, be careful. But it was too late. Everyone was frozen by Ao Shui. Soul-devouring ice prison, Everfrost coffin, absolute zero, minus 273.15 degrees Celsius. Ao Shui angrily threatened, no one can escape a king's domain. Sink into eternal sleep right here. At this moment, a golden flame suddenly ignited in the vast snow mountains, and then a powerful light pierced the sky. The center of the light was Zhang Ping, who bravely shattered a large number of surrounding ice blocks. Ao Shui saw his immense power and mocked. To be able to withstand the effects of the soul-devouring ice prison, I admit you have some strength. But she glanced at the dwindling hourglass, continuing, the lives of these ants are still forever in my hands. In 5 minutes their abilities will be completely absorbed by me. By then their lives will come to an end. Slowly enjoy this death feast. Suddenly a voice rang out, catching Ao Shui's attention. I won't let you succeed. It was Sissy C. She was moving forward step by step even though her body was gradually freezing. Ao Shui scoffed disdainfully. Meanwhile Zhang Ping loudly warned Sissy C in front to retreat. Leave this madwoman to me. Ao Shui smiled and whispered, does a lowly commoner who lost her home dare to boast? She softly warned Sissy C. Lu family remnant, look at the people around you. At that moment, everything around Sissy C began to change. She murmured blankly, this is, then her gaze drifted, looking around. One by one, figures appeared before Sissy C. She cried out in surprise, Dad, Mom, and all the uncles. Just then, the person standing in front of her unleashed their ultimate move, Ice Dragon Ice Peak, striking directly at Sissy C. She cried out loudly, why? Just as the attack was about to hit her, Zhang Ping suddenly appeared. While deflecting with his own skills, he spoke, the deceased cannot be retained, but the living can still pursue. Sissy C subconsciously cried out. Zhang Ping, you immediately shattered the illusion created by Ao Shui, while persuading Sissy C, the past cannot be undone but the future can be mended. Sissy C, don't be trapped by those past illusions. You go find a safe place first. As soon as he finished speaking, she loudly replied, no, I won't run away this time. You're right. Instead of regretting the past, I should protect everyone in the present. Zhang Ping, buy me some time. I can break her domain. Sissy C recalled that her master on his deathbed had once instructed, disciple, I know you don't remember many things, but never forget Li Ao Shui's crimes. He took out a meteor-shaped stone and continued, sealed within it is the heart-burning ice-melting art. This move is a life-burning skill and must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Back in reality, Sissy C had already taken out that stone and crushed it. She declared her resolve, I will use my heart's blood to break your icy prison. The stone's power began to violently spread from her heart throughout her body. Ao Shui arrogantly said, do you want to die? Then she stood opposite, summoning ice bullets to attack Sissy C. However, those ice bullets were all shattered by Zhang Ping, who stood in front. He declared to her, your opponent is me. Then he used his clone skill, creating many different versions of himself. They charged forward according to his command, brandishing their blades, striking towards Ao Shui's position. She said proudly, it's no use. Then she dissipated into thin air. In my domain you can't kill me. Suddenly, Sissy C furiously shouted her name. Li Ao Shui. She crossed her arms, creating a sphere, and whispered, this move is for the 73 lives of the Lu family. With that, she created a massive magic circle. Sissy C clenched her hands, shouting, forbidden art, heart-burning ice-melting art. The moment the skill was unleashed, cracks appeared in Ao Shui's domain, and Sissy C confidently shouted, both this soul-devouring ice prison and your sins, break for me. This made Ao Shui grit her teeth in anger. A moment later, sunlight gradually shone in the sky. The ice covering everyone melted, and they looked at each other in a daze, saying, what just happened? We seem to have been frozen. Sissy C now leaned forward, gradually falling, but a smile still graced her lips as she said, great, just in time. Seeing her like this, Zhang Ping quickly supported her, shouting loudly, Sissy C. At the same time, Ao Shui impatiently cursed, damn ants, do you think this is enough to defeat me? Jinba heard this and frowned, whispering, this sound is. Lai Xian glanced from the side and said, Li Ao Shui. Everyone turned towards the direction of the voice. She continued, Luo Hai is not the only shadow path user. she furiously ordered aloud. My loyal servants, eliminate the enemies before you. Aoshui's subordinates began to charge forward like predators. Zhang Ping now picked up Sissy C, unleashing Fire Eater Imperial Flame devouring heaven, and with one move he eliminated almost all the monsters that approached him. They were incinerated one by his flames falling from the sky. Zhang Ping gently placed Sissy C on the ground. Jing Zhao now ran to his side, pointing urgently forward and shouting, Zhang Ping, look over there. Following her finger, he immediately used King's true sight, his eyes instantly turning blue, and he murmured, That's Chen Junting. Zhang Ping said to Jing Zhao, It seems Li Aoshui no longer has enough strength to seal Chen Junting's soul within her body. She replied, As long as their connection is severed, Li Aoshui will suffer a backlash from the king's power. He calmly responded, I see. Zhang Ping immediately took action. He didn't forget to tell her, I'll go there. Aoshui stood opposite, seeing him rush to attack, and quickly ordered loudly, Stop him. However, with his burning power and agile movements he quickly eliminated everyone who blocked his path. He frowned, his eyes like daggers as he calmly greeted. Then he immediately called out to Chen Haowen in his ghostly form. Chen Haowen approached Junting. He reached out, trembling, and cried out, Junting, Junting, he choked. It's Dad, Junting. Don't you remember Dad? That's right, you were so young then and now Dad looks like this. You don't recognize Dad. He stammered every word. I'm sorry, I couldn't be there to watch you grow up. Dad is sorry, he recalled, holding the bear back then, saying those familiar words. Junting, look what Dad brought you. Junting, don't be afraid as long as we can return to Mingzu City. Suddenly Junting responded loudly, Dad. Tears streamed down her face as she asked excitedly, Is that Dad? Chen Haowen quickly embraced her, comforting her. It must have been tough recently, right? It's okay, Dad promises you. Junting will never be controlled by anyone again. You're not a saintess nor an infinite-level awakened one. You are Dad's daughter. The chains began to crack at some point. Zhang Ping shouted, Great, the connection is starting to loosen. Now's the time, break it for me. Immediately after, a massive purple sphere gradually enveloped Aoshui. She desperately screamed, No! Then a blue crown appeared, sucking away all her spiritual power. Her face contorted at that moment, and she could only cry out in pain, I am the true. Then she gradually dissipated into thin air, leaving only the word King. Finally, Aoshui disappeared forever. The chains also fell at that moment. At this point, Zhang Ping picked up Aoshui's fallen chains, muttering, Is this the item Captain mentioned for dealing with the Moon King? Suddenly a voice called his name, Zhang Ping. He looked up at them. Chen Haowen now spoke, Thank you for saving my daughter. Now we can finally leave in peace. Junting stood by, adding, This is the power of Luo Hai and all Shadow Path users. They are also grateful that you liberated their souls. I hope this power will help you in the future. As she passed the power to him, she said her final words, Farewell, Zhang Ping. Then she dissipated into thin air, and then everyone approached Zhang Ping. Lu Han sighed, It's finally over. However, Zhang Ping seriously replied, No, not yet. It's time to reclaim Mingzu City. On the other hand, in Mingzu City, Shi Yu and her subordinates stood on the roof of a building, and she said nervously, A powerful aura has disappeared. This aura is extremely cold. Shi Yu's subordinate exclaimed, Did Li Aoshui lose? Just then, another of Shi Yu's subordinates also spoke loudly, After Li Aoshui's death, Saint Ancestor Village will definitely collapse. Quickly gather manpower and prepare for a full assault against Zhang Ping. Shi Yu glanced at him, coldly replying, It's not your turn to give orders here. With that, she turned and left. The subordinate exclaimed in panic. However, Shi Yu's people cautiously said, I think you should also be very clear that this kind of life or death battle is meaningless now. Before defeating other forces, I suggest we maintain peace. What do you think? Shi Yu stared at the massive, fiery solar divine bird in the sky, whispering, Is this what you call peace? Go manage your dead birds. At this moment a voice rang out, turning the solar divine bird into a crow that landed on her hand. Little crow, come here. Shi Yu turned, secretly assessing, such a small creature, yet it can control a king. Suddenly a resounding voice echoed in the sky. The Zhu family clearly broke their word, yet you dare to brazenly come here to talk about cooperation? Shi Yu's subordinate exclaimed in panic. His voices. The Moon King roared from high above. I said long ago that killing Situ Shibai was only a matter of time. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Yu immediately knelt, respectfully replying, Welcome back, Moon King. Shi Yu's people frantically explained to him, Moon King, the previous events were all orchestrated by Zhu Zaming alone. We only ordered him to capture the Saintess, but we didn't expect him to cause such a huge mess. He has now received his due punishment, and we hope the Moon King will see clearly. The Moon King scoffed, roaring, All lies. If you hadn't also acquired king-level power, I would have eaten you all. Suddenly, the crow in the boy's hand flapped its wings and attacked. The Moon King disdainfully parried it, saying, The Zhu family's solar divine bird actually recognizes a brat as its master. It's more fitting to call it a little chick. Shi Yu's subordinate now hurriedly stepped forward to block, scolding loudly, Don't be rude. Then he turned and respectfully reported to the Moon King, regarding Li Aoshui and the power of Saint Ancestor Village. You should also know that even with such a large army of living corpses, plus the power of a king, they still couldn't defeat Zhang Ping. This shows how terrifying Zhang Ping and that group's strength has become. Now, only by joining forces can we completely defeat Zhang Ping's group. We're all fighting for our own families, so we hope you can understand. The Moon King opened his mouth to say something, but then hesitated. After a moment of thought he spoke. When Saint Ancestor Village attacked Mingzu City back then, Li Aoshui's strength was almost on par with Situ Shibai. If Situ Shibai became a king, then I might truly be defeated by him. Now Zhang Ping is capable of defeating king-level Li Yaoshui, which is indeed a huge problem, but don't think of using a single soldier from me. I will personally lead all 10 king foxes, Shiyu's subordinate obediently replied. Understood, we guarantee we won't do anything out of line and will fully assist you in defeating the enemy. The Moon King then turned to ask Shiyu, how many of my clan members are left? Shiyu answered. Since we've mastered the breeding methods, the population has significantly increased. Currently there are about 100,000 10 king foxes in the city that can be used as combat power. The Moon King nodded in approval. Very well, Zhang Ping. No matter how many tricks you have this time, Mingzhu City will become your burial ground. Large secret base number 1. Shui Jia and Luo Wei stood at the entrance happily greeting Zhang Ping and his group. That's great, everyone's finally back. Why don't I see Cheng Shuiji? Zhang Ping, carrying Sissy C, sadly replied. She and the Zhao brothers have already sacrificed themselves. The two cried out in shock. What? Zhang Ping gritted his teeth, stating his resolve firmly. Next I plan to reclaim Mingzhu City. Is there anyone willing to come with me? Lu Han, Su Qingba and Jinba present at the scene roared in unison. Do you even need to ask? The 10 king foxes and the Zhu family have harmed so many of our companions, I'll never let them off lightly. Changchun and the others on the other side also shouted, Don't forget about us, I never thought I'd get to fight for Mingzhu City in my lifetime. Zhang Ping turned around handing Sissy C to Shui Jia and instructed. Sissy C forcibly used the heart-burning ice-melting art when fighting Li Yaoshui, which severely damaged her life essence, so let her stay in the base. He then turned to Lu Han and Shou Zhang. Manny, you two stay as well. However, the two replied, We can fight too. That's right, we've been training together for so long, don't think we're deadweights. Zhang Ping instructed them again. Manny, you're more familiar with the base's facilities, so your trio's barrier coordination will definitely be more cohesive. Shou Zhang, your abilities are crucial for construction. This battle will be fraught with peril. If I can't return alive, you must protect your companions and the residents of the base. Manny immediately said, I understand, but at least let me provide remote support. Shou Zhang also chimed in. We'll definitely win. That night at the city lord's mansion, Zhang Ping began to outline the plan. Earlier I sensed the power of the solar divine bird in the direction of Mingzhu City. This indicates that the Zhu family will likely ally with the 10 king foxes again. The enemy's numbers are too great and there are 2 kings. A frontal assault would undoubtedly be the worst strategy. We need to use traps and interference devices to buy time and scatter these foxes. Lu Han, Su Qingba, Fuba, the task of setting up traps and devices falls to you 3 at that time. Senior Su will be responsible for scouting weaknesses in the outer defenses and finding viable entry points. The frontal confrontation will be left to me. Senior Yi Changchun, Squad Leader Jinba and Gym Master Feng. Everyone present answered in unison. Understood. Zhang Ping then turned to remind Jingzhao. Jingzhao, your ability is the most crucial. I need you to focus your mental energy and lock onto the positions of the Moon King, Li Shiyu, and the Solar Divine Bird. More importantly, Captain Situ's spatial location. She immediately responded to Zhang Ping. Leave it to me, I'll do my best to sense it. Jingzhao suddenly asked in confusion, but how can we see the true forms of the 10 king foxes? Do we need to use your pure blood body? Zhang Ping quickly retorted, no need for such trouble. To deal with the 10 king foxes, I've specially modified the king's blessing. Now I can make the blessed individuals break free from the 10 king foxes' illusions and see their true forms. He frowned and shouted. At midnight the operation officially begins. A few hours later the monsters were taking turns standing guard. Suddenly a sword flew from somewhere, instantly decapitating a monster on duty. They cried out in panic, enemy attack. Lu Han however remained calm, observing from below. When they discovered Lu Han, he immediately fled, prompting them to chase while shouting, Chase him, don't let that brat get away. However, by the time they realized something was wrong, several people had already jumped out to block their path, making them exclaim, An ambush? Do you think you can overwhelm us with numbers? Fools. However, these ambushing figures were just puppets. The monsters' attacks instantly ignited, finally exploding. This was the self-destructing version of Startled Bird, Fuba holding a bomb praised. These explosives were specially made by Zhang Ping and little Shou Zhang. Old Bai also added, even more effective than scarecrows. At this moment when the bomb exploded, Shiyu was standing on the top floor of a tall building. She clenched her hands and said, Has Zhang Ping arrived? She was about to order a full assault when she was interrupted by Heiyu. Not so fast. He turned to look in the opposite direction and said, Making such a big commotion on purpose is likely a diversion. Zhang Ping should be over there. At this moment Zhang Ping's face remained calm. He stood alone, majestically before the solar divine bird, which immediately spat out flames charging towards Zhang Ping. The power of the flames reached far down the street. However, Zhang Ping remained unmoving, completely unharmed as he resisted the unusual attack from the Shadow Path user. Luo Hai, he provoked. Is this all the firepower you who are called the Sun have? Suddenly, a figure walked up to him and loudly warned, You arrogant fool. It was the Moon King, strolling casually. The next second, Lai Xian and Jinba, who had been lying in ambush, rushed out from behind him. Both fiercely threw punches, charging towards the Moon King. Beast King's star-shattering fist, however, the Moon King had already moved elsewhere without them knowing. He laughed heartily. So that's it. The power is indeed impressive, but do you think you can defeat 2 kings with just this? As soon as he finished speaking, a moon appeared above the Moon King's head. That moon emitted an airflow that filled the surroundings. In just an instant, Zhang Ping, Lai Xian and Jinba found themselves standing in a magic circle. Zhang Ping sensed something amiss and immediately used appraisal. This is the Moon King's domain, Nether Abyss. Nether Abyss. The activator can instantly move their entire body, ignoring spatial restrictions, thus allowing attacks from any position and immunity to physical attacks. The temperature within the domain will continuously rise with time, increasing by 100 degrees Celsius per minute, until all physical entities within the domain are incinerated into ash. The activator is unaffected. The next second, the Moon King had already approached them without them knowing. He said proudly, "Did you think numbers could compensate for the difference in power?" He then struck a single blow, sending Jinba and Lai Xian flying. He said contemptuously, "Ants are still just ants after all." However, just then Changchun used a technique to entangle him. I shouted, "I got you!" Zhang Ping fiercely roared. As the time immediately after, Jinba and Lai Xian attacked the Moon King from behind. Again, Beast King's star-shattering fist. Their attacks instantly penetrated his body. The two turned to each other and asked, "Did it work?" However, in just an instant, Changchun, Lai Xian and Jinba were surrounded by countless Moon Kings. All of them held ropes in their hands. The Moon King stood aside and snorted, saying, "Look around you. Lunar Eclipse Mirror, Silver String Backstab." Subsequently, the 3 of them were successively entangled by ropes. Zhang Ping stood in the distance and shouted loudly, "Senior!" Suddenly, the solar divine bird appeared from nowhere and asked, "Where are you looking?" It then charged towards Zhang Ping, attacking him. Zhang Ping was hit and hurriedly cried out, "I couldn't use my fists and feet in the city earlier," it said contemptuously, facing such firepower. "You still dare to be as arrogant as before, incinerating world golden spirit?" Zhang Ping, he resisted its attacks, secretly thinking to himself, "Damn it, the temperature is too high. My Dharma form is about to give out." Just like that, the solar divine bird's flames continuously flowed towards Zhang Ping like lava. At the same time, the soul form of Jingzhao outside moved inside. At this moment, a monster was speaking. "Why does it feel so cold? Then go eat someone, that'll warm you up." Jingzhao walked while saying to Qingba, "Although the aura is very weak, it should be here." He curiously asked her, "How do you use this thing?" She replied, "You must first find the entrance to the spatial gate." Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting the attention of both. "The king said there will definitely be mice in the city tonight." "Found them," Shiyu said with an arrogant expression. "To come here alone, what exactly is Zhang Ping trying to do?" Qingba snorted in response. "How can you understand his plan?" he murmured to himself. "It seems they haven't discovered Jingzhao." Shiyu immediately shouted without hesitation, "Let me deal with you." She then stabbed Qingba through the chest. Qingba coughed up blood and replied, "With just you?" Shiyu immediately summoned her tails, responding in astonishment, "How is this possible? Su Qingba, I know your ability can turn your body into inorganic matter. If you turn into air, it's indeed troublesome. But from the first moment you saw me, you had already fallen under my illusion," she loudly threatened. "Die!" Suddenly, in that instant, a flash of light passed, severing all her tails. She turned around furiously, angrily roaring, "Who?" Subsequently, her subordinates behind her were also frozen. That person introduced himself. "Long time no see, little fox. We still have a score to settle." The 10 king foxes charged forward in unison. Shibai immediately drew several circles of light, unleashing his skill, Replicate Ethereal Sword. He frowned and said loudly, "Replicate Golden Blood, increase sword energy to light speed. Let's see where you run." As soon as he finished speaking, the sword intent charged towards the 10 king foxes as planned. It penetrated every 10 king fox with the sword light flurry technique. Shibai stood observing, clenching his hand, pinching. A hand emerged from the ground, grabbing the 10 king fox, replicating earth control. He turned around and when it was defeated, replicated Fire Blast. At this moment, Qingba clutched his chest and coughed a few times. Shibai then called Jingzhao. "First take your grandpa to treat his wounds." She looked worriedly at Qingba. "Grandpa?" He was helped up with difficulty and asked, "What about that fox?" Shibai looked back at the hole in the ground. "It got away, but with such injuries, it will no longer pose a threat. Those foxes in the city are up to you. I'm going to find Zhang Ping." Jingzhao watched his receding figure, thinking to herself, "Zhang Ping, you must hold on." She recalled what Zhang Ping had said earlier. At that time, you just need to hold one end of the chain and touch Captain Situ's soul with the other. Jingzhao then received the chain blankly, asking, "Can this thing really break the Moon King's illusion? If so, why not use it directly against the Moon King?" Zhang Ping calmly explained step by step, "I have already verified the effectiveness of this chain. In reality, it is an item materialized from Li Yaoshui's plundered abilities, formed when her power reached its peak. Previously, the captain experimented with his infinite replication ability on me, but it couldn't replicate my infinite abilities, so initially, Li Yaoshui couldn't plunder Chen Junting's abilities, but she broke the rules with this chain." At this point, his face darkened and a glint flashed in his eyes. "This chain isn't hers, otherwise she would have used it against Captain Situ long ago. In short, as long as you connect with the captain, everyone's power will be temporarily shared. Only then can the captain's soul be awakened and his body restored." Although these words were impactful, Jingzhao still had some doubts, but what if not even a shred of the captain's soul remains? To calm her down, Zhang Ping continued to explain, "This chain doesn't actually have the direct effect of breaking illusions, but the captain still wanted us to defeat Li Yaoshui first to obtain it. I think when he was in the trial grounds he deliberately said that to conceal the existence of the mysterious person. A smile played on his lips. He knew I would definitely be able to appraise the chain's true purpose and devise a plan to save him. Moreover, with the enemy possessing the power of 2 kings, the captain's power is indispensable. Most importantly, I believe in him. As Zhang Ping spoke, he recalled Shibai's words, also if I die, tell the Moon King for me. Meanwhile, in the final arena, the Divine Bird and the Moon King were silently observing the young man as he circulated his aura and flew. Lai Xian glanced at Changchun, mumbling incessantly, the temperature here is so high that even my Crimson Emperor undying body can hardly bear it. Jinba frowned, asking worriedly, Zhang Ping, are you all right? A sharp-eyed dark shadow rushed over a bunch of cowards. Their barrier was directly destroyed. The Moon Kings walked in aggressively. How long do you plan to hide? Shiba appeared, speaking in a low voice. No need to trouble yourselves. Jinba turned around, excitedly calling out, Captain. He walked with a composed expression, sorry to keep you waiting. At this moment, the Moon King also noticed Shibai's appearance. Sidu Shibai, aren't you dead? He walked forward with his hands behind his back. An arrogant fellow like you certainly wouldn't understand. Shibai's face turned ashen, and he roared, don't underestimate humanity's capabilities. With that, he took out the special chain and handed it to Zhang Ping. Zhang Ping, hold this chain and use our hope to shatter this hell, Zhang Ping praised with a serious expression. With this chain, both the captain and I will be king level, Shibai continued. Exactly, so my purification and nullification skills can also affect the Moon King. Once his domain is broken, he'll no longer be invincible. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, he spoke. Then Zhang Ping loudly declared, in the name of the dual kings, let the counterattack begin. At this moment, inside the solar divine bird, 9 suns angrily summoned the flames in his hand. Hope, how disgusting! In an instant, the divine bird's soul phantom erupted violently. World incinerating golden spirit, he loudly declared under this light. Turn to ash, Shibai activated replication without hesitation. Prism reversal. A notification panel immediately popped up with an annotation. Prism reversal can deflect attacks, redirecting the divine bird's attacks in all directions. This seemed to have touched the Moon King's bottom line. Don't be arrogant, he tore space and a terrifying hand emerged from the rift. Zhang Ping remained unwavering, summoning the power of the Shadow Path user. Boneyard clearance, it acted like a shield, blocking all the arm's attacks. Not only that, but the lightning in the space also caused Luo Hai to crack open. Shibai opened a spatial gate and commanded, the battle here is too dangerous. The 3 of you go into the city to help Lu Han and the others, Jinba replied on behalf of the entire team. Understood, Captain. Both of you must be careful. A fierce light flashed in 9 Sun's eyes. Stubborn insects, he activated his skill. Extreme damage, sinking flames of confinement, I will crush you with these sinking flames. The Moon King stood observing the situation below, thinking bitterly. This energy is powerful. Even my domain might be incinerated. Even Shibai and Zhang Ping had to resist with difficulty. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light emanated from Luo Hai. He was enveloped in a mirror barrier, the all-encompassing mirror of cessation, gaining absolute defense. Thus the divine bird and Luo Hai were evenly matched. Shibai and Zhang Ping cooperated to resist, thereby providing Luo Hai with immense energy. 9 Suns grinned happily. Pointless struggles, just die, Shibai, channeling internal energy with one hand and gathering Kai with the other. He's just a child after all. In the blink of an eye, he had launched a reversal orb at Luo Hai, helping absorb the opponent's skills. The orb he launched absorbed all the divine bird's flames, growing larger and larger. 9 Suns knew he couldn't resist and shouted, little bird, fly away quickly. Shibai gave 9 Suns no retreat. Trying to run, too late, he injected an energy ball. It evolved into Karma Reversal, Confinement Torrent. The Moon King stood his ground and cursed. Damn it, 9 Suns was startled and gritted his teeth. The Moon King suddenly waved his hand, flinging a fireball, and a powerful energy rushed forward like a pillar of light. Just then, the fireball descended from the sky and the surrounding air seemed to burn. It triggered an explosion, engulfing the surrounding landscape in flames, and the temperature soared. The Moon King gritted his teeth, full of resentment, his attitude extremely displeased. To dare wound me to this extent, that was Zhang Ping's attack. He confidently stood up and reminded the enemy, Mingzhu City is our home, you outsiders have no right to decide its fate. The Moon King furiously clenched his fists, gathering Kai to make his internal energy even stronger. I just want my clan to stop wandering, is that wrong? He couldn't help but grin, and the real show has just begun. Then the Moon King disappeared with a long laugh. Zhang Ping and Shibai looked around anxiously, searching for traces of the enemy. Oh no, why hasn't the domain disappeared yet? A huge fireball suddenly appeared behind them and both turned around in surprise. Shibai cast an annoyed glance, continually sweating. Damn it, after the previous fierce attack, the divine bird powerfully resurrected with its ultimate skill, Immortal Divinity, rebirth through fiery desire, leaving Zhang Ping staring blankly at the sky. The ground shook, making him lose his balance. He hadn't expected the previous attack to only keep it dead for a few minutes. Shibai took a deep breath and made a decision. It seems we'll have to use other methods. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping's teammates were fighting and eliminating mutated beasts in the city. Lu Han bravely pierced one mutated beast after another with his sword, unwavering, but the enemies were too numerous and they immediately surrounded him. Over here, don't let that brat get away. Before they could even celebrate, Jinba and Lai Xian descended like saviors. Combining their swords, they unleashed their ultimate skills, Iceberg Force and Beast King Fist technique, repelling all the mutated beasts. A city resident, half asleep, was woken by the noise outside. He rubbed his eyes, saying with a tired and complaining attitude, "What's all this noise?" The resident was startled and shouted, What is this? There are mutated beasts in the city." Lu Han quickly gathered with his teammates and then reported the situation. "We've almost cleared out the foxes here too." Everyone looked up at the glowing place, worried. "Wonder how things are on their side?" Jinba suddenly recognized the pillar of fire. "That's the pillar of fire from Zhang Ping and Captain Sidhu's side, right?" Old Bai's side also quickly reported with an unpleasant tone, "We're done here too. How many of these foxes are there? It feels endless." Upon hearing him, Lu Han turned back to carefully observe the group of enemies. "I myself feel something's off. Weren't there only a few hundred 10 King foxes? We've killed at least thousands by now. Forget it. Let's capture the Moon King first. To catch the culprits, first catch the leader. Let's gather at the City Lord's mansion." Everyone shouted in unison. "Understood." A moment later, Lu Han and Old Bai's group quickly arrived at the City Lord's mansion. Jinba decisively burst through the door and rushed in. Shiyu, with a scarred face, forced a smile. "You're here." She still sat calmly on the throne, though her body was covered in dirt. Lu Han led the way in, loudly threatening, "It really is you here. Death is at your doorstep and you still won't give up the City Lord position?" Shiyu scoffed disdainfully. "It seems arrogance and greed are inherent to you foxes." Lu Han angrily pointed his weapon directly at her neck and cursed, "How many innocent people have you killed, including our brothers?" He pushed the weapon forward, emphasizing each word. Blood for blood, however. Lu Han's weapon couldn't touch Shiyu. He couldn't help but feel worried and panicked, and Lu Han immediately attacked her wildly, but to no avail. Shiyu calmly stood up, looked at the ruined sword and scoffed, "What a bunch of hopeless fools." A burst of power immediately erupted from her, pushing Lu Han back. Shiyu transformed and evolved, she said in a reasoning tone. "Father had already prepared. The heart of the moon, eternal and indestructible. It is also the core power with spatial transferability. If something unfortunate happened to you, all your power would transfer to me. And now a notification immediately displayed, Moon King Shiyu level 40 King is the true Moon King." The mutated beast surged out, launching a fierce attack on Lu Han's group. Changchun unleashed his ultimate skill, Myriad Dragon's Hand, repelling and controlling a group. Lai Xian unleashed his Beast King's Arcanum, Primal Chaos Unity, spewing flames that engulfed the mutated beasts in fire. Lu Han observed cautiously, then loudly spoke into the comms ball. "Target has evolved, confirming the Moon King is within the City Lord's mansion. Repeat, the Moon King's true body is here." Jinba seized the opportunity, leapt toward Shiyu, who was calmly sitting on the chair, and unleashed a powerful star-shattering fist. She merely cast a glance, then pointed at him. Jinba was immediately and quickly repelled for an unknown reason. Lu Han witnessed all of this in horror. "How did Captain Jinba end up behind me?" He uneasily looked at his teammates. Frozen in shock, an explosion almost cost Lu Han his life. Old Bai ran over and pushed him away. "Watch out." Jinba hastily rushed forward to ask about the situation. "Lu Han," he nodded his thanks. "I'm fine." All three looked up at the colossal monster that could control space at will. Ordinary attacks had no effect at all. Jinba furiously cursed, "Damn it, so difficult to deal with." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping was attacking with all his might. "You won't win." To his surprise, the Moon King laughed with an evil tone. "Dream on, today it's either your death or mine." Zhang Ping attacked while defending, and he discovered a weakness. "No, dragging this out will eventually exhaust all my stamina." Shibai stood behind, carefully reminding Zhang Ping, "Think of a way to restrict its movements." He quickly turned his head and reported, "Captain, I've found a loophole we can exploit." Shibai looked up at the Divine Bird and commented, "That Zhu family kid has merged with the Divine Bird, gaining immortal divinity. But this also gives the Divine Bird a fatal weakness. While we can't kill the Divine Bird, we can influence that kid's mind, thereby indirectly controlling the Divine Bird." He closed his eyes, performing a skill with his hands, not forgetting to remind, "This move must be performed at close range. Create an opportunity for me." Zhang Ping nodded his assent. "Understood." Then he released a burst of power towards the Divine Bird in the air. He stomped the ground continuously, shouting loudly, "Get down here." The Divine Bird was immediately seized tightly by Zhang Ping's purple arm and dragged towards the ground. He used all his strength to pull its head to the ground. Zhang Ping flew up from behind, seizing the opportunity to use appraisal. He happily blinked, then said with joy, "Gotcha." Zhang Ping used Nether Flame to attack the Divine Bird's weakness. He grabbed the enemy and loudly announced, "Captain, I've got that Zhu family kid." 9 sons, although captured, remained completely unshaken. "What do you want to do?" Shibai swiftly extended his hand towards him and shouted, "Record will." 9 sons was as if acupunctured, his mouth wide open and unable to close. The Divine Bird struggled more and more fiercely, as if trying to break free from Zhang Ping's chains. Shibai looked at it, then proposed a plan. "Its will's defensive barrier is extremely tough. Now we can only put it into eternal sleep, but this can still be considered solving a big problem." Shiyu sensed the anomaly and turned her head. "The Divine Bird has been dealt with." Well, that was within expectations anyway. She immediately flew into the air, her voice turning fierce. "You killed my father, annihilated my clan. Zhang Ping, today I'll make you taste what it's like to lose everything." After dealing with everything, Zhang Ping ran inside, surprised to find his teammates lying scattered on the ground. Gym Master Feng, Squad Leader Jinba, what happened here? Shibai helped Jinba up and checked his wounds. The injuries are too severe, immediate treatment is necessary, he stammered, unable to speak. We fell for their trap. The Moon King's target was the base. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ping's face darkened and he said nothing. Bai swiftly went forward to provide support, then turned to his teammates and ordered, I'll treat everyone first. Zhang Ping returned to the base immediately for support. He then rushed off like a rocket. Zhang Ping gritted his teeth. Fire of hatred burned fiercely in his heart. Everyone, you must hold on. At this moment, Shiyu walked alongside the mutated beasts, arrogant and commanding. Eat them all, leave none alive. They responded in unison, understood. A system voice quickly sounded. Defense system activated, level 1 defense mode. As her army marched in with their heads held high, the system broadcast again. First bulletproof layer activated, second 2-meter thick fireproof door closed, third 5-meter thick armored steel door closed, all entrances sealed, initiating air extraction. Entering a vacuum state, Shiyu stopped, carefully observing what lay ahead. What is this? The surroundings suddenly became a barrier wall, and she quickly pushed the wall lightly with her finger. It immediately shattered into hundreds of pieces, making Shiyu scoff. A display of skill before an expert. Shou Zhang observed through the screen and couldn't help but say to his teammates, the base's defense system is useless. How did they get in? Manny was extremely anxious, her eyes constantly on the communication device. Why can't we contact the president's team? Other members are also outside. Have we been isolated? No reinforcements. As soon as she spoke, Shiyu had already rushed to the door. She stared with murderous intent, threatening, all your signals have been cut off because I've already deployed a more powerful barrier around your base. Shiyu reached her hand into the air, revealing a malicious smile. No one in this building will escape. Manny suddenly recognized the object in her hand. That's the extermination squad's communication device. How did it end up in her hands? She used the communication device to pinpoint the location. Sissy, though injured at this moment, still bravely spoke, there's still a chance. Don't be afraid, everyone. This immediately moved her. Sissy then launched ice balls at Shiyu. She swiftly activated spatial transfer to counterattack. Shiyu smugly laughed at this weak attack. It's useless. I can transfer all damage behind me. Sissy heard a pained sound and taunted in return, are you sure it's useless? Shiyu swiftly transferred elsewhere but didn't forget to ask, Suqingba, did you just turn into ice and hide within Lu Sishan's attack? He extended his hand, unleashing an ultimate skill but still calculating in his mind. This is the Netherflame Zhang Ping stored using the contract gem. Once released, he can manifest as Netherflame. Qingba charged at his opponent, shouting, die. That fox was as quick as lightning. Shiyu used her ultimate skill, Spatial Rend, slicing his body in two. Jingzhao anxiously ran to support him. Grandpa, what happened? He calmly explained, it's no use. Your moves have already been deciphered by me. Seeing the crack, Shiyu suddenly felt worried. My barrier is still being breached. Has Zhang Ping arrived? So fast, Shiyu then flew high into the sky and announced, it seems I must finish this quickly. At this moment, Zhang Ping arrived at the target location. Hearing screams from within, he commanded his true body, break through. Zhang Ping quickly ran inside, shouting, Moon King, your opponent is me. But the sight before him stunned him for a few seconds. Shiyu had immobilized everyone, then turned around, laughing loudly. Perfect timing. Zhang Ping next. Shiyu raised her hands, using spatial transfer to imprison two teammates on opposite sides and offered a choice. Who do you want to save first? In a lava dimension, Sissy was imprisoned. In a deep-sea dimension, Jingzhao was trapped in azure water. Facing the choice between the lives of his two closest companions, Zhang Ping rushed forward without hesitation. He decisively swept his blade at Shiyu. Fortunately, she leaned back just in time, dodging the fatal blow. Had he lost his mind? Although her life was temporarily saved, Shiyu felt something was amiss. Besides the slash just now, there was an invisible one hidden. As the thought crossed her mind, she immediately jumped. She had to dodge. Seeing Shiyu's panic, Zhang Ping confirmed his judgment. Indeed, your spatial ability only works against visible attacks. After speaking, he had no intention of lingering for another second. He moved swiftly, rushing quickly towards the two cracks. Now's the chance, however. The result was not as expected. As Zhang Ping's hand reached out, it passed directly through the crack, unable to interfere at all. It was then that Shiyu revealed a truth. That feigned attack was good, but unfortunately all in vain. I have severed the connection between these two dimensions. You can't save them. Her face was triumphant, her pupils gleamed red, and her smile was exceptionally satisfied. Watch them die in agony with wide eyes. Zhang Ping had been outmaneuvered by Shiyu, and he was now furious beyond measure. His power suddenly awakened, accompanied by indignant words, I will never let you experience a despair deeper than death. Zhang Ping stood there, activating King's Shadow. Immediately after, countless clones of him charged forward simultaneously. However, these alone couldn't stump Shiyu. She waved her hand, tearing open countless spatiotemporal rifts, causing all the clones to fall into them, caught off guard. Shiyu didn't forget to add contemptuously, child's play. Even so, Shiyu never expected that she had missed someone. He appeared behind her and decisively slashed down King's formlessness. Shiyu coldly looked at the person attacking her. This trick, it turned out, that wasn't Shiyu, but just an illusion she created using Lunar Eclipse Mirror. A series of illusory Shias rushed out from the cracks. The scene was somewhat eerie. You can't kill me, but Zhang Ping showed no fear at all. Instead, the killing intent around him surged even more fiercely. Of course I know. That's why I will incinerate everything here, leaving your true body nowhere to hide. He directly shot that terrifying power towards the illusions. They were no match, instantly dissipating without a trace. Only then did Shiyu finally complain, unable to resist taunting Zhongping. "You're not even concerned about your injured teammates around you. That's not like you." As Shiyu muttered to herself, he had already swiftly transferred to her side, preparing a sneak attack. "Finally decided to reveal your true self?" Shiyu abruptly turned and struck Zhongping with a move. However, that was just another illusion created by Zhongping. It was then that Shiyu began to raise her guard against him. So elusive had he merged with Netherflame. She coldly looked at the unmoving Zhongping, feeling utterly bewildered. "What exactly is this kid trying to do?" Zhongping, as if understanding Shiyu's confusion, immediately scoffed. "Haven't you realized yet? It seems even if you've become a king, you haven't made any progress." Zhongping's words made Shiyu suddenly realize something was wrong. Shiyu looked around with a panicked gaze. No, the members of the investigation team are gone. Sensing that she had already lost the upper hand, Shiyu immediately slashed open a rift and dove in. It was then that she truly realized this was the profound Light Heaven tomb. Recalling Zhongping activating the King's Shadow skill, only now did she retreat, knowing the difficulty. Was it then? "I have no means to dispel the profound Light Heaven tomb, and the current terrain is unfavorable for me. I need to make a spatial leap." In the Moon King's dimension, everything was covered in purple galaxies, veils, and twinkling stars. Even though Shiyu had hidden here, she still couldn't escape Zhongping's pursuit. "I've already left a mark on you. You have nowhere to run." He suddenly rushed over, appearing before her, holding a chain in his hand, and said, "Don't even think about running." The moment Shiyu saw Zhongping, she was scared out of her wits. Without hesitation, she quickly created another rift, wanting to escape, but just as it opened, the chain swung and entangled her. "What is this item?" Zhongping summoned a giant hand to control her. Only then did Shiyu taste fear. "What do you want to do?" As soon as he borrowed Shiyu's power, he swiftly opened the two barriers imprisoning Jingzhao and Sissy, then replied with a rather cryptic phrase, "Isn't it obvious?" He had already formulated this plan in his mind: connect with her using the chain and then briefly gain her teleportation ability. Shiyu, unaware of the artifact's abilities, still had many questions on her lips. "Why can you open my dimension?" As soon as the two rifts opened, scorching lava and continuous streams of water gushed out boisterously, sweeping Sissy and Jingzhao out of their dimensions. They struggled, gasping for breath, to recover their strength amidst the chaos. Shiyu was not only at a disadvantage against Zhongping but also controlled by him to release two hostages. Enraged, she immediately shot countless tentacles towards them. Damn it! Fortunately, Zhongping quickly summoned a withered bone as a shield. It had the ability to create a barrier, fending off that madwoman's attack. He gritted his teeth, instructing Sissy and Jingzhao behind him, "You two go first." Knowing they couldn't help by staying, Jingzhao, supported by Sissy, walked towards the exit. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say, "Zhongping, be careful." He stood in front, blocking for them, confidently asserting, "Leave it to me." Zhongping recalled when he was weak. Back then, he never dared to engage in direct close-quarters combat like this. Facing this guy, I used to be filled with fear, only able to run continuously, pretending everything was an illusion. Now I'm no longer afraid. I have the power to fight it. Zhongping wielded the chain, preparing for a fight to the death. "Shiyu, our battle has just begun." The battle was exceptionally fierce. Zhongping summoned a giant hand, attacking Shiyu. She wasn't one to sit idly by. She immediately defended with the tentacles from behind her. After Zhongping's giant hand dissipated, Zhongping's figure appeared in front. "Why?" Without hesitation, she counterattacked with countless tentacles accompanied by angry words. "Why do you obstruct me again and again?" Zhongping remained within the withered bone's protective range. Shiyu's attacks caused him no harm at all, however. Her attacks, as powerful as if the sky were falling and the earth rending, gradually overwhelmed the barrier, causing it to crack. Zhongping not only showed no worry but even calmly retorted, "Oh, why? I'd also like to ask your family why you insist on siding with that Lu Tenkang fox." After speaking, he fiercely wielded his war scythe, attacking Shiyu. Shiyu, however, easily dodged aside. Shiyu's eyes suddenly gleamed and her tone seemed to hold a hint of satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, have you finally recognized me?" She unreservedly unleashed her power before Zhongping, her tone utterly arrogant. "That's right, it was me. It was I who opened my arms and embraced the darkness of the lunar eclipse. That's right, it was I who willingly let the Moon King devour me." Now, only hatred remained in Shiyu's eyes. She extolled the power she possessed. "Because only this way can I gain the power to tear everything apart." Zhongping disdainfully watched the tragic memories Shiyu wove in the air, feeling puzzled. Scenes of her holding rotten vegetables and constantly suffering ruthless beatings from local residents clearly appeared before him. Shiyu truly wanted him to see the suffering she endured as a human. "See, this is Mingzhu City, where I was born and raised. The only favors it bestowed upon me were scraps, bone-chilling lashings, and endless humiliation. Those days that made my life worse than death were when it stole my only warmth, stealing my last shred of hope to continue living." She stood in the center of the crowd, her indifferent figure clearly visible. "Even after losing so much, no one looked at me directly." Shiyu suddenly shrieked, as if wanting to pour all her humiliation and pain onto Zhongping. At this moment, she had absolutely no expectations left for human emotions. "From that moment on, I understood one thing. Here, kindness is a bondage and tears are useless. If I don't want to be trampled by others, if I want those who once harmed me to pay the price, then I must become even more cruel, more heartless, and more powerful." Shiyu's fate was rewritten the moment the Tenkang fox appeared. Then it came. Shiyu encountered such a shocking mutation for the first time she couldn't help but fall to the ground, but it didn't harm her. It saw the hatred burning in my soul. It saw the fiery anger within me, capable of incinerating everything. Although Shiyu was sweating profusely from nervousness, she still managed to make a request to the Tenkang fox. Let us merge. The story only showed up to this point. The torrent of memories suddenly shattered into countless fragments. At this moment Shiyu only sought revenge on the society that had been so cruel to her. You ask me why? Because I want this city to suffer 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold the pain it inflicted upon me. No sooner had she spoken than Shiyu immediately cast a spell, gathering a red light in her palm, causing the floating fragments in the air to begin connecting. Using the lunar eclipse mirror technique, Shiyu controlled the shattered mirrors. She poured forth an evil power, covering Zhang Ping's body with wounds of varying depths in a mere instant. To counterattack, he began activating the Inferno Corridor skill at maximum power, to sever the connections of those shattered mirrors. Zhang Ping's body swiftly transformed into the indestructible Buddha's hand form, rushing towards Shiyu. His sudden punch made Shiyu summon energy chains in a panic. However, those energy chains were still halfway when their owner was sent flying. Blood gushed from her mouth. However, Zhang Ping showed no mercy, delivering another powerful punch. Only when that attack dissipated into nothingness did he sincerely advise his opponent, "Give up resisting. I have completely mastered your moves and the Moon King's. As long as that chain is on you, you absolutely have no chance of winning." However, Shiyu not only ignored his advice but deliberately retorted insolently, "Oh really? I'd say you're quite injured yourself, aren't you?" Her contemptuous attitude made Zhang Ping enraged, increase his attack speed. "Alright, it's over." Seeing his opponent's hand reach directly into her chest, Shiyu merely revealed a faint villainous smile. Seeing her chance, she hastily grabbed Zhang Ping's hand tightly while shouting, "Even if I die today, I will make you feel my pain." Shiyu swiftly used Doomsday Descent, then transformed into dust and vanished into nothingness before he could do anything. Seeing that Zhang Ping still intended to fight, Shiyu excitedly mocked, "It's all futile. This dimension is me. Even with heaven-sent power protecting you, you cannot escape here when you see those painful memories intertwined with my arrogant smile." His mind secretly calculated various possibilities, sending Zhang Ping into a moment of contemplation. Only when his opponent fell silent did he gently raise his finger, which was activating flames. A single move, 5-finger profound void, easily shattered the illusion Shiyu had set up. Not only that, but Zhang Ping continued to accelerate, rushing towards the massive energy orb before him, while eloquently stating, "Shiyu, I have received your resentment, but now it's time for it to end." He waved his hand, shattering it, causing the fragments filled with her various painful memories to gradually collapse into nothingness. Shibai was transferring power to Lu Han and Jinba to heal their wounds, yet still had time for wild thoughts. Zhang Ping should be alright. Right before leaving, he also instructed me to automatically sever the chain connection. I really don't know what that kid is up to again. Only when a noisy sound came from outside did his thoughts vanish like smoke. Here too, what exactly are these things? Bloody scenes filled with terrified screams. It was practically a horror movie. "Quick, call the patrol team." The survivor was still complaining, but didn't notice the Tenkang fox about to pounce on him. How could such a big event happen in the city without anyone noticing? The situation was critical, and fortunately, Shibai arrived in time, stepping between them and activating his mimicry skill, Instant Step. Seeing the fallen monster, the young man foolishly blurted out, "Murder?" The dense smoke made Shibai's voice more terrifying than usual. "Calm down, these things aren't human." The young man's face turned pale with fear. The mutated beast looked at the scene without turning its head, merely giving a gentle reminder. "I know it's hard for you to process this right now, but it's too troublesome to explain. In short, go back and hide and don't come out without notice." Those words were like a golden ticket to freedom, and the person quickly ran off. "Master, you be careful too." After everyone had left, Shibai looked into the distance, frowning and muttering, "I'll leave the Moon King to Zhang Ping. I'll go into the city to clear out these foxes." Meanwhile, Zhang Ping's massive body still lay on the ground after a while. Zhang Ping finally woke up from his coma on the street. As soon as he sat up, he looked around thinking, "Isn't this Mingzhu City?" Suddenly, the noisy scene behind him caught Zhang Ping's attention. He was surrounded by Tenkang foxes. Shiyu's arrogant emotions reached their peak. "Indeed, I still hate this place as much as before, but now everything is over." Her beautiful face no longer hid its evil, gradually revealing itself. "So this is what freedom feels like." No sooner had she spoken than the group of monsters vanished into the void. Coincidentally, after the illusion disappeared, Shibai also arrived to meet him. "Zhang Ping, why are you here? Where's the Moon King?" Facing this barrage of questions, he simply uttered 2 words, "Dead." Before Shibai could feel sad, he had to move on to new information. "By the way, while I was clearing out the foxes in the city just now, I found the cultivation cage we saw before under the city lord's mansion. The Tenkang foxes must have been rapidly increasing their numbers with that thing in a short amount of time. But I've already dealt with it." This long explanation made Zhang Ping look very worried. As if reading his mind, Shibai quickly answered, "That person probably came here too." The two walked forward as they spoke. "How are the others?" "They're all fine. I've also cleared out the foxes in the city. There are still injured people in the base, so let's go back too." In the sparse, empty forest, the wind suddenly blew in an unusually eerie way. A group of zoo family members in black robes were desperately fleeing but still couldn't help cursing. Damn Zhongping and that damn cleanup squad. The divine bird we painstakingly awakened was ultimately, don't dwell too much on the past. At least we're still alive, fortunately. The eldest was the most clear-headed, and he restored the depressed morale of the younger generation behind him. As long as we're alive, the zoo family can rise again countless times. By then our zoo family will reclaim everything that belongs to us. But halfway through their escape they were stopped by someone and froze. Sir, the old man of the zoo family looked at the masked figure opposite him, immediately becoming arrogant. I knew it. Sir has never abandoned our zoo family. As long as Sir grants us some more power, we will surely eliminate Zhongping and reclaim Mingzhu City. But the man's icy words shocked everyone. Who said I would help you? You have already lost. Flames blazed around the man. Under the control of that inhumane individual, the flames quickly consumed those useless cowards. Until their mournful screams ended, the man smiled and shared his thoughts. I never expected you to actually survive until the end. You truly surprise and delight me. It's time to reclaim this world. He smiled arrogantly at the sky, crushing the peach blossom mask at the same time. Another me. The black robe also disappeared, revealing that evil body. Zhongping. Shou Zhang was seen using his chubby tech suit to deal with the giant dragon in front of him. He frowned in displeasure, complaining, sure enough, all these minor troubles ultimately fall to me. The camera shifted to a vast cemetery, where Jiamin stood before a tombstone holding flowers. Although tears welled up in her eyes, she forced a smile. Mom and Dad. Then Jiamin gently laid down the bouquet and said, Mingzhu City has finally returned to its former glory. Meanwhile, by the soul furnace in the blacksmith shop, Lu Sei was still diligently working on something. Tai Feng lay nearby, puffing on a cigarette and asking, Xiao Shang, when's dinner ready? Hearing him, she frowned helplessly. Didn't you just eat? Honestly, sometimes I can't tell if you've really forgotten or are pretending. He said nothing, just smiled. Meanwhile, Jingzhao rushed in. Sister Shang, where did Wang Jiamin go? Lu Sei turned around and asked, that child left early this morning. Are you looking for her for something? With a worried expression and sweat on her forehead, she muttered to herself, honestly, today's inauguration ceremony is about to begin. Where on earth did that child go? The camera then moved to the patrol defense team, where Lai Xian majestically announced in a loud voice, welcome, new comrades. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the patrol defense team. From today onwards, you will be the frontline force safeguarding the city's security. He frowned again and continued solemnly, let us together protect every home and build a safer and better tomorrow. The young trainees listened and shouted in unison, understood, we will not disgrace our mission. The camera shifted again to another location where Qingba glanced sharply behind him and questioned, does everyone have all their belongings? Then he pointed ahead, reminding those behind him. Although Liao Shui is truly dead and most of Saint Ancestor Village's main forces have been refined into living corpses, there might still be some stragglers. This time when we return to the ruins of Saint Ancestor Village, we must be extra careful and never act rashly. Is that clear? They all replied in unison. Understood. Qingba then said melancholically to himself, I'm old. In the future, the investigation team will have to rely on you young people. You must make rapid progress so I can confidently hand over the investigation team to you. Everyone walking behind couldn't help but worry. Captain, he suddenly turned around, frowning and growling, what's wrong? I just want to retire quickly and go home to play with my granddaughter. Are you all making it sound like I'm about to die? Everyone was speechless. Meanwhile, the screen showed Manny slumped over a desk, muttering helplessly to herself. The Ten King Fox situation is resolved, so why is there still so much work? When can I get a vacation? At the same time, Shujia walked over with a stack of documents, smiling slightly. Your injuries have just healed. Go rest obediently, and we'll handle these documents. Luo Wei stood by, also smiling in agreement. Manny saw the two and happily exclaimed, Sister Shu, Sister Luo Wei. Then Manny excitedly hugged them. My dear sisters, you are truly my saviors. Suddenly, Sissy C and her group walked over from a distance. Seeing them, Manny couldn't help but ask curiously, Squad leader, where are you all going? Jinba heard this and replied seriously, someone discovered traces of the Zhu family in the north. We must go verify it. The Zhu family is too cunning. This time we must eliminate them completely to feel at ease. The scene shifted to Mingzhu Academy, where a girl reminded a boy, I'm reporting to the patrol defense team tomorrow morning. You don't have to wait for me. Zhongping stood before the academy, contemplating with his arms crossed. Since then I've experienced so much. Meanwhile, Shibai walked over, smiling as he asked, what's wrong? Are you nostalgic about your school days? Hearing this, he turned around and smiled faintly, asking in return, how does City Lord Sidu have time to visit me? Shibai also replied calmly, just taking advantage of some free time. Then Zhongping spoke, the condition for breaking through to the King realm is to pass the trial grounds and gain enough faith. Now both the public and everyone else support you. I believe you will soon become a king. Hearing him, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, this is all due to your immense fortune. On behalf of Mingzhu City, I extend my most sincere gratitude once again. Then Shibai smiled slightly and asked, do you really not want to hold a coronation ceremony? The residents of Mingzhu City really want to meet a great hero like you. He scratched his head, smiling somewhat sheepishly. I'll have to decline that. I'm not used to attending such gatherings. Then Zhongping seriously reminded, Although the city is temporarily safe now, the whereabouts of that mysterious person remain a mystery. If the Ten-King Fox was cultivated by him, perhaps a new Moon King might appear someday, and we still need to remain vigilant. Bai immediately agreed after hearing these words. You are absolutely right. Then he turned to Zhang Ping, happily suggesting, in any case I'll have to ask for your continued care in the future. Captain Zhang Ping replied confidently. All right. Zhang Ping had now become the new captain of the cleanup squad. Meanwhile, two people came knocking. The girl immediately pointed at Bai and shouted angrily, "Found you, what are you doing here?" He was being pulled by the two, struggling and shouting, "I haven't slept in 2 days. Let me rest." But the girl ignored him, loudly refusing, "Absolutely not, there are still many documents waiting for your approval." He saw the scene before him, sweat beading on his forehead, and secretly thought, fortunately, I refused the invitation to become Vice City Lord back then. Otherwise, the scene shifted to Saint Ancestor Village. Before them lay ruins with bodies sprawled everywhere. Qingba and two others continued forward as hungry crows incessantly pecked at the countless corpses. Then they entered a house. At the same time, he vigorously waved away the black smoke in front of him. Then Qingba said, "This is the best room in the village. Li Yaoshui must have lived here before." Then he bent down, touching scattered items on the ground, and frowned, asking himself, "What's this? Is the house heated by charcoal?" Qingba then picked up a piece of charcoal and solemnly affirmed, Li Yaoshui would never do something like this, and only someone from Saint Ancestor Village could live here. Ignoring all those corpses, sure enough there are still some stragglers. Meanwhile, a person holding an empty bottle came to report, "Captain, I found something. Is this Mingzhu City medicine?" He took the medicine bottle, frowned, and analyzed seriously. The bottle is clean and the medicine smell is strong. It was left recently. Then Qingba immediately turned to him and loudly ordered, "You immediately notify the city lord that the remnants of Saint Ancestor Village might have had contact with people in the city recently. I and the others will stay to find more clues." He immediately replied, "Yes." The scene shifted to the Zhu Dahao pharmacy in Mingzhu City, which was in a mess. The woman was crying loudly, looking very wronged. "My husband has always been honest and never made enemies. How could he come to such a tragic end?" Jing Zhao, seeing this, immediately affirmed, "Ms. Zhao, please accept our condolences. The patrol defense team will definitely uncover the truth, so we need your assistance." Just then a young man walked over, frowned, and whispered, "Vice Captain, the preliminary autopsy results are out. Boss Zhu was likely not burned to death." She heard this, startled, and blurted out, "What?" Then Jing Zhao handed him a thick stack of documents while walking quickly and seriously admonishing, "I'll leave you to comfort Ms. Zhao here." The man, who hadn't understood what was happening a moment ago, looked bewildered. Yes, the place Jing Zhao was heading to was the forensic identification room. Suddenly her pupils contracted as if she had seen something. Then Jing Zhao walked forward and asked, "Zhang Ping, why are you here too?" Zhang Ping also turned around and replied, "I received your message saying a Mingzhu City medicine bottle was found in Saint Ancestor Village. And with something like this happening in the city, there might be a connection between the two." Meanwhile, the forensic doctor began to report the results. The bones are severely deformed and fractured. This was caused by immense pressure before death. If the charred body had been subjected to such force after death, it would have shattered, not this form. Therefore the fire was likely used to cover up the crime. Jing Zhao listened, resting her chin in her hand, and reasoned. "That's right, when the pharmacy caught fire, we immediately rushed to the scene and extinguished the flames," she continued. "But when the body was found, not even a shred of its soul remained, which indicates it had been dead for a long time. According to the owner's wife, Zhu Dahao didn't have any enemies. Who could have been so cruel?" Zhang Ping was seen touching the corpse, simultaneously using his king's evil scent skill. A mysterious person's contemptuous voice immediately resounded, "What's so great about awakened ones? Everyone will be an awakened one in the future." She also walked forward to ask about the situation. "How is it?" He also turned around and replied, "I did hear some sounds, but based on the state of this corpse alone, we can't reconstruct the original scene. Take me to the pharmacy." So the two went to Zhu Daxia's pharmacy together. Zhang Ping walked and observed while Jing Zhao stood there, looking up and analyzing. The patrol defense team's investigation results showed that the pharmacy was almost completely burned down. She reached out to search a cabinet while gravely deducing, but the safe was completely intact. The killer's motive wasn't money. If the owner's death certificate is accurate, then the possibility of murder is also very low. Zhang Ping, reaching out, said, "The killer's motive is still unclear, making it difficult to deal with." Suddenly, a stream of energy swept past, immediately catching Zhang Ping's attention. Zhang Ping followed the energy stream with his gaze, muttering to himself, "Is that spatial energy?" Seeing this, Jing Zhao cried out in alarm. "Spatial energy? Could it be the Moon King?" Zhang Ping quickly denied it. "No, this energy is different from the Moon King's, and I feel like I've seen it somewhere before." Then he frowned and used his King's True Sight skill. He saw the energy stream continuously surging forward, and Zhang Ping suggested, "I can see the source of this energy, let's follow it." The camera shifted to a dark place where the blue-haired girl Xiao Yu handed medicine to the brown-haired woman Shang Ming and asked, "Auntie, please take your medicine." The brown-haired woman took the bowl, and as she drank she said, "Poison on my arm can't be cured anytime soon." Then she reached out to wipe her mouth, frowning as she questioned, "Li Yaoshui has been dead for so long and they still won't leave us alone. Do those people really want to wipe us out completely?" Suddenly, the brown-haired woman spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Xiao Yu quickly comforted her. Auntie, please don't get too agitated. It's already good enough that we survived today. At the same time, the door suddenly opened and the two looked over in alarm. Zhang Ping walked in, angrily shouting, "It really is you? Tell me the truth." He looked at the two people before him and loudly demanded, "Zhu Dahao's death, the pharmacy fire, did you two do it?" Then Zhang Ping's eyes widened in anger and he asked in a low voice, "What other schemes does Saint Ancestor Village have?" Hearing Zhang Ping's words, they immediately frowned and broke into a sweat, their faces showing vigilance. Xiao Yu, sweating, explained, "Zhu Dahao, what schemes? What pharmacy? What does that have to do with us? We just want to survive." Zhang Ping seemed unconvinced and immediately questioned, "Then why are you hiding here?" His gaze at this moment also fell upon the medicine bottle in her hand, and she was also holding medicine stolen from Zhu Dahao's pharmacy. Meanwhile, the brown-haired woman next to her suggested, "Xiao Yu, let Auntie explain." Xiao Yu, upon hearing this, was slightly surprised. "Auntie." Then she recounted everything. When Li Yaoshui was in seclusion, that old madman Zhuo Shangming turned all the living people in Saint Ancestor Village into materials for refining living corpses. I almost became a living corpse too, so to survive, after the living corpse army was teleported to the trial grounds, we escaped from the village. The brown-haired woman continued, "But eventually the corpse poison that old madman planted in my body activated, which is why I'm like this now." She didn't stop there. "This medicine can slow down the process of bodily decay. We usually use spatial teleportation to steal medicine back," then the woman gravely guaranteed. "As for what you said happened at the pharmacy, we only found out today. How could it have been us?" Zhang Ping at this moment glanced at Jingzhao beside him. "Jingzhao, is she telling the truth?" Jingzhao looked at the two people before her and said, "There's no fluctuation in their souls. She's not lying." Then Zhang Ping asked in a low voice, "But how would you know this medicine can inhibit decay? And are the empty medicine bottles found in Saint Ancestor Village related to you?" She frowned slightly at this moment, an expression of confusion on her face, saying, "It's strange, really. This medicine was clearly manufactured by Zhuo Shangming himself, but when I escaped to Mingzhu City, I found pharmacies also sold it, and the label said made in Mingzhu City. At first I thought they just looked similar," then the woman gravely affirmed, "but when I was at my wit's end I had no choice but to take it for a while. I accidentally discovered that the effect of this medicine was exactly the same as the one Zhuo Shangming manufactured." Then she honestly said, "As for those medicine bottles in the village, we haven't been back to the village in a long time, so of course they have nothing to do with us." Jingzhao, looking at the book in her hand, recounted, "Investigations revealed that this medicine only appeared in Zhu Dahao's pharmacy. According to him, this medicine was used to aid awakened ones in their cultivation." Then she turned her gaze aside but did not mention the medicine's effect of inhibiting decay. After listening, Zhang Ping frowned and commented, "Aiding cultivation, it seems this Zhu Dahao person isn't simple either. He might have been involved with Saint Ancestor Village a long time ago, or he was being used by someone else. In short, this matter is far more complicated than I imagined." Then the brown-haired woman gently stood up. "All right, I've told you everything I know." Then she looked forward as if wanting to plead for something. "If you insist on taking my life, then I'll give it to you, but I beg you to spare Xiao Yu. When she was in Saint Ancestor Village, this child never did anything bad." Xiao Yu continuously tried to dissuade her from the side. "Auntie, don't say any more." After hearing these words, Zhang Ping's face showed a thoughtful expression. Then he turned and ordered, "Jingzhao, contact the hospital, take them for isolation and treatment and keep a close watch on them. If they are willing to cooperate with the investigation and behave well in the future, I'll find a way to cure them both," she replied after hearing this. "Understood." The brown-haired woman at this moment broke into a sweat, an expression of surprise on her face. You won't kill us," Zhang Ping explained as he turned to leave. "Li Yaoshui is already dead. Killing you now won't change anything. We have more important matters to deal with right now." Suddenly she spoke. "Wait." Zhang Ping heard this and looked back. Then the brown-haired woman added, "I know Zhuo Shangming has a secret chamber in the village. There might be some clues there." The camera shifted to Zhuo Shangming's secret chamber where a group of people was also exploring the area. Qingba gently pushed a brick on the wall with his finger and instantly, the wooden door beneath the floor slowly opened. Old Bai at this moment also waved his hand and tossed a torch down. He walked down but didn't forget to turn back and gravely instructed, "You two stay here, the rest of you come down with me." Hearing this, they all loudly replied in unison, "Understood." Before them was the sight of some creature still wriggling in a bottle, and the space below was incredibly dark and damp. Old Bai at this moment looked around, an expression of confusion on his face. "Are the people of Saint Ancestor Village all so uniquely tasteful?" Suddenly, two dark figures appeared, slightly startling him. One of them rushed over to attack. Seeing this, Old Bai shouted, "Enemy attack." He saw that person entangle fine threads around his wrist. Old Bai, however, calmly waved his hand and pulled the opponent over. "I've seen these little tricks many times." But when the attack was launched, the person before him vanished, leaving him astonished. "What?" Meanwhile, another appeared from a teleportation gate, and as they crawled out, they whispered, "Eliminate the invaders! Eliminate the invaders!" Qingba saw this scene, frowned, and loudly said, "It's a trap."